Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4 Do Chapter 123 That Person Seems to be Lord God. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. An endless sea of white clouds, and a few empty fish or sharks with wings leapt from the sea of clouds. The vigorous Golden Mary sailed to where Luo Lin was going, riding the wind and breaking the waves. From afar, you can see an ancient village sitting on the sea of clouds. There is Union Village where Shandia people live. 46 years ago, Luo Lin's arrival ended the 360-year war on Sky Island. The Shandia people of Ling and the aboriginal people of Kongdao reconcile and rebuild their homes in the golden city of Shandora. Everything is developing in a good direction. The golden bell from the Sky Island has been ringing for 40 years. Until 6 years ago, Anilu, who had destroyed his hometown of Bakar, came here with his 4 priests and soldiers. Relying on the powerful natural thunder fruit ability, Anilu crushed the guards led by the Shandia and Ganfor with the hard power of 4-0 and 3 pairs. Seized the power of Sky Island with absolute force. At the same time, it also seized the ownership of the golden clock. Since then, the golden bell that lasted for 40 years has disappeared. Luo Lin, who was a traverser, knew about the disaster of Sky Island. When he jumped down from Wanmikong Island 46 years ago, he also had plans to come here again 40 years later. Before that, however, he had been trapped underground in Alabaston. Naturally, there is no way to stop the robbery for this empty island, which is tentatively regarded as his territory. However, at least it is not too late. Luo Lin's only worry now is that the arrogant electric shock boy Anilu, what did he do to the golden clock? Luo Lin promised to take Robin to take a look at the historical text on the base of the golden clock. As for the unique golden clock, Luo Lin also plans to put it on the square in Washang City. There is an oak's clock on the naval headquarters square. His Washang headquarters, putting a golden clock to decorate the facade is naturally excellent. Of course, Luo Lin could not afford to rebuild a big golden clock tower. It's just that the tone of the Sky Island golden bell is unique. That is also the most shocking and beautiful bell in the world that Luo Lin has ever heard. When bringing Brooke from the Devil's Triangle back to Cape Gemini before, Roland also deliberately stopped near Guy Island for several days, just to listen to the golden bell that came up from the sky. Ah, see, there really is an ancient village there. Nami's tender voice awakened Luo Lin from her memories. Let me see. Kurla held the looking glass and looked towards the distant village. She saw the old woman and a group of children at the entrance of the village. I also saw 2 large statues standing outside the entrance of the village. Holding a spear on the left-hand side, he is dressed full of wildness. As for the statue on the right-hand side, naturally, it can only be described in one word. Advertisement. There, among the statues standing outside the village over there, one of them is the instructor. Kurla cried out in surprise. Let me see where and where. Wei Wei took the looking glass. The next moment, the small mouth is also opened into an 0039 shape. It seems that the Shandia clan who guards the history text really respects you, uncle, and they even have a statue. Robin smiled with squinting eyes. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Luo Lin was obviously surprised by this, and then he shook his head and smiled helplessly. The great warrior Calcula has been the spiritual pillar of the Shandia people for 400 years. The reason why Luo Lin was able to obtain the same status in just 2 months was that, besides retrieving the golden clock and resolving the merits of the war that had lasted for hundreds of years, there was also the most important point. That is why Luo Lin used his own blood to save many people. It was this a miraculous event that made Luo Lin truly become the common god of the Kongdao people and the Shandia people. The true god. 300 tales. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The arrival of the Golden Mary attracted the attention of the children at the entrance of the village. After a while, Shandia's old woman knelt down on her knees in tears. The other children also bowed down in Luo Lin's direction. Luo Lin, who had never liked this, raised his hand and waved, helping everyone up. However, it didn't take long. The old chief who walked out of the village also saw Luo Lin's arrival. So the most respected old man in Shandia also burst into tears, and knelt down tremblingly in Luo Lin's direction. This time, without waiting for Luo Lin to raise his arm to help Zero, the entire Union village was the first to become a sensation because of the old chief's kneeling. Chief, what's the matter with you? Is there any physical discomfort? The beautiful Shandia warrior Laki with long, black hair just passed by, and suddenly yelled anxiously, Grandpa Chief. Beside Laki, the little girl who was about 10 years old hurriedly stepped forward to help. The nervous shout from Laki also alarmed other Shandia people. 1 past 10, 10 past 100. So the villagers of Union Village who were not very big were all startled by the chief's unusual behavior. 039 whoosh 039 039 whoosh woo 039 There were vigorous figures in the sky. It was the Shandia warriors equipped with 3-dimensional power, and equipped with the power of the wind shell, one by one. One part is responsible for checking the condition of the old chief. The other part rushed straight to the entrance of the village, guarding the old woman and a group of children behind her, staring vigilantly at the approaching Golden Mary. Who are you? Advertisement. The leader of Shandia's younger generation, Weber, known as the War Ghost, asked out loud. The vigilant gaze swept over Luo Lin and his party who disembarked. The next moment, the expression on his face solidified without warning. Because he saw someone. Are you also Anilu's men? Another 30 young soldier wearing pink sunglasses, the praying mantis Kamakili subconsciously asked vigilantly. His eyes were fixed on Luo Lin at the forefront, so, in the same way, the expression on his face was also dull. Immediately afterwards, the third person, the fourth person. The Shandia warriors who were in charge of vigilance turned into statues at the entrance of the village, motionless. Weber, Kamakili, what's the matter with you? Shandia's beautiful warrior Laki noticed the abnormality and immediately stepped forward. Hey, Laki, the one over there seems to be little Lori named Aisha pulled the corner of Laki's clothes, raised her head and glanced at the stone statue on the side to make the final confirmation, and then she continued. That seems to be Lord God. Chapter 124 Shandia and Nolondo reunite for the first time in 400 years. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. That person seems to be Lord God. The little Shandia girl named Aisha widened her eyes. Look at Luo Lin on the cloud coast, and then look at the statue beside him. It wasn't until after repeated confirmation that this timidly spoke. As a result, the originally silent coast of the Sea of Clouds was completely boiled by a word from the little girl Aisha. My Lord God? Is it really you? Our Lord God? You are finally back? It's been 46 years, and we finally waited one more time until you returned. Shandia's elders, headed by the old chief, stepped forward quickly. Shock, excitement, and fanaticism flashed on those old faces. Master Luo Lin, do you still remember me? I am the horse monkey who was resurrected by you with the blood of 039. An old Shandia warrior with a horse and monkey face looked at Luo Lin feverishly. Master Luo Lin, there is me and me. I was the one who fell into the White Sea and was picked up by you. Master Luo Lin, you are still as always, exactly the same as before. Sure enough, you are the real god 039. A group of middle-aged and elderly Shandia soldiers who had experienced the incident in 46 years all knelt down in Luo Lin's direction under the stunned gaze of the juniors with an excited and enthusiastic mood. At this moment, where do they still look like the majestic top 10 parents in their respective homes? In front of Luo Lin one in the presence of their faith, their 039 gods. They are the most devout believers. My elders have already done this. How could Shandia's juniors still believe it? Luo Lin, who was exactly the same as the statue, was really the protagonist of the big fairy tale they had heard since they were young. Their God is back. At this moment, the dead statue standing at the entrance of the village seemed to be one with the living existence in front of him, making everyone in Shandia full of blood. The legend of Lord God turns out to be true. The legendary God is back. We are saved. God's messenger has appeared alive. This time, Anilu must be beautiful. Now that the real God has appeared, it's time for the false God to roll down. The real person of Lord God looks even better than a statue. Yeah. Shandia went up to the middle-aged man in his 30s and 40s, and young men and women in their teens and 20s, cheered one after another. Then they learned the way their parents were, and bowed down piously toward Luo Lin. At the end of the day, only the war ghost web in the front remained standing. They are the strongest fighters in the Shandia clan right now. It's unbelievable. Weber, are you saying this is true? The god 039 in the legend? Has the angel of heaven really returned? And it's still so young? Kamakiri murmured, a praying mantis wearing pink sunglasses. I believe it. I believe it too. Bram and Jaibao, standing on both sides of Kamakili, responded in unison, with excitement on their faces, and then knelt down on one knee. This is their way of surrender as fighters. It can't be wrong. It must be the Lord Luo Lin that my mother said. Advertisement: the beautiful Shandia warrior Laki and the little Aisha next to her knelt on one knee. You be ***** D-boy, what are you doing in a daze? If Lord Luo Lin hadn't saved your old man back then, where did you come from? Kamakili's father flew to his son's head with a kick, kicked him to the ground, and repeatedly apologized to Luo Lin. In this way, the war ghost Weber, who stood alone like a group of chickens, became even more conspicuous. Hey, Weber, is that a god? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Weber, your father was also a member of Lord Roland's rescue at the beginning. If he hadn't been killed by Anilu 6 years ago, he would definitely be now. Regarding the kind advice from his fellow clan, the proud Shandia warrior Weber was unheard of. Even if there was a force oppressing him, he still clenched his teeth and insisted on looking at Luo Lin, standing straight. He is a descendant of the warrior Calcula. In his blood was the arrogance of a soldier. Just like the bull warrior would never take off his mask, he would never lower his arrogant head easily. Even if it was what he heard from childhood, the legendary God 039. I don't know how long it has passed, a moment or a long time. Under Weber's gaze, watching him not far away too. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Luo Lin suddenly smiled, smiling like a spring breeze. As a result, the mental pressure that had enveloped him suddenly disappeared. Boy, you are good. Luo Lin spoke praised. It's not an irony. Luo Lin has always disliked the old ailments of Shandia people who worship at every turn. 46 years ago, Luo Lin resigned and retired after only 2 months in Sky Island. Give the Sky Island to the old chief and the representative of the Sky Island people, Ganfor, to jointly manage. The reason is not unrelated to their excessive enthusiasm. In this world, many people like to be sought after by thousands of people, but Luo Lin doesn't like it. Whether it was before or now, the war ghost Weber, who inherited the blood of the great warrior Calcula, can withstand his test 039, not forgetting pride. Naturally, Luo Lin will be refreshed. Thank you. Hearing Luo Lin's praise, Weber couldn't help being taken aback and then subconsciously thanked him. Luo Lin nodded slightly. Get up, just treat it as an old friend visiting. Luo Lin waved his hand casually. Therefore, all the Shandia people kneeling on the island cloud stood up involuntarily under the support of mysterious power. After realizing that this was God 39's unpredictable method, the frenzy on everyone's face suddenly became even more intense. The scene seemed to be out of control. Everyone, listen to me, today is the carnival night of our Shandia. Take out the wine and delicacies treasured in our respective homes, and welcome the return of Lord Luo Lin. The respected old chief raised his arms and shouted. Advertisement. As a result, the emotional Shandia people suddenly yelled in response, and went home to prepare the good wine and meat needed for the banquet. As a result, the scene finally got a little control. The little girls behind Luo Lin, such as Nami and Wei Wei, also breathed a sigh of relief and patted 630 pats of the bear's breast. This dispelled the idea of hiding on the boat for a while. Not to mention Luo Lin, even if they were just standing behind Luo Lin, they couldn't bear the excessive enthusiasm of the Shandia people. After half an hour, piles of bonfires rose in the open area of the square in Union Village. The Shandia people's celebration banquet officially began. Nami, Vivi, Kurla, the Golden Thursdays, and Sandia's Laki, Aisha and others gathered together. Robin followed Luo Lin on the side of the old chief, and also here was Uncle Chestnut Head Kulik who was hitchhiking on the boat. Master Luo Lin, I'm extremely sorry, the Sky Island you handed over to me was taken away by the culprits again. We are really useless, the old chief said, his voice full of apologetics. They really did their best in the battle 6 years ago. However, the opponent is too strong. Don't mind, you can take back the lost things with your own hands. This is exactly why I am here. Luo Lin patted the old chief on the shoulder and comforted. By the way, old chief, don't you have any impression of this kid's chestnut head? Luo Lin changed the subject and pointed to Kulik's unique chestnut head. This chestnut head, the old chief, who had focused all his attention on Luo Lin, heard the words, and only then noticed the chestnut head Kulik who always had an excited look on his face. After a while, the old chief's squinted eyes widened again. Are you a descendant of Nolondo? Chapter 125 Anilu Heart Palpitations Ganfor Excited, 1/7. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Are you the descendants of Nolondo? Under Luo Lin's reminder, the old chief of Shandia finally turned his attention to the Vembrankulik who was aside for the first time. When he noticed the special chestnut on Vembrankulik's head, the old chief suddenly widened his eyes in shock and screamed. Yes. Kulik, who had been depressed for a long time, flushed his eyes and nodded heavily. I finally saw you. My ancestor is Nolondo, who was Nolondo 400 years ago. The conversation between the old chief and Kulik is naturally impossible for the surrounding Shandia people to hear. The first young man to rush forward with a ghostly expression is naturally Weber, who is known as a war ghost. The war ghost Weber, who did not kneel before God, was excited at this moment. He is a descendant of the warrior Calcula. 400 years ago, the last wish of his ancestor Calcula before his death was to recapture his hometown and the Golden Bell. One of the important reasons why Calcula is so obsessed with regaining the Golden Bell is to let the best friends of Qinghai come to hear the Golden Bell again and know where they are. It's a pity that he couldn't fulfill this wish until his death. Until his death, the great soldier never saw his best friend again. But now, their offspring the war ghost Weber and Vembrankulik will see you in the end. The promises that have been separated by 400 years finally have a result. As the identity of Uncle Lizitu Kulik was revealed, the whole banquet became more and more lively, and the noise went up to the sky. At this moment, Apaido, the island of gods, is attached to the upper island cloud of the huge bean vines, the residence of the gods. The big-eared boy wearing a white headscarf, Anilu, who has the strongest natural ability to tie thunderfruits, lay leisurely on the fir chair, gnawing the red apple in his hand. It's really noisy today. At a certain moment, the leisurely expression on Anilu's face stagnated. With the electric waves of the fruit of his own thunder, combined with the domineering look and hearing known as the Heart Network, he can easily monitor the noises within the entire Sky Island range. The cheers of Union Village, where the Shandia people were located, naturally couldn't escape his perception. The laughter of those Shandia people is really unpleasant. An expression of disgust appeared on Anilu's face. Master Anilu, should I lead the team to destroy them? The wide-bodied god soldier grew up and spoke up. No, there is not much time left anyway, just let them have a good smile at the end, yahahaha. Anilu laughed cruelly, and the soldiers in Ling's costumes were unconsciously blasted. After a while, the laugh on Anilu's face solidified, and then turned into stunned and puzzled. Because he discovered that Union Village that should have been in his perception disappeared? It is of course a good thing that those Sandias disliked laughter disappeared. But why can't even their usual voice be heard? How is this going? Is it possible that someone or something there is blocking his heart network electric wave? Thinking of this, Anilu gave birth to an inexplicable agitation and heart palpitations for no reason, which was an emotion that had never appeared before. Advertisement. Give my order, let Shira go to Shandia to check the situation, Anilu said irritably. After saying this, before the reaction of his soldiers, Anilu's figure became elemental and disappeared in an instant. Only a moment later, Anilu came to a secret cave on the island. A huge golden ark is floating. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Hundreds of young workers in the sky are stepping up time to carry out the final improvement work on the Golden Ark. Looking at the Golden Ark still shining in the dark, the inexplicable agitation in Anilu's heart could not help but ease a lot. The lightning flashed again. This time, Anilu came to the belly of the mountain. This is the god's space that only belongs to the 039 god, and only he who is the 039 god 039 can reach. In the middle of the space, there is a huge golden clock shining in the dark. 039 when 039 Anilu one punch on the golden clock. So the melodious golden bell reverberated in this confined space of God, surrounding him for a long time. And Enta, add bookmarks for easy reading, BSP. An intoxicated look suddenly appeared on Anirod's face, and the last bit of throbbing and restlessness in his heart disappeared with the sound of the golden bell. Quickly, the final god's judgment time is about to come. Anilu spoke with a look of intoxication. Only the real strong are qualified to go to the infinite land as my subordinates. As for the others, just join this sky island and perish under the judgment of God. Union Village. Kulik, the descendant of Nolondo, helped to divide the attention of the Shandia, and Luo Lin finally received less attention. Especially after shielding the guy who was spying on him without authorization, it is naturally more enjoyable to drink. Master Luo Lin, what's the matter with you? The old chief followed Luo Lin's line of sight and looked towards the sky. Naturally he couldn't see anything. Because whether it is the heart network electric wave of Anilu, or Luo Lin's many extreme seeing and hearing above Anilu, it is not something that the naked eye can see. The only one in the village who can feel the change is probably only the little Aisha who is born to awaken and see the domineering look. Master Luo Lin, are you waiting for Ganfor? The old chief who didn't get Luo Lin's answer guessed. Ganfor, is that guy okay? Luo Lin asked casually. 46 years ago, together with the old chief, the representative of the Sky Island whom Luo Lin valued was Ganfor, who is known as the sky riding the earth. Yes, the old chief nodded. Advertisement, that guy Ganfor is still alive. I have already notified him through Thusel. I believe he will arrive soon. I don't know what the old guy would look like when he saw Lord Luo Lin. The old chief said expectantly. Come on, Lord Luo Lin, I will toast you again, okay. Roland toasted. At the same time, the ancient altar of Apaido, the island of gods, and the island cloud on the other side, each had a figure soaring into the sky, galloping towards the same destination. The distances are similar, and the destinations are the same. Naturally, encounters are inevitable. Knight of the Sky, Shira, what are you trying to do in Union Village? In the sky outside Union Village, a group of Sky Knights Ganfor riding a group of pink horses raised a knight's spear in his hand and shouted angrily. Isn't this the Sky Knight Ganfor? Don't you finally want to continue hiding? Ganfor, since you met today, then please go to Zhao of Qian. To die. On this empty island, the one who is in charge of the sky there can only be one knight, and that is my heavenly knight Shira. One of the powerful officers of Anilu, Shira, one of the 4 great priests, stood on the flying mount, the cross-legged three-jong bird, and opened his mouth majestically. However, just the next second after his voice fell, the sudden change occurred. The three-jong bird flying up to the sky carrying him cross-legged, his eyes widened without warning, his body stiffened, and finally fell straight toward the sea of clouds. Ever since, the night in the sky is left alone Ganfor. In the sky, Ganfor and the Mount Pegasus Pierre looked at Shira who suddenly fell with dumbfounded faces, and then their eyes fell to Union Village not far away. After seeing a certain figure in the village, the Sky Knight Ganfor's old eyes suddenly widened. The shock, excitement, and endless joy were all overwhelmed by words. Master Luo Lin, you are back. Chapter 126 Step Down and Overturn the World. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Master Luo Lin, you are back. In the sky, the elderly knight Ganfor riding a pink-spotted Pegasus let out an uncontrollable cry. The old body trembled uncontrollably because of the shock, and even more because of the excitement. Ling's horse fruit ability bird Pierre couldn't help but turn his head in horror, and after repeatedly confirming that the old partner did not do strange things on his back, he was relieved. Pierre, go down quickly. Sky Knight Ganfor urged with a trembling voice. Skin, heart. Pegasus Pierre neighed. Although he didn't know what happened to the old man on his back suddenly, he was still obedient and swooped down towards Union Village below. Wow! There was a gust of wind on the wings of Tianma, and a little spark was blown. Sky Knight Ganfor dismounted his horse in a hurry. His body stiffened due to excessive shock, causing him to almost fall directly. Thanks to Shandia's old chief with quick eyesight and quick hands, he supported him. The famous Sky Knight didn't get embarrassed in front of the juniors. Old man, what kind of bluffing looks like? The boss is not young, keep the focus. The old chief Shandia opened 640 mouths with a smile. I completely forgot how unstable I was when I first met Luo Lin. Sky Knight Ganfor. For this old friend who had worked with him for 40 years, Ganfor certainly knew how pious he believed in the god Luo Lin. Although he didn't see that scene with his own eyes, Ganfor could already imagine how this old friend would cry when he saw Luo Lin. It slowly came over now, but he still saw his excitement. See through, don't say through. Under the support of the old chief, Ganfor's body stiffened, and quickly stepped forward and walked in front of Luo Lin. 039 Kang 039. In the sound of the rubbing of the stomach, Ganfor solemnly knelt on one knee. Master Luo Lin, 46 years ago, you gave me the title of Sky Knight. Your subordinates are incompetent and fail to protect the sky of Mekong Island for you. Please condemn me. Ganfor suppressed his excitement and took the initiative to plead guilty. I already understand the specific situation. It's not your fault. All you have to do is retake the stolen things. Now sit down, eat and drink, and then personally take back your own things. Luo Lin said calmly and lightly, Babjay. When the voice fell, the entire Union village fell into a momentary silence. Immediately afterwards, there was a tidy sound of drinking in the room. It's not just Ganfor alone. At the same time, the old chief, the war ghost Weber, the praying mantis Kamakli, and all the big and small people of Shandia are also to be drunk. 6 years of patience and 6 years of depression broke through the shackles at this moment. The blood in their hearts is stirring, rushing. 6 years ago, Enilu showed up with his squad and took away their land, their relatives, and everything they had. Advertisement in the past 6 years, they have been thinking about taking back everything they lost all the time. However, the enemy's strength is too strong. Don't say it was the god Anilu with the strongest natural ability. Even the 4 priests and the squad of soldiers under him are already very difficult to deal with. But with the arrival of Luo Lin, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. With the return of their true gods, the situation has changed. Everything will be different. The end of the era of the false gods in the sky 1. Just, here, today, 8, down pointing arrow. The people of Ganfor and Shandia believed in this. Hey, I said you can almost stop it. It's still dark. If you dream so early, you will laugh out of people's teeth. Just when people's emotions reached its peak, an anger and threatening voice sounded out of place. As a result, Ganfor and all the eyes of Shandia focused on the heavenly knight Shira who had landed on the cloud coast. Then there was a burst of unspeakable. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading, the silence. Only for a moment, the cold sweat wet the priest Shira's body. Even one of the 4 great priests, the heavenly knight who represents the anger, can never be calm under the hostile gaze of so many warriors. The silence continued. As a result, the anxiety and fear in the priest Shira's heart became even greater. His right hand peeked back subconsciously, but he couldn't touch his 3-jong bird mount cross-legged. Turn around and take a look. He has always been the most loyal to him. The cross-legged Sanjong now has long since fled away without looking back because of fear. The back road was cut off by a pig teammate, so the expression on the priest Shira's face gradually stiffened. The fear in my heart suddenly became even worse. Hey, Shandia and Ganfor, are you really crazy or not? With a word from that kid who doesn't know where it came from, you are going to declare war on the god Anilu. You are dying. This time I will really be annihilated. The priest Shira spoke in a restrained manner and moved out of Anilu's name to scare the people of Shandia. However, these words were grossly wrong from the beginning. Ahole, what did you just say? What did you call Lord Luo Lin just now? Ganfor raised his spear and roared with all his strength. An ant like you will never know the greatness of Lord Luo Lin. He is the real god. It is not comparable to the fake Anilu. The old chief also suddenly took a step and shouted angrily. Although the other Shandia warriors did not speak, everyone's gaze gathered was that Shira had an illusion of being swallowed by angry flames. Advertisement, what? Priest Shira let out a cry of collapse. This was the first time to carefully examine the strange youth who was regarded as a god by everyone. At a glance, Shira's eyes were dull. He had seen that face 6 years ago when he accompanied Anilu into the Golden City. That is one of the 2 statues standing in the Golden City. Impossible. The priest Shira's face suddenly appeared extremely shocked and unbelievable. You were obviously just imagined by the people of Sky Island to exist. How could it really exist? The gods in this world are only Lord Anilu. A person is enough. I want to see how capable your so-called god is. The priest Shira made a strange cry of splitting eyes. Under the impact of extreme fear and extreme shocking emotions, his thinking has been completely confused. In the end, he desperately stabbed the knight's spear to Luo Lin. A hole repair, really looking for death. The soldiers of Shandia were furious, and they were about to take action. I have been named, so I should do it myself. Luo Lin spoke lightly and took a step forward. 1 step down. Heaven, earth, overturning. Chapter 127 Sky Island Shakes, Lord of the Sky Surrender. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The sky is killing intent, and the stars are moving. The battle will be the first to be released on hotmtlnovel.zi. The ground is killing intent, the dragon and the snake rise to the ground. Human murder, heaven, earth, overturn and overthrow. When Luo Lin's step fell, the sky is shaking, and the atmosphere is rippling. The sea was surging, and the sea of clouds caused waves. The sky and the earth seemed to turn over at this moment. The terrifying air machine covers the world. The entire Sky Island was shaken at this moment. Everyone on the island was also shocked. 039 Doraemon. Because of the extreme emotional stimulation, the flame spear in the hands of the Sky Knight smashed weakly to the ground. It was his knee that fell shortly thereafter. Ah! Priest Shira yelled for complete collapse. Tears called fear were like a flood that opened the gate, dripping unstoppable from the corners of his eyes. Even though his body did not suffer any substantial damage. But Luo Lin's step just now. When that step fell, The invincible general trend that it brought up had already destroyed his spirit, his arrogance, and his 407 from the inside out. Throughout his life, he will live under the nightmare and shadow of that step. At this moment, no one paid attention to the collapse of the priest Shura. The Shandia people in the field just looked excited and fanatically watching the stalwart back in front of them. The back of the 039 god watching them. War. Zanjanjan. Luo Lin's step that shook the world and everything, in addition to destroying the priest Shura, it also completely aroused the infinite fighting spirit of the oppressed Shandia people. Even the little girls such as Nami, Vivi, and Kurla were shocked by this step, aroused the fighting spirit, and their pretty faces were flushed. This fighting spirit needs to be vented immediately. Want to fight? Fight then. Then let's go. Take back what belongs to us, and save the celebration for later. Luo Lin spoke calmly. Step forward first. Oh. The crowd responded loudly. The Golden Mary, carrying Luo Lin and a group of young girls in high spirits, soared into the sky, and the ship took the lead. The Sky Knight Ganfor took the old chief Yi Chi straddle the spotted Pegasus pier, and soared into the sky. The young Shandia warriors, headed by the war ghost Web, put on their mobile jet devices and glide across the vast white sea, galloping towards their original hometown. Other Shandia people in Union Village also got on small boats and set off on their way home in mighty ways. At the same time, Apea, the island of gods, the upper island cloud. The residence of the gods. Eni Road, who returned from the space of God, where the Golden Bell was located, felt happy again. Under the service of Shenbing, he leisurely gnawed the apple again and closed his eyes to rest. Boom 039. At this time, in his hard network electric wave monitoring, there was a soft sound Adong 039. It wasn't very eye-catching at first. But soon, it was the throbbing sound of a war drum. Ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the sky. In the distance, the sea of white clouds was washed up by layers of waves. Advertisement. Ah. What's wrong with this? Master Anilu, what's going on? As the Lord got angry, the soldiers of God's residence shouted in horror, and each fell to the ground. Degree Chichi 039. 039 Boom 039, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. A terrifying electric light fell from the sky, turning the last speaker into pitch black coke. Idiot, I am the god, Anilu said indifferently. Damn Shandia, what the hell are you doing today? How many times are you going to ruin my mood as a god? Anilu's eyes were cold. Dashan, gather the 4 priests, and all the soldiers will gather at Shandora. The show is ahead of schedule. Today, I will completely wipe out the annoying Shandia. Anilu ordered coldly. Apeado, the island of gods. Above the dense primitive towering trees, the Golden Mary steadily marched towards the central city. On the left side of the boat, the spotted Pegasus carried Ganfor and 2 people on the air. In the huge dense forest below, the Shandia warriors headed by the war ghost Weber walked through it. The 3 parties go hand in hand, maintaining the rhythm, marching in the direction of the golden city of Shandora. 5 minutes later, an ancient city appeared in the sight of Luo Lin and his group flying in the sky. Is that the legendary golden township Shandora? Robin's pretty face was full of excitement, and he murmured subconsciously. The golden city Shandora is really made of gold. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Is it? Quote. Nami's eyes shone, and her beautiful eyes turned into the shape of money. The forest here is really big. Wei Wei's attention was attracted by the huge woods along the way. Any tree or vine on this island is many times bigger than she realizes. It should be because of the high altitude climate that caused plants to mutate and grow wildly. Kurla explained. Then, how did the tree over there grow so fast? Is it also mutated? Little Lori beamed her eyes during Golden Week and curiously pointed to something standing in front of her and cried out. Quote question mark. In. Nami, Wei Wei and others tilted their heads in doubt. Looking in the direction pointed by little Lolita's fingers, when she saw the growing things, the little girls suddenly shrank their pupils, and a panic appeared on their faces. No, Marian, it's not a tree, it's a giant snake. Robin smiled. It turned out to be a snake. Little Lori nodded clearly during Golden Week. Sister Robin, Marianne, that's the big snake that can swallow our boat in one bite. Can you give me some respect, at least call it a little bit, Nami yelled. Yes, Wei Wei weakly echoed. The corner of Robin's mouth made a nice arc. Little girls, don't panic. That snake is Nolan, Lord of the Sky. Let's try to persuade it to leave. The old chief of Dian Tianmao spoke, and then accelerated forward. Nolan, the Lord of the Sky, was the descendant of the big snake Cassie who was enshrined in Shandia 400 years ago, and has since grown up under the golden clock. It was named Nolan by the warrior Kalgala to commemorate Vembrano Rondo. After Gaia Island went to the sky, Nolan, the Lord of the Sky, had a huge body further a step change, becoming a major overlord of the Sky Island, which was terrified by the people. Until 46 years ago, the golden bell rang again. Advertisement. The Shandia talent finally re-established friendship with him and lived in peace for 40 years. It can be regarded as a cooked snake. At least Ganfor and the old chief thought so. It just backfired. Not waiting for Ganfor and the old chief to speak. Nolan, the Lord of the Sky, standing on the ground in front of him, opened his mouth wide, biting them mercilessly. At the critical moment, the spotted Pegasus Pierre quickly turned. This will avoid the result of falling into Sheku. Hey, Nolan, what do you be asterisk 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 D do? It's us. The old chief roared furiously. Lord of the Sky, it's me, Ganfor. Ganfor also shouted. However, Nolan, the lord of the giant snake sky, didn't even pay attention to it. The huge snake eyes like copper bells still stared at the Golden Mary. To be precise, it was rolling on the boat. Even a snake, as big as it is, has already understood human nature. Sha-la-la, Nolan, the lord of the sky, opened his mouth wide and uttered a happy roar up to the sky. Lord of the sky, Nolan. 14 inches is it cheering with joy. Sure enough, it also recognized Lord Luo Lin. Both Ganfor and the old chief spoke excitedly. Nolan must have felt the call of the Golden Bell, so it appeared here and waited for us. The old chief said. Master Luo Lin, Nolan Ta Ding also wants to take back the Golden Bell with us. Ganfor said loudly. On the deck of the Golden Mary, Luo Lin nodded. Although Nolan, Lord of the Sky, is not a Sea King, Luo Lin probably understands its meaning. Hey, Nolan, do you want to go together too? Luo Lin shouted. Sha-la-la, Sky Lord Nolan nodded humanely, his huge body twisted, and his flat head just on the deck of the Melee. In that case, let's go together. Luo Linsa went to gravity control, letting the ship fall on top of its head. Nolan, the Lord of the Sky, twisted the huge snake body, like a broken bamboo along the way. Another 5 minutes. The Golden City is here. Chapter 128 1 Foot on Anilu's Face 4/7 Seeking Subscription. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi039 booming 039. Nolan, the Lord of the Sky, with a huge body, is like a snake-shaped tank, moving like a bamboo along the way, riding the Golden Mary towards the Golden City of Shandora. In the middle of the journey, under the instructions of the old chief and Ganfor, the soldiers of Shandia kept on boarding the 039 free ride of the Lord of the Sky. A few minutes later, Nolan, the Lord of the Sky, arrived at the center of the island with the Melee on his head and dozens of people on him, and came to the Golden City. 6 years ago, Anilu and his group occupied the city. While emptied of the golden treasures, it also caused irreparable damage to this ancient city with a long history. At this moment, here is already a dilapidated scene. When Luo Lin and his party arrived, in front of the front entrance of the Golden City of Shandora, the sacred troops headed by the 3 priests had already been assembled. Ganfor and Shandia, are you here today to rebel? Don't you want your life? The body is like a ball, the mellow priest Daigo Mori no Shodri shouted. Hey have you forgotten the lesson 6 years ago? Hey since you are coming to die today, then you will be fulfilled. Your behavior today has completely angered Lord Anilu. Are you ready to accept sanctions from God? The Zhang Wu and Xiao Wu, who look like the great Wu of the forest, agree with each other. Okay. On the other side, the Nirvana priest of Nirvana with a spider-like haircut crossed his hands, clenched his fists, his face flushed, like constipation. Master Nirvana, if you want to say something, please open your mouth. The 10 soldiers next to him shouted for reminders. Forget it. Only then did the pretentious naive priest Nirvana realize the reason, and his expression was dumbfounded. Ahem, Shandia, where is Shira? Where are the others at Shira now? Nirvana coughed to relieve the embarrassment, and then asked with a majestic face. Wow. The spotted Pegasus Pierre carried Ganfor and the old chief to land. The other Shandia warriors lying on Nolan, the Lord of the Sky, also gathered and joined one after another, staring at the enemies in front of them with great fighting spirit. Are you talking about this person? The old chief waved his hand. The next moment, a mud-like figure was randomly thrown onto the open space between the 2 sides. It is the priest Shira. Sura, Master Shira, what's wrong with you? Master Shira, stand up, you are a heavenly knight. Damn Shandia, what have you done to Master Shira? Looking at the priest Shira who fell to the ground motionless like a dead dog. Shadley, Nirvana, and all the gods screamed in anger. It's your turn next, and Shira's end is your end. The old chief shouted with full momentum. You really dare to say, old stuff. Try my shock. The priest of the trial of the ball, Senji Daigo stepped on the spherical island cloud, and jumped forward in 2s or 2s. Shock. The right hand that contained the shock shell fell towards the old chief's body. For Shadley's surprise attack, the old chief turned a blind eye. Ganfor was also unmoved. Go to hell. Although Shadley was puzzled, she would not let go of this great opportunity. Ding. The light of the impact shell blooms. However, in the next moment, a light of horrific impact that was more dazzling plus times more than that shone suddenly. Sadly, advertisement. Sandia's strongest warrior, Weber, stepped out and stood in front of the old chief. Rolling strike. The long-awaited blow burst. A platoon equivalent to 10 times the power of a normal shock shell was released, and it instantly crushed Chaudhry's shock shell. Weber, UB asterisk 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 D, my body screams. Unprepared, the priest Shadley, who was hit by the front of the platoon, let out a scream. The body flew upside down at an extremely terrifying speed, breaking through many trees along the way. In the end, he fell into the ruins of the forest, his head tilted, and he passed out of a coma with severe injuries. Big brother, read more at hotmtl novel.zi. Big brother, what's wrong with you? Mori's 2 younger brothers, Zongo and Xiaogu, shouted immediately. Before the battle started, they had lost the battle power of two priests one after another, and the other soldiers were also frightened and angry. Light the fire of Shandora. Recapture the hometown that belongs to us. The old chief raised his arms and shouted, "Oh oh oh." The soldiers of Shandia responded in unison. The next moment, he launched a charge towards the squadron who was in a shocked state. The fierce battle of blood and fire started. Every minute and every second, someone screamed and fell. There are magic soldiers from the enemy magic army, and there are soldiers from Sandia. In the end, even powerful fighters such as Ganfor and War Ghost Weber were wounded. Teacher, don't we take action yet? Kurla asked anxiously, twisting her two small hands together. No, this is their battle. Luo Lin said calmly. But, Brother Luo Lin, they. And NB. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. SP. I don't see anyone else, especially what Wei Wei, whose friend is injured, wants to say. Wei Wei, uncle is right, this is their battle. Robin interrupted without waiting for Vivi to finish. The anger they accumulated under the 6-year oppression of Anilu needs to be released. The hometown that was taken away by the Anilu group 6 years ago, of course they have to retake it with their own hands 6 years later. It is true that the uncle can solve everything in a flash, but it is meaningless for Sandia. Quote. The old chiefs must also really want to return the empty island that the uncle gave them back then. Robin explained. The time between words, the bloody battle in the mountains and forests also came to an end at an extremely fast speed. All the ordinary soldiers on the side of the squadron had fallen, and the Princess Nirvana was also beaten by the War Ghost Weber again in a platoon and flew out of the sky. At present, the only people that the enemy still possesses are the horrible and thick-skinned god soldiers Growing Dashan and the Trial of Iron Priest Ohm. In contrast, Sandia one side. The War Ghost Weber, who had used 2 platoons to strike Shellfish, had his right hand close to the edge of abolition. The Sky Knight Ganfor gasped. Other outstanding warriors such as the Praying Mantis Comically, Bram and so on are also scarred. Damn Sandia, I really underestimate you, you can drive us to this level, and you are already proud enough. The god soldier grew up on the mountain and looked gloomy. But in the end, you lost this battle. How do you fight against us now? Don't say it's the god Anilu, now even I am enough to destroy you all. The god soldier grows Dashan's cruel mouth, and the corners of his mouth lifted a cruel arc, step by step. The War Ghost Weber dragged his stump out and raised his tattered right hand, revealing the platoon shell in it. War Ghost Weber can withstand 2 platoon strikes without death. You are indeed very powerful, but now what qualifications do you have to stand in front of me and watch me kill you? The god soldier laughed, and his huge body rushed towards Weber under the impetus of Fengfengbe. At the same time, the 2 rows of slash shells hidden under the clothes began to accumulate their strength. Rolling strike. In the face of the menacing god soldier growing mountain, the War Ghost Weber still only coldly shouted 039 platoon 039. 2 words. Advertisement. At the same time, the platoon shell in the palm of his right hand burst into a harsh light. A-hole, are you going to die? No. After confirming that Weber was really going to carry out the 3rd platoon, the god soldier grew up in horror. Even with his defense, he definitely couldn't stop the power of platoon. He really wanted to escape. But there is no escape. Propelled by Fengfengbe, his body directly met Weber's platoon. 039 boom 039 in a loud noise. Shenbing grew into a large depression in his belly and was seriously injured and unconscious. Weber, who used 743 platoons 3 times in a row, also fell to the ground under the terrifying counter-injury. I'll leave it to you next. War Ghost Weber grinned. What? Sky Knight Ganfor and others responded. 3 minutes later, the priest Ohm was defeated by Ganfor and the Mantis and other Shandia warriors. The battle is over. It should be. Chi-Chi. A deep blue electric light flashed in the distant sky. The electric light is coming in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he came to the middle of the battlefield, condensing the figure of Anilu. Yahahaha, it's amazing, Shandia, actually able to defeat my squadron, I also have to praise you. Then let me ask, how about it, do you want to surrender to me? Ani took a bite of the apple and spoke casually. Anilu, the days when you behaved in the sky will end here. Standing in place from beginning to end, the old chief who didn't take a step back shouted. Yahahaha, old guy, is your head broken? Now there is no one standing on your side. Do you count on this snake? Or do you think you can beat my god? Quote. Anilu asked jokingly, if I had taken the shot earlier, I would be able to destroy you all in a flash. At this point, our god 039 is the same, even including you. The old chief spoke proudly. Huh, god. Aniluo immediately ridiculed his face. Yahahaha, old fellow, what are you talking about crazy? Anilu raised his head and laughed as if he had heard the most ridiculous thing in the world. However, at the moment he raised his head, the smile on his face suddenly solidified, and his pupils shrank even more. Because he saw only dark big feet appeared in front of his face without warning. Chapter 129 Anilu, shocked to the point of silence, 5/7 seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi 039 boom 039. In the loud noise, the earth fell. The sound of vibration was amazed into a piece of flying birds. After that, there was a long dead silence. The old chief Shandia looked at the figure in front of him feverishly. Nolan, the huge Sky Lord, vomited Snake Shinzi with excitement in his eyes. After the war ghosts Weber, Tangshong Kamakili and other soldiers who fell to the ground badly wounded, their eyes widened and looked at the figure that stepped Thunderbolt 039 under their feet in shock. That's Anilu. Even the enemy. They also have to admit the strength of each other. Taking charge of the Sky Thunder and punishing the sky, that Thor's posture has made them despair countless times. Dreaming back in the middle of the night, you will be shocked in a cold sweat. But now, what did they see? Someone stepped on the desperately powerful Anilu. This is amazing. Is this their 039 God 039? The true God? At this moment, only Luo Lin's stalwart figure remained in the eyes of the praying mantis Kamakili and others. Same as the Shandia people of the older generation. At this moment, they have also become 039 God Luolin's most devout and fanatical followers. At this moment, even the proud war ghost Weber with the great warrior Kalgala flowing in his body was completely moved. Is this the power of God? So strong. The war ghost Weber whispered unconsciously, his eyes shaking. Hateful, compared to the shock of the Sandia soldiers. At this moment, Anilu, the second-year young man who claimed to be a god, was completely trampled by Luo Lin's foot. His brain was in chaos under the impact of that huge force, as if to explode. However, the pain from his face constantly stimulated his brain nerves, making him always awake. Soberly aware of the fact that I was stepped on the ground with one foot. Abominable and hateful for a long time. Anilu's heart kept roaring. Various emotions such as anger, shock, incomprehension, confusion, etc. came to my heart. What exactly is going on? I am the strongest person with natural thunder fruit ability. Anilu yelled in disbelief. Since getting the power of this almost invincible god 10 years ago, he has never suffered even the slightest injury. It should be impossible for a mortal attack to cause him any harm. But what is going on now? Why can this mortal's attack fall on him? Advertisement. Why didn't the HeartNet radio waves that I was proud of before, couldn't detect the slightest breath of this person at all? And why now he can't even do elementalization, so he can only lie passively at the feet of others? Is this a nightmare? If it's a nightmare, wake up quickly. Anilu roared in his heart, his body trembling constantly. At the next moment, Anilu was delighted to find that the power to capture his own entity suddenly faded. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Opportunity. Anilu was overjoyed immediately. When the domineering armed color on Luo Lin's feet retreated, he quickly became elemental at the fastest speed. 039 Chi 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 039. The lightning flashed away. In the next moment, Anilu appeared hundreds of meters away. 039 Tick Tick 039. Even after escaping from Luo Lin's control, the damage caused by that foot still exists. The blood couldn't stop flowing from the corner of Anilu's mouth, staining the ground under his feet. Luo Lin's foot almost slammed his head on him. More than half of the teeth fell out. Since his debut, this is the first time Anilu has tasted such a painful taste since he obtained the invincible thunder fruit ability. How can this be? 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Enough for him to accept. Anilu's eyes stared at Luo Lin, who was hundreds of meters away, still calm and calm. The posture seemed to have just stepped on a bug before. Looking at the smile on the corner of his mouth, Anilu is angry. One Buddha was born and 2 Buddhas ascended to heaven. Is this underestimating him? The green veins on Anilu's forehead burst out. If it had been before, he would have already killed it with all his strength. But now, he rarely restrained himself. Earlier today, he felt inexplicable heart palpitations more than once. His heart network radio waves have been monitored by the Shandia people in Union Village excitedly yelling 039 God 039 voice. Just when he was about to learn more about what the Shandia people were celebrating, the entire Union Village disappeared. Disappeared from his heart network electric wave perception. As a result, Anilu's inner anxiety was even worse. He sent the priest Shura to check the situation. Instead of waiting for Shura's report, he sensed the Sandia's aggressive attack. So he called the priests and the soldiers to fight. On the other hand, he was watching the game silently from a distance. He wanted to see why the Shandia people were so abnormal today. I want to know who was urging them to be so bold today. Advertisement. However, until the last priest on his side, fell, the opponent did not appear. Anilu thought he was overhearted, and this was the finale. Want to destroy the Shandia with absolute strength. However, at that time, Luo Lin's big feet appeared. As a result, while furious, Anilu finally knew that there was nothing wrong with his uneasy feeling in the dark. There are other people behind the abnormal behavior of the Shandia people. Just where did that B********* D come from? Could it be? Anilu suddenly raised his head, and finally found the Golden Mary on the top of Nolan, Lord of the Sky, and Nami and others above. So the expression on his face was stunned again. Because under the radio waves of his heart network before, there was no such ship. Sure enough, it was all caused by you, a strange good guy. It not only blocked my heart network, but also captured my thunder and lightning body. Who are you? Quote. Anilu stared at Luo Lin several hundred meters away, and shouted angrily with his tongue wide. The next moment, he didn't wait for Luo Lin to answer. Anilu's pupils shrank again, because he recognized Luo Lin's face. Where did you seem to see that face? Where is it? In the next moment, Anilu's eyes widened. He thought of where he had seen that familiar face. When he led a team into this golden city 6 years ago, he once saw the eye-catching statue standing next to the golden clock. That is the existence that Shandia and Kojima both respected as God 039. It turned out to be you. Hi, how can that be? Anilu shouted in shock. Chapter 130 Anilu. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. It turned out to be you. How could it be you? At this moment, after recognizing the source of that inexplicable familiarity, Anilu's eyes suddenly widened. Zhang's swollen face showed the most incredible thing in the world. That subtle familiarity. It was one of the statues he saw next to the central golden clock 6 years ago, when he occupied the golden city so powerfully. It is called the existence of God 039 by the Shandia and Kojima people. At that time, Ani Road, who claimed to be a god, was naturally very upset about the existence of other gods on the island. For the first time, the thunder bombed the people of Sky Island to build a statue for Luo Lin for 40 years. But now, the legend became a reality. The statue 039 of the dead 6 years ago was resurrected 039. The existence named as a god by the people of Sky Island appeared in front of him alive like this. This is the battle between God and God. In front of Luo Lin, the identity of his most complacent and proud god no longer has the advantage. Both sides are equal. Ah! Anilu yelled, ignoring the pain, forcibly stimulated the cell activity with electric current, invigorating blood and removing blood stasis. Stimulated by the power of thunder and lightning, his originally swollen steamed bun-like left face was swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, Anilu, who had recovered his original appearance, suddenly burst into laughter. Yahahaha, the battle between God and God, is God War. Interesting. From Anilu's point of view, the next battle between him and Luo Lin 877 will be a real battle. As long as Luo Lin wins, then he is worthy of the name of the strongest god. Anilu stared at Luo Lin stubbornly, and there seemed to be flames burning in his eyes. It was not only the intent to fight, but also the burning of his second soul. God War. Are you a kid? Luo Lin just shook his head slightly, seeming a little helpless in response to Anilu's second-degree outburst. No, he is indeed an immature kid. Luo Lin added. A-hole. Seeing Luo Lin's veteran, solemn and indifferent attitude, the blue veins on Anilu's forehead gradually violent. On his side, he treated this battle as a sacred battle. Nay, he didn't cooperate at all. A-hole, are you underestimating me? I am the god of thunder, who are you? Dare to despise me? Anilu roared furiously. It's just that the lines still sound like 20 feet. Electric shock kid, I thought I could be invincible by eating a better fruit. For an arrogant middle and second kid like you, I can hit 10 with one hand. Luo Lin laughed sarcastically. A-hole, it's just that good luck touched me once, don't get too proud, I won't give you the slightest chance next, I am Thor, the god of attack, Anilu, who swears. Next second. 039 bang 039. The tragic incident of the speed of light hitting the face on the spot occurred. It's still that face. It's still that foot. Advertisement. Anilu, the second-year young man, was still in the stage of blatant words and speaking lines, and Luo Lin's arms and legs had arrived. The 44 size shoe was printed on Anilu's face, denting his cheek in a large chunk. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang. Anilu's body turned 720 degrees in the air before landing heavily. What did you just say? What kind of god are you? Luo Lin dug out his ears and said casually. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Enough. Anilu stopped drinking. Enduring the pain of fractured facial bones, once again used lightning to activate facial cell activity. Next. Anilu wanted to continue to say a few lines, but when he thought of it a moment ago, he was 039. The miserable experience of stepping on the face 039 immediately stopped. Anilu took out a golden stick from behind without saying a word, and slammed it on the Guyutai drum above her left shoulder. Chi-chi-chi-chi. The raging thunder and lightning flashed from the taiko drum behind him. 30 million volts Thunderbird. Accompanied by a sharp bird song, a huge lightning bird formed entirely by thunder and lightning was formed. Dive in the direction of Luo Lin with extreme speed. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Greater than. It's not over yet. I want you to feel 100,000 times more painful. 30 million volts Thunder Beast. Anilu grinned slyly, then hit the taiko drum on the right. Only the huge Thunder Wolf, which is also completely composed of thunder and lightning, appeared. The four hoofs stepped and rushed towards Luo Lin. There are terrible thunderbirds in the sky. On the ground is a by Thunder Wolf. The terrifying deterrence alone is enough to make people fearful. However, Luo Lin is no ordinary person after all. Facing the terrifying charge of thunderbirds and thunderwolves created by Anilu, Luo Lin's expression remained calm, without the slightest change from beginning to end. Be careful, brother Luo Lin. It's going to be shot. The instructor can definitely get out of here. Seeing that Luo Lin was about to be hit by that terrifying attack. Above the head of Nolan, Lord of the Sky, the little girls on the deck of the Golden Mary exhale subconsciously. Master God, Master Luo Lin. The awake Shandia warriors such as Ganfor, the old chief, and the war ghost Weber on the ground are also unconsciously nervous and yelling. Yahahaha. Deserve it, die for me, this is the power of Thor. Anilu laughed triumphantly. Boom 039. In the wide-open eyes of the little girls, under the panicked gazes of the Shandia soldiers, and at the same time in Anilu's proud laugh. The claws of the terrifying thunderbirds and the fangs of the thunderwolves that made the space are all ionized and twisted. The dazzling lightning burst. Everything in order is invisible. Advertisement. Even Anilu's heart network radio waves could not detect the scene of the thunder and lightning turbulence at this time. Brother Luo Lin, Master God. Witnessing this terrifying scene, the little girls on the ship and the soldiers of Shandia all yelled involuntarily. Yahahaha. On the other hand, Anilu, at this moment, is like eating ginseng fruit, proud to the extreme, feeling that life has reached the peak. What a stupid and hopeless idiot god, he even took my lightning strike. It seems that my thunder dragon doesn't need to go out anymore. I see, this is the power of Thor Lord Anilu. The only way to punish the sky is. In the next second, Anilu's words solidified with the smile on his face. Because of the thunderstorm and bursting ground, suddenly some other changes took place. Brother Luo Lin. Brother Luo Lin is fine. Sure enough, we were worried again for nothing. The little girls shouted in surprise. Master God. As expected of Lord Luo Lin. The old chief, Ganfor and others also shouted in excitement. How can it be? At this moment, Anilu was once again completely stunned. The mood before and after the enemy and has changed 180 degrees as Luo Lin appeared unscathed. Under Anilu's ghostly gaze, Luo Lin calmly walked out of the terrifying thunder and bursting ground. He was spotless. Even the corners of the clothes haven't been damaged a bit. More shocking things are yet to come. The terrifying thunderbolts of thunderbirds and thunderbeasts that Anilu had hit before rushed up with Luo Lin's movements, like arms gesticulating. Then, in the shocking eyes of people, they recombined into a thunder and lightning unicorn standing upright and roaring up to the sky. Excuse me, I know a little about thunder and lightning. Chapter 131 Anilu Doubts Life, 7/7 Seeking Subscription. This content was first published on HotMTL Novel.zi. The vast primitive mountains and forests are deadly silent. Luo Lin walked peacefully from a terrifying minefield, better than strolling in a leisurely courtyard. Not to mention the body, even the clothes are undamaged. After this, even more shocking things happened. As Luo Lin waved his hands, the thunder and lightning, which symbolized the most violent force in the world, began to converge and transform. In the end, it reorganized into a huge thunder unicorn standing upright in the sky, standing behind Luo Lin. This is the power that Luo Lin gained after being struck by lightning for a month in the New World Thunder Island more than 40 years ago. Thunder control. He can't generate lightning himself, but he can control any lightning that appears between heaven and earth. Whether it is the real sky thunder, or the 039 produced by Anilu, the fruit of the thunder ability. People lay 039. This moment. Under the background of the huge Lake Lin 1. Compared to Anilu, Luo Lin is the real Thor. Not only the little girl on the Mary and the warrior of Shandia, but even Anilu himself gave birth to this absurd feeling. Yahea ha 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 ha. Ani's expression on the road was stiff, and he smiled reluctantly. If Luo Lin is Thor, then what kind of god is he? Anilu suddenly doubted life. Do not make jokes. Thinking of this, an expression of extreme anger suddenly appeared on Anilu's face. I won't admit it. Anilu held a gold stick while striking the taiko drums on both shoulders at the same time. In an instant, the dark blue thunder and lightning surged out like a tide. 6 million volts thunder dragon. Anilu shouted coldly. So the thunder and lightning that rushed out formed the shape of the legendary dragon, facing the Lake Lin behind Luo Lin. Kill me. Anilu shouted violently, and the thunder dragon swooped out behind him. Go with. Luo Lin flicked his fingers lightly. So Lake Lin behind him also roared and rushed out. The 60 million volt Lake Lin fought fiercely with the 60 million volt thunder dragon, biting and rushing to the sky. In the end both annihilated in the void. Anilu looked up at the sky in a daze. He looked up at the pair of annihilated Thunder Lin and Thunder Dragon. Not an illusion. The lightning attack he was most proud of was unable to produce a trace of effect on Luo Lin. It can even be used and counterattacked by him in turn. In this world, in addition to his true Thunder Fruit ability, there are other people who can control the power of heaven's punishment. Advertisement. There is only one Thor in this world, and that is my god Anilu. Anilu, the second middle young man, surged with lightning, dancing like devil's tentacles. Boom 039. 039 boom boom 039. Anilu once again rang the thunder drum behind him. The strength is so great that all 4 Guyu thunder drums have to be beaten through. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. At the same time, this is also what he is stimulating all his potential. Leads out all the power of thunder and lightning accumulated in the body so far. As soon as the drums rang, endless thunder and lightning suddenly appeared from Anilu's body. Layers on top of each other, intertwined and wrapped around his body. 039 boom 039. Just a little thunder and lightning blasted a deep hole in the woodland. Yahahaha. 200 million volts Thor. Anilu's thunderous laughter echoed in this world. In the next moment, a hideous giant made up entirely of thunder and lightning appeared. Full of violent and destructive aura, that is the world's most powerful force of punishment. At this moment, Anilu is like the incarnation of the god of thunder and lightning who is really in charge of the punishment. You are just a few weak mortals, and I am a god, stupid mortal, now get ready to accept sanctions from God, yahahaha. And 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. NBSP. Anilu, who was transformed into a giant of Thor, was laughing wildly. He also has the confidence to be proud of. Under that terrifying Thor's posture, no matter it was Ganfor or the war ghost Weber and other Shandia warriors, they couldn't help but feel despair. In my heart, I couldn't give birth to any thoughts of confronting it. The aura of destruction is beyond their common sense. This is comparable to the terrifying power of natural disasters. Who can compete? How to fight it? In despair, the same person appeared unconsciously in everyone's mind. As if the light of hope broke through their confusion and fear. That was the figure of Luo Lin who had walked out of the terrifying lightning strike without any damage before bathing in the sky of thunder. Yahahahaha, weak mortals, trembling under the power of God, are you ready to meet the anger from God? Zero seeking flowers. Thor giant Anilu smiled confidently and publicly. After entering Thor mode, his self-confidence swelled to a few points. Self-confidence invincible, is the omnipotent thunder god, in charge of all life in the world. Yahahahaha. However, Anilu's triumphant laughter didn't last long, and it stopped abruptly. Advertisement. At the same time, Luo Lin's figure suddenly disappeared under the collective gaze of Robin and other little girls and Shandia soldiers. Reappeared and jumped above the head of the giant Thor. Quote. Anilu's heart network sent him a severe crisis warning. Anilu suddenly raised his head, just to meet Luo Lin's eyes. Seeing the faint joking smile hidden under Luo Lin's eyes, Anilu felt a chill, and he couldn't help but feel fear. Damn it, hate it, you mortal, go to death. Anilu yelled, dispelling the fear in his heart, and controlled the thunder god's giant fist to shoot towards Luo Lin above his head. However, what made Anilu frightened and shocked was that before his Thor's hand touched Luo Lin, he froze abruptly. At the next moment, a more terrifying scene occurred than when Anilu appeared in the form of Thor. A slender bright line emerges out of thin air from the body of Thor in Anilu, crisscrossing, like a chessboard of Go, dividing it into thousands of pieces. In the next moment, under the shocking gaze of people, the incomparable Thor giant was really cut into countless pieces. A massive stream of lightning particles blasted in all directions, and finally escaped between the sky and the earth. In the face of Luo Lin's ultimate ability to crush fruits, even the natural element of violent thunder and lightning could not escape being crushed. What kind of power is that? That Thor is crushed. War Ghost Weber stared his eyes wide. God, the power above any road, that is the real God. Our God. The old chief Shandia yelled frantically and bowed down sincerely. How can this kind of thing happen? When the thunder and lightning disappeared, Anilu showed a skeptical expression, standing in the air, his body trembling uncontrollably because of shock, fear or other reasons. No, don't come over here. Chapter 132 God Blood. Miracle. War Ghosts Surrender. 1/6. This content is first published on HotMTL novel.zi naturally, it is the most powerful trick to sound the fruit of thunder. A giant of Thor built by the 200 million volts of world-destroying thunder. Hajime came to an end before he was born. Under the crushing power that even the stable space is easily cut, even the Thor giant that is enough to destroy the world, is equally handsome in 3 seconds. The smashing white light and the deep blue lightning current are intertwined. One of the most violent thunder fireworks bloomed between heaven and earth, extremely gorgeous. After the splendor, there is a long loneliness and endless emptiness. In midair, Anilu's body shook, his face was pale, and his forehead appeared even more. Big beads of sweat. The endless emptiness coming from the depths of his body made it extremely difficult for him to even float in the air at this moment. If you don't pay attention, you will fall. The capable person is still human after all, not a real natural disaster. The release of natural elements by those with natural fruit ability consumes the physical strength of those with ability. Previously, in order to show the indomitable Thor giant posture, Anilu had 933s, but it had overdrawn all the power of his body. The power of thunder and lightning that has been exercised in the body and stored for several years is poured out and released. Originally, after the battle, he could also suck the remaining thunder and lightning power into his body on his own to use it as a supplement. However, with the appearance of the previous terrifying crushing power, his Thor gesture was disintegrated. The power of thunder and lightning that entangled his body was also separated from his body, escaped between the heaven and the earth, and could no longer feed back his body. Anilu, who was exhausted and did not have enough lightning power, was already at the end of the crossbow, even elementalization was very reluctant. Since getting the invincible thunder fruit, Anilu experienced this kind of near-strength state for the first time. At this moment, he finally realized the gap in strength between himself and Luo Lin. Luo Lin treats him as he treats ordinary people. Completely crushed. How many years have it been? The emotion called fear once again continued to breed in Anilu's heart, and it became more and more intense. The pupils of his eyes were shaking. His body was shaking uncontrollably because of fear. Especially when he saw Luo Lin stepping on the void and walking towards him. Anilu's inner fear finally reached its peak. Ah! Anilu, who used to be aloof, screamed in fear of emotional breakdown, the god Anilu, who regarded all beings as ants. There is no arrogance of the past at all. No, don't come here. Anilu turned around with all his strength, elementalized. He wants to escape, but can't escape. Dengeki, dare you to be a god? Roland's big armed hands clasped Anilu's neck like a vice. Cough, dare not. Anilu struggled violently and burst into tears. The shadow of death hung over his heart like a haze, unprecedentedly clear, 10 times, 100 times clearer than his near-death experience in his hometown of Bika when he was a child. Don't worry, Electric shock boy, it's still useful to keep you temporarily, only. Luo Lin turned around and continued. When I saw you, I thought of that incompetent disciple who also relies on abilities. You are both of the same type, lacking severe beatings from the society. 039 boom 039. There was a loud noise. Advertisement. Anilu dropped 039 on the earth in Luo Lin's one-handed style, and fell heavily among the woodlands. A huge pit spreading hundreds of meters in the ground was smashed. Countless fine cobweb-like cracks spread. The vibration of the land of Apea, the island of gods, has not yet stopped. In the next moment, Luo Lin appeared beside Anilu Road, whose eyes were violent and his expression grim and painful, and grabbed his cocked calf between his hands. Papa 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 papa. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. What followed was a series of crackles of close contact between the face and the ground. Roland followed the famous scene of Hulk educating Rocky in Marvel's Avengers. The one who draws the gourd in the same way gave Anilu a set of up and down, left and right to shake. After dozens or hundreds of violent impacts, Anilu was covered in blood and his body was almost non-human. The whole person collapsed in an underground pit like a dead dog, unable to move. Only the mosquito-like grunt means that he is still alive. The weak 039 god. Luo Lin clapped his hands casually, turned and left. Between the mountains and forests, there was a dead silence. Only the rustle of Luo Lin's footsteps on the fallen leaves and dead wood still rang. I don't know how long it has passed. Summer la 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 la. With an unusually large snake, Nolan, the Lord of the Sky, opened his blood basin and uttered extreme joy and excitement. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The roar of moving. The huge snake body twisted as if dancing. As a result, the little girls on the golden merle overhead were suddenly scared and screamed. Hey, Nolan, be careful. Luo Lin reminded. Listening to Luo Lin's voice, the snake dance of Nolan, the Lord of the Sky, stopped abruptly. The huge snake head fell down honestly, making the golden Mary slid down his flat head. Until the feet are on the ground. Nami, Wei Wei and others finally breathed a sigh of relief, and raised their hands to pat the undulating giant bear. Then happily gathered to Luo Lin. The clothes are crooked. Robin, the tip limited, raised his slender hand intimately, tidying up the slightly messy corners of Luo Lin's clothes like a little daughter-in-law. Brother Luo Lin, your hair is messed up, I'll help you straighten it out. Wei Wei took out a small comb from her pocket and was about to learn it. Tutor, I'll help you beat your back. Kurla volunteered 0. Then I will be in charge of the thigh. Nami raised her hand. I'm coming too. Even little Lolita joins in the fun during Golden Week. Master Luo Lin, Master God. The frenzied old chief also came to the front with Ganfor and opened his mouth. Before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Luo Lin. Luo Lin naturally would not refuse the enthusiasm of the little girls. It's just that these two old men who add up to 105 years old. Let's get rid of it. Advertisement. Ahem. During the time he spoke, Ganfor, who was seriously injured under the attack of the priest, suddenly coughed violently, his old face wilting to the extreme. With an old body, the price paid will certainly not be small. Ganfor, Luo Lin said. What? Sky Knight Ganfor subconsciously responded. The next moment, before he can react, drops of jingling blood beads, like blood diamond handicrafts, ejected from Luo Lin's fingertips and fell into Ganfor's mouth. Master Luo Lin, this is this. Ganfor swallowed subconsciously. Feeling a certain life force suddenly emerging in his body, Gon Fulton was shocked and speechless. The serious injuries to his body and past hidden injuries all improved at a speed visible to the naked eye. He had experienced this miraculous change as early as 46 years ago. Still shocked today, just when Ganfor was so shocked and moved that he couldn't speak because of the gift of God. Roland flicked again. In an instant, drops of crystal clear blood diamonds came to the body of every Shandia soldier who was seriously injured in this war. As a result, the Shandia warrior who had been in shock due to excessive blood loss miraculously woke up, and 59's complexion returned to ruddy. In the battle, his arm was almost broken, and only a layer of skin connected Bram's right arm was miraculously rejoined. Everywhere in the body, even by Ting's pretty face, the wounds on the beautiful warrior Laki, who was wounded by the slash, healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, without even leaving any scars. Scenes of miracles. No, miracles are happening at this moment. The strongest warrior of the Shandia clan, the war ghost Weber stared blankly at his surviving companions. Then he lowered his head and looked at his right arm. This arm, which was completely abolished due to 3 consecutive platoon strikes, regained consciousness at this moment. This is the blood of the gods. This is the miracle. The war ghost Weber was dull and muttered subconsciously. Boom 039. The war ghost Web knelt heavily on one knee toward Luo Lin not far away. Master Roland, swear by the pride of the great warrior Kalgala, the war ghost Weber will serve you. At this moment, the war ghost Weber finally lowered his arrogant head. Wish to surrender. Chapter 133 One Piece Roger is here tour. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Master Luo Lin, swear by the pride of the great warrior Kalgala, and the ghost of war, Weber, will swear allegiance to you to death. The strongest warrior of the Shandia clan, the war ghost Weber willingly knelt down on one knee to Luo Lin. Not long ago, I saw him in Union Village for the first time, even if he knew that Luo Lin was the legendary god 039, the war ghost Weber, who inherited the pride of warriors, still didn't lower his arrogant head. And now, after seeing the power of Luo Lin, after seeing Luo Lin's various techniques that are more than gods. After truly experiencing the baptism of the legendary 039 divine blood 039. From the inside out, the war ghost Weber was completely convinced. Even the war ghost Weber is like this, not to mention the other Shandia warriors. At this moment, the Shandia warriors who had awakened under the healing of Luo Lin's god blood, all had expressions of extreme shock and excitement on their faces. As this the legendary god's blood baptism 039. I feel the body is full of power. My injury is healed. Unbelievable. This is a miracle. No, this is a miracle at all. God. Lord Luo Lin really is the real God. Only a true God can perform such a miracle. My Lord God, I want to follow you all my life. God Luo Lin. 1. Praying Mantis, Kamachili, Bram, Jaguar, and many other Shandia warriors shouted excitedly, their voices converging into a film, resounding through the entire empty island. At this moment, the young Shandia warriors, including the war ghost Weber, had reached a new peak in their respect for Luo Lin. Just like their parents 46 years ago, Luo Lin didn't care much about the enthusiasm of the young Shandia warriors. After randomly ordering them to clean the battlefield, Luo Lin left alone. He had read his memory from Anilu's mind before, and knew where he hid the golden bell. About 3 minutes later, Luo Lin came to a hill in the Island of Gods. Gently press the right hand on the rock wall. Smash. White lines lit up on the thick mountain wall, and then burst apart. An avenue appeared until the abdomen of the mountain. That electric shock boy, the hiding is really deep enough. Luo Lin muttered to himself and stepped in. After a while, he came to the belly of the mountain. Standing in front of it is a huge golden clock tens of meters high. It is no different from 46 years ago. It's just that there is an extra line at the bottom of the text that records the history of the ancient weapon Sea King Poseidon. It is also an ancient text, from the hand of Guangyu Midian in the country of Wazumi. Of course, what was engraved on it would not be useless words like Roger's visit here on a certain day, a certain year, and a certain day. Roger, you be asterisk 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 D, you started the era of big pirates without authorization. I haven't found you to settle the accounts. Waiting for me to drag you back from the Yellow Spring. Luo Lin chuckled to himself, with a trace on his face. Miss. 039 bang 039. Striking white lines gleamed from all over the hill. The next moment, the hill exploded. Advertisement. Luo Lin stands on top of the golden clock. The deep purple gravitational aperture spreads, with a huge golden clock soaring into the sky, returning to the Golden City. At the same time, the Golden City of Shandora, other Shandia people also arrived one after another. After 6 years, he returned to his hometown. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The Shandia people of the older generation were moved to tears. As foreign tourists, Robin, Wei Wei and others, naturally do not have the hometown complex of Shandia. Under Robin's leadership, the little girls happily visited this famous ancient city. The legendary golden clock, the history guarded by the Shandia people from generation to generation, will finally be revealed soon. Along the way, Robin, as an archaeologist, was naturally particularly excited when looking at the city with a heavy historical atmosphere. Next is the little thief cat Nami, who was extremely addicted to golden treasures. From time to time, he would leave the team and search the surrounding houses. After several times, Choi Mi Nami couldn't help but sighed in disappointment. Isn't it the Golden Township? Why can't you even see a golden hair? Nami said in a loud voice. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Nami, look over there, brother Luo Lin is back with gold. Wei Wei cried out in surprise, pointing her finger to the sky. Okay. Hearing the word gold, Nami's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, she quickly raised her head, and then she narrowed her eyes unconsciously. So dazzling. Nami sighed. Under the shining of the sun, the golden clock floating in the sky suddenly bloomed with immeasurable brilliance. It's so dazzling that you can't look directly at it. That is the legendary golden clock. Robin is also full of excitement. It's not about gold, but about the historical text that once had a glimpse of it. Sister Robin, wait for us. Seeing Robin stepped on his long legs and ran to the central square quickly, Kurla, Nami and other little girls immediately followed. Behind them, the Shandia people headed by the old chief also hurriedly gathered to the central square. Every face was filled with excitement that could not be concealed. 039 when? 039 when 039. The golden bell sounded at this moment. Resounded throughout the empty island. What a beautiful bell. I have never heard such a beautiful bell. Nami, Wei Wei and other little girls were all intoxicated by the beautiful bells. Even Robin, at this moment, put the historical text aside. Close your eyes intently, feeling the beautiful bells flowing through your heart like a clear spring. Advertisement. Shandora's fire. It's finally rekindled. The old chief turned his hands together toward the golden clock and toward Luo Lin, bowing piously, and the moved old man burst into tears. The Shandia people behind him are also kneeling down in 6053. They finally heard the wonderful golden bell again. At the same time, the residents of Sky Island far away on Angel Island heard the melodious golden bell. As a result, the entire Angel Island boiled. As this sound, is Kojima singing? Someone murmured. What's this sound? It's so beautiful, a little girl asked with an intoxicated expression. Child, this is the sound of the golden bell. We finally heard it again. This is the bell of the golden bell that has disappeared for 6 years. Down pointing arrow. The golden bell has appeared again. What happened on the island of gods? The faces of the people on the Sky Island on Angel Island were shocked and puzzled. Everyone. At this moment, the middle-aged police officer wearing a white beret excitedly shouted at the residents of the Sky Island who walked out of the house. Everyone, Anilu has been defeated. Our Lord Luo Lin is back. The middle-aged police officer in the white beret exclaimed excitedly. What? The whole Angel Island was one silent at first, and then there was a loud noise to the sky. Same as Shandia, Luo Lin is also the god 039 in the hearts of their Sky Islanders. Sailing boats sailed out of Angel Island, carrying the people on the empty island on pilgrimage to the god 039 in their hearts. Chapter 134 Empty Island Demolition Plan. 3/6 Seeking Subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Sky Island at night, a piece of celebration. People singing, mixed with the golden bell, resounded over the entire empty island. The remnant sound curls up and lasts for a long time. Shandora, an ancient city with a history of more than 1,000 years, is brightly lit. 6 years have passed. Kongdao people and Shandia people gather here again. Sing and dance, celebrating everything today. As it was 46 years ago. History is always surprisingly similar. 46 years ago, Luo Lin came to liberate both of them from hundreds of years of war. 46 years later, it was still Luo Lin, the god in their hearts returned and saved them from the ruthless rule of Anilu. Since then, no matter how many years have passed, Luo Lin will be the only faith in their hearts. The only god. The golden city of Shandora, the central square. Robin stood in front of the golden clock, looking at the historical text on the base over and over again. The slender hand flicked over the historical text one after another, and a heavy sense of history seemed to blow on his face. Buy the true meaning in your heart and keep silent. We are the weavers of history, and we are with the voice of the great bell tower. The old chief Shandia, leaning on a cane, walked slowly to the golden bell. He said in memory of this ancestral motto that has been passed down from generation to generation. Miss Robin, it seems that you can understand the 800 ancient words. You really deserve to be the person next to Lord Luo Lin. The old chief smiled. And also, Robin keenly caught the key words in the old chief's words. Yes, 20 years ago, a group of people came to our Sky Island on a soaring ocean current. One of the weird people who claimed to be a samurai from Wano country could also understand it. He also said that these words and this stone were made by their Guangyu family, you should remember, Ganfor. Quote. The old chief smiled and looked at Ganfor who was walking with Luo Lin. Exactly. Ganfor pat the head, Master Luo Lin, this matter has something to do with you. Ganfor said. Huh, it's also related to the uncle. Robin was shocked. If it were 20 years ago, Roland should have been sleeping in the underground of Alabaston. Robin's doubts were quickly answered. Roger. It's Roger's group. Ganfor recalled. Hey, is that Roger, the pirate king? Kurla suddenly exclaimed. I don't know if One Piece is not king, but it was indeed Roger and his team that came more than 20 years ago. If they hadn't recognized Lord Luo Lin from the statue, we wouldn't have entertained them. Dao. Yes, the even more annoying Roger, after getting me, bad beat drunk, he secretly engraved the words on the base of the golden clock, which is the same as the text on it. We can't understand it either. If you can understand Miss Robin, I wonder if you can translate it for us. The old chief asked. Oh, really, there is still a line of small print where Nami is blocking. Wei Wei slightly pushed away Nami who was silly holding the golden clock, and Robin noticed that there was still a line of ancient words engraved in the corner. Roger the Pirate King secretly left behind. Will it be written on a certain day, a certain month, and a certain year, that Roger Pirates will visit here? Wei Wei guessed. Advertisement. Hearing this, the old chief's face suddenly turned black. Fortunately, the truth is not what Wei Wei guessed. I came here to bring this article to the end of the world. Robin translated the content of that line of boys word by word. At the end of the world, the last island Lovedrew. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Robin murmured blankly, his pretty face with a shock that was hard to hide. There will be a chance. Regarding the last island, I also want to see it myself, so don't worry. Just as Robin was lost, Luo Lin placed a big hand on her hair and stroked it a few times. Okay. Robin nodded obediently, with a big smile on his face. No sleep tonight. The next 3 days were also sleepless. The banquet in the golden city of Shandora lasted 3 days and 3 nights. One by one, people fell tired and fell asleep deeply. Even Nolan, the Lord of the Sky, was tired and slumped to the side, snoring loudly. Oh, Sky Island Demolition Plan. To move the entire Sky Island over our Alabaston. Luo Ling, are you serious? Originally because of drunkenness. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. And the sleepy Wei Wei was awakened by a plan proposed by Luo Lin casually. The double beautiful eyes stared at the boss, and Chao's face was full of shock. After solving the Anilu group, after the banquet, the next thing is to discuss some business affairs. This time Luo Lin's main purpose for returning to the Sky Island was naturally the Golden Clock. After learning that Luo Lin hoped to transfer the Golden Bell to Weisung Fortress, the Shandia people, headed by the old chief, immediately did not hesitate to drink it. Of course they also put forward their own wishes. That is, I hope Luo Lin can take them Shandia with him. In this regard, Luo Lin naturally has no reason to refuse. In addition to the Golden Bell, which is an inseparable holy relic that they have guarded from generation to generation, the Shandia clan, who is brave and capable of fighting, is also a lot of combat power. When the old chiefs of Shandia, Weber and others were looking forward to their new life in Qinghai, Luo Lin proposed his second plan. Empty Island Demolition Plan. It's not just this original Gaia Island. The demolition Luo Lin wanted was to take away the entire empty island, including the Beibihai at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the Beihai at 7,000 meters, and Cumulus Cloud. The coordinates of Xingkong Island are Shunting Island, right above the kingdom of Arabastan. So, is this Lord Luo Lin's real plan? Not only us and the Golden Bell, but even the entire Sky Island was transferred to Master Luo Lin's base. In this way, we don't have to worry that a thief like Anilu will occupy our hometown again. Compared to Weiwei's surprise, Ganfor, the old chief, and the war ghost Weber looked excited. After all, this empty island is where they have lived for 400 years. It is false to say that it is not nostalgic. Advertisement. As for whether the demolition plan Weiwei is worried about can be successful, that's not a problem at all. In other words, they never considered the possibility of failure of the plan. After all, this was proposed by their God 039. As the most devout believers of God Luolin, they will of course believe in any decision of Luolin unconditionally and without reason. Yes, since Luo Ling said it, then it must be fine. After a while, Weiwei also nodded after understanding. If the Sky Island can be transferred to the sky above our country, then maybe the country will never suffer from water shortages in the future. Thinking of this, Weiwei's pretty face suddenly showed extreme joy. The drought in the past 3 years made Weiwei deeply aware of the importance of water to Alabastan. Even without Crocodile's intervention, the lack of water on St. Tyn Island has always been a major problem due to Shaw Island. But if the Sky Island can be transferred to the sky over Alabastan, it will definitely block most of the direct sunlight. Plus the cumulus cloud of the White Sea and the water of the White Sea. There will never be less rain in the future. Over time, the desert of Alabastan may become a huge oasis country. Thinking of this, the expression on Weiwei's face became more and more uplifted. Brother Luo Lin, how do you plan to demolish Sky Island 039? Weiwei asked urgently. It won't be long, but before that, I have to find another person. Luo Lin said. Who? Weiwei asked subconsciously. Robin, who closed his eyes and rested, also opened his beautiful eyes, curious about it. A demolition expert. The corner of Luo Lin's mouth made an arc. Chapter 135 Golden Lion Shiji. This content is first published on HotMTL Novel.zi, which company is strong in demolition technology. Golden Lion Shijidang is the strongest. Luo Lin's 039 empty island demolition plan has naturally long been considered. It is true that the entire empty island, including Beibihai, will be demolished. Under normal circumstances, it is not feasible at all and it is too difficult. But in the face of various devil fruit abilities, this plan has the possibility of success. Even Luo Lin himself, relying on partial gravity control, can slowly transfer the entire Sky Island to Alabastan little by little. It's just that it takes too much time. Instead of doing it yourself, it is better to contract the demolition plan to 039 others. In Luo Lin's consideration, there are 2 people who are suitable for this planned task. One is the incumbent with complete fruitful ability, Jianhao smiled. As for the other candidate, it is one of the legends of the last era. The flying big pirate Golden Lion Shiji once stood with Roger One Piece and Edward Newgate with the white beard. Compared with the gravity control of Smile, Golden Lion is the real 039 demolition expert. More than 20 years ago, since the Great Deep Sea Prison succeeded in pushing the city to escape, the Golden Lion built a group of artificial floating islands somewhere in the sky. The Golden Lion Shiji, who possesses the ability of floating fruit of the Superman series, can easily float the island. More than 20 years ago, after the successful escape from the deep sea prison, the Golden Lion Shiji has since disappeared. Even the Navy's intelligence network didn't know where he was hiding. This is of course. Bai Jing's position changes all the time. In order to make another world conquest plan, the Golden Lion built a group of artificial floating islands somewhere in the sky with its own ability to flutter fruits for secret research. It is naturally appropriate to let him, an expert in transporting the island, preside over the demolition plan of the empty island. Of course, if Golden Lion Shiji knew that he was recognized by Luo Lin for the first time, just because he was very clean in demolition, I am afraid he would not be too happy. It's just how unhappy you are, then you will know after the interview. Shizhou. With the defeat of the Anilu group, the huge shadow that had enveloped the island for 6 years disappeared. After the 3-day and 3-night celebration banquet, the new life will naturally start again. Under the leadership of the old chief and Ganfor, the Shandia people and the people of the Sky Island repaired the dilapidated Golden City again and again. At the same time, Luo Lin and his entourage, who have been listening to the Golden Bell on the Sky Island for a few days, should also set off again. But before that, there is one more thing that Luo Lin needs to take away. Apayato, the island of gods, a secret cave. Luo Lin carried the miserable Anilu like a dead dog with one hand, and led Robin, Nami and others into the secret construction base of Anilu. Soon, the long and narrow dark corridor came to an end. What appeared in the sight of Luo Lin and his group was a huge golden ship, Arc Proverbs. Anilu spent 6 years evacuating all the gold in Shandora, the golden township. Then gather all the young and strong laborers in Sky Island, and spend 6 years of hard work to build an electric spacecraft. The gear conversion device made of pure gold can minimize the loss of electrical energy. Advertisement. The motto of this golden ark is exactly the most luxurious car that Anilu has prepared for itself to go to the infinite land. It's just a pity that Anilu's fate is the same as Crocodile's. After 6 years of hard work, it was nothing but doing others' wedding dresses. This golden ark will be owned by Luo Lin from now on. Wow, it's made of ship gold. At the first glance when she saw the golden ark, Nami's eyes turned into the shape of money. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Xiao's face was full of undisguised joy and excitement. It turns out that this Anilu emptied all the golden treasures of Shandora in order to build such a golden ship. It is really luxurious. Robin also couldn't help exclaiming. For such a big gold ship, the value of gold alone is more than 1 trillion yuan. Coupled with the function of flying, I am afraid it will double. Kurla's expression is also shaking. As the former financial officer of the Revolutionary Army, Kurla is well aware of the financial constraints of their Revolutionary Army. After all, their Revolutionary Army cannot plunder like pirates. At the same time, it is necessary to send uprising supplies to many poor countries that cannot afford to eat. Every penny must be calculated carefully. In many cases, Kurla even buys herself new clothes. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Not willing to spend. However, until the past 2 months, beside the legendary revolutionary mentor, Karate felt 039 anger for the first time. Gold. Trillion. Double. 2 trillion. Listening to Kurla's valuation of this golden ark, the girl Nami, who was already very shocked, was suddenly stunned like a devil. In response to this, Luo Lin smiled helplessly, and touched the top of this little money fan. Let's go. Go up and visit. Luo Lin said. Oh. With Luo Lin's permission to visit, Nami immediately jumped 3 feet high with joy, and couldn't wait to be the first to jump onto the deck. Throwing the trembling Anilu casually on the deck, Luo Lin led the crowd around inside and out, and finally nodded in satisfaction. Except that this big face looks a bit obstructive, everything else is pretty good, it's hard work. Luo Lin smiled and raised his hand to smooth the big face of Anilu's special idol. If it was before, according to Anilu's temper, I am afraid that he would have been angry enough to explode. But now, he really has no temper. The gaze that looked at Luo Lin was full of fear, as if looking at a demon. Mo said that he is still in serious injury now, and even a little bit of movement can't even make a living. Even in his heyday, he would definitely not dare to do anything with Luo Lin at this moment. There is no other reason. It was really scared to be beaten by Luo Lin's so-called social beating. Just thinking of the results of 6 years of hard work, someone picked a peach halfway. Anilu would still be so heartbroken that he could not breathe. I knew so long ago. Knowing this would be the result, he might as well get on the ark and leave earlier, or he would be gone. Advertisement. It's hard to buy a daughter. I knew it early. Brother Luo Lin, will this golden ship be ours from now on? Nami asked out of breath after running in and out 3 times. Of course. Luo Lin nodded. Then we will take this golden ship for the next journey. Nami asked. It's up to you to decide. Luo Lin said. True. The smile on Xiaosai Nami's face is frozen before it fully emerges. He. I'm sorry everyone, and Melly is also sorry. Nami smiled and apologized to Robin and others first, and then to the melee that was parked outside the Golden Country. Little Nami, there is no need to apologize between the partners. Robin smiled and touched Nami's head. Nami, this ship is already ours anyway, and there will be opportunities in the future. Wei Wei said. Yeah, of course, Melly is more important. Nami nodded repeatedly. Teacher, what should I do with this golden ark? Should I stay here first or transport it back to Alabaston? Kurla asked. This is not in a hurry. After all, this ship still has the electric shock kit to keep and it's still useful. Luo Lin grinned. Looking at the smile on Luo Lin's face, Anilu's eyes became more panic. The next moment, something more shocking happened to the little girls such as Nami and Wei Wei. Chapter 136 Anilu surrendered. Lazy General Green Pheasant. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Under the shocking gaze of Robin, Kurla and other young girls, Luo Lin broke his fingertips again and again. A few drops of crystal clear blood permeated out like blood diamonds, and then dripped onto the twisted and deformed body of Anilu. Lien Li Paula. Immediately, Anilu's tattered body is constantly crackling at this moment. Under the powerful effect of the immortal blood in Luo Lin's body, the wound on Anilu's body that hadn't healed after a few days was healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's like a miracle. Seeing Luo Lin's sudden action, Nami, Wei Wei and others' eyes widened in shock, and their pretty faces were full of puzzlement. Mo said it was Robin who had been baptized with undead blood for several days. After experiencing the Sky Island incident, Nami, Vivi, and Kurla also deeply understood how extraordinary and incredible the blood in Luo Lin's body is. After the bloody battle of that day, Nami and others have witnessed the magical effect of God's blood order for the dying person to stand up instantly. In addition, when he was in Shi Luobu village, Wei Wei could already guess how Luo Lin was healed. Just as the legend of Shandia and the people of Sky Island. The blood flowing in Luo Lin's body is simply the real blood of God. It is the real panacea that all doctors in the world cannot find. Brother Luoling, what are you doing? This Anilu is our enemy. After a moment of sluggishness from shock, Nami finally couldn't help but speak. Yeah, Brother Luo Lin, why is this Anilu worthy of your own blood to cure? Wei Wei said anxiously. And mentor, you use your own blood to treat others, is your body really okay? Kurla asked with concern. No need to worry, Luo Lin said calmly. Wei Wei and others still want to say something. Xiao Wei Wei, Xiao Nami, this Anilu may no longer be an enemy in the future. Robin interrupted. Sister Robin, what do you mean? Nami and others were puzzled. For details, please refer to Crocodile. Robin said. Upon hearing this, Wei Wei and others were all lost in thought. Nature is the thunder fruit ability, one of the top abilities in the world, and its potential is comparable to the brilliance of the great general Huang Yuan. If it is not for the uncle, ordinary people can't use him. Today our Huxia organization is still in its infancy. At this stage, there are only a handful of real top combat power, just like the attack not long ago. If it weren't for the presence of Lieutenant General Karp and the others, I'm afraid the uncle would have to rush back to the rescue. The uncle should also have this consideration, and the uncle also said just now, this golden ark was designed and built by Anilu for himself, and it needs a huge amount of electricity to start up. Keep Anilu as an ark. The power bank is also excellent. Robin explained in detail. Oh, Nami nodded. It turns out that this is the case, then let this Anilu and Crocodile spend a lifetime atonement. Wei Wei said. But is this arrogant and god-named Aniru really obedient? What if he ran away with the golden ship halfway? The instructor must be riding the Mary with us. Kurla worried. Dao. Advertisement. Yes, that's it. Nami immediately replied. About this, you probably don't need to worry about it. Robin smiled mysteriously. Just when Nami, Kurla and others were wondering. In the next instant, there was a thumping crash on the deck. Master Shen Luolin, my master, please give me orders. In the extremely shocking gazes of the little girls such as Wei Wei, Anilu, who had recovered from a serious injury, knelt down in front of Luo Lin. Anilu, who had always been invincible and considered himself invincible, looked at Luo Lin enthusiastically at this time. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Just like the people of Sandia and Sky Island. O approximately equals. For this result, Kurla and others suddenly opened their beautiful eyes in surprise. Robin alone is not surprising. The week-long trip to the Sky Island has come to an end. The sky above Shangela, the Golden Township. After bidding farewell to Sandia and the Skylanders, two spaceships, one large and one small, 039 floated into the sky one after the other. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Master Luo Lin. My Lord God, Lu Shunfeng. Master Luo Lin, please come back often. Master God Luolin. The aboriginal people of Shandia and Kojima yelled goodbye. Ring the golden bell. The old chief waved his hand. 039 Dang. 039 Wen. Degree. 039 Beware of heart. The melodious golden bells wafted in the sky for a long time, saying goodbye to their god 039. Old man, don't you be so depressed. After all, Lord Luo Lin is not the same as before. He left quietly after leaving a letter. Before Lord Luo Lin's demolition plan starts, we must also be prepared. Ganfor patted the old chief on the shoulder and smiled. Of course I know this. The old chief said. Ha ha ha. Ganfor laughed. Weber, Lord Luolin, even the unbelievable Anilu is a neat and obedient post, really worthy of being a true god. Mantis comically said with a fanatical expression. The people of Sandia also knew the fact that Anilu had completely surrendered to Luo Lin's feet. After a brief shock, what turned to rise in his heart was endless reverence for Luo Lin. After all, even the Anilu who claims to be a god is willing to surrender, this is the true god. Okay. Master Luo Lin is the real god 039. Yes. The Sandia warriors on the side all echoed the Dao. Hey, Laki, what's the matter with you? Why are you out of your mind? Advertisement. The little Sandia girl Aisha pulled at the corner of the beautiful warrior Laki next to her in perplexity. No, it's nothing. The beautiful Sandia warrior Laki put away the loneliness on her face. What on earth am I thinking? That's 039 God 039, how can a mortal like me have the right to be with me? Laki thought, and then shook her head with a wry smile. In the sky, the Golden Mary and the Golden Ark's motto gradually drifted away, and finally disappeared among the white clouds and sunshine. Hey, the electric shock boy over there, you have to complete the task that Brother Luo Lin gave you. Don't think about running away. Your life card is in our hands. On the Golden Mary, Nami holds the life card of Anilu made by Luo Lin in her hand, Yan 4. 9 Li warned. Of course, what Nami is really worried about is the gold ark worth more than 1 trillion yuan. Yes, that's right, Luo Lin brother said, there is a life stuck, even if you escape to the end of the world, you can catch it back for you. Wei Wei also said. 222039. The Ark Proverbs made a sudden noise, and under the control of Anilu, it parted ways with the Golden Mary. His task is to find the floating island group of Golden Lion Shiji in the vast sky. 3 days later, the Golden Ark, which is a kilometer away from the ground, flew over an uninhabited island on the Great Route. At the same time, on the isolated island, a tall and thin man sleeping leisurely on a beach chair took off his blindfold and looked at a black spot in the sky. Ah, Mr. Karp really got it right, there are really spaceships in the sky. The Admiral of the Navy headquarters spoke to himself lazily. Then just go and have a look. Chapter 137 Anilu and the Green Pheasant. Thunder vs. Frozen. This content was first published on HotMTL Novel.zi Golden Autumn September, but this year is an eventful autumn. The sea, which has been calm for more than half a year, has repeatedly caused waves in recent months. The top powerhouses in the world can't help but feel the same. There seems to be an invisible force driving the general trend of the world. As the highest combat force of the Navy headquarters, the Green Pheasant is naturally no exception. The 3 current Navy generals have distinct personalities. Sakazuki, the red dog who pursues absolute justice, sits in the G1 branch of the New World Navy and smashes to the end with the great pirates of the New World. General Huang Yuan Pelusalino, the typical body is in Cao Ying and his heart is in Han. Staying in my office all day and clocking into work, I don't care much about all the major events on the ocean, giving people a feeling of being aloof. So when I learned that Pelusalino, who has always been the favorite to watch movies, and was unwilling to enter the game, unexpectedly took the initiative to ask for orders. When he went to Alabaston to investigate the Chihuahai crocodile, the General Aoi Pheasant Kuzan, who knew his nature well, was also quite surprised. An accident is an accident. A rare holiday, the General Qing Pheasant Kuzan, who has always had a lazy personality, certainly didn't want to waste it. Tensai didn't go into it. It was just a series of events that happened next, which made him no longer able to take a leisurely vacation. The outbreak of the attack on Weisung Fortress in Alabaston shocked the world. So the Green Pheasant Kuzan also learned that after Huang Yuan, even the hero Kapu he admired and his younger generation Tautu had gone to Alabaston. What is special about that desert country? It is worthy of successive visits by generals and naval heroes. Just when Qingjian Kuzan decided to follow Karp's footsteps, and went for a walk on his own. He received a secret contact from the Marshal Warring States, asking him to deal with a pirate massacre in Demon Valley Town and a task to find someone. The so-called secret contact is naturally only known to him and the Marshal, and there is no third person. This is naturally an extremely abnormal thing. After all, the Marshal of the Warring States had always been the first to discuss with the Chief Staff Officer, Lieutenant General Crane. This time he deliberately avoided Sister He. What happened in it? And the person that the Marshal of the Warring States period wants to meet. Who will it be? With all kinds of questions, the General Qing Pheasant went to Demon Valley Town. People didn't see a few, but learned another piece of news that he cared very much about from a group of little pirates. Nicole Robin, the son of the devil, appeared. She is also at the center of this storm. All kinds of inexplicable things are mixed together, making the head of the General Green Pheasant almost messed up. The most lazy green pheasant on weekdays simply found an uninhabited island and started to be lazy. During the period, he contacted Karp once and wanted to get some advice from his mentor Karp. As a result, Karp just laughed and asked him to sleep, pay more attention to the sky. If you can meet a ship flying in the sky, all the puzzles will be solved. Sure enough, Mr. Karp is still as inconsistent as before. Whose boat flies in the sky when it is full? The General Green Pheasant smiled helplessly on the uninhabited island, opened the beach chair, put on the blindfold and started to sleep. However. Advertisement. Less than half an hour. The General Green Pheasant took off his blindfold, got up, and looked up at the sky. Looking at some inconspicuous little black spot floating in the sky, the laziness on General Green Pheasant Kuzan's face gradually reduced. Oh, Mr. Karp really got it right. The General Green Pheasant let out a laugh, and leisurely stepped up into the sky on a moon step. After a while, the General Green Pheasant came to an altitude of 700 meters. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The original small black spot is clearly visible, floating quietly, seeming to be waiting for his arrival. At the same time, the ship is no longer Black Spot 039, and the whole body is golden. Under the shining of the sun, the entire ship is blooming with immense light, dazzling, and the dazzling people can't open their eyes. A ship made of gold must be worth a lot of money. It's still a big family. The General Qing could not make a joke, and without further delay, he leapt to a height of 1,000 meters in 3 or 2 steps and stood on the bow of the golden ship. Who are you? Who are you? With eyes facing each other, the General Green Pheasant Kuzan and Anilu on the deck of the Ark stared at each other and asked in unison. As a result, the atmosphere on the ship suddenly became a little embarrassing and stale. The General Green Pheasant Kuzan squinted his eyes and carefully looked at the young man with big ears in front of him. Clearly Mr. Karp said that after encountering the spacecraft in the sky, all problems will be clear. But no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't see the big ear in front of him and what happened recently in the ocean. What are the relevance of the series of events? The General Green Pheasant is observing Ani Road. Similarly, Anilu was also observing the General Green Pheasant. After experiencing Luo Lin's severe beating that day, Anilu's second mentality, who believed that Laozi was invincible in the world, had converged. Of course, it just converges a little. Mortal, God spokesperson Anilu has something to ask you, come and kneel down. Anilu appeared to be aloof, and had a second illness again. Okay. The General Green Pheasant on the bow of the ark raised his eyebrows. Mortal, God, this kid really has a problem with his head. General Qing Pheasant thought to himself. As an admiral of the navy, if things that compete with fools spread out, the impact will not be good. General Qing could hardly think, turned around and prepared to leave. The humble mortal, ignoring the order of the spokesperson of God, accept God's sanctions. In response to the ignorance of the General Qing Pheasant, Anilu was furious and suddenly shook his right hand. 039 boom 039. The turbulent thunder pillar descended from the sky without warning, and enveloped the General Green Pheasant. Through the turbulent thunder light, it was vaguely visible that 013 figures were gradually dying out. Yahahaha, this is the punishment for disrespecting you. Anilu laughed triumphantly. Early on in Luo Lin's society, the self-confidence that had been defeated returned. Advertisement. I am really strong. Anilu thought so. However, the next moment, an astonishing cold air hit and swept across the surrounding area, causing Anilu's unconscious hairs to explode. Ding ding dong dong 039. The moisture in the air freezes at the extreme low temperature and turns into hail and falls on the deck. Hey, big-eared brother, it was very dangerous just now, and suddenly thunder and lightning were summoned. On the top of the ark's cabin, the General Green Pheasant opened his mouth lazily. But having said that, brother Big Ears, you are a natural person with the ability of Thunder Fruit, but this ability hasn't appeared in a long time. Rice wife. Anilu's body suddenly changed, and at the same time it was discharged again. Ice Storm Pheasant mouth. The Green Pheasant raised his hand to counterattack. The big bird that froze everything flew out of his right hand and violently collided with the lightning on Ani Road. Instantly evaporate a huge amount of water vapor, covering the world. 60 million Voltra Dragon. Puck. 2 million Volt Thor. Ice Age. At an altitude of 1,000 meters, the two strongest natural ability. The battle between thunder and freezing begins. Chapter 138 to 2H2O power on equals 2H2 plus O2, 1/7. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi 039 rumbling 039. The thunder in the sky is endless, endless. Even if they are far away, people can still clearly see the terrifying thunderstorm in the distant sky. There are endless horror scenes where the water vapor explodes after freezing. That is the battlefield between those with the strongest natural ability. The duel of thunder and freezing. This stunning showdown between natural ability players lasted for 3 hours. The battlefield continued to expand, and finally came to the sea from an altitude of 1,000 meters. For those with the ability to naturally freeze fruits, the sea is the home of the General Green Pheasant. The endless sea water rushed high into the sky, and under the control of the Blue Pheasant, combined into a giant ice giant, which echoed the posture of the Thor giant in Anilu. Yeah, Big Ears, why are you so irritable? General Green Pheasant Kuzan stood on top of the ice giant's head, put his hands in his pockets, and spoke casually. Frozen B asterisk 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 D, don't get too overwhelmed. Even if it is the same natural element, my lightning attack power is far higher than yours. Anilu roared, wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth. Even if you are too late to beg for mercy now, the blasphemer will eventually be punished by God. I really can't do anything with you. Regarding Anilu's reluctance, the General Green Pheasant is also quite helpless. 039 rumble 039. The most violent collision occurred between the Thor giant of Anilu and the ice giant of General Blue Pheasant. The terrifying shock wave caused the sea to make waves. Boom 039. The Thor giant released its strongest power, causing the endless sea to evaporate. The sky and the earth were all white in an instant. It was also at this time that the battle has been maintained until now. The Blue Pheasant with a lazy appearance suddenly changed his expression. Looking at the white mist enveloping the sky and the earth, the General Green Pheasant frowned. What's wrong? The extreme freezing air was released. But only part of the mist was frozen. Sure enough, there is not only evaporated water vapor in this white mist, but also other substances. A faint feeling suddenly appeared in the General Green Pheasant's heart. Hey, Thunder Kid, wait. The General Green Pheasant's laziness disappeared, and he stopped shouting. Yahahaha, frozen mortal, now I know I'm afraid. Tell you it's late. How can Anilu, who has always been in a strong position, listen to the enemy's 039 showing weakness words at this moment? You must first win the opponent in one go. 039 boom 039. Anilu further releases the electricity in the body. The dark blue electric snakes are densely packed between heaven and earth, causing more and more water vapor to explode 039. Then it decomposes into other substances. Even the General Green Pheasant is not very clear about the substances decomposed by seawater when it is energized. After all, it is not a professional. Advertisement. As for the illiterate Anilu, naturally he would never know. In the presence of electrolytes, seawater will be electrolyzed into chlorine, hydrogen and other flammable and explosive dangerous gases. When these gases are produced quickly and in large quantities at a certain moment, the world is crowded. After that, coupled with the high temperature ignition of thunder and lightning, what will happen next? Naturally, it is a series of horror explosions comparable to natural disasters. 039 Boom 039, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Accompanied by a loud bang. Above the sea rises a large mushroom cloud that is extremely splendid. Endless dazzling light and heat radiated from the center of the explosion. The general green pheasant originally stopped on the lazy uninhabited island, was blown up in an instant, and since then disappeared from the map, no longer exists. The sea caused unprecedented waves under the series of explosions. The shock wave of the horrible explosion dissipated the clouds in the sky. At the same time, the Golden Ark, which was parked at an altitude of 1,000 meters, was blown away from Enies Road, so that Enies Road could not care about anything else and hurriedly chased it. This serial explosion lasted for several minutes. After a few minutes, heaven and earth returned to Kingming. On this day, an island is missing from the sea. The next day, there was a headline in the news. Hey, Kuzan, I'm just asking you to investigate the Demon Valley Town incident and help track down a person by the way. How did you make such a big movement? What happened to that big explosion for so long? Quote. The voice of the Marshal Zheng Guo deliberately lowered came from the phone worm. Oh, don't mention it. At this moment, even the lazy General Ching Pheasant was depressed for a whole day. Add bookmarks for easy reading. In such a sudden and terrifying explosion, even the General Blue Pheasant, who is a natural ability person, would definitely not be easy to get out. Although the injuries on his body were nothing, his admiral's uniform was already in tatters, almost unable to cover his body. Kuzan, you really got into a fight with that guy. Listening to the General Ching Pheasant's depressed tone, the Warring States period couldn't help but guess. No, Mr. Sengoku, who is the guy you were talking about? Yesterday I met someone with natural thunder fruit ability. The General Ching Pheasant was about to report to the Marshal Sengoku about the process of his encounter with Anilu. It turns out that it wasn't that guy. Really, I said it earlier and scared me. Then Kuzan, you can rest and finish the thing I told you. That's it, Xiaohei is here, I will hang up first. Quote. After the words of the Warring States period, he hung up the phone worm in a hurry. General Youth. Great Airway Food Town Puke. As the name suggests, this is a famous gourmet town. Gathering specialties from all over the world. At the same time, it is one of the areas covered by sea trains, a major maritime project centered on the city of water. With the sea train designed and built by Tom the Murloc, people can cross the sea easily and quickly, from one island to another. After handing over the task of searching for the golden lion Shiji floating in the sky to Enies Road, Luo Lin led everyone to this gourmet town. Traveling and relaxation are only one aspect. Revisiting the old place and killing the individual is also in Luo Lin's plan. In addition, Luo Lin also wants to explore and find the location of the golden lion Shiji through the underground world. After all, the sky is so vast, like Enies Road with headless flies flying in the sky, and I don't know when it will take the shit luck to meet the floating island of golden lion Shiji. Advertisement. The fact happens to be the case. Only 2 days after moving alone, a moth came out on Enies Road. Luo Lin, come and taste this, it's delicious. Not far away, Nami, who was immersed in the food, greeted. Luo Lin waved his hand, motioning them to eat first. The site is on the World Economic News. Uncle, I have already confirmed with the guy Anilu. He is indeed one of the parties involved in this big explosion. The Golden Ark was also damaged in that battle. He is currently undergoing rush repairs. As for the other side, Robin hid the phone worm back between the towering towers in front of the bear, his pretty face somewhat solemn. It's the kid Kuzan, Luo Lin said. Okay. Robin took a deep breath and nodded heavily. The memories of the Alliance dream about the O'Hara incident 20 years ago in my mind gradually became clear. Wang Zhao's. Are you afraid? Luo Lin said, awakening Robin from his past memories. There is an uncle here, don't be afraid. After a while, Robin shook his head decisively. What if I'm not here? Luo Lin asked with a smile. Robin pursed his lips and shook his head decisively again. My arrogance and domineering are finally getting started. Even if I encounter a green pheasant, I don't have the slightest resistance anymore. So if you have anything to do, uncle, go ahead, and Kurla and I will protect you. Nami and the others. Robin saw part of Luo Lin's thoughts, and squeezed his right fist. A faint black brilliance appeared on the surface of the fist. I really deserve to be my girl, so I beg you for the time being. Luo Lin smiled slightly and rubbed Robin's black hair with his big hands. Okay. Robin's face blushed slightly, and he hummed slightly. Then I will leave first. Luo Lin waved his hand. Instructor, where are you going? Kurla noticed Luo Lin's wave, and hurried back to ask. Judicial Island. Kill someone. Chapter 139 I'm here to kill someone. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Departing from the gourmet town Puji and taking the sea train, Luo Lin came to the train transfer station. Seeft Station. The sea train will stay here for about 10 minutes. Passengers on the boat can transfer at this station if they want to go to St. Baiyang, the town of Queen of Spring. There is one last minute, I'm going to St. White Yang and get on the bus. The drunk Seeft Station master, the old woman named Kokoro while drinking. The side shouted. Luo Lin relied on the cars and boats and looked at the drunk Coco Luo calmly, his expression gradually becoming subtle. I have personally seen how young mermaid Coco Luo is like a mermaid Roland, and now I really can't accept her changes. Years are ruthlessly killing pigs. Luo Lin sighed softly. Oh. The siren of the smoking tom sounded. The train restarted. Goodbye. Luo Lin smiled and waved to Coco Luo at the station. Semicolon. Gudong Gudong 039. Granny Coco Lopo, who was enjoying the wine, seemed to hear the goodbye, and her drunken eyes suddenly looked towards a certain window of the train. After seeing Luo Lin sitting leaning against the window, Coco Luo's drunken eyes suddenly widened. Extreme shock and disbelief appeared on an old face. Is it you? Is that you? Granny Coco Luo whispered absent-mindedly. And many more. 750 the next moment, Coco Luo seems to be crazy usually chasing the sea train. Wait for me, Mr. Luo Lin, is it really you? Coco Luo exhausted all his strength to chase. But after all, it couldn't catch up. The whistle roared. The sea train smoked Tom and went away along the tracks in an instant. 039 Patter 039. The mermaid Kokoro sat on the ground in despair, unaware of the spilling of his favorite wine. Mother-in-law, meow meow. The little girl Zamone, who was pierced in the green sky, ran to Kokoro anxiously with Kunbei, a rabbit who only knew how to meow. Mother-in-law, what's wrong with you? Seeing Kokoro who burst into tears suddenly, Zemoni was suddenly worried. It's okay, Zemoni. Coco Luo touched his granddaughter's head. Mother-in-law is just too happy. Happy? What happened to the mother-in-law today? Meow meow meow. Zemoni and Kunbi the rabbit asked curiously. Mother-in-law, I saw a hero today, ha 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 ha. Coco Luo's tears of joy burst into his eyes. He picked up less than half of the wine bottle beside him, and drank it in a humming sound. Hero. Advertisement. The little girl Zamone and Kunbi the rabbit tilted their heads at the same time in incomprehension. 039 039. The whistle of the sea train sounded. Ahead, a spectacular water city appeared in Luo Lin's line of sight. The water capital is here. Luo Lin is naturally no stranger to this city with a lot of space in the plot. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. I came here more than once more than 40 years ago. Back then, there was Tom, the world's first shipmaster, who had forged a deep friendship with Luo Lin. When Luo Lin was promoted to lieutenant general, he specially commissioned Tom to build it to meet all his needs. At the beginning, Luo Lin even offered to hire Tom with a high salary as a boatman on his warship. It was just rejected. After that, every time Luo Lin made repairs to warships after the New World War, he rushed to the water capital deliberately without letting the naval ship chiefs intervene. In all, Luo Lin had to come to Water City at least a dozen times. I am very familiar with this place. It's just that after 36 years of revisiting the old place, it's a long time ago. The friends who used to drink and laugh together are long gone. After being out of trouble for several months, every time Luo Lin went to a place, he would unconsciously assume that if he were here that year, then many things would be very different. Nami's hometown, Kokoyashi village, will not be occupied by evil dragons, there will be no 3-year drought in Alabaston, Roger will not die, Momo Nosuke will not be born, and Tom, the city of water. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. It will never be the scum design office organized by the government C. It's just that these are just assumptions after all. He cannot make up for the regrets in the past. Then at least do something to comfort the dead souls of old friends. Hey, Bassi, who are you? This is a government-only train to Enies Hall. Civilians are not allowed to approach. People over there, if they get closer, we will shoot and arrest them. Damn it, really looking for death. There was a noisy warning sound in my ears. Luo Lin didn't move at all, he didn't even look at them, and his footsteps were still steady. Ka 039. It was the sound of a government official pulling the trigger. The bullet is accumulating in the barrel, and the muzzle is about to burst into flames. However, just before the bullet popped out of the chamber, the cut stopped abruptly. Bullets that should have been ejected at near sonic speed fell quietly to the ground like a squirt gun. The people who witnessed this weird scene were all sluggish and shocked. However, their shocked expressions stopped abruptly before they fully appeared. Luo Lin walked past them. The next moment, their bodies stiffened without warning, their eyes turned white, and they were completely unconscious. Who are you? A-hole, do you know where this is? This is the government's special train, are you serious? When Luo Lin stepped into the last car of the train, the dozens of government officials in black suits in the carriage were suddenly shocked, each took out the pistols around their waists and aimed them at Luo Lin. Luo Lin still didn't notice this. Advertisement. Da 039. The footsteps fell, accompanied by the tide as the domineering look of the strongest overlord. So the noisy carriage is quiet. The government officials in black suits fainted on the ground. The carriage fell into absolute silence. Next is the second and third quarters. Ooh. The siren of the sea train sounded, carrying the deadly 6 carriages towards the Judiciary Island where the destination was Enies Hall. From dusk to night to daytime, the period is only 3 hours. On one side is night, on the other side is day. 2 diametrically opposite time nodes appeared at the same time. That is the Judicial Island with the name of the island that never sleeps. The whistle of the sea train sounded, crossing the border between night and day. The Hall of Enies has arrived. The sea train passes through the iron fence on the periphery of the island and enters the special train channel of Judicial Island. Thanks. Luo Lin spoke softly. The next moment, the last awake driver on the train fell into a coma. Beep. There was a whistle from the station. Why don't you come out yet? The staff at Judicial Island Station blew a whistle to remind. Pattern 039. The compartment door opens. But only one person stepped out. Who are you? What do you want to do here? The staff of the station saw the 039 corpse lying upside down in the carriage, and his eyes widened in horror. Don't be nervous, I just stopped by and killed someone. Luo Lin said with a smile. Chapter 140 Spandam's Anxiety and Panic. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi Judicial Island Enies Hall. Because there is no night and day all year round, it is also called the island that never sleeps. The Judiciary Island, Marine Headquarters, Marine Fodor, and the Deep Sea Prison Advanced City are also known as the three major institutions of the world government. 800 years ago, it had never been breached. As one of the three major government agencies in the world and a nominal judicial trial place, the number of naval and government espionage personnel stationed on the island totals more than 10,000. And the person who controls the command of this 10,000 people is the goal of Luo Lin's trip. C9 Sir, a scum named Spandam. 20 years ago, Spandane initiated the enchantment order in O'Hara. Not only Robin's relatives died in that massacre, but also one of Roland's past men, the giant Hagwar D. Saren. 20 years later, Spandam, who has inherited his father's scum attribute, would have once again issued the occupant order. It's just that Luo Lin woke up. So everything will be different. The third island of Judicial Island is independent of the Tower of Judiciary on the Rift Valley. This is the office space of the entire Judicial Island. All the government officials with the corpse positions and vegetarian meals gathered in the Justice Tower. Spandam, the nominal supreme officer of Judiciary Island, is naturally among them. At this moment, the top floor of the Judicial Tower. Spandam, with short purple hair and a half-face mask, frowned, walking hurriedly back and forth in the spacious office like an ant on a hot pot. What the hell is going on? This unspeakable depression. Is it really because my uncle is too tired from work recently? Spandam murmured to himself. But speaking of it, the recent bad things are really one after another. What the hell are the three Gabra bastards doing? It's just Zhaojun. It hasn't been reported to me for so long. Do they still see me as the chief? There are people above who have been urging you. Have the ability to find it yourself. Spandam scolded angrily. There are also the two giant bastards on this island. Since they can't be used anymore, just deal with them. A fierce light flashed in the eyes of a pair of pandas in Spandam. Thinking of these things, the inexplicable depression and anxiety in Spandam's heart finally eased. He picked up the teacup on the table, blew it, and was about to drink a cup of shock. Sir Spandam. There was a sudden knock on the door outside the door. It's hot. Spandam was taken aback by the sudden knock on the door, the tea in his cup splashed, and he yelled cursingly when it was hot. A-hole, what are you going to do all of a sudden? Spandam's face was gloomy and terrible. Caught the government official entering the door was a curse. Sorry, sir, but it's really bad, it's a first-degree event. A major event. Ha ha ha. This is the Judicial Island. What can be a major event? Could it be that those two giant bastards failed to escape from prison? Spandam laughed. No, it's the intruder. The gate of the former island has been breached. Now the intruder is heading to the island. The government official reported anxiously. Advertisement. What? Hearing this news, an expression of extreme shock and disbelief suddenly appeared on Spandam's disgusting face. This is the Judicial Island. One of the three major government agencies in the world. Who dares to invade? Never before in 800 years. Could it be? Spandam seemed to think of the source of his inner anxiety, and the expression on his face gradually frightened. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Who is the other party? What about the people? How many intruders are there? Spandam asked anxiously. While talking, he was already packing his luggage, ready to run through the gate of justice at any time. Report to Chief Spandam that the identity of the other party is currently being investigated. The number has been confirmed. 1. Aha. Spandam's movement of packing up his clothes was stagnant, and his face showed an expression that seemed to hear the funniest joke. Are you sure it's really just a person? Spandam's face. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Incredibly rhetorical. Yes, we have seen it remotely and there is indeed only one person. Anyone. Break through the front door openly. Hey, just kidding. Spandam sank on the sofa with shock on his face. After a moment of silence. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Spandam suddenly smiled triumphantly. The expression on his face no longer panicked. The heart is even greater. Okay, it's good to be alone. If I'm alone, what terrible thing would I have? My Judicial Island has a full 10,000 troops stationed there. I want to see which stupid person is, so stupid that a person came to attack Judicial Island alone is asking for a dead end. 0 seeking flowers. Grabbing that prisoner and guarding the Judicial Island must have done a great job again. Yes, the promotion of my uncle is just around the corner. Ha 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 ha. Spandam laughed. Laugh wildly and proudly. Spandam Palace, it's not bad anymore. At this moment, another government official rushed in. A-hole, what are you doing again? Your uncle's rare dreams are interrupted by you. Spandam said with a look of disgust. Sir Spandam, the invaders have broken through the second gate of the island. Nani. In. At the same time, Judicial Island outside the main island, the second gate. Advertisement. Luo Lin walked calmly, Wherever he went, the surrounding gatekeepers were all stiff and solidified without warning, and their eyes turned white. 039 Dingaling Suolang 039. The sound of swords and weapons fell one after another. Finally, the dull sound of people falling to the ground in a coma, one after another. From beginning to end, Luo Lin did not show the slightest change in expression on his face. 039 Wow Kaka. The huge and heavy door of the island opened on its own. 039 Bang 039. Boom boom boom, boom. At the moment the door opened, countless gunfires and cannons exploded. The garrison on Judiciary Island, which had been waiting behind the door, launched an attack together. However, in the next moment, something shocked and horrified happened to the people. Whether it is a bullet or a cannonball, when it arrives near the gate, it is like a bog. It seemed to have encountered some invisible force, and in the end they all fell helplessly. This. What the hell is this? This strength is. You in the end. The heavily armed people behind the door opened their eyes in horror and yelled in horror. However, without exception, their words had not had time to speak completely, and the next moment they came to an abrupt end. The raging domineering storm centered on Luo Lin, sweeping across the country. In just a moment, the world was quiet. It seems to be Oimo and Cassie, right? Your captains Dongli and Brokey are now my employees, so let's solve your problems by the way. Chapter 141 Shock Giants. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi Judicial Island Main Island. There are all kinds of courts and judicial offices. The strange thing is that every court that should be just and solemn is empty. The reason for this is naturally that these courts and trial houses are just formalities. Any prisoner who comes to Judicial Island will never experience trial and conviction. Getting here is just a process, and in the end they will be imprisoned directly through the gate of justice to the deep-sea prison to advance the city. Formalism is the same everywhere. At this moment, one of the huge church-like buildings on the main island of Judicial Island. Guilty, guilty, guilty. One of the characteristics of Judicial Island, the mantra, or the guilty jury that can only be guilty, is undergoing strict torture at this moment. All kinds of leather whips, maces, iron chains and other weapons and instruments of torture relentlessly greeted the two giants in the center of the church. The skin of the straight hit was open and fleshy, dripping with blood. The 760 scenes were bloody, and it was unbearable to look directly at them. The guilty jury, whose humanity has been obliterated, will not produce the slightest feeling of pity. Oimo, Cassie, don't you plan to succumb? If we promise to keeping the goal, we can live, and even in 50 years, you can even be free again. How about? This is a good condition, but Master Spandam particularly allows it. The cunning government officer in a black suit was shaking his legs, his face was arrogant and undue. Wow, Lala 039. The chains tied to the two giants were taut. Ha ha ha, don't waste your efforts. The strength of the giants is great, but in your current state, you can't get rid of the shackles of the iron chain. The government staff in the black suit laughed triumphantly. 039 Ba. The bloody saliva poured down on the government official like a pouring rain. Ling's expression on his face gradually slackened. Ha 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 ha, deserve it, despicable human beings have cheated us over and over again, you will not end well. Giant Oimo laughed. Assholes, sly humans, dare to deceive us for 50 years. If we hadn't read the news about the two leaders showing their skills in the newspaper this time, we would still be completely kept in the dark by you. Another giant, Cassie, it was also an angry roar. Government, don't waste your efforts. Our brothers promised to guard the gate at the beginning, just for the safety of the two leaders. Now your lies are self-defeating. Since the leaders are fine, we will never do anything for you treacherous humans. Oimo resolutely said, yes, bet on the pride of the giants. Although we die today, one day, the leaders will avenge us. The giant Cassie is also a bloody roar. A-hole giant, really stubborn, guilty jury, beat me violently, it's okay to kill me. The government official who was spitting over had a grim expression on his face, and suddenly became extremely angry. Guilty, guilty. Like a doll, the roar of the guilty jury brawny men without their own thoughts recurred. All kinds of sharp weapons are lifted, and they are about to fall again. The giant Oimo and the giant Cajun raised their heads. Prepare for death without fear. But at this moment, something amazing happened. The cathedral, which had been so noisy before, became quiet for a moment. Or it is dead silence. At this moment, time seemed to have been pressed by the pause button. The actions of the powerful guards of the guilty jury were frozen. All kinds of weapons are fixed in the air as if they have been in the fixation method, but they can't fall down all the time. Seeing this weird scene, the giant Oimo's expression suddenly shook. Advertisement. What on earth is it? The giant Cassie also shouted in shock. At this moment, in the huge church, only the two of them are unaffected. Their questions were quickly answered. 039 click click 039. The door of the church was pushed open. A young figure appeared in the sight of Oimo and Cassie. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Are these people? Oimo and Cassie stared in shock, looking at Luo Lin who was walking calmly. Don't wait for them to speak. Luo Lin at the door of the church raised his right hand. The fingertips of the index finger seemed to have some invisible power gathering. Feeling the unspeakable power, the two giants were shocked. They were fearless even in the face of death before, now they are in Luo. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Under the shock of Lin's breath, he was subconsciously frightened, closing his eyes. 039 bang 039 039 bang 039. 2 gunshots. It is especially clear in the silent church. Wow, it was the sound of the chain breaking. The giant Oimo and the giant Cassie opened their eyes in confusion. No scars were added to them. The 2 shots. The 2 giants looked at the broken chain on their bodies, and then at Luo Lin's raised index finger. No way. At such a long distance, just one finger broke the chain. What kind of power is it? Oimo and Cassie, who had guessed part of the truth, suddenly yelled in shock. Next, I will leave it to you. Luo Lin retracted his right hand and said calmly. At the moment his voice fell. The power of imprisonment covering the guilty jury and government personnel dissipated, allowing them to regain their freedom. Cough cough cough. What's going on? What the hell was going on just now? Why can't we move? Who are you? Why are you here? The government official in the black suit saw Luo Lin, his eyes widened in horror, and he yelled subconsciously. But the next moment, the horrified expression on his face solidified. A huge shadow enveloped him. A-hole, you were deceived and arrested last time, this time it won't be that simple. These days are Raleigh. Thank you 039 for taking care of you. Giant Oimo and Giant Kassaren's openings. 039 Wow. The thick iron chain that had bound their bodies before was now used as a weapon by them. Advertisement. Total annihilation. After a while, the entire cathedral was razed to the ground under the power of the 2 giants. Wow wong 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 wong. Invader, finally found you. That's it. Not waiting for Oimo and Cassie to be excited, the surrounding streets suddenly sounded one after another of vicious dogs. That is another major feature of Judicial Island, the dog rider, the French dog team. In addition to the French dog team, there were countless cluttered footsteps approaching their church. How is this going? As the entire garrison on Judicial Island dispatched for 11. Oimo and Cassie looked shocked. Benefactor, you go first and leave it to us here. Giant Cassie looked at Roland and said firmly. Although it was only the first time we met. But Luo Lin's previous kindness in saving them from the fire and water has already been remembered by the 2 giants. The giants have always been known for their boldness and benevolence. It is natural to report. Of course it will not stop at words. While talking, Oimo and Cassie, armed with iron chain weapons, strode forward, trying to block the French dog team that arrived first. It's better for me to come. The next moment, a calm voice came. Obviously the voice is not heavy, but it is so clear in the ears of the 2 giants. Shocked. Under the calm but shocking voice, Oimo and Cassie stopped subconsciously. His eyes were locked on Luo Lin in front of him. They saw Roland take a step. As a result, the world is silent. Chapter 142 Torture. Desperate Spandom. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi039 boom 039. With Luo Lin's step falling between the world and the earth, a 039 wind blew 039. This gust of wind was peaceful at first, making the 2 giants, Oimo and Cassie, like a spring breeze. I just feel that the pain from the wound on my body is not so obvious. But when this 039 wind spreads, using Luo Lin as the origin, astonishing things happened when he quickly swept the entire island. Wong, approximately equals king. Barking. The roar of the vicious dogs of the French dog team on the Judicial Island, the first to reach the ruins of the church, is in the breeze 039. When it passed, it stopped abruptly. The fierce air in their scarlet pupils dissipated, their focus expanded, and then they fell down without warning. Also falling down were the dog riders sitting on their backs. The powerful Judicial Island French dog team was wiped out in an instant. And this is just the beginning. The 2 giants, Oimo and Cassie, stood up straight, and looked farther away. As a result, their big eyes, which were like copper bells, grew wider and wider. The mouth is even wider to the extent that it can swallow a cow. Pattern 039. Pata 03910 people fall to the ground one after another, uninterrupted. The entire Judicial Island, with nearly 10,000 troops, all fell to the ground one after another as if a domino effect had occurred. After just a few breaths, the world is quiet. On the entire Judicial Island, there are only 3 people who can still stand. This. The giant Oimo stared at the brass bell with big eyes, and was already shocked by this scene and could not speak. Could it be that this power is in the legend Overlord and domineering? Cassie muttered to herself in shock. Benefactor, what are you? Oimo and Cassie's eyes shook, they looked at Luo Lin together, wanting to ask something. Luo Lin waved his hand with his back to the giant. For the warship, it's outside. Then you can go to Alabaston by yourself. I have something to do, so I won't send you off. After speaking, Luo Lin waved his hand casually without turning his head, and disappeared one step at a time. In an instant, he disappeared from the stunned eyes of the 2 giants. That gentleman, no, we are going to Alabaston. Quote. Where is that great benefactor? The giants Cassie and Oimo looked at each other, looking at each other. Although it was not clear what was going on, they naturally couldn't waste the escape opportunity that Luo Lin created for them. The 2 giants nodded and helped each other to walk towards the warship on the coast. Middle. The other side. The core of the island of justice, the Tower of Justice. Spandam, the nominally highest person in charge of the island, paced back and forth in the office nervously again. In less than a minute, he was connected to the news that the gate was breached. What on earth is it? The guards of Majima are all eating dry food. Advertisement. Even a small intruder can't stop it. Just as Spandam roared in his heart and abused the incompetence of the guards of the Judicial Island garrison, the world suddenly became quiet. Spandam stood in front of the French window subconsciously, looking down at the island in the distance. An expression of extreme horror appeared unconsciously on his face. How is this possible? Why is there no sound suddenly? Spandam yelled in horror. The more you think about it, the more distorted the expression on Spandam's face. On behalf of his inner anxiety and panic became more vigorous. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. No matter what, my uncle's own safety is the most important thing. The promotion can be discussed later. For now, it is better for my uncle to go first. Driven by the growing anxiety and fear in his heart, Spandam arbitrarily packed up a few important things, and then went to the office for interrogation, preparing to escape through a secret passage. But just the moment he was about to run out of the office. Da 039. Slight footsteps suddenly sounded from the corridor. The footsteps were slight, but they sounded like thunder rolling in Spandam's ears. 039 da 039. The footsteps started again. Dong dong 039. The beating of his heart is brought into the knot of footsteps. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The performance became more and more intense. The blood flowing smoothly in his body has accelerated several times at this moment. Under the impact of his own blood, the blood vessels and meridians on Spandam's face, arms, and even all over his body burst out, approaching the edge of collapse. Ah! Spandam let out an overwhelmed cry of pain and backed away again and again. He vomits blood one step at a time. Finally, the sound of footsteps with a terrifying rhythm stopped. Spandam sat on the ground feebly because of fear. The face of disgust that used to be lofty and arrogant was already occupied by extreme panic at the moment. Worker guards, where are you guys? Group of rice buckets, hurry up and save me. Spandam shouted for help with all his strength. However, she didn't get Sibo's response. The Tower of Justice, where people came and went in the past, is also dead at this moment. Can't hear the slightest voice. Who are you? Do you know who I am? Do you know where this is? Spandam, who knew he couldn't call for help, yelled again and again in horror. This is the Judiciary Island, one of the three major institutions of the world government. You are doing this as an enemy of the entire world government. Noisy. The expression on Luo Lin's face remained calm. There hasn't been any change in the slightest because of Spandam's repeated threats and intimidation. Lift the index finger of the right hand. An invisible air bullet shot from the tip of his index finger and landed on Spandam's right arm. It takes time, flesh and blood. Spandam's right arm exploded. Advertisement. Ah. The severe pain struck, and Spandam suddenly let out a scream like a pig, rolling all over the floor. 20 years ago, the O'Hara slaughter order incident. No, it's not me. The O'Hara incident has nothing to do with me. It was done by my B************ D dad. It has nothing to do with me. You have found the wrong person. Go find my B********* D dad. Quote. Driven by his instinct to survive, Spandam's brain reaction was sharper than usual. When he heard Rowling mention the O'Hara slaughter order, he shouted again and again, betraying his father to survive. At this moment, what kind of family relationship between father and son is more important than his own life? Spandam, I will naturally go there again in the future. Don't do it later. Now, immediately, right away, I can tell you where the B******** D father is, so don't kill me. Spandam cried bitterly and begged for mercy. O'Hara really has nothing to do with you. Yes, that's right, it has nothing to do with me, it's all made by the B******** D father, and I hate him the most. As if seeing the hope of life, Spandam echoed. But. Luo Lin's conversation turned. You probably haven't forgotten the Murloc Master Tom of the Water Capital. Tom. Spandam was stunned. Tom the Murloc who was framed and executed by you more than 10 years ago, he is my brother. Luo Lin spoke, his voice calm, without the slightest emotional ups and downs. But Spandam could feel the anger suppressed under the calm, enough to burn him to death. An emotion called despair grows and quickly takes over Spandam's body and mind. Don't. Click 039. Scream torn apart. Chapter 143 The Judicial Island has fallen. 5 old stars from the heart. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The neatly shattered ruins of the Judicial Tower. Luo Lin carried the head of Spandam Ane who was extremely horrified, and then put it on the flagpole of the flag of the world government. The person to be killed has been killed. Naturally, what needs to be done must also be completed. Luo Lin stepped toward the rift valley in the sea on the edge of the Judicial Tower. Step up to the sky. In the next second, light dazzling than the sun came out from under Luo Lin's feet. There seemed to be a huge chessboard staggered horizontally and vertically in the sky. Next moment, 039 rumble 039. It sounded like thunder on the deadly island of justice, for a long time. The chessboard of light in the sky traverses every formal court and trial building on the island. It collapsed in a sudden. The entire island turned into ruins in an instant. But what is surprising is that those terrifying cutting rays did not hurt any guard navy on the island. Even the collapse of the house has never crushed one person. Such precise control is rare in the world, and no one can see it. Half an hour after the unknown Judicial Island incident occurred. Even the Navy and the world government just realized that something was wrong and sent people to investigate. A bird flew to the deadly island of justice. To be exact, it is an albatross. An albatross about the size of a human being, but wearing human clothes. He is Morgan's, a bird and fruit albatross of the animal type. At the same time, he has another more well-known identity. President of the World Economic Daily, the King of Darkness who was in charge of half of the world's news reports. This. Far away, when there were still thousands of meters away from the Judicial Island, Morgans noticed the weirdness of the island that never sleeps. As a result, the expression on Morgans's face gradually became excited. As a qualified journalist, Morgans doesn't care about the identity of the Dark King. He has been passionate about and dedicated to making big news all his life. The big news that shakes the world. For example, the Waesung attack not long ago. He dared to get first-hand information about the incident before the world's major newspapers, and successfully made a big news. From that time, or even earlier, Morgans focused the camera's focus on the first half of the Great Route. In the past, compared to the New World where the heroes gather, the first half of the Great Route has always been called the Paradise. What happened was all trivial things, not big news. Therefore, the focus of Morgan's work has always been on the New World. However, this time, from the abnormal actions of the Kibukai crocodile's trip to the East Daxia Sea, to the special Waesung incident. Morgans, with a keen sense of smell, smelled a hint of unprecedented big news. 3 days after the Waesung attack, Morgans's hot air balloon newspaper headquarters in the sky came to the Paradise in the first half of the Great Route. Advertisement. A few days after I first came to the park. Morgan's team captured the first big news. It was the stunning showdown between the General Green Pheasant and Anilu not long ago. That report only briefly wrote about the horror scenes of the Big Bang. In fact, the real big move and follow-up are still in the making. The natural thunder fruit ability who turned out to be born, and the golden spaceship worth more than 1 trillion. If you can shoot an interview at close range, it will surely be the only big news. Therefore, for the past few days, Morgans has been sending people to look for the traces of Annie Road and the golden spaceship. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. He himself wandered around the sea all day. It happened to be here. The distance of thousands of meters is fleeting. Morgans's wings spread, officially came to the sky over Judicial Island. The next moment, his pair of bird eyes widened. What the hell is going on for a long time? After seeing the raised Judicial Island and the unconscious guards everywhere on the ground, even figures like Morgans could not help but scream in shock. The shocking color on his bird's face seemed to freeze. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Generally, there is no way to retreat. The Judicial Island that has not been breached for 800 years has fallen. Morgans murmured subconsciously, haha, heart, ha 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 ha. This is simply the best big news. At this moment, Morgans was crazy. So, only half a day less time. One of the world's 3 major government agencies, the Island of Justice has fallen, and this big news spread all over the sea. Make the whole world shake. The Holy Land Mary Joa. As the headquarters of the world government, the news of the fall of Judiciary Island first spread to Mary Joa and was known to the 5 old stars. The central basilica of Mary Joa. The atmosphere is almost frozen. That is caused by the intertwining of the terrifying ore leaked by the 5 top powerhouses here because of their anger. That B asterisk 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 D. It's getting better and better. Could he really think we can't do anything with him? This time it is Judicial Island, and it will be our Mary Joa next time. Quote. It would be great if he dares to come, this time I must shamelessly kill him personally. Me too, if that B asterisk 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 D comes, I will never spare him. The new hatred and the old hatred together will be understood. The old people who represent the highest power in the world are filled with righteous indignation. Enough. Advertisement. The old star, who had never spoken, finally couldn't help but utter a voice. If you are really confident that you can beat that undead B asterisk 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 D, go now. He should be still nearby, not far away. As a result, the noisy hall was suddenly silent. Several veterans of the former 039 Mouth Strong King 039 all turned their heads to prevent others from seeing their faces at the moment. After all, they really just talked about it before, and they just had a mouthful. If you really want to go alone, isn't it a special offer to send 039 to 039? Since you don't want to go, then think about handling the aftermath now. First of all, this matter, Zhao Haojiao, must not be let outsiders know. After all, it is related to the face of our world government, so we must block the news. The most stable old star wrote among the 5. This point, my thoughts are the same, so I have already ordered it to go down, and Spandane has also taken care of it. The bald old star said in a deep voice. It is good. Everyone nodded. 5 old stars. At this moment, the government intelligence officials shouted anxiously from outside the hall. What happened again? The 5 highest powers in the world are all unhappy. At the same time, a ray of vitality leaked was that the not weak intelligence officer of Ling's knees weakened and fell to the ground. Just out of the oven, the newspaper with its own pen and ink fell in front of Wu Lao Xing Song. There are only 5 words in a page in the newspaper. Division, law, island, sink, fall. What's going on? The 5 highest powers in the world all issued angry roars. Chapter 144 The Warring States was so angry that his liver hurts, Frankie cried with excitement. This content was first published on HotMTL Novel.zi Naval Headquarters, Malin Foduo. As one of the 3 major institutions of world government. When the status of the missing link on the Judiciary Island was confirmed, the Navy headquarters immediately dispatched warships and went through the Gate of Justice to the Judiciary Island to check the situation. As intelligence and photos from the front line of the Judicial Island continue to be returned, the entire Navy headquarters is shaken by it. Headquarters building, Marshal's office. The terrifying dominance permeated the quartet, that is the overlord color of the Marshal Warring States. This is another good thing that B*********** D did. The Warring States period said in a deep voice. There is no rant like in the past. But no matter it was, anyone could hear the anger behind the suppressed voice of the Marshal Sengoku. It's Judicial Island, not Pirate Town. How did he make it? Has he forgotten his previous naval status? Could it be that after 36 years of awakening, the justice in his heart has disappeared? Xiaohei, can you unconditionally support him like this? Zheng Guo looked at Lieutenant General Crane with bloodshot eyes. Under the aggressive gaze of the Marshal Sengguo, Lieutenant General Crane still just sorted out the files in his hands and on the go. There was not the slightest urgency on the still young pretty face, and the wind was calm. Little Crane. The tone of the Warring States could not help but increase a bit. Don't worry about it, Sengoku. Lieutenant General Crane put down the documents in his hand. If there is really no justice in his heart, then what you see today will not be these clean photos. The entire Sifa Island, 7,000 garrison navy, no casualties, you should have seen it. Lieutenant General Crane smiled. Since the last time I completely figured it out, after the showdown with the Warring States period, Lieutenant General Crane has made his life easier than before. The majestic and pretty face that used to be unsmiling, from time to time, there will be a little moving smile. This huge change made all the officers and men of the Navy headquarters secretly shocked. At the same time, Lieutenant General Ling's popularity in the Navy rose rapidly. What about this head on the flag of the world government? And the justice that was raised to the ground? I remember that this person is the chief of government C9, Spandam, like his old Spandane, is a nasty scum. Lieutenant General Crane said. Even so, I have another with him. Of course it does matter. More than 10 years ago, Tom. Lieutenant General Crane's voice suddenly increased. The Warring States was silent. By the way, there are also those courts and trial offices on the main island of the Judiciary Island. There is no need to keep these formal things. He must think so too. I am going to the Naval Academy to take charge of lectures. If you have any questions, please call me. After Lieutenant General Crane said, he walked out lightly. Lieutenant General Crane, Boff, is going to teach young people again. Outside the door, green-haired Brigadier General Brandy greeted Lieutenant General He with a smile. Okay. Lieutenant General Crane nodded with a smile. It's really hard for you, but Sister He, your popularity in the Navy has been getting higher and higher recently. Green-haired Brigadier General Branu said. Advertisement. Lieutenant General Crane still just smiled and nodded, and walked away. I have been depressed for so many years and have been under the hands of the world government for so many years. If I want to leave, I also want to bring you some strength as much as possible. I'm just a little sorry for the guy in the Warring States period. Lieutenant General Crane thought Miss You. Watching Lieutenant General Crane leave, green-haired Brigadier General Branu made a secret admiration in his heart. The next second seemed to be thinking of something, and he hurriedly entered the door anxiously to report something to the gloomy Marshal Sengguo. What? How did the news leak out? The entire Judicial Island has not been blocked. How did Morgans know that he even took so many photos? The Warring States roared again. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The newspaper reported that the Marshal of the Warring States period. Probably that Morgans was faster than our reconnaissance force. According to the witness report of the Marines, before the warship reached the Judicial Island, they saw a bird flying out of it. Green-haired Brigadier General Brandy reported tremblingly. What are you talking about? Cough cough. Marshal of the Warring States period, what's wrong with you? Military doctor. The report of the fall of Judiciary Island 039, which was exclusively titled and published by the World Economic Daily News, spread quickly in just 2 or 3 hours. The first to get news and newspapers is naturally the water capital, Gourmet Town and other islands closest to Judicial Island. Seeft Station. Gudongu. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Dong 039. 039 hiccup. The elderly fish station master Kokoro drank a whole bottle of wine in one breath, and then hiccuped a contented whine. Mr. Tom, did you see it in the sky? Your best friend, he really came back. Granny Coco had a tearful smile on her face. Fall asleep deeply with wine and drunkenness. Wow. Suddenly there was a wind blowing between the sky and the earth, blowing the newspaper in Coco Luo's hand into the sky, as if it was going to be given to the people in the sky. The capital of water. Frankie disintegrates the house. Oh. There were bursts of crying and heart-piercing crying from the house of Frankie's family. Big brother, what's wrong with you? Frankie's sisters Wa Jaiwei and Maz opened their mouths with worried expressions. Brother Frankie, what the hell is going on with you today? This news is really breaking news, but you. Yeah, Brother Frankie, are you crying or laughing? Brother, you are really scary like this. Frankie's younger brother Zanbai and others also looked anxious and worried. Oh, don't chat, I'm just so happy, let me cry for a while. Oh, that damn B asterisk 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 D Spanda, that B asterisk 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 D finally got retribution, woohoo. Although I don't know who it is, I am very grateful. Quote. Advertisement. Frankie cried with joy and excitement. Still the capital of water. Carrera headquarters. Chong Bingshan, the city of water, is also shutting himself in his house at this moment. Tears of happiness, excitement, and other emotions intertwined on the newspaper in front of him. At this moment, what the head of the iceberg with mixed feelings did not notice is that the second of the top 5 foremen at the shipyard under his hand, as well as the secretary beside him, have disappeared. Water capital, Horn Bar. Early in the morning, the bar was hung up with the sign of closing. Inside the dark bar, the 3 men and 1 woman, including the bar manager Bruno, sat silently. For a long time, Lu Chi, what should I do next? Dressed as the secretary of the Black Silk Secretary, Khalifa, the C9 killer, opened her lips lightly, breaking the silence in the room. It's unbelievable. Someone dared to break through that judicial island. It even raised the entire judicial island to the ground. What kind of power is this? Shanfeng Kaku, who is also a C9 killer, murmured in shock as he watched the news reports. The bar manager, Bruno, staring at the horned haircut, had a dull look and opened his mouth, but said nothing. Let me talk about it. Khalifa pushed his glasses professionally. What we are facing now is the problem of not having an officer. Spandam is dead. Regardless of the undercover mission of the Water City, is there any need for the assignment of the Huxia city of Alabaston? The eyes of Khalifa and others are all on the young man with the pigeon. After all, he is the strongest Rob Luki in C9 for 800 years. Now after Spandam's death, he is the one who has the most say. As usual, after a while, Rob Lucci spoke concisely. Chapter 145 Marco dumbfounded Robin and the Green Pheasant. This content was first published on HotMTL Novel.zi under the vigorous promotion of the King of News Morgans. One of the 3 major government agencies in the world, the news that the judicial island fell under an unknown attack quickly spread across the sea in just one day. The speed is so fast that even the world government can't fully respond. This big event that has made the world government faceless has been completely unable to cover up. South Daxia Sea. For nearly half a month, the situation in the entire South Daxia Sea has become extremely severe. The stalemate between the underground dark forces in the South Daxia Sea and the shipping agency led by Saab has entered a white-hot stage. Although the shipping agency is at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. However, the mid-level and high-level combat power is better than the dark forces of the South Daxia Sea division. The senior agents of the original Baroque, Beiji Crow, Akin the Ghost, and potential stocks such as Straw Hat Luffy, Three Swords Ryu Sauron, Curly Eyebrow Sanji and so on. In the successive battles, the combat power of Straw Hat Luffy, Sauron, Sanji and others was more than twice as powerful as in the East Daxia Sea period. After the first few defeats, Beiji Clou's vision and pattern have also been greatly improved. As the general person in charge, Sabo has faded from his youth and gradually has the demeanor of a general. Operation South Daxia Sea until now. The Maritime Work Agency has a large force of 10,000, but there are still 6,000 people left. The loss of personnel is not trivial, but those who can survive this cruel struggle are the true elites. It's completely different from the fusion of fish and dragons more than half a month ago. Before and after the change, even the former Baroque President Clockdale had to obey. South Daxia Sea Zack Island, temporary headquarters of Maritime Work Agency. Crocodile, I recently heard that Don Quixote de Flamenco has arrived in the South Daxia Sea. Can you handle it? Sabo looked at Crocodile. Are you underestimating me? It's just a clown. With a cigar dangling from his mouth, Crocodile spoke confidently and picked up the newspaper on the table. When he saw the big event on the page, Crocodile's face no longer calmed down. That person did it again. Crocodile's expression could not hide the shock. Apart from our mentor, who else has this courage? The corner of Sabo's mouth curled slightly. I'm crazy. Is this directly declaring war on the world government? Clockdale's voice rose a little. Are you scared, alligator? Sabo said calmly. Afraid? How can it be? I'm only excited. Ha, 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 ha. This sea is really getting more and more interesting, and in 1 month, the biggest scene since the opening of the Great Pirate Era is about to be staged. Quote. Clockdale laughed. Yeah, in order to be a mentor's help, I have to become even better. Sabo thought. Fufurfuru, has the location this time become that judicial island again? What about the next time? Do you lunatics still want to repeat the incident 36 years ago again? Quote. South Daxia Sea, Don Quixote Family Base Island. Shiwu Kaidaflamingo watched the fall of the judicial island in the World Economic News, and laughed uncontrollably again. Advertisement. The world government, the 5 old stars, and the one above, you are really tolerable. One by one is a tortoise with a shrunken head, go and kill him. Kill him. Others have hit their doorstep, can they still sit still? Are you afraid of being beaten? You bastards are sometimes afraid. Doflamingo let out an incompetent rage. The veins on the face and neck are violent. Dover. A sharp voice sounded from outside the door. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. That was Pika, the highest cadre of the Don Quixote family. What the hell is going on with you these days? Who is the person you are talking about? Tell me, I will kill him for you. We are family members, Pika said. Yeah, now I am no longer alone, and I am no longer the powerless kid in the Mary Geoise Coliseum. I am Alsoang 039. Doflamingo's mouth raised a fierce arc. Let's go, this time just have fun with that sand crocodile. New World Sky Island. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Papa, the whale boat of the 4 Emperors Whitebeard Pirates, the Moby DK. Father, today's paradise big news. The captain of the first team, Marco, handed the Whitebeard the hot newspaper that had just been released. But speaking of it, there is no major event in our new world this year. The events on the paradise side are really coming out one after another. Even the dad who doesn't care about these things usually pays so much attention to it. It's really surprising. Marco teased. This time it is Judicial Island. I believe the rumors back then. You lunatic actually went to Marieoa to kill you back and forth, curla la la la. Zero freshness. Whitebeard looked at the news in the newspaper and talked to himself with a laugh. Marco holding a pineapple and gnawing. 000, Mary Joa. Killed back and forth. There are such ruthless people in the world. What year was it? Such a great event happened in the past. Where is it sacred? Daddy. Don't ask anything. Marco. Daddy, I don't want to mention that lunatic. Thinking of him makes me a headache. The Whitebeard held his forehead with a big hand. If that lunatic really appears, the sea won't be calm again. Great Route. The gourmet town of Puke. A daily rental villa near the outskirts. Sister Robin, Kurla, hasn't brother Luo Lin come back? Wei Wei, who hadn't seen Luo Lin's figure, asked for the nth time. Advertisement. Kurla, you look strange, do you know where Luo Lin went to play? Nami asked. No, I am not. Kurla decisively denied Sanlian, and by the way secretly pulled Robin's clothes corner. Motioned to Robin to say something. However, Robin did not respond. After watching this morning's news, stormy waves have appeared in her heart. The Judicial Island has fallen. Spandam. Spandane. Robin's brain replenished a lot in an instant. So my heart couldn't help but feel infinitely moved. As a result, the eyes are red, and the nose is sore. Sister Robin. At this moment, Kurla's voice suddenly became a little rush, awakening Robin from the moving emotions. After recollecting it, Robin, who was wearing a thin shirt, shivered involuntarily. Suddenly what happened? Wei Wei puzzled. It's cold. Is the temperature on the Great Route changing so fast? Nami wondered. Wrong. After a while, Robin seemed to realize something and suddenly yelled. Everyone, come behind me. Robin said subconsciously. Ah la la, this is really strange. Will people who survived by unscrupulous use of others now protect others? Nicole Robin. The General Green Pheasant said slowly and came slowly. Chapter 146 Surprised Green Pheasant. Roland and Kuzan. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Everyone be careful, it's behind me. After realizing the identity of the visitor, Robin suddenly widened his beautiful eyes and shouted subconsciously. If it was before, when I met this person. When encountering this person who keeps her alive but gives her unlimited pressure, Robin's body will inevitably be unable to move because of fear. But now it is different. At this moment, under the assault of that icy chill, countless powers rushed out of Robin's fragile body. She is now different from before. As the eldest sister, she has the responsibility to protect her sisters when the patriarch is away. This is her promise to Luo Lin. Even now she is facing the person who fears most in her heart. Sister Robin, what's the matter? Nami and Vivi gathered next to Robin obediently in August 20th. Da 039. There were clear footsteps on the small road outside the villa. It made a sound like stepping on ice. Immediately afterwards, the chill between the surrounding sky and the earth became more and more chilled. The flowers and plants that were originally green were covered with frost in an instant. The independent swimming pool of the villa froze instantly. The temperature in the air instantly dropped below 0 degrees Celsius. It's cold. Wei Wei Tan opened her mouth slightly, and let out a breath of heat. It's like being in the kingdom of Sakura. Nami shook her arms, her body trembling. That one. Finally, the man with endless chill appeared from the end of the manor path. When seeing the appearance of the person coming, Kurla suddenly widened her eyes unconsciously. Ah la la, I really can't think of you who have lived by betraying others for 20 years, and now you will protect others. Nicole Robin, have you found a place for yourself? Screamed. Ah. The man in a blue long gown and a white suit and waistcoat opened his mouth slowly, just like his footsteps. Who is that person? A warning sign came to Nami's heart. It looks a bit familiar. Wei Wei showed her eyebrows tightly. That guy is the Green Pheasant of the Navy headquarters. Kurla took a deep breath and said the identity of the person. What? Nami and Vivi suddenly exclaimed in unison. It was General Huang Yuan last time. This time I unexpectedly ran into the General Green Pheasant again. The last time the General Huang Yuan was Luo Lin's disciple. What about the Green Pheasant this time? Feeling the bitter cold around them, Nami and the three didn't think that each other came here with kindness. Admiral Blue Pheasant, are you really here for Sister Robin? Advertisement. Wei Wei stepped forward, staring at the green pheasant without fear, and exclaimed. Sister Robin, you go here first, and we'll help you block him. Kurla also stood in front of Robin without hesitation. It's just a mere admiral, I'm not afraid of it at all. Nami said lightly, but her body was shaking unconsciously. But even so, she stood firmly in front of Robin. You guys. Robin's eyes were red again, and his voice choked. Ah la la, the recent little girls are getting better one by one. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The green pheasant put his hands in his pockets and spoke lazily. Nah. The next moment, under the wide-open eyes of Robin, Wei Wei and others. Little Lolita, who had been playing outside catching butterflies, walked straight to the side of General Green Pheasant during Golden Week and pulled at the corner of his clothes. Ah la la, what a cute little girl. The green pheasant smiled and touched her big hand on little Lori's head during Golden Week. Hey, little Lori had a successful smile at the corner of her mouth during Golden Week. A strip of yellow-green paint was thrown on the body of the green pheasant. Friends of yellow and green. Just hit. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Pigments of this color will all become friends of little Lolita during the Golden Week. This is her natural superpower to control the emotions of others through paint. You are now Marion's friend. Little Lori smiled during Golden Week. Ah la la, if the cute little girl wants to be my friend, I am always welcome. The voice of the green pheasant sounded from behind the little Lori Golden Week. Marion. Robin suddenly became anxious. 039 Keng 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 039. Several sturdy icicles rushed out of the ground to form a temporary cage to trap little Lolita in it during the Golden Week. General Green Pheasant, if you want to take away Sister Robin, you will pass my level first. After a long absence, Vivi took out her own weapon Peacock Woodbreaker 0 and then, together with Nami, who was holding the 039 golden hoop, 039 straightly killed the green pheasant from the front. Daughter Vivi of Alabaston, is this really a bit difficult? The green pheasant put the blindfold on his forehead over his eyes. If you can't see it, you don't need to worry about many things. Swish swish 039. A dozen thick icicles were born out of thin air in the sky, and it was necessary to trap Vivi and Nami in them as before. Merman Karate, 1000 watts Junkwon. Kerr took a shot. The strong fist wind blasted from her pink fist, and it strongly interrupted the green pheasant's icicle. Advertisement. Ah la la, there really is an incredible little girl, this punching power is very good. The General Green Pheasant exclaimed and took the lead to lock the target on Kurla's body. Ice. However, just before the General Green Pheasant moved, the other fist fell on him in the sight of his perception. What surprised him even more was that his ice elementalization had not succeeded. This sudden punch was his body and entity. The General Green Pheasant lifted his blindfold, looking at Robin in front of him with a look of surprise and disbelief. The damage caused by this punch to him was minimal, or even none. But the green pheasant still couldn't help being shocked for a while. Nicole Robin, where did you learn how to be armed and domineering? After the shock, the General Ching pheasant's expression gradually became more serious. 35 inches Sister Robin. Kurla, Vivi and Nami were suddenly anxious. 039 boom boom boom. However, this time, the green pheasants did not give them a chance to get close. 2 ice walls several meters thick suddenly rose from both sides, completely separating the 3 of them. Although your armed color domineering is far from mature, you have a solid foundation. It seems that you have met a good teacher. The General Green Pheasant said calmly. He is the best teacher in the world. Robin replied calmly. Then can you introduce me to it? The Green Pheasant asked politely. His words are now behind you. Robin's pretty face showed a touching smile. Kuzan kid, it's almost here. Chapter 147 The Hero in the Heart of Ching Pheasant Kuzan. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. This is the end of the fight, Kid Kuzan. A peaceful voice sounded behind the arrogant General Green Pheasant without warning. The General Ching Pheasant Kuzan, one of the strongest combat forces in Ling's Navy headquarters, suddenly changed his face. When is it? Unexpectedly. I didn't even notice the slightest what I saw. What kind of monster is this? General Ching Pheasant Kuzan subconsciously gave birth to a shock of emotion in his heart. However, as the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, one of the top combat powers on this sea, how could the General Green Pheasant be frightened by word of others? Ka 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 039. Endless turbulent cold air emerged from his body. Thick layers of frost formed on the ground. The 3 extreme frost and cold auras attacked Luo Lin behind the green pheasant with an aura close to absolute zero. 039 boom 039. Before the 3 icy breaths approached, the world suddenly shook. Then a breath of terror that seemed to be above everything in the world came out. Ka ka 039. 039 bang. Just for a moment, all the ice cubes covering the entire manor house burst and turned into countless tiny ice crystals, which drifted away with the wind. The cold air in the air also escaped under that domineering and boundless breath. 039 wow 039. 10 invisible winds slapped on the body of the General Green Pheasant, making his clothes hunt and hunt. Under that extremely terrifying domineering shroud, even the General Green Pheasant can no longer calm down. At this moment, the General Green Pheasant's heart seemed to be a turbulent wave, which could not be calm for a long time. Who is the person behind? Why is his perception of color and appearance in chaos? There is also this powerful domineering that makes heaven and earth change their colors, which is simply unheard of. When did such a terrifying monster appear on this sea? The General Green Pheasant was full of shocked thoughts. He wanted to turn around to see what happened. But under the pressure of that force, it was impossible for a while. How amazing is this? After all, he is a general of the Navy headquarters. Kuzan kid, I don't want to say the same thing a second time. If your chill makes the little girls catch a cold, I can't spare you. Luo Lin spoke calmly. Hearing this, the General Green Pheasant's heart suddenly froze. While standing still in place, he didn't dare to move at all. He also unconsciously gave birth to a trace of suspicion in his heart. Kuzan kid, this title is really long gone. You arrive. Just when the General Green Pheasant asked what he wanted to ask. The little girls who were previously blocked by the thick ice wall took the lead to exhale happily. Teacher, you are back. Kurla exclaimed happily, and the time of restlessness in her heart disappeared. Brother Luo Lin, you are finally back. Wei Wei exhaled in relief. Advertisement. Brother Luo Lin, that admiral is going to bully Sister Robin. Nami is the first to file a complaint. Little Lori, who got out of the icicle cage, hugged Luo Lin's thigh for the first time during Golden Week. The petite body trembled slightly. Obviously it was a little frightened. It's okay, don't be afraid, Marianne. Luo Lin smiled and stroked little Lolita's head, speaking comfortingly. At this moment, listen to the voices of the little girls. After listening to what they called the Monster 039, behind them, Admiral Blue Pheasant Kuzan fell into a completely sluggish state. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The dignity on his face turned into shock, then deepened into shock, and finally solidified. The turbulent waves in his heart turned into huge waves, layer upon layer, wave after wave slapped his frozen heart. Roland, what a nostalgic name. I haven't heard it for 30 years. The General Green Pheasant looked up at the sky. The long-lasting memories of the past in my mind continue to emerge like a fountain. 43 years ago, he is just a little beggar who makes a living by picking up tatters. Live a miserable life every day, with last but not the last. Even wild dogs will come to grab his food. That was simply the darkest time in his life. And the one that made him in the dark. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. It was the gentleman who saw the light among them. Although later for various reasons, he eventually boarded another warship. But Kuzan will never forget the hero who brought him to the light, the hero in his heart. The name of that hero is 039 Call 039. The General Green Pheasant took a deep breath. A few fine ice crystals fell from his face, and when they fell to the ground, they disappeared. The Admiral of the Navy Headquarters Green Pheasant Kuzan took the heaviest step in his life. Finally, turned around. 4 eyes face each other. The person in front of him is still the same. Even though 36 years have passed, it is still exactly the same as before, not changing at all. Of course it is. After all, he is a man of miracles. A rare smile appeared on the cold face of General Ching Pheasant Kuzan. Mr. Luo Lin, long time no see. The elegant manner is quiet. There is no bitter cold breath. The water in the swimming pool is also unfrozen. After experiencing the frost, the flowers and plants on the ground still haven't died, but have become more and more uplifting. The Admiral of the Navy Headquarters Green Pheasant Kuzan lay leisurely on a beach chair by the swimming pool, watching the 039 spacecraft that gradually disappeared into the sky. There is a contented smile on his face. It turned out that Karp told him that he would know everything if he found the spacecraft. It was not nonsense. It turned out to be true. Advertisement because he did know cut. Know the root of the series of events in the ocean during the recent period. Mr. Luo Lin, it's still the same as before, really handsome. The General Green Pheasant whispered to himself leisurely. And Nicole. The Green Pheasant paused. Your luck is too good, even I can't help but envy you, but you can find such a great place to live in 720, it is really great, and I will finally be able to relax a little bit later. General Ching Pheasant thought in his heart. Watching the spaceship 039 go away. His restless heart also calmed down. 039 blue 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 039. The ringing of the telephone bug awakened the Green Pheasant Kuzan from his leisure time. After a while, the phone worm was connected, and the voice of the Marshal Sengoku came from the other side. Hey, Kuzan, have you found that person? Warring States asked casually. Ah, I already saw it. Green Pheasant Kuzan replied lazily. Just know it's okay. The Warring States period, who subconsciously thought that the General Ching Pheasant was lazy, suddenly raised an octave in the next second. You, Kuzan, did you see that guy? The Warring States period was shocked. Ah, yes, I saw it. Green Pheasant Kuzan said. How is he? It's exactly the same as before. It's exactly the same. Forget it, you give him the phone bug, I want to talk to him, and ask what is going on Judicial Island. The Warring States said angrily. This is really unfortunate. Huh, the Marshal Sengwo on the other side of the phone worm frowned. Just now, that person has already left. General Ching Pheasant said. Me. The Warring States period went wild. Kuzan, you chase me right now, right away, right away. Ah, sorry, Mr. Sengoku, I'm a little sleepy, I will definitely be next time. Chapter 148 The Giants, Earls and Evil Spirits advancing the 6th floor of the city. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi The Endless Clear Sky. The vibrant Golden Mary cruised through the sea of clouds. On the deck, Nami, Vivi, and little Lori Golden Wednesday are struggling with unstandard horse stances. Follow the Coach Kurla's instructions to shout and punch. This time the General Green Pheasant encountered the incident, and finally it was shocked because of Luo Lin's timely arrival. But the little girls, such as Wei Wei and Nami, also realized a very important point. In the past, because Luo Lin was watching by the side, they could go and fight as much as they wanted, carefree, as long as they were happy. But what if Luo Lin is the same as this time, and leaves something? How can they protect everyone with their meager strength now? The two little girls, Wei Wei and Nami together, decided to exercise and become stronger. Of course, they also know the truth about eating one bite at a time. So before learning from Luo Lin the 6 Navy styles and advanced domineering, they decided to learn Murloc karate with Kurla first to lay a solid foundation for their bodies. This is what happened on the deck now. Regarding the little girl's idea of becoming stronger, whether it was a whim of 3 minutes or something else, Luo Lin would naturally not try to discourage their enthusiasm. Lying leisurely on the second deck, watching the little girls practice, eating all kinds of ready-made fruits from Robin. Little Robin, you behaved well this time, as are the other little girls. Luo Lin ate Robin's peeled mango and spoke complimentedly. Robin's hand movement paused, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a nice arc. It turns out that you have already arrived, uncle, but we were really scared at that time. Robin pretended to be bitter. I know the temper of that kid Kuzan best, since he chose to let you go 20 years ago, he won't catch you back again. Luo Lin said. It turns out it's such a thing. Robin was surprised secretly in his heart. Are you still afraid of him now? Robin asked. Robin was taken aback, and immediately shook his head decisively. I'm really not afraid this time. Robin said. Okay. Luo Lin nodded casually. Uncle, where are we going next? Robin asked. Next, of course, go directly to the Chambord place. The kid in Anilu is unreliable. I have to come by myself at Shiji. Someone should be able to find out his whereabouts at the Chambord place. Luo Lin said. At the same time, the gourmet town of Puke. After all, Admiral Cyan Pheasant Kuzan was unable to survive the phone bug bombing of the Marshal Sengoku. In the end, he reluctantly gave up his leisure time and rode his bicycle to the Judicial Island to preside over the overall situation. Half a day later, the Green Pheasant came to Judicial Island. Looking at the dilapidated ruins with only 2 gates left, General Green Pheasant couldn't help but secretly startled. Not seen for decades, Mr. Luo Lin's strength has become more and more terrifying. General Green Pheasant sighed with emotion. Fortunately, my heart was too shaken at the time and I didn't think too much. Otherwise, if Mr. Luo Lin knew about it, Mr. Warring States would really be overwhelmed. If Bai Jing pushes forward and the city falls, it will be really troublesome. The Green Pheasant chuckled. Sound. But it will be sooner or later. The Green Pheasant said to himself. By the way, he apologized to the Warring States in advance in his heart. I had nothing to do on Judicial Island for 2 days. Advertisement. Sitting on a warship, the Green Pheasant passed through the Gate of Justice and advanced towards the deep-sea prison. After 1 hour, pushing the city, known as the Bronze Wall and Iron Wall, is here. Green Pheasant General. Upon learning that the General Blue Pheasant had arrived, the prison guards and seamen were immediately busy to greet them. The main gate of Propulsion City on the first floor of the sea is opened. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Warden Magellan, Deputy Warden Hannibal and Deputy Warden Domino also went out to greet them. Mr. Green Pheasant, is this the same as before? Magellan, the terrifying poison fruit ability, asked. With the purple gas exhaling from his big mouth, the Deputy Warden Hannibal immediately stepped back, clutching his nose. Okay. The Green Pheasant nodded. The inspection still troubles Miss Domino. No trouble, no trouble. The blonde beauty Domino suddenly waved his hands flattered. Even the Admiral of the Admiral needs to go through a detailed inspection if he wants to enter the advanced city. Plus minutes later. Green Pheasant and Wheat after inspection. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The 3 of Jellin took the elevator, all the way down, until they advanced into the 6 underground levels of infinite hell. Magellan, you don't have to give it away from now on, I just go by myself. General Ching Pheasant said, saying nothing is to walk to the depths of infinite hell with ease. Hey, isn't this the Green Pheasant of the Navy headquarters? What? Green Pheasant Kuzan, as that be ******* D Ching Nan here. My uncle hates it. A-hole Green Pheasant, let me out quickly. When the news of the appearance of the Green Pheasant came, the entire infinite hell was a sensation for a time. The brutal pirates who are holding a reward of more than 100 million in custody keep shouting. It's still as noisy as before. The Green Pheasant drew his ears lazily. 039 click 039. In the next moment, the extreme ice and cold aura spread out instantly, turning the entire infinite hell into an ice and snow hell. The world is quiet. After a while, the General Green Pheasant came to the depths of the prison and sat down in front of a huge cage. I know you are here, Kuzan, thanks to you, this noisy place is finally quiet, I knew it was you. Deep in the dark cage, a giant prisoner with shackles on his hands and feet laughed happily. His name is Haguval D. Soro, and he was once a beloved lieutenant admiral in the Navy. Soro, I have something to tell you this time. Don't be too surprised when you hear it. The green pheasant said. Tell Lehihi, speak quickly. The giant Soro urged. 2 months ago. The general green pheasant's expression was cheerful, and a series of events in the sea in the past 2 months, including Nicole Robin, talked about. The giant in the cage was stunned for a moment. Stunned. Advertisement. After a while, the giant in the cage seemed to have thought of something, and an extremely shocking emotion suddenly appeared on a big face. Immediately afterwards, all the shock turned into joy and excitement. 039 Wow, the chain is taut. The giant Soro lay in front of the green pheasant as close as possible. Kuzan, the teacher next to Robin, the man you talked about, is that man. Yes, Soro, he's back. The green pheasant nodded. Deep thunder hee hee, deep thunder hee hee. The giant in the cage laughed and burst into tears. It won't be long, Soro, you will be free. The general green pheasant got up and patted the dust on Qian Nuo Zhao on his clothes, preparing to leave. Hey, boy, the person you mentioned earlier, the person who has been asleep for 36 years, is that guy, right? That B asterisk 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 D can't die, right? At this moment, another listener in the cage next to Soro. An old man who still maintained the elegance of a noble earl even as a prisoner spoke. Lonely Red, Ballery Clydefield. The general green pheasant paused slightly. Said nothing. For the question of a mind-reading guy, there is no difference between answering and not answering. After a while, the general green pheasant walked away. In another cage adjacent to the Red Earl, a man with his muscles like a horned dragon, releasing a terrifying pressure, opened his mouth. Ryder, I wonder if you would like to share with me who you were talking about just now. Is he strong? Quote. The legendary man who inherited the power of the devil, Douglas Barrett grinned. For a long time, I advise you to dispel this idea, it will die. Red Earl Letterfield said quietly. Chapter 149 Come the Horror Roar. Black Knife Autumn Water. This content was first released on HotMTL Novel.zi Golden Malia deck. The duel exercise between Nami and Wei Wei is in progress. Drink. Wei Wei took a defensive position. Merman Karate, 10,000 Wa Junquan. Nami punches. What? Wei Wei flew upside down and fell to sit on the deck. After a while, Wei Wei got up and smiled. It's me, I'm going to make 20,000 Wa Junquans next. Wei Wei said. Come on. Nami responded with a grin. Hey, Nami, Wei Wei, are you lazy again, aren't you? Kurla, who was helping Robin prepare lunch in the kitchen, appeared angrily holding a spatula. The Murloc Karate is not for you to play, it's still 10,000 to 20,000. Now you don't even reach the realm of 100 tiles. Kurla's eyes widened and corrected strictly. I'm extremely sorry, Instructor Kurla. Nami and Vivi apologized to Kurla in unison. Call. Kurla smirked and sneered after a moment. Okay, well, wash your hands and prepare to eat, as well as the instructor. The little chef Kurla waved the spatula towards Luo Lin on the second deck. It wasn't until Kurla returned to the cabin that the two little girls, Vivi and Nami, heaved a sigh of relief, leaned against each other on the deck, and laughed at each other. 823 inches. I'm still laughing, you two little girls really didn't reflect at all. If Kurla heard it, I will train you again. Luo Lin's voice rang in the ears of the two girls without warning, and they suddenly frightened them. Brother Luo Lin, don't be so sudden next time, it's scary. Vivi said grotesquely. That's it. While Nami agreed, she raised her small pink fist and hammered Luo Lin's chest. Hee hee, get up and get ready to eat. After eating, I will take you to a fun place. Luo Lin said. Fun. When I heard of the fun, Nami and Vivi, who were still in the young girl's mind, had their beautiful eyes brightened. However, after an hour, Nami and Vivi are about to cry. Because they never thought that what Luo Lin said was funny, it turned out to be the haunted house 039 they feared most. This is the famous Lost Sea area of the Great Route, the Devil's Triangle. Regarding the evil name of the Devil's Triangle, the huge island ship that Moonlight Moria drove by Chiwahai Moonlight took root in this sea area. From ancient times to the present, at least 100 ships disappear every year in this thick fog and become ghost ships that drift with the flow. Advertisement. So far, no one knows what is going on. The murderous reputation of the Guangui Triangle was never created by Moria. Since ancient times, there has been a mysterious existence in this dense fog-shrouded sea area that is unknown to the world. The legend has it that there are unknown monsters in the sea. The sound of the monsters will attract the crew to fall into the sea. That's why everything in the ship is intact, but the people are missing. On the deck, Robin shined a flashlight in his face, telling the old legends about this sea to the little girls in front of him. Sure enough, Nami and Vivi, who couldn't hear the words of ghosts and demons, hugged in fear. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. There is also a little Lolita Golden Week between them. Don't listen. Don't listen. Sister Robin, stop. Nami and Wei Wei shook their heads and waved their hands. Well, Robin, don't scare them. Luo Lin smiled and shook his head. Okay. Robin turned off the flashlight. In fact, the place we are going to this time is not a ghost ship, but a huge island ship. The owner of the island ship, like Crocodile, is also a member of the King Chiwahai, Moonlight Moria. Robin said. What? It's not a real ghost ship. Chiwahai or something, I'm not afraid of it at all. Nami and Vivi suddenly became proud again. 7 Wuhai Moonlight Mariah. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Our revolutionary army has collected information about him, and he seems to have a large group of zombie soldiers under him. Kurla recalled. Zombie. Real or fake? When they heard the word zombie, the two little girls were square again. I don't know exactly what is going on, but even zombies are not too strong. Nami and Wei Wei are now when you show the results of your practice. We will fight zombies together later. Pul squeezed a fist, encouraging. Don't go, don't go. Vivi and Nami, who were hugging together again, shook their heads again and again. Don't go if you have golden treasures. Luo Lin asked. Gold. When she heard this beautiful word, Nami's eyes suddenly changed into the shape of money. Is there really gold? Of course. Luo Lin grinned. The 10-year accumulation of Chiwu Haimoria in the Devil's Triangle is certainly not a small amount. Of course compared to gold. Luo Lin approached him this time mainly for a knife. The famous sword that was once held by the sword god of the country, the big sharp sword 21 black sword Chushui. Back then, Luo Lin was also a great swordsman with 2 black knives in his collection. One of them was at the Battle of the Valley of Gods and was broken by Locke's crushing ability. Advertisement. The other black knife, Chu Killing, was left in Mario's hands, and it is still unknown to whom. Although the difference between having a knife and not having a knife is not too big for him, it is always good to have a handy weapon at hand. Under the temptation of the golden treasure, Nami decisively withdrew from the timid camp. Gearing up, just waiting for Chiwu Haimoria's treasure to be delivered to the door. About 2 hours later, a little light appeared in the thick white fog. In the dense fog, a huge island-like ship appeared in the line of sight of Luo Lin and his party. The Golden Mary turned its bow and descended quietly from the sky. 039 Cuckoo 039, Cuckoo. There are old and dead trees all around, with bats, owls and other creatures hanging upside down on the trees. Under the faint light, you can see that the bats and owls are more or less marked with surgical sutures. These seemingly inconspicuous bats and owl creatures are naturally a member of the Moria zombie army, responsible for monitoring and reporting various changes on the island. The scene is good, and the creation of a horror atmosphere is also in place. As a horror cruise ship, it is still qualified. Luo Lin nodded, expressing his appraisal. The eyelids of the zombie bat pretending to be sleeping on the tree by the side jumped, and it was the first time that he encountered such a strange person. Is this coming for a trip? Having said that, how did they get in? The bat zombie soldier thought to himself. After Luo Lin walked away, he fluttered his wings quickly and wanted to report to his superiors, the other side. Luo Lin and his entourage who crossed the area of withered vines and old trees came to a graveyard. At this moment, the screams from Nami and Vivi broke through the sky immediately. At the same time, little Lolita hung on Luo Lin's body like a koala during Golden Week, her eyes closed tightly, and she didn't dare to look at it again. Because Zombie 039 really appeared. Chapter 150 Transparent people must be domineering to frighten ghosts and gods. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi. Ah. Oh. Woo 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 woo. The gloomy sea shrouded in dense fog, sounded softly, sounds, whispering like ghosts, and like evil ghosts roaring. A huge island ship built with a small island as raw material. Go with the waves in the dense fog. I don't know the beginning, there is no end. This huge island ship is called the Terror 3-masted sailing vessel, which belongs to the Moonlight Mariah under King Chiwahai. It is claimed to be the largest known pirate ship in the world. 10 years ago, Moria took 3 of his men and drove this terrifying 3-masted sailing ship into the Devil's Triangle, and stationed here as a base camp. It specializes in hunting passing merchant ships and pirate ships, secretly forming a zombie army, and accumulating strength. After 10 years of efforts by Moria, there are now more than 800 zombie soldiers on this island. There are even more important figures like Swordsman Ryoma and Captain John. Moria's body was discovered after death and became a member of his zombie army. Of course, their strength can't be compared with that before their lifetime. The strength of the zombie soldiers depends only on the strength of the shadow that Mariah stuffed into them. At a certain moment, suddenly the screams of girls resounded across the sky on the lonely, dim, and gloomy island. Appeared. It really appeared. The zombies came out of the grave. When they saw the spectacle of demons dancing in the mass graveyard not far away, Nami and Vivi were scared to cry and hugged. Little Lolita hangs on Luo Lin like a koala during Golden Week, without her usual calmness and grace. I hate it. Human. Why bother to our deep sleep? Do you think of sleeping together in the grave? The cold whispers of 039 zombies 039 came from the surrounding graveyards. As a competent employee of Moria's haunted house, the main task of the graveyard zombies is to scare people. The more scared Nami and Vivi show, the more energetic they are. Little human girl, I. A cemetery zombie emerges suddenly from under Kurla's feet. However, before he had finished speaking, he was greeted by a delicate but powerful fist. Merman Karate, 1000-watt Junkwan. Kurla punched the upper body of the zombie in the graveyard and flew out. Look, Nami and Vivi, there is nothing terrifying, they are very weak, now is the time to test your practice results. Kurla cheered for the 2-6 flower. The other side, Robin also activates his own abilities of flowers and fruits to reverse the hands and feet of the zombies crawling towards Nami and Vivi, posing a variety of strange shapes, just like handicrafts. It's not good, I have to get involved. Stubborn stubble. Withdraw. Advertisement. The complexions of the zombies who realized that Robin and Kurla were not easy to mess with changed. Those who hadn't crawled out quickly lay down in their graves one by one, and began to pretend to be dead. The one that has come out is Saw Yazzie running wildly. The atmosphere suddenly changed from horror to comical. In no time, the ordinary zombie soldiers around are gone without a trace. However, instead of waiting for Nami and Weiwei to breathe a sigh of relief, the next moment, the abnormality regenerates. Shaw 039 click 039, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Suddenly, there was a rustle of people walking in the deadly graveyard. Then there was the breaking sound of branches being trampled off. Brother Luo Ling, how come there are footprints over there? Weiwei asked tremblingly. No, there are people around. Kurla was alert for the first time. Maimu glanced around, looking for the enemy. Even Robin couldn't help feeling a little nervous at this moment. Although her domineering look is not even an entry point, she can still keenly feel that there is a beast around her. It's near. Getting closer. Lululu. It was a low growl of joy from the depths of the beast's throat. 039 boom 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 039. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The beating sound of the heart inside the beast there. Under the peep of the invisible beast 039, in the dark, Nami and Vivi were too scared to move. Kurla is ready to fight back at any time. Garurulu, what day is today? There are so many lovely girls on the island at once. Who of you wants to be my bride? The invisible person whispered in excitement in the dark. I see, you are a transparent person under Moonlight Moria. No wonder we can't see you. Kurla thought of the investigation report about Moonlight Moria's gang he had seen before, and said suddenly. The transparent person is the superhuman transparent fruit-capable person. Great. Robin was startled subconsciously and turned to look at Luo Lin next to him. Then he was surprised to find that at some point, Luo Lin had already walked away from her. Zero seeking flowers. Immediately afterwards, there was only a loud bang. A huge pit appeared on the ground. Don't vomit, vomit. At the center of the pit, the transparent fruit-capable person. With the jaws of a lion, the skin of an elephant, the wild power of a bear and orangutan, the four are not like the weird Abu Sarum. After Luo Lin's sturdy foot, Abu Sarum, who had a tough body like a beast, felt that his body was about to explode. An expression of extreme pain appeared on his beast's face full of stitches, and his eyes burst out, as if to pop out of his eye sockets. The blood mixed with visceral fragments gurgled from the corner of his mouth. What did you want my little girls to do for you? Advertisement. Luo Lin stood on the edge of the pit, condescendingly looking down at Absalom with a grim expression on his face indifferent. There are many interesting people and things in Pirate World. There are also many disgusting things in the same way. If there is a must die 039 top 10 ranking for the characters in this world, there is no doubt that the first of the four yellows 039, the helper of the little ghost, is the first one deservedly. Because of the various horrible crimes he committed. Others such as Spandane and his son are also on the list, and Abu Sarum is no exception. After all, if according to the original plot, both Robin and Nami will be wiped out by Absalom with transparent ability on this ship. So, here today, transparent people must die to death. Jesus can't save him either. I said, under Luo Lin's indifferent gaze. Absalom only felt cold all over. The shadow of death enveloped him, and his body and mind unconsciously gave birth to infinite fear from the inside out. It's not over yet, my zombie soldiers, Swordsman Ryoma, Captain John, get out and save me. Before death, Abu Sarum suddenly let out a heart-piercing cry for help. Kaka 039, Sashisha 039. When Abu Saram's yelling fell, the entire cemetery area made countless noises. Immediately afterwards, the ghostly figure was so good. One after another, zombies crawled out, walked out, and gathered from the ground and woods. Hyaki yexing. It's really noisy, Luo Lin said. Step forward, the overlord color burst. Shock, ghost, fright, god. Righteousness chapter 151 Moria shocked. John and Ryoma recover. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. 100 ghosts are walking in the night at this moment. The cemetery, which was deadly silent, needs time to blast into the sky. But only for a moment. When Roland took a step, the world has returned to peace. 039 boom 039. The turbulent overlord color burst at this moment. Swept the 8 wilderness, overbearing. I am invincible. Under the shroud of this domineering, even ghosts and gods must be overwhelmed. Even the gods and Buddhas all over the sky have to bow their heads. At this moment, the spooky castle in the middle of the horror bark. Under the king of Chiwahai, Moria, the fat house in the moonlight, took bloated steps and sat down against the wall. A smug smile hung on his slender head like a devil. It's rare to see guests from my castle. Although I don't know how you came in, don't leave if you are here. Enjoy the screaming feast I prepared for you as much as you can. Hehehehe. The fat house in the moonlight laughed triumphantly. However, after only a moment, Moonlight Mariah's laughter stopped abruptly, and the triumphant smile on his face was even more frozen. In the next moment, pride turned into shock. The smile turned into horror. Wow, there is a gust of wind howling between heaven and earth. The slap on Moria's demon's face made his face even more shocked and horrified. Hey, what is going on? Moonlight Moria stood up in horror. Is a pair of demon eyes locked tightly to the source of the breath, domineering. How can it be? Quote. Moria's face was shocked and unbelievable. How could there be such a powerful overlord in the world? Moria murmured. Ka 039. At this moment, Mariah heard the sound of clicking from the castle wall beside him. Under his wide-eyed gaze, the castle wall cracked under the impact of that terrifying domineering. Cracks. Heart. After sensing the hideous cracks on the wall, Moria's shocked eyes seemed to burst. No, this is not an ordinary domineering look, it is the same power as Roger and the red-haired B*********************. Is it the red-haired B************ D here? What are you kidding? Moria screamed in surprise. At the same time, island ship graveyard area, under the impact of that substantive overlord color, all the zombie soldiers exploded without warning, and their skinny and severed limbs were flying in all directions. Only a moment later, the world is quiet. In the pit, the look of the transparent man Abu Sarum at the moment can no longer be simply described by horror. Advertisement. Various emotions such as shock, fear, panic, etc. occupy every cell in his body. There was a voice in his heart yelling, urging him to escape. However, the body is not commanded at all, it can't move. Damn it, hate it. What kind of power is this? What kind of monster are you? Why is it so powerful? Master Moria. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Absalom opened his mouth wide, but he could only growl in fear in his heart, unable to utter a word. 039 wow 039 039 039. At this time, there were footsteps coming from not far away. Under Luo Lin's terrifying and domineering storm, there were still zombie soldiers alive. Not one, but two. The person on the left has a pink hair that has lost its luster under the wear and tear of the years. The captain's windbreaker was in tatters, and he wore a western sword on each side of his waist. The person on the right is wearing a white kimono, both sleeves are embroidered with a dragon character, the white hair is tied into a bun, and the waist is equipped with a black knife with a chaotic T-shaped blade and a big knife chushui. Even though the years have been merciless, they have been weathered into a mummified, completely different from the previous appearance, but Luo Lin still recognized their identities. Captain John, the captain of the First Legion, was under the command of the Rocks Pirates, the former overlord of the sea. Decades ago, Luo Lin had fought against him several times. Although Captain John was greedy for money, he was also the top figure in the sea at the time in terms of strength. 36 years ago, the Battle of the Island of Gods had dragged Luo. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Lin was several hours long. As for another mummy dressed as a samurai, it was the world's largest swordsman hundreds of years ago, and was regarded as the sword god dragon-slashing samurai by everyone in the country. Ryoma, a great swordsman who has never failed in his life. The two mummies took quite lofty steps and staggered like drunk. Even Luo Lin was surprised at this moment, his eyes narrowed slightly. Under his previous terrifying domineering storm, the bodies of ordinary zombie soldiers exploded. Even the mummified bodies of Captain John and Ryoma are tougher than normal corpses. But the soul in it is after all just ordinary weak pirates. Impossible to withstand the coercion of his overlord color. But now they are moving. What force is driving their bodies to move at this moment? Is it the shadow in their corpse? Or is it the instinct zero of the body or the aura that remains in the flesh under the extreme mental impact? No matter what it is, there is actually not much difference. Luo Lin took a step forward and stood in front of the mummified bodies of Captain John and Ryoma. The dragon-cutting warrior Ryoma stopped abruptly. Let Captain John's mummy continue to move forward. Keng 039. Two crisp knife chants. At the next moment, in the shocking gaze of Robin and others, under the gaze of Absalom's surprise expectation, Captain John's sword light illuminates the world with two swords. Form a cross in the sky. Advertisement. As it was decades ago. But the next moment, following Luo Lin's arm waved down. The dazzling cross sword light stopped abruptly. The body of Captain John's mummy trembled, and a bit of aura fell to the ground. 039 Wow. The mummy John's body was completely returned to the dust. The final battle 36 years ago is here to end. Captain John died. Wano Kuni sword god Ryoma, who had been stagnant before, continued to move forward. The black sword Chushui, which was infinitely close to the supreme sword, was unsheathed, shining with a bit of cold light in the night sky. I am a dragon horse, and I am not defeated in this life. Unlike the previous silence of Captain John, the mummy sword hero Ryoma's dry lips opened and closed, and it turned out to make intermittent noises. The voice contained ancient and vicissitudes of life, as if it had spanned hundreds of years. In the next moment, the terrifying sword force of 12 from his body overwhelmed the world, causing the sky to be discolored. What the hell is going on? Whether it's the previous one or this one, they have already died so many, can it be true that they will not be resurrected? Feeling the terrifying aura of not losing to the great swordsman, Robin couldn't help but exclaimed in shock. Can that Mariah's shadow fruit ability really do this? Impossible. Kurla was also shocked by the scene before him, subconsciously muttering. In my whole life, I have only one sword can kill the enemy in the world. Under the unbelievable gazes of Robin and Kurla, the mummy Ryoma spoke again, and the black sword fell down, and the heavens and the earth changed. I have a sword that can move mountains, fill the sea, cut the sun, moon, and stars. Luo Lin spoke calmly, and the sword dropped. Chapter 152 The Battle of Great Swordsmen That Spanned Hundreds of Years 1/6. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi. The world has lost its color. Everything is dull. This battle of great swordsmen, which spanned hundreds of years, came to an end. If you were alive, I would really like to compete with you, the sword god of the country of Wano. Luo Lin spoke calmly. Ha ha. The mummy Ryoma raised his head and laughed, spitting out the shadow of an unknown swordsman. The body of the mummified after hundreds of years dissipated with the wind, a bit of aura ascended to the sky and went to the black sword and Chushui Qingyan. It seems to be doing the final farewell. Damn it, hate it, damn it, go to death the hand of the dead. Taking advantage of Luo Lin's bidding farewell to the sword god Longma, the lion male Abu Sarum, who had recovered a little bit, suddenly roared. 039 bang 039. The fist thrown by Abu Sarum blasted like a cannon. His so-called hand of the dead just used the ability of the transparent fruit to completely hide the rocket artillery on his wrist, and took the opportunity to launch a cannonball attack. 039 Kang 039. The black sword Chushui unsheathed, as fast as thunder. The rocket launched by Absalom's dead hand broke into two pieces under the blade of the black knife Chushui, and exploded. This is not the end. The horrible dark blade light flashed away, bringing up Peng Xian 10 blood soaring into the sky. At the same time, Abu Saram's lion head rushed into the sky. All of this just happened in a flash. Soon Abu Saram didn't even notice that his head flew, and died. It really is a good knife, not under my autumn kill. Luo Lin brushed the black knife Chushui's blade with his right hand and nodded in satisfaction. The trip to the horror three-masted sailing ship was finally not in vain. All that was left was the treasure house of Moonlight Mariah. Let's go. Luo Lin returned the sword to its sheath, and said to the stunned little girls. Oh. Robin, Kurla and others, who were still in a state of extreme shock, responded with hindsight and followed Luo Lin's footsteps. 5 minutes later, the earth in the cemetery area suddenly shook. There were chaotic footsteps. There seemed to be thousands of troops gathering here. Master Moria, Hakubik, a genius surgeon with a torso like a ball, yelled anxiously. Master Moria, what happened? What happened to the horrible atmosphere and the dazzling light before? In the other direction, Princess Mononoke Perona floated too. Zhong's cute little face still contained deep horror and puzzlement. Advertisement. For the doubts of the subordinates. Moria, who was the first to arrive with a large number of powerful zombie generals, did not answer. He held a human head in his demonic hands. The lion man from Abu Sarum died. Who did it? Princess Mononoke Perona saw the head and corpse of Absalom, and she screamed in fright. Who can tell me what is going on here? Dr. Hogback also screamed in shock. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Absalom. After a full minute, Moria finally yelled out in pain. Plus the painful memories from more than a year ago were revived, covering Moria's body like a tide. That day, it was the same scene. Facing the terrifying beast Kaido, they were so vulnerable. The comrades died tragically in Kaido's hands one by one, but he could only watch. Relying on the time that his partner had won for him, he fled in embarrassment. Since that incident, Mariah began to vigorously develop his zombie army. Because he knew that only immortal zombies would not let him bear the pain of that day again. Today, however, he once again tasted the pain of losing a partner. How can this not make Moria grief and indignation? An angry mood stirred in Mariah's heart. Damn it, hate it, and, 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. NBSP, Moria yelled, bloodshot in his eyes. You dare to kill Abu Sarum and kill my important subordinates, regardless of you. Even if you escape to the ends of the world, you will never let go. Morlia yelled frantically. All the zombie soldiers, listen to my orders, take that damn invasion. Moria's angry order has not yet been fully issued. The next moment, his angry demon face stiffened, and the look on his face suddenly changed. Through the sharing of the abilities of the shadow fruit, he saw the scene seen by the shadow warrior he stayed in the castle. It's so courageous. The people who killed me in my turf didn't run away, and even ran to my treasure house to plunder. Do you really think I'm a bully? Even with a large amount of fat accumulation and blocking, the veins and blood vessels in Moria's body are still violent. Enough to see how angry he is at this moment. Shadow warrior, exchange. Moria let out a loud roar, and his body disappeared instantly. At this moment, the huge island ship roars 039 Central Castle in terror. Under the domineering perception of seeing and hearing, Luo Lin quickly found the treasure house of Chiwu Moria. Under the invincible crushing force, the barriers that Moria had set to the treasure house could not serve as a barrier at all. When the last iron door shattered, the golden light was released in an instant. There are golden mountains in the sight of Luo Lin and his party. Gold, treasure, mine. Nami, who had no resistance to money, immediately rushed to Treasure Hill. Advertisement. I'm rich again. Kurla, the finance clerk of the Revolutionary Army, is also dazzling at the moment. During the Golden Week, Weiwei and Lolita also exclaimed their voices and began to choose what they liked. 603 inches Little Robin, don't you go and see? Luo Lin asked. No, I'm not interested in these. Robin shook his head. Fine. Luo Lin nodded. The next moment was suddenly disappeared from the spot. The reappearance was already behind a dark figure. Although this is your home and the treasure is also yours, this is not a reason for you to sneak in. When Luo Lin fell, he was about to trample on the shadow warrior that Moria left behind to guard the house. However, in the next moment, the situation changed slightly. Just when Luo Lin's big foot was still the last centimeter away from Moria's shadow warrior, the dark thing in front of me suddenly changed. From the original black shadow, it gradually materialized. In the end, it completely became the body of Moonlight Moria. Luo Lin's big feet happened to step on the remote 039 Moria deity who flashed home. Boom 039. Only a loud noise was heard. The ground collapsed at this moment. Don't vomit, vomit. Just changing positions with the shadow warrior, Moria, who was about to go mad, curled up like a shrimp, with a painful expression and spurting blood from her mouth. Luo Lin looked at the deity of Moria at his feet with a weird expression on his face. You are the first one to be beaten up, Luo Lin said. You vomit. Moria's eyes turned black, and his lungs suddenly exploded with anger. Chapter 153 Moria's Shock and Horror. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. You are the first one to be beaten up, Moria kid, you are not here to touch porcelain. Seeing Moria, who suddenly appeared at his feet in the state of his own deity, Luo Lin couldn't help being surprised, and said casually. After all, he just wanted to explode the shadow warrior who was secretly watching. Who would have thought that Moria himself took the initiative to send it to the door, and send it to him to step on it? In fact, for the current situation, he is also reluctant to force it. Through sharing his feelings with the shadow warrior, he saw Luo Lin come to his treasure house like a broken bamboo, wanting to plunder his 10-year accumulation. Those who killed me came to seek my treasure. This is simply a shame for Moria. Driven by anger, Moria chose to switch positions with Kagemusha for the first time, ready to go wild. However, he came over a second ago. In the next moment, Luo Lin's big feet fell, stomping heavily on him. The terrifying power caused Moriadang to spout a big mouthful of blood, and his huge body sank to the ground, only to feel that his body would fall apart. What kind of power is this? It's a monster. Even Kaido, the beast of the year, is far inferior. Even more terrifying is this prediction. Is it the power of seeing, hearing, and domineering? I was able to predict that my ontology was coming soon, and I was happy to launch an attack. What a terrifying experience this is. Has it reached the level of foreseeing the future? Just as Moria made up for it, shocked by the strength of Luo Lin's kick, shocked by the punctuality of the prediction. Luo Lin's nonchalant rhetoric echoed in his ears. Getting beaten up. The first one. Touch porcelain. These careless words, like needles one after another, pierced Mariah's heart fiercely. I just thought about feelings too much. This is not a prediction at all. It's that his cat ran into a dead mouse. Thinking of this, Mariah only felt the chi and blood in his body surge, his eyes turned black, and a big mouthful of congestion came out again. Shadow method. Chishi. Moria yelled furiously. In an instant, a dark Shadowmage 039 peeled from his body and held up Luo Lin's right foot. Okay. Luo Lin raised his eyebrows slightly. A white light flashed under his feet. Just a short time. Moria's shadow mage was shattered into countless shadow fragments. At the same time, the earth is also crushed. But Moria took advantage of this gap to escape tens of meters flexibly. Advertisement. Looking at the shattered earth, Mariah's skin couldn't help jumping up wildly. The inner alarm sounded to the extreme. The cold sweat wet his whole body unconsciously. He knows. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. If he moved a little bit at night before, then it's not just his shadow and the earth that are shattering at this moment. Little devil, what kind of power are you? And the previous sword intent, and the terrifying overlord look ahead, are all you doing? Moria snapped. 7 Wuhai Moonlight Mariah, if you want to survive, I advise you to surrender as soon as possible. The strength of the instructor is not comparable to that of a third rate like you. Kurla, who wore gold and silver, looked admiringly. Tutor. Third rate. Moria was stunned for a moment, and then became angry from his heart. That's it, given that you have provided me with so many treasures, let me give you a piece of advice. Nami said with a grin. Your treasure. Hearing that Nami took his 10 years of accumulation as her own without authorization, the veins on Moria's forehead flared up again. Damn it, that's Lao Su's treasure. Moria's teeth bite. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Crunching. Roared. Not anymore. Robin answered calmly. Moria. Crunch. Don't be too smug, kid, what about the qualifications of the king even if it is one of a million people? Lao Su is Chiwahai Moonlight Moria. Quote. Thinking of the death of Abu Sarum, thinking of the humiliation he had suffered so far, Molia, the Moonlight Fat House, was truly angrily extremely angry. The demonic palm suddenly clenched. The shadow that had shattered under Luo Lin's feet before suddenly condensed into a dark spear, which pierced Luo Lin's throat. Luo Lin lightly raised his right hand, grabbed Mariah's shadow gun in his hand, and smashed it with a lightly grip. Boy, who are you talking about? You weren't weaned when I was fighting on the ocean, kid. Luo Lin smiled sarcastically. You. Moglia flushed immediately and wanted to refute, but when she met Luo Lin's deep gaze, Moglia suddenly felt that this overly youthful monster might not be pretending to be. Under the dim light, Moria stared seriously at Luo Lin's face not far away for the first time. So the expression on his face stiffened. For a moment, he suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu on that face. Where have you seen it before? Seen it more than once. You. At the next moment, Moria seemed to think of the source of that familiarity. Advertisement. The bloodshot eyes suddenly went round. The face of the fiery demon was extremely shocked and unbelievable. Impossible. How is this possible? Absolutely impossible. How could you be that disappearing legend? It's clearly just a kid. How could it be that person in the legend? The man who suppressed an era disappeared as early as 36 years ago. Moria shook his head in shock and yelled again and again, desperately trying to get rid of the absurd thoughts that had emerged in his mind. The little ghosts of the new era don't know how to respect the old predecessors. It seems that you are too short of social beatings. Quote. Luo Lin Laocheng shook his head solemnly, the corners of his mouth raised a subtle smile, and he walked slowly towards Moria. Don't come here. Moria let out a scream of horror and staggered to sit on the ground. Looking at the legend that was constantly enlarged and clear in his pupils, the shock and panic in Moria's body reached a critical point, and eventually collapsed and turned into hysterical madness. I told you not to come here again. 039 bang 039. Moria let out a hoarse roar. The devil's big hand slammed on the ground, shaking the treasure house. Shadow. Sub. Collection. Integration. Land. The strongest ultimate move of Superman Shadow Fruit is launched. Chapter 154 Boxing defeats the Four Emperors Moria. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi under the extreme pressure brought by the posture of 039 Legend. From the beginning, Chiwahai Moonlight Moria's tight string finally broke. As a result, all the shock, disbelief, and extreme panic dissipated. It is replaced by hysterical, desperate madness. Shadow Gathering Place. Accompanied by Roar of Moonlight Mariah. The strongest ultimate move of Superman Shadow Fruit is launched. Pieces of black shadows came from all directions, pouring into Moria's body in the center. That was all the shadows he had collected on the island over the past 10 years, and all of them gathered on Moria at this time. At this moment, on the way from the cemetery to the central castle, groups of zombie soldiers, zombie generals, and animal zombies fell one after another. This weird scene made the look of Princess Mononoke Perona and Hogback change drastically. Who can tell me what the hell is going on? Why did the zombies fall one by one? Did Lord Moria lose? Perona screamed in panic. Wrong. The genius surgeon Hakubik suddenly shook his head and yelled. The shadows of the zombies did not spread out, but gathered in the same direction through 517. This is the gathering place for Moria-sama's shadows. Hakubik guessed the truth, and his face was suddenly full of excitement. For 10 years, Hogback has only heard of Moglia's move, and has never seen it with his own eyes. Today, he is about to witness a history. Witness the birth of the ultimate destruction king who has gathered dozens, hundreds, or even nearly 1,000 people. 039 boom 039. Under the enthusiastic gaze of Hobakuk. Suddenly a loud noise came from the central castle in the distance. Immediately afterwards, a giant larger than the ancient castle appeared in the sight of Perona and Hogback. Master Nemoria. Perona murmured blankly. 100 people, 200 people, 500 people, 800 people, and finally 1,000 people. When all the shadows on the horror bark were absorbed by Moria, his body also undergone tremendous changes. The body that was less than 7 meters swelled to more than 100 meters in an instant, transforming into a real giant. This is the collection of shadow power for 1,000 people, and the increase for him. Once, just a nightmare Luffy form that gathered 100 shadow powers, it was Ling's Straw Hat Luffy with a power close to the 4th gear BAFC. The point that quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes is fully explained by Mariah's moves. 1,000 ordinary pirate powerhouses cannot match the 4 emperors no matter how they unite. But if their power is gathered on one person, then the situation will be very different, even the 4 emperors can be beaten. Of course, there is another most important premise here. That is, the person who is the gathering place of the shadows must be strong enough, and the spirit must be beyond ordinary people, enough to suppress all the restless shadows. As it is now, if Moria can really master the power of 1,000 people and successfully suppress those restless shadows. So he did have qualifications worthy of Luo Lin's seriousness. Advertisement. It's a pity that Moria, who has been living for 10 years, is too blindly confident about her own strength, and can't see her own upper limit. Even with the aid of the shadow fruit ability, after forcibly stuffing 1,000 people's shadow into his body is already on the verge of losing control. All to be honest with Lao Su, obediently become Lao Su's power. 039 boom 039. Moria roared, and his fist slammed to the ground. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The power of 1,000 people was gathered to achieve a qualitative change of punches, and only one blow caused the huge island ship to split. In terms of strength alone, the current Mariah does have the qualifications to challenge the 4 emperors. Hehehehe. Go violently and go violently. That's okay, you all will die today. Moria laughed wildly, and his own spirit collapsed under the weight of 1,000 shadow spirits. Tutor, that Mariah is crazy. Kurla stared at her beautiful eyes. He has been swallowed by his own abilities, and his sanity is no longer clear. Robin is also frowning and worried. Brother Luo Lin, let's go, don't worry about him, let him go crazy. Nami suggested, who was struggling to carry a large bag of treasures. Do not worry, add bookmarks for easy reading. Luo Linwu took a few steps forward. To deal with this pseudo-4 emperor power, one punch, enough. Luo Lin spoke calmly and confidently, stepping up into the sky step by step. Robin, Kurla, Nami, and Vivi, who were so detached and peerless, were all stunned by the time. Perona in the sky was also stunned. Who is he? Is he crazy? He wants to fight against Moria-sama in this state, 100% crazy. Princess Mononoke Perona exclaimed. Perona, who did you see? Hobakuk asked loudly. However, his voice was submerged in the sound of a violent storm. Completely unconscious, Moria's brutal gaze, who was transformed into a destroyer, was locked on Luo Lin's body step by step. With a big hand raised, a violent storm was brought up. The wind is so strong that even hundreds of caddies of rocks are flying high in the sky. Even your own devil fruit ability has not been thoroughly studied, and cannot be fully controlled. You only know that by relying on external forces, you really deserve the name of the weakest Chihuahua, Moria. Luo Lin sneered slightly. Dead. Moria's swollen hand clenched a fist and slammed it down at Luo Lin. In front of that huge fist comparable to the size of a house, Luo Lin's 2-meter body is so insignificant. However, no matter how violent the storm brought by that fist, it was still unable to shake Luo Lin's figure. The collision of power and power, this is my best way of fighting. Luo Lin grinned. He slowly clenched his right hand into a fist and drew a small arc along the void. A Tyrannosaurus phantom with extreme ferocity wrapped around Luo Lin's fist, and let out a roar from ancient times. 039 Ang Roar. Advertisement. Accompanied by the roar of the Tyrannosaurus from ancient times. A bright meteor appeared between the sky and the earth. Break the atmosphere. Distort space. That is Luo Lin's fist. Boom 039. The world turned into Luo Lin's power at this moment. The terrifying fist was like a landslide, touching with Moglia's huge punch with unparalleled impact. The extremely bright impact light shone from between the fists. 039 Crazy crackling 039. The overwhelmed tearing sound of bones and muscles started from that huge fist and quickly spread to Mariah's body. Wow. Moria's eyes burst, and his huge swelling body shook violently. His scarlet eyes gradually turned white. One black shadow after another kept flowing from his mouth. Next moment, like a flash flood, like a dam bursting its embankment. Those who were summoned by the shadows by him not long ago, forcibly added more than 1,000 shadows into his body. At this moment, a rush of brains rushed out, escaping in all directions and returning to their positions. Without the support of shadow power, Moria's body returned to its original size like a frustrated ball. The consciousness had long since disappeared under Luo Lin's punch, his body was dripping with blood, and he was completely in a coma. One punch is indeed enough. Chapter 155 The Shock of Shachi's Arrival at Chambord. This content was first published on HotMTL Novel.zi 039 Boom 039. The clash of fists and fists, the aftermath raged. The power to destroy the sky and the earth is still there. The huge island ship 039 terrifying roar 039 is crumbling, as if it will disintegrate under the shock wave at any time. The power ripples visible to the naked eye spread along the void, causing the sea to roll up thousands of waves. This is the collision of the world's top power levels. Unleashing the ultimate ability of the Superman Shadow Fruit, Moria, who has received the blessing of the shadow of 1,000 people, is already at the level of the 4 emperors in terms of sheer power. One hit can split the island. However, that's all in the end. Relying on the power of foreign objects to forcibly improve oneself, after all, is just a crooked way. The gap with the real 4 emperors is still huge. Just as Roland said to Robin and others. One punch is enough to deal with the pseudo-4 emperors like Moria. Ah. It was Chihuahua Moonlight Mariah wailing in pain. His right arm, his body, all of him were defeated in the previous collision. The black shadow escaped when his big mouth opened. At first it was only 3 or 2. Soon it was a dozen or 20. After that, it was already in droves. The shadows of thousands of big and small pirate powerhouses who had been sucked into his body by his shadow and shadow ability were free at this moment, rushing in all directions, wanting to return to their own body. Without the support of the shadow, Moria's huge body comparable to a castle was like a frustrated ball, and the speed of light shrank. Falling into the ruins of the castle like a dead dog, motionless. It's over. No suspense. Robin spoke calmly, not surprised by the result. Sure enough, the mentor is the strongest. Kurla said with joy. Nami, Vivi, and little Lori Jin were all nodding excitedly on Wednesday. Take the treasure and let's go. Luo Lindao, consciously or unconsciously glanced at the ghost, in a certain direction, showing a kind smile. Pack everything and take it away. Don't leave it too. Let's go. In the dim sky, the Golden Mary, laden with gold, drifted away. In the end, it was completely hidden in the thick white fog and disappeared. It wasn't until Luo Lin and his entourage watched Luo Lin go away that Princess Mononoke Perona's delicate hand covering her small mouth was finally put down. However, the look of astonishment on his face could not be suppressed or concealed. Lord Moria was defeated. The powerful Moria-sama was defeated. This makes no sense. How could this happen? Moria-sama is dignified Chiwahai. However, he was beaten by that man. Where is that sacred advertisement? That man. Perona's mind appeared to look like Luo Lin, thinking of the one who looked at herself before leaving the last eyes, so the panic on her pretty face suddenly worsened. Hoo. On the ground, the genius surgeon Hakubik gasped for breath. Hey, Perona, what's going on? Master Moria won, right? Master Moria must have won, right? Hogback asked repeatedly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Although I firmly believe that Mariah will win. But he was very clear in his heart. Their captain lost in this stunning battle. Even if he turned into the ultimate destruction king, he still lost completely. He just didn't want to believe. Even more reluctant to accept this shocking fact. Master Moria. Under Hakubik's repeated questioning, Perona finally walked out of Luo Lin's last shadow temporarily. With a scream, he hurriedly drifted to the place where Moria was unconscious. Wait for me, Perona. Hakubik quickly followed. Master Moria, wake up soon. Master Moria, are you going to die? Adopted by Moria since childhood, Perona, who regarded her as a father-like figure, immediately burst into tears anxiously. Calm down, Perona. Moria-sama is still alive, but if you continue to shake like this, you may really be shaken to death. Hogback reprimanded. And 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. NBSP. Perona immediately retracted her hand like a frightened little cat. Perona, I'm enough for Moria-sama's treatment. You will find a boat right now, and we will leave here immediately. Hakubik said. Why? Perona was puzzled. The shadows have gone back. Master Moria is like this now. Do you think we can beat the shadowless people on the island with the two of us alone? Hobakik said. At the same time, huge island ship deep in the dense forest of the terrifying three-masted sailing ship. There is a group of immortal people who can never see the light, called the Shadowless. As the name suggests, because their shadows were hunted by Mariah and used to create an army of immortal zombies. Without the shadow, once they appeared in the sun, they would melt like ice and snow. Captain Lola, what happened to the shock just now? And the horrible aura from the very beginning. Even the sky is illuminated by a powerful sword light. Is it possible that something terrific character has come on board this island? Zero freshness. Two skinny zombie-like pirates opened their mouths, and their eyes fell on the double horsetails carrying double knives in front. The other shadowless people gathered here are also anxious. Although it is far apart. But just feeling that breath made them involuntarily fearful, and then panic. I feel it now. The 4 Emperors Bigo, Charlotte Lingling, the 23rd female Lola opened her arms. What is coming back? Advertisement. Captain Lola, what are you talking about? Laura's comrades just wanted to speak. The next moment, all the words were blocked in their throats with emotions called shock, and they couldn't get out again. Because something really came back. In front of them, a large swath of black shadows was pouring towards them. That is their shadow. I'm back. I'm really back. Our shadow is back. Thank God. Sure enough, a great man came on this island and defeated Moria. That B********* D Moria has been defeated. We are free. Hundreds of shadowless people in the dense forest area of the island boat, numerous shadowless ghosts floating in the Devil's Triangle, and people living in the shadow of the city and further areas cheered and jumped for joy at this moment. Although I don't know who you are. But thank you very much. The pirates headed by Lola bowed to the sky and thanked them. Luo Lin didn't know the thanks to the shadowless. Even if I knew it, I wouldn't care too much. In the journey of the horrible three-masted sailing ship, the plus-year accumulation of Black Sword Chushui and Moria has already been obtained. This trip is considered complete. Their next destination is the last stop of the first half of the Great Route, the Chambord Islands. In the sky, under the control of Luo Lin's gravity, the Melee, loaded with gold, moved at full speed in the direction of the destination. 5 days later, the Chambord Islands are here. Area 13 of the Chambord Islands. A lonely bar stands on the raised hill. Sha-Chi's ripped-off bar. 039 Jingle Bell 039. At a certain moment, the doorbell of the bar rang, indicating that the fat sheep who likes to be ripped off came to the door. Welcome light. Sha-Chi, the proprietress of the bar, suddenly raised a professional smile. However, the last word of welcome came to an abrupt end before it was spoken, such a smile on her face. You. Chapter 156 Sha-Chi. UB***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** novel. The Champagne Islands, adjacent to the Red Earth continent, are the end of the paradise in the first half of the Great Route. This is a special island group composed of 79 archie mangroves, the largest in the world. The most famous nature on the island is the bubble culture, which permeates every part of the island. Far away, there are still kilometers away from the islands of Chambord, it is already possible to see the bubbles that show the 5 colors of brilliance under the sun. Ah, I saw it. There are the islands of Chambord. As expected, there are bubbles everywhere, just like the rumors. Facing the refreshing sea breeze, Nami looked at the bubble island in the distance, and said excitedly. It's not just that. Of course, the most interesting thing about the Chambord Islands is the Chambord Land Park. During the previous World Conference, my dad took me here. This time we also want to go to play together. Wei Wei smiled happily. Those places in Shambaldi Park are indeed worth visiting, but there is one thing to be aware of. Mangroves in Shambaldi Park from 1 to 30 cannot be taken away. It is very dangerous. Don't go alone. Kurla reminded. The intelligence experts of the Shambord Islands, I don't know what kind of person it is. He can make people like the uncle highly respected. Robin was leaning against the boat rail, his slender hand resting his cheeks, and he thought to himself in shock. The Huxia organization lacks everything nowadays. Lack of personnel, lack of combat power, and even more lack of intelligence. Just to find a golden lion Shiji, you need to travel so far to the islands of Shambord. If you can have your own intelligence network, many things will become much more convenient. The reason why Luo Lin didn't travel far to the Champagne place was because he had obtained the coordinates of the golden lion Shiji, and at the same time, he also had the idea of inviting people to join the group. After all, that's a real 039 expert 039. Besides, there is another capable old man beside her. In the expectant laughter of the little girls on the boat, the Golden Mary sailed into the mangrove area at number 44 in Shambord land. Brother Luo Lin, where are we going next? Should we go shopping first or go directly to the amusement park? Wei Wei shook her small fist excitedly. Next, go to the bar first. Luo Lin grinned. Bar. Although the little girls were puzzled, since it was where Luo Lin was going, they certainly wouldn't have the slightest opinion. Suddenly a group of energetic, young and beautiful girls came on the island, which naturally attracted a lot of attention from all parties. 44 mangrove civilian areas and other legal areas are okay. It's just that when you enter the inaccessible zone of mangrove number 30, trouble will follow one after another. Especially the number 16 mangrove area. Don't wait for those pirates and criminals who want to block the way to rob and say a word of nonsense. Along with a wave of invisible aura, a piece of people fell silently on the ground, and there were many skeletal heads. When Luo Lin and his party left the most chaotic number 16 mangrove, the whole area was quiet. Advertisement. Captain, a white bear that happened to be passing by saw a bloody scene in a certain area that could not be taken, and was so scared that he was rushing home to find the captain. Babo, what's the matter? I was so scared. The man in the penguin hat spread his hands. It's dead, Bai Shang Bibo said with a horrified expression. It's just a dead person, it's no big deal, it's okay, the other person said. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. No, I'm not alone. At the 16th mangrove tree, the pirates and human traffickers are all dead and blood is flowing. Bai Shang Bibo cried out in fear. What did you say? Everyone is dead. At this moment, the others are finally no longer calm. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Can. On the thick tree trunk, Trafalgaro finally opened his eyes, a man known as a dead surgeon. Not just them. The tragedy that occurred in the mangrove area on the 16th quickly spread throughout the Shambord Islands. If you die, you die. Anyway, one of the guys there is counted as one, it's not a good thing. A certain big-stomached girl in a certain restaurant said casually. No problem, I still don't look dead today. In the bar in another area, the fortune teller with long golden curly hair opened his mouth calmly. It was just as people in the Shambord Islands were talking about the change on the 16th island. Luo Lin and his party finally came to the mangrove area on the 13th. From a distance, you can see a small bar standing on the opposite hill. Shachi's ripping off the bar. Robin said. The name of this bar is really interesting. It is clear that who would be so stupid to go to her house for a drink. Nami smiled. Then the smile on his face suddenly stiffened. Ha ha ha, as long as the wine is good, it's okay if it's expensive, it's okay, anyway, we are also rich now. Seeing Luo Lin who lifted her foot up the steps without hesitation, Nami gave a ha-ha to relieve her embarrassment. Not long. Jingle bell. The doorbell of the bar rang. A happy smile suddenly appeared on the face of the proprietress who was wiping the glass of wine on the bar counter. Welcome light. Next second. The last word of welcome came to an abrupt end before it was spoken, just like the smile on her face. Advertisement. When I saw people appearing outside the bar. After seeing the face that has not been seen for decades, it has not changed. The eyes of the bar owner Shachi gradually widened. The open mouth is even big enough to squeeze an entire egg. She has always been calm in her heart, but at this moment it seems to have set off -58 stormy waves. Even if 40 years have passed. But that face. How could she not recognize the face that once made her gritted her teeth and made her unforgettable? Hey, Shachi, what's the matter? I haven't seen you for 40 years, don't you still hate me, don't you even want to say hello? Luo Lin smiled and looked at Shachi who was dumbfounded by the bar. Patter. The lady's cigarette dangling from Shachi's mouth fell on the bar, splashing sparks at the beginning. Really you be asterisk 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 d. Shachi seemed to have lost her mind, her delicate body trembled violently, and finally she couldn't help screaming out in shock. You be asterisk 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 d who suffered 1,000 swords, you really are not dead. Chapter 157 Meet the old rivals after 40 years. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. It's really UB asterisk 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 D. UB asterisk 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 D who suffered 1,000 swords, you really are not dead. That won't kill you, you really are an out-and-out undead monster. When the identity of the person outside the door is completely determined. After confirming that it was Thejerk 039, who made her gritted her teeth decades ago and sleeps restlessly every night, Shachi, the calm and steady rip-off boss wife, can no longer maintain her former peace of mind. She couldn't help but marvel at it for 3 consecutive times. Sound. The face that was more than half 100 years old without a trace of wrinkles was wrinkled at the moment. The white teeth crunched even more. There is a situation. The little girls headed by Robin suddenly widened their eyes, one by one, sitting on the sofa in distress. Prepare to listen to the story between Luo Lin and this mysterious intelligence expert. Hey, Shachi, it doesn't need to be this way. Luo Lin smiled and waved his hands. 10 inches. Although we did have a lot of festivals in the past, they are all things in the past. Moreover, when you count them down, I didn't seem to have done anything excessive to you back then. After you got rid of that lunatic, or I will help you settle the chase, and even your wanted order was withdrawn by me. It's also fortunate that you quit early, or you might die in that battle. Luo Lin smiled and said, "A-hole, even if you are a madman, that is my captain, and in my opinion, your madness is not much less than the captain." Shachi muttered. At this moment, the memory of the past was like a tide, waves emerged one after another, flapping her mind. When he was young, Shachi was once the best intelligence expert in the New World. When he was a teenager, he was fancied by the Sea Lord Lox and became a member of the Lox Pirates. Within a few years, Shachi became the secret Zeroth Legion of the Lox Pirates. Chief of Intelligence Corps. There is a huge intelligence network covering half of the New World, and the underground Dark World that controls half of the New World. She was once the underground blood rose that made countless dark forces frightened. If there were no subsequent series of things, Shachi would definitely become one of the legends of that era. Together with the overlord of the sea, Lox is terrified by the world. Unfortunately, a bug appeared in the ocean of that era. When Luo Lin entered the Lox Pirates alone for the first time, he met Shachi, who was still a young girl, on Beehive Island. As a traverser, Luo Lin recognized Shachi's identity at first sight. Later, after becoming a navy, Luo Lin was able to get in touch with more information about the Lox Pirates. Knowing that the Sea Overlord Lox, in addition to the 9 powerful monster legion leaders on the surface, also imitated the world government and hid the Zeroth Legion. Advertisement. It is not responsible for fighting. It is the commander of the Zeroth army who controls the world's intelligence. After learning this news, the first thing Luo Lin thought of was Shachi. So there was the series of events that followed. In addition to daily chasing Roger and the Lock group in the New World, Luo Lin and Karp also carried out a series of attacks on the underground intelligence army controlled by Shachi. At that time, Shachi was young, and it was precisely because of the two of them that their self-confidence was seriously frustrated. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In his heart, a huge shadow was born under Luo Lin's death behavior. Later, Shachi, who was forced to a desperate situation, made a bet with Luo Lin. She lost, so I withdrew from the Lox Pirates. Since then disappeared. Finally, I came to Shampoo and opened this ripped-off bar. Ha ha, looking back on the memories of the past, those unwillingness and anger have long since faded away under the washing of time. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Greater than. If you say what is left now, I'm afraid there is nothing left to remember. Because from a certain point of view, although Luo Lin brought her many unpleasant experiences, she did indirectly save her life. After a long while, Shachi finally calmed down and saw Luo Lin's shock again. Shachi took a deep breath. He pressed down the gritted expression on his face. Hey, old B****************, D, can you tell me what's going on? Even though I checked a little bit, I still want to hear what you say. Shachi personally prepared a glass of ice rum and sent it to Luo Lin. Haha, it's no big deal. Luo Lin smiled and waved his hand casually. Shachi, it's light. If there is really no big deal, how could the world government spare no effort to block all news? Even the name of this old B********** D completely disappeared from the world in just a few months. Shachi secretly thought. The world government can bury even 100 years of history, which is even more a mere one person. Luo Lin spread his hands and said indifferently. Hearing this, Shachi couldn't help being frightened again. After decades of absence, she almost forgot Luo Lin's mind-reading ability. In front of this B********, D, there is really no secret at all. Shachi secretly gritted her teeth and thought. Call. Shachi took a deep breath again and suppressed the dissatisfaction with Luo Lin's unauthorized mind-reading. Advertisement. A pair of beautiful eyes looked up and down Luo Lin carefully. Old B*******, D, let's not mention the things before 373. I really want to know how you keep this young posture now. You are obviously already 70 and 80, and relying on this stinky skin to deceive the little girl is still a deception. While Shachi was talking, she glanced at Robin and others on the sofa behind her, intentionally or unintentionally. Tisk tusk, you old guys don't have a good thing, you know little girls all day long. Speaking of this, Shachi didn't know who she thought of, and her tone was a little bit of resentment. Indeed. Luo Lin nodded in sympathy. That old man in your family is indeed a bit outrageous. On. Shachi nodded subconsciously, then froze again. Even an old fried dough stick like Shachi could not help but blush at the moment. I warn you, You are not allowed to use your knowledge, and I and that guy are not what you think, and don't ask me where that guy is, I don't know. Shiki glared at Luo Lin, repeatedly scolding. Okay, don't talk about him or talk about him. Seeing Shiqi's excitement, Luo Lin didn't intend to continue pricking Che's old opponent. Actually, I came here this time to buy some information from you. Chapter 158 The Reason Why the Crane is Not Old. Raleigh's Hat. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Actually, I came here this time to buy some information from you. I used to return to the past, business is always going to be done. Luo Lin asked with a smile. You also need to buy information from me. Shiqi's eyes narrowed slightly. Didn't you say that you were omniscient and omnipotent before? Shiki picked her chin. Just talk, you take it seriously. But why do I really think you know a lot before, even about things that have never happened in the future, such as the battle? Just say you can't do this business. Luo Lin asked, not wanting to talk too much with this old fox on this issue. Yes, of course. It's rare that the B************ D back then wanted to do business with me. This time I must strike you a fortune. I'm afraid you won't be able to pay. Shiki said fiercely 039. Sister, we are rich now, so don't worry about remuneration at all. Vivi raised her hand straight to speak, and Nami's expression on the side suddenly changed. Then he quickly raised his delicate hand and covered Weiwei's small mouth. Wei, don't talk about it. This is a rip-off bar. The sister over there is very good at rip-off, so we have to pretend to be poor. Nami, who was the smartest, reminded in a low voice. Hey, heart. Vivi suddenly widened her eyes. Sister, don't talk nonsense about my little sister, we don't have much money, we are very poor. Nami looked at Shiki. Roar. Shiki held her fragrant cheek with one hand, and was also amused by the actions of the two little girls, Nami and Vivi, and the two sisters. The little orange-haired girl over there, it's not good to lie, didn't you just get hundreds of billions from Donghai? Shiki smiled and joked. Since seeing Luo Lin appear again, Shiqi's doubts about the sea in recent times have all been resolved. The abnormal behavior of Crocodile in Kibukai, a series of incidents in the East Daxia Sea, the attack on Weisung Fortress in Alabaston and the subsequent attacks, the time of the massacre in Demon Valley, and the erasure of the island. And the fall of Judicial Island not long ago. The culprit behind all this came to light with Luo Lin's appearance. Ah, sister, you already know it. Nami's pretty face suddenly appeared cramped. Little Nami, this elder sister is an intelligence expert who even the uncle is highly regarded. Naturally, she would have known our identity a long time ago. Robin said with a smile. Hee, you little girls, your mouths are sweeter than one by one can say one. Shiki was also greatly appreciated by Robin's exaggeration, and the smile on her face became more and more. But business belongs to business. In the next second, Shiqi's conversation turned. You can want information, but I don't accept a golden reward. Since it's you, I want something special. Shiki smiled and stared at Luo Lin. Something special. What is it? Nami and others are puzzled. Robin pursed his lips, apparently already guessing something. What do you want to say? Luo Lin nodded calmly. Let's go back to the question just now. Why on earth can you guys stay forever? I really care about this question. Shiki said. And that's it for you. For the time being, I know you can't use the common sense of human beings, but I'm really curious, the Navy headquarters, why can she stay young and not old? Speaking of this, Shiqi's face also showed 5 points of envy and 5 points of jealousy. Advertisement. The most time is ruthless. People in their time are old, with one exception. Of course not Shiki herself. Although she is well maintained, she still looks like a 40-year-old, but she is still incomparable with that exceptional person. After all, compared with the Navy headquarters, she had taken advantage of her age, and she was a teenager. However, if two people stand together, no matter how many people come, they will only say that the one is younger. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In fact, even Shiki herself had to be convinced. After all, the chief naval staff officer now looks exactly the same as it was decades ago, still only in his 20s or 30s. I want to know what exactly you did. You can keep you young forever. Shiki asked expectantly. As a woman, especially an elderly woman, the most important thing is of course her appearance. If so, who wouldn't want to stay young and beautiful to death? Hearing that, Luo Lin's deep eyes also showed a few nostalgic colors. It's all at the shampoo place. Would you like to go back and have a look later? Luo Linwu thought to himself. Hey, I said you have thought about it. And NB. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. SP. Shiki urged impatiently. Do you really want to be like her? No, if the old man in your family knows about it, but he will kill me with a knife. What's worse is that he can't beat me. Luo Lin grinned. Upon hearing this, Shiqi's face suddenly turned black. In fact, even if Luo Lin didn't say anything, she could probably guess the reason after analyzing the rumors of various clues back then. The reason why the Navy headquarters was able to stay young for decades must be because of that indescribable substance. If she is still alone now, she would definitely not hesitate, just on the spot. Just now. Forget it, let's talk about it, I will help you to find out what you want to know, and you don't need to pay anything. Shachi said. So good. Luo Lin was surprised. Shachi glared. Well, I want to know where is Golden Lion Shiji. Luo Lin said. You were looking for that old lion. Stop it. He has been miserable all these years. If I see you again now, I might be troubled. For the time being, Shachi couldn't help but subconsciously feel sorry for Shiji as her former partner. Don't worry, I haven't been in the Navy for many years. I'm looking for him this time just because I want to make a deal with him. Luo Lin said. All right, you can wait a moment. Shachi waved her hand. Wu turned and walked towards the back room. Hey, Shachi, don't you really want to be paid? Luo Lin teased. FKU, if you irritate me again, I may not be able to hold it. Shachi said angrily, closing the door with a snap. At the same time, there is a large underground casino in the mangrove area on the 23rd of Chambord land. Big. Advertisement. Groups of gamblers gathered around the gaming table and answered passionately. After a while, the answer was revealed. The group of people suddenly laughed happily. Ha 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 ha, old fellow, you are really our lucky star, come on, continue on. The fat gambler happily patted the shoulder of the old man in the white hat next to him. Hey, over there, that's the god of fortune, you respect it, wherever the god of fortune presses, we can press in the opposite direction. There is another humanity. Really? A new gambler expressed disbelief. Of course it's true, it's such a wicked one. That uncle must be cursed by the god of gamblers. Some people vowed to say. Wow, listening to the words of the gamblers around, the face of the old man in the white hat suddenly became as dark as the bottom of a pot. At this moment, the waiter who passed by was tripped. The wine tray dragged in his hand flew out suddenly. 039 Shua 039. The old man in the white hat grabbed it casually and caught the tray that Fei Wenjiao came out. But a little green liquor flew up, dyeing the white hat on his head a little green. Extremely sorry. The waiter apologized repeatedly. The old man with a green hat in white did not care about it. After losing all the last chips in his hand, the old man stood up in the eyes of a crowd of gamblers. After a while, the old man walked out of the underground casino gate, took off the white and green hat on his head, and looked up at the sky. Recently, it has become more and more evil. Has the wind on the sea spread to this shampoo place? The handsome old man with a lightning scar in his left eye frowned. From the previous conversations with gamblers, he has also learned about the incident that occurred in Mangrove on the 16th. Follow him. I am not a Pluto Raleigh, just an ordinary old man who likes to play cards and little girls. Those things on the sea have nothing to do with me. Once the deputy captain on the one-piece ship, the 039 ordinary 039 old man who was called the Pluto by the world grinned and threw the fashionable hat in his hand. Then, now go find a wealthy house to make some money to spend. It's embarrassing to always ask for money from Shachi. Chapter 159 Robin wants to try the secret of youth. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi Champagne Islands, number 13 Mangrove area. The hold-up bar named Shachi stands alone on the hill. It is clear that it is a black shop that is ripped off, and ordinary pirates will not come here stupidly to ask for a trick. So, it couldn't be better. Appears quiet, at this moment. When Shachi entered the house to contact all parties and searched for information on the location of Golden Lion Shiji, Luo Lin and a group of little girls were left in the bar hall. The atmosphere is very quiet. Robin, Nami, Vivi, and Kurla were all staring at Luo Lin's back with their beautiful eyes. The conversation between Luo Lin and Shachi before, they heard the whole process. At this time, there are many question marks accumulated in my little head, and I want to get answers. Rao as Luo Lin, stared at by so many straight eyes, and can no longer calmly drink. Just ask, what do you want to know? Luo Lin turned around helplessly and said. Teacher, I just remembered that the older sister named Shachi, I heard when I was in the Revolutionary Army, is indeed a very powerful intelligence expert. Kurla raised his hand first to speak. Just now, she seemed to know her mentor very well, so I want to know what she did before. Pirate, next one. Luo Lin answered concisely, and then his eyes fell on Wei Wei. I want to know what is the relationship between Luo Lin and sister Shachi before. Is that relationship? 537 Wei Wei asked blushing. No, next one. Luo Lin's answer was still concise and clear, and then he looked at the little girl Nami. Nami sat down immediately. My problem is the same as that of Wei Wei, now it's gone. Nami said embarrassedly. Fine. Luo Lin nodded, and glanced at the little Lolita who was leisurely eating senbei and green tea during Golden Week, and looked at Robin. Does Miss Robin have anything to ask? My words, there are a lot of questions. For example, I want to know who the other 039 old guy in the previous words of Uncle and Shachi is. Luo Lin raised his eyebrows slightly. Before he could answer, Robin spoke again. Of course, if I can only ask one question, I would also like to know what Shachi's previous salary wanted from the uncle. If possible, I would also like to try. Having said that, Robin's teeth bit his red lips subconsciously, seemingly embarrassed to speak out. A pretty face flew up a few gorgeous red clouds unconsciously. Roland. Yes, although we are still young now, we will always be old in the future. Brother Luo Lin, I want me too. Nami was the first to agree. Then I want to try too. Wei Wei raised her hand. The tutor can't forget me. Kurla stared innocently with big eyes. I want me too. Although I don't know what it is, just follow the one shout. Little Lori, who was eating senbei, also raised her hand during Golden Week. Roland. Advertisement. The others are fine. After all, when you are old, Marion, follow along to join in some fun. Robin. I'm just Robin who couldn't laugh or cry suddenly. Jingle Bell 039. Just as Luo Lin was thinking about how to change the subject, the doorbell of the bar rang suddenly. Sha-chi, thanks to you, my sea takoyaki shop has finally opened. Outside the door, a simple and honest voice came. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Aunt Shaw, excuse me, we brought something. What followed was the beautiful noise of the girl. Hey, want. The third voice, and also the first starfish to open the door, came to an abrupt end. Because he saw the previously empty store, there were other people, and they were humans. Starfish. Seeing the starfish appearing at the door, little Lori tilted her head during Golden Week. Talking starfish. Wei Wei also tilted her head. Is it the same as Chopper? Nami followed. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Apart from surprise, Nami's face also has a hint of doubt. Because the first voice outside the door just now sounded a fascinating sense of familiarity. Papagu, what's the matter with you? Suddenly stopped talking. The girl outside the door said suspiciously. Kemi, hurry up, there are others in there, we will come back another day. Quote. Bobby Pi Daxing named Papagu opened his mouth in a panic, and was about to run away. It's all here, let's sit down and have a drink together. However, in the next moment, something terrifying happened to the Papagu school star. He only felt a flower in front of him. The next moment, his body was wrapped in a force before he came to the bar, facing the human that he feared. Seeing Luo Lin's expression of interest as if looking at a rare beast, Papagu was immediately terrified. It's over, it's definitely going to be caught for auction. Papagu thought in horror. Papagu, Sha-chi's bar has people, this is really. The other two people outside the door pushed in doubtfully. After seeing the motionless starfish held by Luo Lin, and a certain girl on the sofa. The words of the two men came to an abrupt end. That gentleman, Papajuda, Kemi looked at Roland progressively. Don't be nervous. Luo Lin smiled slightly, and suddenly the spring breeze passed by. Advertisement. Kemi, Papagu, who was frightened early, broke away from Luo Lin's big hand, jumped into the owner's arms in 3 or 2 steps, and burst into tears in fear. Under the impact of the starfish Papagu, the girl Kemi's feet became unstable and suddenly fell to the ground. Degree Tier 039. The floral skirt on her lower body tore at the sound. 2 unfit 039 shoes also flew out. As a result, the beautiful fishtail that had been hidden under the skirt suddenly appeared. It was completely exposed to Luo Lin and the sight of the little girls. Oh, her tail, little Lori exclaimed during Golden Week. That's it, this is the legendary mermaid. Robin nodded. Ruined. After being discovered as a mermaid, the expression on his small face suddenly reached the pinnacle of Yan Yi. It seems to be extremely scared. Don't look. Don't come here. At this time, the pet starfish that caused this accident was a rare man. You greedy humans, if you want to catch Kemi, you must pass my level first. The starfish Papagu manly stood in front of Kemi, but his small body couldn't stop shaking. Nami, look at it as a mermaid. So beautiful. After knowing it, Wei Wei ignored Papajo's threats and spoke with joy, and at the same time shook the arms of her sister next to her. However, what makes her strange is that in the past, Nami, who would have always responded happily to him, was completely unresponsive at the moment. It's not just Nami. The same goes for Kurla. The eyes of both people fell on the third person who was covered in black robe. Now, I said it wasn't Octopus Xiaoba. Nami said. Chapter 160 Nami, Kara and. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi Sha-chi's ripped off bar. The quiet atmosphere of the original mystery broke with the arrival of the mermaid Kemi. When Kemi's mermaid was discovered behind her, Robin, Vivi and little Lolita all looked surprised during the Golden Week. However, there are exceptions. For example, Nami at this moment, and Kurla. Nami, what's wrong with you? Wei Wei looked at the little sister beside her in confusion. Nami did not answer. Now, I said you are not Octopus Xiaoba. After a while, Nami finally stopped being silent and spoke calmly. Octopus little 8. Wei Wei's pretty face was even more puzzled. Sure enough, it's you, Bajong. Kurla on the side whispered to herself. The heart was raised involuntarily. Chao's face was full of worries. It's natural to be happy to reunite with old friends after a long absence. However, she is not clear about the whole story of the Kokoyashi village incident in the East Daxia Sea not long ago. The atmosphere of the bar calmed down again with Nami's words. Little 8, do you know the human girl? After a while, Sea Star Papagu asked again. What? It turned out to be Xiaoba's acquaintance. Kemi, the mermaid who was offline and reckless every day, made up his mind and was no longer afraid. However, the next moment, the mermaid Kemi of Ling's surprise happened. 039 puff through. The sound is loud. The octopus man Xiao Yazong, whose body was hidden under the large black robe, knelt on both knees, and at the same time tore off the black robe on his body, revealing his body. Murloc. Looking at the revealing octopus Xiaoba, Wei Wei subconsciously raised her hand to cover her mouth, as if thinking of something. So, He is the octopus Xiaoba who disappeared as the villagers said at that time. Robin also guessed the truth from Nami's performance and the appearance of octopus Xiaohachi. That day, on the day Along Park fell, all the fish people headed by Along were blown up by Luo Lin. But there is only one exception. That is octopus Xiaohachi who has forgotten the time when he goes fishing. Never thought, but I met here at the moment. Robin looked at Luo Lin, then at Nami. Regarding how to deal with the missing fish octopus Xiaohachi, Nami can only decide by herself. They couldn't say anything, as long as they respect Nami's decision. Kurla knew this too, so he didn't reveal the fact that he met octopus Xiaoba. Little 8, what's the matter with you? Why do you want this? Advertisement. Papagu and Kemi the mermaid asked puzzledly. Kemi, Papaku, this is the sin I committed before. Don't say anything, don't intercede for me, I will bear it all by myself. Octopus Xiaohachi rarely panicked and spoke calmly. He knows. Now that Nami is here. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Then the existence that destroyed Aaron Paradise was probably also here. Escape. It is absolutely impossible. Waiting to die. He just started a new life, really doesn't want to die now. www.039. Octopus Xiaoba untied the food box on his back, using 6 hands together, took out a portion of steaming takoyaki and placed it in front of Luo Lin and the other girls. When the time is scented, everyone is moving their index fingers. But even for little Lolita during Golden Week, she was still silent at this moment. However, the next moment, under Weiwei's wide-eyed gaze, Nami picked up a toothpick, fork a takoyaki, blew it in her mouth, took a bite, and tasted it carefully. It's really delicious, everyone tastes it. Nami nodded affirmatively. Really? Octopus Xiaoba suddenly refreshed. 1 yard goes to 1 yard. It's one thing to eat something delicious. It's another thing to forgive me. And N. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. BSP. Luo Lin calmly speaks. Yes. Octopus Xiaoba suddenly lowered his head in fear. Hoo. On the sofa, Nami picked up a takoyaki again and ate it. Under the leadership of Nami, Weiwei, Robin and others also started. He nodded while eating, expressing his affirmation of the taste. Besides, there are no more words. Only the sound of little girls blowing in the huge bar. 10 minutes later, Robin and others put down their toothpicks one after another. Only Nami is still eating takoyaki intently. It wasn't until the 30 octopuses in front of her were burned and wiped out, Nami leaned on the sofa with a contented face, and burped. Nami, I know that I used to follow Big Brother Aaron to you and caused a lot of irreparable harm to your hometown. Needless to say, Nami interrupted by raising her hand. 0 seeking flowers 0. I don't want to hear your apology. No matter how much you say, nothing will change in the past. Nami said calmly. Yes, Octopus Xiaoba's head suddenly became lower. Also, don't think that just relying on these few takoyaki can offset the mistakes you made in the past. Nami said. Advertisement. I know, Octopus Xiaoba responded. So in the future, you will pay for it with a lifetime of takoyaki. I just heard that you opened a new takoyaki shop. I tasted it. The taste is really good and it has great potential for development. Nami, what do you mean? I mean your takoyaki shop. I want to unconditionally account for 50%, and I want you to open the shop in our city, not only us, but also everyone in Kokoyashi village, come to your side to eat. We'll never pay. Nami smiled and made her request. Nami, listening to Nami's punishment for him, Xiaoba was shocked and at a loss. Why? Do you have an opinion? If you have an opinion, I will account for 60%. Nami said slyly with a smile 039. No problem at all, let alone 60%, as long as you can forgive me, whatever you want is fine. Octopus Xiaoba's eyes were moved with tears suddenly, and his head was heavily knocked on the floor. After making this decision, Nami leaned back weakly on the sofa. Belmel, everyone, will you blame me for this decision? Nami thought to herself. Nami, who had lived in the shadow of Aaron, couldn't wait to frustrate everyone in Aaron's gang. The day Luo Lin exploded along Park, the anger in her heart also dissipated. She has decided to live her new life. So even if she saw the escaped octopus, Nami didn't actually feel much anger in her heart. Because she is a kind girl. Thank you, Nami. The bow and thank you from Kurla made Nami look confused. Kurla, what are you doing? Weiwei asked out first. Because Xiaoba is actually my friend. Kurla said. Hey, Weiwei was surprised. Are you really that Kurla? At the same time, the octopus Xiaoba, who was always bowing his head, finally raised his head, staring at Kurla Ju with disbelief. Chapter 161 Pursuing the Murloc Heroes of Roland. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, then are you really that Kurla? The octopus Xiaoba who raised his head widened his eyes and looked at the big girl not far in front of him. From the moment he entered the door, he saw Kurla at the first sight, only to feel familiar. Just without waiting for him to think about it, he saw Nami sitting on the back of the sofa. So his head suddenly went blank. It wasn't until Nami's previous words had passed that his head was finally able to work again. At this moment, I heard that Weiwei called Kurla's name, and then he reacted and screamed. It's not just Octopus who was surprised in the bar. Hee, Bakken, it's really me. Kurla grinned. Except for Luo Lin, who knew everything a long time ago, everyone else showed an incredible expression. including Shachi, who was now listening to 737 inches in the back room. Shachi, this is your home, don't be so sneaky. Luo Lin spoke while eating takoyaki. Degree squeaky 039. Shachi pushed out the door, holding a large piece of information in her hand. It seems that the matter was settled peacefully. Shachi smiled and nodded, looking at Nami. What a kind girl, that is. Luo Lin took it for granted. Shachi gave Luo Lin a white glance. But fate is really amazing. Listen to what Kara tells about his past with the Pirates of the Sun. Shachi couldn't help but sighed. The other side. In the Mary Joa attack 16 years ago, I have the impression that it seems that the hero of the Murloc, Fisher Tiger, slapped Mary Joa and liberated all the slaves of the various races above. Robin recalled. Murloc hero. Nami couldn't help being stunned when she first learned about the deeds of other Murlocs. In her previous opinion, Murlocs were all heinous villains. But until now, after hearing about Fisher Tiger's deeds, the idea in Nami's mind finally changed. Just as there are good and bad in humans, Murlocs should be the same. Not to mention that Fisher Tiger, Kemi, the mermaid in front of her, seemed to her to be just a naive little girl. Someone was able to hit the Holy Land Mary Joa. Wei Wei subconsciously exclaimed again and again, her pretty face was shocked and unbelievable. Compared to Nami's thought changes, Vivi's focus is on the attack on Marijoa. Incident. Bai Jing is the holy place of Mary Joa. Advertisement. Listening to Wei Wei's exclamation, Shachi on the side of the bar suddenly took a deep look at Luo Lin, intentionally or unconsciously. What do you think I am doing? That guy Tiger did it. Luo Lin raised his eyebrows. But before Tiger, there is another 039 senior. Shachi nodded deeply. Besides, that Murloc Tiger once bought intelligence from me. Shachi added. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. What information? He wants to know the whereabouts of the human hero who once saved him in the depths of the sea. Shachi said. Luo Lin raised his eyebrows. At that time, for the sake of his piousness, I could only tell him my speculation, but I didn't expect him to follow suit. Shachi said. Do not. Luo Lin shook his head. This is not to imitate, but his own path and beliefs. Luo Lin said quietly. You say yes. Shachi shook her head. The whispers of Luo Lin and Shachi did not attract the attention of the little girls on the sofa. Including Robin, their attention at the moment is all on Kurla's past stories. When she heard Kurla talk about her past slavery experience bravely and without evasiveness, Nami. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The eyes of Wei Wei, Robin and others were all flushed. Because even Robin could never imagine that Kurla, whose face is always full of smiles on weekdays, also has such a miserable past. It's been a long while. Kurla's story ends. The bar was quiet again. What happened to the world of humans, Murlocs, mermaids, and slaves? Wei Wei murmured unconsciously when she learned from Kurla that there was a population auction. The world is not wrong. The only thing wrong is the people who control the world. It is precisely because of so many injustices that heroes are needed. Shachi clapped her hands, attracting the attention of the little girls. This world is waiting for a hero to change its essence. Who do you think that person will be? Shachi asked with a smile. It was almost the same time, and the eyes of Robin and others fell on Luo Lin without hesitation. Zhang Chao's face is full of hope, expectation, admiration and enthusiasm. Roland. He really didn't have much interest in the hero who saved the world. From beginning to end, he just wanted to protect the people and things he cared about. Of course, if someone dared to stop him, he would not hesitate. Pass, hit, burst. Whether the other party is an ordinary thief or a world government. Okay, hero, don't be in a daze, the things you want will take a few days to arrive, but I believe you will also be interested in this information. Advertisement. Shachi handed the prepared report to Luo Lin. It's the latest report on the battle between Clockdale and others under yours and the dark forces in the South Daxia Sea. Shachi said. What? Hearing that, Kurla, Robin and others also gathered for the first time. For the large-scale conflict that happened just a few hours ago, be prepared for the serious damage on your side. Shachi solemnly reminded. When Shachi's voice fell, the bar was quiet again. It's just that this time is different from the previous two, and it's unspeakable. Call. It's a long time. Kurla and Robin, who have watched the report of the 30th battle, are both exasperating. Great. Sabo is okay. Luffy and the others are okay, Kurla said with joy. Yeah, this is a blessing in misfortune, but I didn't expect that Chiwu Heiduo Flamenco would have even Sabo put together this time. I hope Sabo will not blame himself too much. Robin worried. Dao, trust that kid. Luo Lin said quietly. By the way, Shachi, do me a favor and give me a copy of the information about the activities of the Don Quixote family around the Chambord Islands, as well as the secret bases of the Dark Forces. The more the better. Roland rode. You don't want Shachi to be horrified. It's okay to be free, just say hello to them a little bit. Luo Lin grinned, with a cold smile. Var tent equals dot. Get element by id html tent. Var img tent equals te elements by aim image tent. Var len equals img te. If len and gt, 0. Var child equals img tent, 0. Var parent equals child. Parent node. Var index equals array. Prototype. Index of. Call parent. Child nodes, child. For var I equals 0, INLT, index, I++. Parent. Remove child parent. Child nodes 0. Closing curly bracket. And LT, P and GT. This chapter is first published on 99net. Please remember the URL. The content of the chapter is incorrect or the latest chapter has not been updated. Please click the feedback button on the page or chapter page. Please register and log into your account, add your favorites to the bookshelf, and you can see the updates in time. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. 5. Do Chapter 162 Thor descends on God's sanctions. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, the first half of the Great Route, the terminal of the Paradise Shamboard Island. The wind of the sea finally blows here. As a result, the island composed of 79 huge mangroves was shaken. The sun is setting. The sky was full of blood in the red sunset, just like the bleeding land in the mangrove area on the 16th. The bloody incident that occurred here has spread throughout the Shamboard Islands. Many people on the island of Ling are in panic. Of course, there are also many desperados cheering at this moment. Especially those who have had a feast with the boss of the number 16 mangrove area. At this moment, he is looking for the treasure left by his dead opponent in this bloody place. As the event fermented, more and more pirates joined the ranks of treasure hunting. The scene was out of control for a while. Only relying on the garrison on the Shamboard Islands, it is obvious that it is not possible to fight the evil forces that swarm in at the same time. Simply, Maynard decisively ordered the Navy to withdraw from the number 16 mangrove area, the Lieutenant General of the number 66 naval base on the Shamboard Islands. Before the reinforcements of the Navy headquarters arrived, let the pirates and desperados bite their dogs and consume each other's strength. In the end, they just have to take advantage of the fisherman's profit. These 10 ideas are indeed good, it's just that something changed midway. When the flames burned to the extreme, thunder rang out in the sky without warning. There was a thunderstorm on the sunny day. As a result, the lawbreakers in the number 16 mangrove tree and the surrounding navy all raised their heads unanimously. Under the shining sun, a golden ark, full of golden light, came slowly and stopped above their heads. That ship made of gold. Golden ship, it's a golden ship. How much is such a big golden ship worth? Little ones, get ready to do a big vote. We searched here for a long time, but Mao didn't find it. Now a lot of gold has been delivered to the door. Ha 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 ha, little ones, copy guys. The pirates in the mangrove area on the 16th shouted with joy and excitement. The eyes of the golden ark in the sky were full of greed. Captain, that's a golden ship. On the other side, Bai Shang Bibo jumped up and down in shock. The golden ship flying in the sky is like a dream. What, it turned out to be a dream? Then I will sleep for a while. Offline Bai Shang Bibo fell 039 and fell asleep 039. Captain, what should I do? Do you want to find a way to get him a vote? The pirate in the penguin hat rubbed his hands in excitement. It's better to avoid it, it will die. The death surgeon Trafalgaro spoke calmly. Captain Hawkins, did you see the captain? A golden ship that big, how much is it worth? Advertisement like the Navy, members of the Hawkins pirates who were guarding the perimeter and preparing to be cardinals and fishermen shouted in shock. Basil Hawkins, known as a magician, put away the tarot deck in front of him and drew out. Jong. What? Hawkins looked up calmly. I see it, the death look on their faces. 039 Chi 039. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Just as Hawkins' voice fell, there was a flash of lightning on the much-anticipated golden ark. Look, there seems to be someone on it. There really is someone. Ha ha ha. Even someone is just an idiot. That is, a hopeless idiot. A good thing like the golden boat is not secretly hidden by one person, and he has to show it off. Today, Jesus can't save him. The lawbreakers on the ground shouted with excitement. There was a shock in their eyes, but soon they were taken over by greed. On the golden ark, Anilu swept across the people below with an indifferent expression. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Greater than with the help of the Heart Network electric waves, he can easily capture everyone's words. So the indifference on his face is even worse. Yahahaha. Anilu laughed out loud. A group of humble ants, weak mortals, dared to covet God's things. As God's spokesperson, I will impose a fine on you. Ani Rhodes stood on the bow of the golden ark, overlooking all beings. When his voice fell, the surrounding mangrove areas were silent, and then burst into loud laughter. Ha 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 ha. What silly thing is that kid saying? Is he a fool? What age is it, and it's God's spokesperson? He wouldn't be the native who jumped out of the Horngadari. It's not a shame to say that, and your cheeks are really thick. People, especially the pirates and criminals in the mangrove area on the 16th, burst into laughter. Hateful. On the golden ark, Anilu's face became more and more gloomy, as if to drip water. A bunch of disrespectful bastards, all go to death for me. Anilu yelled suddenly and suddenly raised his right hand. Look, that fool wants to do, the second stunned child. The pirates in the mangrove area on the 16th noticed Anilu's movements and just wanted to make a mockery. Advertisement in the next moment, everyone's words choked in their throats. Because they see, when they say, the fool raises 327's right hand. Thus, above the 9 heavens, there was a thunderous thunder resounding across the sky. In the setting sun, the sky is full of flames. At this moment, everything was impregnated with dark blue thunder and lightning, turning into layers of pitch black thunderclouds. Endless electric snakes roam in it, Hey, it's true. What's the matter with that fool? There is also the thundercloud in the sky. Is that a good thing that fool did? What is that ability? Could it be the natural ability to sound the fruit of thunder? At this moment, the greed and ridicule on the faces of the pirates and criminals in the 16th area ceased. What turned out to be a deep shock and fear, swishing coldly all over. Run away. When the dark blue lightning in the pupils enlarged, the desperados in the mangrove area on the 16th screamed and disappeared. Yahahaha. Seeing the fear on the faces of the pirates below, Anilu suddenly laughed out of pride. I want to escape now, it's too late, Anilu spoke coldly. The raised right hand suddenly dropped the gods, the rules, the control, and the tailoring. Rumbling, thunder roars between heaven and earth. The thunder light exploded at this moment. Chapter 163 Shampoo Island Shakes. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi Mangrove number 13 on the islands of Chambord. A lonely bar stands on a lonely hill. In the open space in front of the bar, the little girls sat in rows. Looking at the fiery red sunset in the sky, and the bubbles that became more and more dreamy in the sunset, her pretty face was intoxicated. Squeaky 039 Shachi, a half-aged MF in her 60s, opened the door. Today's funger is really noisy, and I don't know who's because of it. Shachi opened her mouth, and her gaze fell in the direction of the number 16 mangrove, which meant something. Don't worry, there will be no noise soon, Luo Lin spoke casually. Okay. Shachi raised her eyebrows slightly, not quite understanding the meaning of Luo Lin's words. If you don't understand, don't think about it. Hey, old B********D. I've already given you everything, why don't you leave? Shachi asked. No hurry, I'm waiting for someone, Luo Lin said. Who? The little girl's bodyguards, Luo Lin answered. This time he greeted Doflamingo and the Dark Forces. Luo Lin planned to act alone. Robin and others who stayed on the Chambord Islands naturally needed guards. Bodyguard. Shachi raised her eyebrows again. The shampoo land is my place. If I take care of it, what are you worried about? Shachi believes in herself. This is really strange. Luo Lin was surprised. What's your expression? I like these little girls for the time being. Shachi glanced at Luo Lin slantingly. That's really a thank you, but I don't need it anymore. Besides, I think, even you don't want to intervene too much if you take care of the Tianlongren's affairs. Luo Lin grinned. What? Upon hearing this, Shachi's face suddenly showed shock and horror again. Even the lady's cigarette dropped to the ground without even realizing it. Are you going to take those sky dragons again this time? Shachi said in shock. You know that as the nobleman of the world, any move the next will attract the admiral. Do not when thinking of Luo Lin's past deeds. The shock in Shachi's heart was immediately relieved. After all, the person in front of you is really a madman. He was a super cruel man who went to the Holy Land Mary Joa to slaughter the Dragonites by himself several decades ago. Come on, when Shachi was thinking about the rumors in the past, Luo Lin suddenly spoke, looking towards the distant sky. Coming? Advertisement. Shachi's face was confused. Follow Luo Lin's line of sight. In the distance, a spaceship flying in the sky, braving the golden light, gradually enlarged and became clear. As a result, Shachi's eyes gradually widened and shined. Then that golden spaceship turned out to be yours? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Shachi showed a ghostly expression. Luo Lin nodded. Where did you get this? Wait a minute. Is it possible that the bodyguard you mentioned is the mysterious nature system that suddenly appeared above the sea in recent days? Nature is a person with the ability to sound thunder fruit. Thinking of this, Shachi's face was shocked again. Apparently she had collected information about the golden ship in Eni Road. It's him. In the past few days when I'm away, that kid will be yours for the time being. If you have to leave it to him, you can treat it as a reward for the information, Luo Lin said. What? Shachi nodded blankly, just when Shachi was shocked by the appearance of the golden ark. On the other side, in the mangrove area on the 16th, Eni Road on the ark also began to issue his own declaration of the second trial. The sound is loud, like thunder, even if it is separated by several areas, it can be clearly heard. Then, Shachi looked strange in front of the bar. And to add bookmarks for easy reading. NBSP. Luo Lin, who noticed Shachi's weird sight, turned dark. Anilu, this kid, really doesn't change in second grade. Luo Lin just asked him to deal with the aftermath of the number 16 mangrove, but in the end, this kid even pretended to be playing with it without authorization. It's also a shame that there are a lot of small people there, and there is no strong grumpy brother. Otherwise, his skill at speaking would definitely be a pose. It seems that I need to teach this famous saying that the young villain died of talking too much in the future. Shobibi, direct hands-on is the kingly way. Fortunately, Anilu's S2 speech did not last long. He was also enraged by the taunts of the pirates below. Rumble 039. There was thunder resounding in the sky and it was deafening. Immediately after, roads of terrifying thunder pillars descended from the sky. Shot down to the land of number 16 mangrove area. In an instant, thunder and roar between heaven and earth, infinite lightning burst. Nothing is visible. I don't know how long it has been. When the terrifying thunder light that shrouded the world converged, the shaking that spread across the Chambord Islands ceased. What appeared in people's sight was a huge hole. Advertisement. The entire mangrove area on the 16th, along with the pirates on it, was destroyed into nothingness under the sanction of God 039. After a brief silence, a loud noise rang out. Are you kidding me? What kind of power is this? Where is the mangrove tree number 16? Where did that big mangrove tree go? Really, the entire number 16 mangrove area has been evaporated. Raiden. That is the power of the true gods. Shocked and terrified shouts were everywhere. Soon, people in other mangrove areas also knew about the news. As a result, the entire island of Chambord was shaken. Naturally, those with the thunder fruit ability are really terrifying. Is this a demonstration to the world? At the top of number 17 Mangrove Hill, Trafalgaro has a drop of sweat slipping off his forehead. Is this how Captain Hawkins saw death? It really happened. The crowd, of Zhao Zhao, of the Hawkins pirates were all scared. This sea is really not peaceful recently, even the power of thunder and lightning can be controlled. Where is the monster that got out? Big Stomach Girl Jo Ellie Bonnie bit her thumb and murmured in shock. Jingren is the natural thunder fruit ability. After many years, has this ability finally regenerated? Next, the sea will be lively for a while, hahafu. The fashionable and handsome old man with slippers and shorts, Hades Raleigh gave a chuckle and lifted his head to remove a green leaf from his head. But it doesn't have much to do with me, an old man. The next is the age of young people. Really, I don't know where you are from in front of the mangrove bar on the 13th, Sha-Chi shook her head and just turned around to complain to Luo Lin. In the end, he found that the person beside him disappeared silently without knowing when. Chapter 164 The Yellow Ape and the Green Pheasant Get Together. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi039 Booming Heart 039. The billowing thunder gradually came to an end. Under the power of lightning strikes, the vibrations of the entire Chambord Islands that were affected have gradually subsided. The dark clouds covering the islands receded. The culprit responsible for all this, Anilu, a young man in the second and middle class, hid in the clouds of the sky with the golden arc amidst the laughter of yahahaha. The skylight replays the light. However, the haze in the hearts of the people on the island will not be reduced by this. With the 16th mangrove being wiped out by God's sanction 039, the news spread. The entire Chambord Islands are in chaos. The islands of Chambord. Mangrove area number 66. This is the location of the naval Chambord base. At this moment, the naval base is also full of chaos. All telephone bugs were almost destroyed. Naturally, the question was about the Tien Lei 039 that made the entire champagne ground violently shaken. Regarding these calls, naval base number 66 must be treated seriously. Because that was the call from the nobles who were visiting the islands of Chambord at this time. Even the navy must be cautious when dealing with these powerful nobles, because there may also be people from the holy place of Mary Joa above the Red Earth continent. Boom, another table was scrapped in the naval base office. What the hell is going on today? Is that number 16 mangrove cursed? The incident at 190 during the day hasn't been found out yet. It's better now, the entire 16th area is gone. The admiral yelled in anger. Fortunately, the thunder and lightning lunatic erased the number 16 mangrove tree. If it falls in the area where the people gather, especially if it affects the world's nobles, the consequences are simply unimaginable. A navy officer thanked him. But what the hell is going on with that thunder and lightning B**********? D. That terrifying ability is just like a god. Yeah, it's the 16th this time, and where will it be next time? No, that man is too dangerous. A rear admiral at the base was shocked. Lieutenant Maynard has urgently contacted the Navy headquarters, and believes that the general will be coming soon. Hearing this, the faces of the naval officers of the base suddenly cheered up. At the same time, the Navy headquarters that received Maynard's report was also in shock. Finally appeared again, the natural thunder fruit ability, Kuzan, you fought with that B*********, D, this time still. The Marshal Zheng Guo looked at the lazy General Ching Pheasant. Forget it, Mr. Warring States. Before the Marshal Warring States finished speaking, the General Ching Pheasant, who had always been lazy, interrupted at this moment. Bod, and that guy don't agree with each other. You already know what happened last time, Mr. Sengoku. If we fight, I'm afraid the whole shampoo will be gone this time, Ching Pheasant said. Warring States suddenly frowned. Regarding the cause of the big explosion during the previous battle between the Green Pheasant and Anilu. After they asked the genius scientist Vegapunk, they knew a general idea. Or I will go. Just as the Warring States period was worrying, a golden light flickered outside the office door. Therefore, the Marshal Warring States and General Ching Pheasant in the room appeared unexpectedly at the same time. Advertisement, Poor Ursulino, you are here again to join in the fun. Could it be that the thunder is also related to that guy? The nose of the Warring States period was slightly wrinkled, and it seemed to smell an unusual breath. How come? I just want to try the flash and the thunder, which one is better? General Huang Yuan said slowly. Let's do it, it's better if you are willing to go, and you can try to move when you arrive. Take care of 039 Wusho 39. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Before the Marshal Warring States finished speaking, General Huang Yuan had already escaped in a flash. Then I will go, too. The General Green Pheasant got up. Where are you going? Kuzan, Warring States asked. Shampoo Land. The Green Pheasant said calmly. What, didn't you just say you can go? The Warring States gritted his teeth. I just don't want to be entangled with the Thunderbee *********. D. By the way, I can help Mr. Warring States to stare at Paluzalino 1 point to prevent him from paddling and lazy. The General Ching Pheasant speaks righteously, Warring States. It's as if you were better off yourself. 1 or 2, I don't know who I learned from, I'm not allowed. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading, people worry. The Warring States period only felt that his liver began to ache again. After taking a few deep breaths and calming down, Marshal Zhang Guo picked up the Operation Thousand Sails 039 report on the table again. Compared with the troubles of the Chambord Islands, the current battle situation in this place is the current top priority. For this capture operation, their navy has invested a lot of combat power. Including alternate General Tomomi Gion, as well as the former admiral, the current Navy Chief Instructor's Black Wrist Sawafa. At this moment, a small base island about 1,000 miles away from the Chambord Islands. Luo Lin, who was walking on the island, sneezed unconsciously and smashed an island. The entire small base island collapsed at this moment. Ah, Shinshin. In the end, what happened? What on earth is it? In the ruins of the base, the members of the Dark Forces who survived by chance screamed in horror. Master Umit, the big thing is not good. A member of the Dark Forces took out the phone worm and got in touch with the Dark King Umit, who was far away in the New World. But don't wait for him to finish. At the next moment, he was shocked to find that the phone worm that was supposed to be in his hands suddenly disappeared. At the same time, about a few hundred meters away, Luo Lin held a phone worm in his hand. Hey, what's the matter? Lao Su is busy celebrating the work here. If there is nothing important, you know the consequences. From the other end of the phone worm came the roar of the Sea King Umit, full of breath. Next time, it's your turn. Advertisement. Luo Lin spoke calmly. Huh? What did you say? Just put your head on your neck temporarily for a while? 039 Ga Clip 039. The phone worm hangs up. In midair, Luo Lin stepped on a sinking island under his feet, looking at a seagull far away in the sky. The Devil Fruit ability is activated, at a glance, thousands of miles. Quack. The good seagulls that were flying in the air, looked at the island that was about to sink under their feet with a dumb face, quacked, and hurriedly fluttered their wings to take off. At the same time, the island mansion of Umit, the Sea King far away in the New World. The famous predator of the underground world, Umit, one of the kings of darkness, fell on the sofa behind him with a face of despair, pale face and long cold sweat. Even if the wine in his hand is full of wine, it is still unconscious. What is going on? Who was that B*******D before? What did he do? The Sea King Umit roared in his heart. Obviously it's just talking through the phone bug. Obviously the distance between the two sides is still separated by thousands of mountains and rivers. But why does he have a feeling of a knife resting on his neck? The murderous aura seemed to be transmitted along with the sound, bursting into bursts. Temporarily put your head on your neck for temporary support. The last words of Luo Lin echoed in the mind of Umit, the king of the sea, and the expression on his face gradually became distorted and hideous. What a joke. The seagull section is considered to be another fruit ability that the protagonist eats, the cherished space system. Chapter 165. The Dark World Troll Conference? The Ocean King is crazy? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi 3 days later, New World. The online telephone worm video conference of the predators of the underground dark world was held again. This meeting is mainly aimed at the rupture of the dark trading chain in the first half of the Great Route in the past few days. Shichichi 039. Snowflakes lit up on the screen of the special video conference room. One after another the heads of the dark world joined chat room 039. However, compared with the noise of the past, this meeting fell into a weird quiet. No one spoke for a long time. Hey. After a while, a fat man with a face full of flesh and scars, one of the Dark Kings, and the king of Lone Shark Lufield, joined the video conference and spoke, breaking the silence in the room. I'm telling you, what the hell is going on? Is it possible that too much effort has been exerted on women in the past few days? All of them have collapsed. Lufield, the king of Lone Sharks, sneered ruthlessly with a cigar in his mouth. Even if the South Daxia Sea operation, we won a complete victory, and gave that clever crocodile a heavy blow, but it doesn't need to be so happy, but it's just a small crocodile, this kind of result is not taken for granted. Lufield laughed. He looked indifferent on the surface, but his eyebrows seemed to fly into the sky. Obviously, he was also very ecstatic to be able to hit Crocodile and avenge him in the South Daxia Sea. It's just to maintain the gangster style, so I deliberately pretended not to care. Humph. After a while, the cold snorts of dark predators resounded in the video room one after another. Duguda, B******D, you promised my 1,000 slaves, why haven't they arrived? My big clients are waiting for their fresh organs to survive. You know, just because of your breach of contract. How big is the loss? The organ dealer Jigula asked the human trafficker named Dugudu with a bad look. Human trafficker Duguda did not answer, but looked at another underground 039 drug 039 predator. A-hole, when will your magical medicine 039 arrive? The situation on my side is almost out of control. If the indigenous chiefs die, do you know how much energy I have to spend to control those tribes? Same. The Dark King, who controls the sale of unique underground products, ignored Dugudu's accusations. Turned to look at another black businessman with whom he has related contacts. Like a solitaire game, the dark predators present one after another. After going around, the last person initiated another questioning of the organ dealer Jigula, which happened to form a closed loop. The merchants in the underground dark world, even if their main industries are different, there will always be overlaps with each other. Any error in any link will affect the others. As a result, the quarrel in the video conference room became more and more intense, like an online spray party. This scene made Lufield, the king of loan sharks, look dazed. There was a feeling of bad feeling in my heart, because he suddenly remembered the goods that he lent in the paradise. It seems that he hasn't received a report for a few days. Advertisement. It's just that he has been busy working on women in recent days, and hasn't paid much attention to it. Don't make any noise. I don't know who is full of screams, and ends this screaming war like a BCH cursing on the street. I think everyone's situation should be the same. Don't tell me, let me just say it first. My base in the paradise has been taken in 4 places, plus the last time it was 5. The underground arms predators said coldly. A hole, I added the last time, a total of 6 base islands were lost. The organ dealer Jigula said angrily. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. There are no 4 islands where I planted herbs, and 3 of the transfer stations set up in various places were destroyed. The underground monopoly predator said coldly. Me too. My territory. Someone takes the lead. As a result, the original trolling battle suddenly turned into a grievance competition of the dark leaders. Lufield, the king of loan sharks, who heard the shocking news, was again dumbfounded. Hey, what's the matter with what you were talking about? Lufield yelled in disbelief. Add bookmarks for easy reading. That's how it is, we have been in paradise for so many years, in just 3 days. The mysterious force is gone, and even the islands are completely gone. Damn it, which B********D is it? How dare you do it to so many of us at the same time? How come there are so many idiots this year? The organ dealer Jigula roared. Have you ever thought that perhaps the crocodile is in partnership with this huge mysterious force? This is the other party's revenge. A dark predator put forward his own conjecture. As a result, the video conference fell into a dead silence again. But what will it be, that power? The underground dark world is so big. We are the king of the underground world. If there is any huge organization, how can we hide so many eyes from us? Zero seeking flowers. Could it be the underground queen from 40 years ago? No, that woman has already withdrawn, and even she is absolutely impossible to have the power to wipe out nearly 100 islands in just 3 days. Everyone was silent again. Lufield, how about you? Don't you have any losses in your paradise property? Asked the organ dealer Jigula. Ha. What can I lose? I am the king of loan sharks. Lufield said proudly. Popo 39. At this moment, the door of the luxurious meeting room where Lufield was located was pushed open. Boss, the big event is not good, we are all lost in the paradise industry. What did you say? Lufield stood up suddenly, his face trembling like water waves, representing his extreme rage. Seeing the look of Lufield, who was proud of the previous stinky fart, the other dark predators all smiled. Don't suffer from lack and unevenness. Advertisement. If you lose yourself, others will lose more. In this way, their hearts can also be slightly balanced. Ha. Look at the idiot Lufield. My mood suddenly improved. Hey, did I say that you forgot someone? Omit that guy? Why didn't he go online? I'll urge you. After a while, the video call worm of Umit, the Sea King, is connected. What was reflected on the pitch black screen was the pale face of Umit, the king of the sea, as white as an evil spirit. Are you Umit? Hey, Umit, what is your look? It's very unique. You are too embarrassing to look like this, but it's just a loss of part of the industry. Is it necessary? Isn't there no loss on our side? Are you the king of the underground world like this? It's really embarrassing. All the predators of the dark world opened their mouths one after another, shook their heads in hatred of iron and steel. Even Lufield, who was in a rage, felt a little better after seeing Umit, who was embarrassed. Reaper. The other party is a Reaper. All of you including me are going to die. Ah. The Sea King Umit screamed in horror like a demon. The image is interrupted. Chapter 166. Dasiki's Despair and Shock. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi 039 booming 039. There was a loud noise like thunder. Another dark power transit base island has reached its end and will soon disappear from the map. The whole island faces the highest point of the collapsed island in the sea, and there is a tall figure standing. Naturally, Luo Lin left the shampoo to act alone. In 3 days, Luo Lin was tossing around by himself, his footprints almost all over the first half of the Great Route. It's not just limited to the dark power bases near Chambord. Luo Lin's goal is the entire paradise, and he did it indeed. The hostile forces in the underground dark world, the decades-old industry in the paradise, were completely destroyed in just 3 days. After the East Daxia Sea, a second huge gap appeared in the map of the dark forces. It will take at least plus years to recover this gap. For the predators in the dark world, the loss is naturally huge, more than 10 times greater than that in the East Daxia Sea. Naturally, their anger was 10 times that of Donghai. Of course, if they knew. It's not an organization that does all of this, but just one person's 660 words. Their performance will definitely not be much better than the Ocean King Umit. Chaoyang rises. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone on Luo Lin's body and dyed him with a delicate circle of light. He is like a banished immortal in the dust. 039 blue 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 039. The phone bug rang. Gajia 039 connected. Yo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Wangshen swordsman Brooks' iconic laugh came from the other side. Mr. Roland, Kurokas and I are already on the way to the South Daxia Sea, Brooke reported. Well, trouble you guys. Luo Lin said. No trouble, no trouble. I haven't exercised my muscles well for more than 10 years. This time is the opportunity. Yo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Brooke laughed. Hey, Luo Lin, tell me what is going on. These sea kings. What method did you use to tame them? From the other end of the phone worm came a cry of surprise from Kurokas. Even through the phone worm, he could hear the shock and disbelief on his face. Frankly, you and the mermaid Kurokas hadn't finished asking. The next moment, a louder voice sounded abruptly. Your Excellency Luo Lin, is that you? That was the voice of the blue ghost Dongli. Your Excellency Luo Lin, thank you very much. This is the voice of the red ghost Brokey. Cassie, Oimo, you two boys will come out soon. Thank you Lord Luo Lin. Yes, boss. In the Judicial Island incident, Cassie and Oimo, the two giants rescued by Roland, responded in unison. Luo Lin Xion. The decibels from giants yelling with all their strength, even the phone worm can't stand it. In the end, even the outgoing voice is automatically 039 mosaic 039 words. Luo Lin smiled helplessly and hung up decisively. Over there in the South Daxia Sea, Luo Lin's training plan has been basically completed. Advertisement even Sabo and others performed better than Luo Lin imagined for a long time. Of course, Luo Lin also knew that after Doflamingo and other New World forces fully intervened, it is absolutely impossible for the people that Sabo and them to take to gnaw the bones of the South Daxia Sea. That's why Luo Lin arranged for Brooke and the giants to go. In addition, when Luo Lin returns to Chambord, Eni Road will also rush to the South Daxia Sea to establish the overall situation. With the assistance of these powerful combat forces, it is naturally only a matter of time before the South Daxia Sea is calmed down. Then, I also hurry up and make a quick decision. Luo Lin got up and looked in the direction of the final destination island. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Shua 039 thousands of miles in a flash. Luo Lin's figure suddenly disappeared from the island base that was about to be silent. What appeared instead was a cloud in the shape of a human. The Great Root Chinfan Island for example, Magic Valley, the pirate town where Luo Lin once visited. This Thousand Sail Island is a larger and more famous pirate city. In addition, the magnetic field and geographical location of this large island are also extremely special. As we all know, there are a total of 7 routes from Gemini Point to the end of the paradise, Chambord. These lines should have been disconnected. Only this island breaks this law. Chinfan, a large island, is the intersection of 3 of these lines. It is precisely because of this peculiar point that the annual number of pirate visits on this island is 3 times that of other islands. It also created this pirate city that was more than plus times larger than the Demon Valley town. In addition to a large number of pirates, many dark forces in the underground world have also established their own bases here. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading, used for various illegal transactions with pirates. All kinds of rare race slaves, good knives and even big knives, and even rare devil fruits, as long as they have enough golden treasures, can be obtained from here. Of course, above this sea, strength is fundamental. The strength is enough, even if there is no golden treasure, you can get a lot of things here. It's just that if you have to do it because you are not strong enough, you can only become the meat of others' cutting boards. This is the absolute law among pirates. It is also being staged at this time. It's just a fight between rival pirates in the past. Now this island of pirates has turned into a battlefield for large-scale conflicts between pirates and the navy. This can already be regarded as a war, white blast. A loud shout suddenly sounded on the chaotic street battlefield. The next moment, a piece of white smoke suddenly rushed from the body of the white hunter Smog. Swept the entire street. What is this? It's just smoke, it doesn't hurt or itchy at all, it's no big deal. Navy, go to hell. The pirates on the street showed a fierce look, brandishing their swords and were about to kill Smog. But the next moment, the pirates of Ling's horror happened. The originally tangible and intangible smoke suddenly changed as Smog's right hand was held together. Like the hardest steel, it tightly bound their bodies, making them unable to move at all. Pirates, get enlightened. The white hunter Smog looked cold, and his eyes fell on the long-handed pirate who was also restrained by his power in the air. Compared to the average person, that is his target opponent this time. Advertisement: the supernova pirate with a reward of over 100 million, Hyaming Skuligman Apple. Bab, white hunter Smog, really deserves to be a natural one, it's really difficult. Hyaming Skuligman Apple laughed out loud. In the next moment, his right hand suddenly deformed and turned into a special instrument, which he played. The invisible sound wave spread with the air, and the smoke that bound the group was quietly disintegrating and destroying. Bab, young ones, retreat. Apu ordered with a big laugh. Yes, sir. The members of the broadcast pirate group responded in unison. A whole Hyaming, don't try to escape. Smog manipulated the smoke to reverse, and then threw the pirate who was bound by the smoke heavily on the ground. Dasiki, these guys leave it to you, Smaller said. After saying this, he chased in the direction where Hyaming Apu fled without looking back. Yes, Mr. Small. Dashiki, who turned the pirate O in front of him with a knife, subconsciously nodded his head. So in the previous battle, most of the eyeglass straps that were cut by the pirate's blade were completely broken. Her glasses 039 fell to the ground uncontrollably again. Ah! This sudden situation caused Dashiki to panic, and subconsciously quickly searched for the dropped glasses. Sergeant Dusky, be careful. A navy near 54 suddenly yelled anxiously, making Dasky's body stiff. Ha 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 ha, it turned out to be a blind navy, and he actually slashed this uncle. Although it looks a little bit charming, let's go to death. The undead pirate who had been slashed by Dashiki before gave a grinning grin. He waved the big knife in his hand and slashed it down at Dashiki, who was looking for glasses in a panic. Feel the sharp blade that is getting closer and closer. Dashiki's heart suddenly became cold. No one will pay for her fault this time. Despair breeds. Sure enough, that person was right. A half-hearted person like me is not a qualified seaman at all. Dashiki smiled miserably, closed her eyes, and prepared to pay for her immaturity. Little girl, if you give up now, it's a little too early. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in the ears of the desperate Dashiki. This sound, listening to the familiar voice, the emotion named shock gradually occupied Dashiki's pretty face. Chapter 167, The Majesty of Lieutenant General Roland. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi Chaotic Streets. Most of the pirates fell to the ground under the power of the White Hunter smog. The remaining small part of the stragglers was also suppressed by the Marines. The situation on the street battlefield was gradually brought under control. But at this moment, abnormal changes occur suddenly. The Sergeant Star Shiki, who cut the pirate enemy in front of him on the ground, was too late to make up the knife. The next moment, the lace she used to prevent the glasses from falling off broke. The glasses also fell to the ground. Years of habit made Dashiki subconsciously forget that this is a battlefield, crouching on the ground, fumbling for glasses. It was precisely because of this subconscious habit that she fell into an abyss called despair. The situation reversed. The big knife from the pirate fell. The shadow of death hung over Dasky's body. Fear and despair dominated her body and mind, making her unable to move. Can only silently wait for the enemy's blade to fall. The surrounding Marines screamed for help. At the moment of distraction, he was hit hard by his opponent. Dashiki noticed this. Her small face became paler and paler. At this moment, she unconsciously recalled an experience a few months ago in her mind. It was on the ship of Crocodile of Kiwahai, and someone gave her advice. Sure enough, that person is right. A half-hearted person like me is on the battlefield. Even if he has 9 lives, he is not enough to die, and he will even hurt his companions. Dashiki thought desperately. Ha ha ha, I finally know that I'm afraid. Damn Navy, this uncle won't be merciful. Scar Pirate smiled cruelly, and the big knife in his hand slashed towards Dashiki's body mercilessly. Da 039 however, at this moment, I only heard a soft sound of tap 039. Someone seems to be taking steps. In this chaotic street where swords collided and bullets shot, the footsteps should have been inconspicuous. However, this footstep sounded extremely clearly in the ears of everyone in the room. Everyone in Ling stopped their hand movements at the same time and subconsciously looked towards the end of the street. There. A figure gradually became clear, only for a moment. Whether it's a pirate or a navy, it just feels swaying. The figure that was still 100 meters away came to them. You? A pirate wanted to ask, however, before the words were spoken, his head suddenly fell back. His eyes suddenly turned white, and he passed out completely. What did you do? The other pirate showed a fierce look and raised the 2 muskets in his hands and was about to shoot. 039 bang bang 039 advertisement 2 gunshots. There was a tongue of flame at the muzzle, but no bullets were fired. Invisibly, there seemed to be a force blocking the muzzle. So the 2 guns in the hands of the pirate exploded, and his hands were instantly bloody. What the scream stopped abruptly before it could be heard, followed by the 3rd person and the 4th person. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Where the figure passed, there seemed to be an invisible force sweeping the audience, causing the fierce pirates to fall to the ground one by one. However, it is strange that the naval soldiers who were also in it were totally unaware of it. Just a moment. The pirate who can still stand on the street is the only one who hangs the blade above Dasky's head. Only at this moment, the face of Scar Pirate no longer had the previous pride. Some are just shock and unspeakable fear. 039 finally. Luo Lin stood still. Seeing Dashiki, who was in autism and despair, in front of him and didn't know anything, Luo Lin shook his head helplessly and squatted down beside Dashiki, putting her glasses on again. Little girl, if you want to give up now, it's a little too early, Luo Lin said calmly. The sound is not loud, but in Dashiki's ears, it is like Huangjiang de Lu, and it is like a clear spring in the mountains, awakening her in despair and autism. This voice, add bookmarks for easy reading. Listening to the familiar voice, Dashiki's expression, sluggish due to despair, gradually changed. Because of the return of glasses, the line of sight in front of me gradually became clear. After seeing the same familiar face in front of him, Dashiki's mouth gradually widened. Thousands of thoughts suddenly emerged in my heart. In the end, it turned into a cry of wow 039. Under Luo Lin's surprised gaze, Dashiki, who recovered his senses, opened his arms and subconsciously hugged Luo Lin, who was close in front of him. Fear, regret, self-blame, and the joy of the rest of his life, and other emotions mixed with tears, uncontrollably rushed from Dasiki's eye sockets, wetting Luo Lin's front breast. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, I really have worked hard, but... Dasiki crying said sorry in a loud voice. It was as if Luo Lin in front of her was her teacher. Do not. Perhaps in the heart of Dasiki at this moment. Luo Lin is her teacher. Even before that, they had only met once. Sergeant Dusky. Luo Lin's voice sounded again, shocking Dasiki's mind. Ling's tears suddenly stagnated in Dasiki, who was in a state of collapse and crying. This is the battlefield. Your enemy is still standing. What are you going to do now? Luo Lin asked with dignity. The expression on Dasiki's face was dull for a moment. Advertisement, yes. The next second, Dasiki suddenly got up and raised his hand to wipe away the tears remaining in the corner of his eyes. Hateful at the same time. The Scarface pirate, who had been in a state of imprisonment before, finally regained his freedom of movement. Then he waved the big knife in his hand to Dasiki, who was facing him with a furious face. Degree Shua 039, the knife light flashed. Dasiki's Liang Kue knife 50 worker Shuizo glided across the pirate's body. 507, a long narrow knife mark emerged from the pirate's body, and blood splashed in. Oh. Seeing that the last pirate was successfully resolved, the seamen who could still stand on the street cheered in unison. Mr. Dasiki was also beaming, just about to speak, but saw Luo Lin take a sudden step. Hey, seamen, is it time to celebrate? You should still have something to do, move quickly, Luo Lin shouted. Yes. Under the imposing and majestic roar of the former Lieutenant Admiral Luo Lin, all the seamen stood and saluted subconsciously. Then quickly began to clean the battlefield and treat his companions. It's not good, Sergeant Dasky. Sergeant Rod has lost too much blood, and has now entered a state of shock. If the blood is not transfused in time, it will be too late, a seaman reported anxiously. Blood transfusion. For blood, what I have here is for me. Dasiki, the natural dull-glassed woman who experienced the battlefield for the first time, was immediately overwhelmed by this situation. Even the primary and secondary are ignored. What they lack now is not blood, but the means and equipment of blood transfusion. How to do. Looking at Dasiki, who was like an ant on a hot pot, Luo Lin shook his head helplessly, and his big hand landed on Dasiki's small head, holding her 039. It's better for me to come. Chapter 168 Navy Hero. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Painful screams were heard everywhere. Now that the pirates are all in a coma, these screams naturally come from the young Marines who have been hit hard in the battle. War has never been a family. Every minute, there is blood flowing, and life is passing by. At this moment, Dasiki finally knew what a battlefield was. What echoed in my ears was the painful wailing of my partners. But she can't do anything. Even the serious injuries of several of the seamen were caused by her. Thinking of this, Dasiki couldn't help her face pale, her body was weak, and even her footsteps became a little vain. Snapped, at this moment, a big warm and powerful hand fell on her shoulder. Mr. Dasiki pursed her small mouth tightly, tears swirling in her eyes unconsciously, but stubbornly did not fall. As the Navy, these things will have to go through sooner or later, and the easy days in the East Daxia Sea will no longer be there. You have to be clear about this. Luo Lin said. Okay. Dasiki nodded heavily. So what should you do now? Luo Lin asked. Dasiki thought for a moment, took a step forward, and loudly ordered to speak. Everyone, send the wounded to this gentleman in order of priority for treatment. All sea soldiers responded in unison. The first one sent to Luo Lin was the Corporal Lord who was in shock due to blood loss. In previous bloody battles with pirates, this young seaman was the most brave. He even blocked a knife for his companion and lost an arm. A lot of blood loss made him enter a state of shock. Not only his face, but his dark skin is as pale as paper. Rod, hold on for a while, don't die, your unborn child is still waiting for you to go back. The fellow seaman who had been rescued by Corporal Lord's knife shouted hoarsely. Calm down, Froju, aside, another seaman discouraged. Sir, you must be able to save him, right? The seaman named Flo knelt down in front of Luo Lin, pleading and hopeful on his face. The other Marines all showed unbearable expressions. Although he was reluctant to accept it, Rod's situation at this time, even the arrival of the top doctor in the Navy, was already unable to recover. What's more, this is the current situation without any medical equipment. If anyone could save Corporal Lord, who had only stepped into the death line, he must be 039 God. Sir, you must have a solution, right? Dasiki looked at Luo Lin with tears in her eyes. Give me his hand. Luo Lin spoke calmly, even if he hadn't been in Navy for many years, but let Luo Lin just watch the young and energetic life passing in front of him, he couldn't do it anyway. Advertisement even Luo Lin could not save everyone who fell on the battlefield. But at least, the person in front of you, the young life in front of him will never die. Under the collective gaze of Dasiki and a group of Marines, Luo Lin accurately connected Corporal Lord's severed hand together. Gently scratch your thumb on the tip of your index finger. A bit of blood diamonds, as magnificent as red agate, dripped on the break of his arm. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Next second. Under the shocking gaze of Dasiki and other Marines, the flesh and blood between the severed hand and the severed arm squirmed, and finally rejoined miraculously. It's not just that. Corporal Lord's body's hematopoietic function also increased tenfold in an instant under the action of immortal blood. His face, pale due to excessive blood loss, regained his blood color at a speed visible to the naked eye. About half a minute later, Corporal Lord on the stretcher frowned one by one, and then slowly opened his eyes under the shocked gaze of the Marines. Where is it? I'm dead to add bookmarks for easy reading. Corporal Lord murmured unconsciously, Rhodes. The sea soldier named Flo yelled in surprise and hurried forward. Rod, you are still alive. It was the gentleman over there who rescued you, Seaman Flo exclaimed excitedly. Flo? Corporal Lord looked confused. However, when he looked at Luo Lin, his confused complexion was instantly frenzied. In fact, it's not just him. At this moment, the other Marines who witnessed the miracle on the scene all looked at Luo Lin enthusiastically. This is nothing short of a miracle. Who is this gentleman? It's really amazing. Not to mention that the pirates were suppressed in the previous step, but now the dying lord is brought back to life. Are you a god? A seaman with faith shouted. Sergeant Dusky, who is this gentleman? Is it a big man in our navy? Another Marine soldier asked in surprise. Dosiki just wanted to answer. The result was that she seemed to know nothing about Luo Lin. The only thing she knew was that there might be a connection between Luo Lin and Kiwahai Crocodile. First advertisement, now is the time to be happy, the other seriously injured people are still waiting. Luo Lin calmly and dignified plus fully speaking, yes yes. All the Marines nodded in response. One by one seriously injured was sent to Luo Lin, then one after another miracle, resurrection. Only a few minutes later, the 12 young Marines who were seriously injured in the war all awakened. The whole street suddenly plunged into a sea of cheers. However, the cheers and excitement of everyone soon stopped. Because the Marines suddenly discovered that the people they admired had disappeared. Sergeant Dusky, where's that gentleman? Marine soldier Flo asked. Looks like it's gone. Dosiki was stunned. Sergeant Dusky, who is that gentleman, good money? Corporal Lord asked. I don't know, but ye must be a very great person, Dosiki said in a definite way. Yes, that gentleman must be a very powerful existence. Yes, yeah, when the gentleman spoke earlier, I thought it was the Lieutenant General of the department who was speaking. It's like no, it's a hero, the young Marines on the street thought with excitement and longing. At the same time Luo Lin, who left quietly, came to another battlefield. He came here for the cadres of the Dark Forces and the Don Quixote family, however, since he encountered this kind of incident, he could only put his own affairs aside for the time being. Moreover, since I came to the same island, some people want to see each other after all. The former comrade in arms Lin and Zephyr, and that little girl. var tent equals dot. Get element by id, HTML tent, chapter 169 Pirates offering a reward of 300 million, shocked Tina. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. This is the jungle battlefield. The commander in charge of this battlefield is the captain of the Navy headquarters, Tina Hessard. Hair feather threshold. The beautiful Captain Tina with long pink soft hair stretched her arms. The Superman's threshold fruit ability is activated. The hard black iron bar shuttled out from between his hands, trapping all the pirates in front of him. Miss Tina, so handsome. The Marines headed by Private Finebuddy suddenly shouted with admiration. Compared to other battlefields tragic, the atmosphere here is much better. You fools, don't hurry up and clean the battlefield. Colonel Tina shouted. Yes, even if they were scolded, all the Marines were still happy and even more excited. Tina is disappointed. Tina shook her head. Miss Tina, be careful. At this moment, Fendi found the Voldemort pirate in the grass, and suddenly shouted in horror. Fall back, however, at this moment, Dao quickly could only see the shadow of the figure flashing past. Going over Tina, slapped a palm on the chest of the assailant. Then, strange things happened. Under the wide-eyed gaze of the Marines, the body of the pirate, who was about 20 years old, shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short while, he was transformed into a child of about 10 years old. The clothes on his body were drooping. Swish 039. 823 iron bars flew out, trapping the pirate who had become a child. Ian, are you okay with Teacher Zephyr when you come to me? Tina asked. No problem. With a beautiful navy blue head and long curly hair, the girl named Ain nodded affirmatively. It's true that I thought a lot. After all, it is Teacher Zephyr, and that B***** D Drake is still far away. Tina nodded. My side is full of small shrimps, which has been basically resolved. I don't know what happened to Smog's side, still. Tina frowned slightly, and a slight worry appeared on her face. 039 boom 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 039 At this moment, there was a series of violent roars on the coast not far from the dense forest. The smoke and dust that exploded was still clearly visible even if it was thousands of meters away. Tina and Yin looked at each other. Idiots, I'll leave it to you next. Tina spoke without looking back. After saying that, he used 6 shaves with Ain and rushed in the direction of the explosion. In no time, Tina and Ain arrived at the coastal battlefield. Advertisement. Hair feather threshold. 2 rows of steel black sills stood out abruptly. Blocked the sharp knives that slashed at Navy Colonel Bailey Good and Shun. But Tina's black threshold, which is comparable to the hardness of steel, was also cut open by those 2 scimitars. 039 bang bang 039 2 gunshots. The large caliber pistol Gebru shot in Ain's hands continued to vomit. The powerful bullet blasted towards the blonde masked pirate on the coast. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. 039 Ding Ding 2 soft sounds. The two scimitars in the hands of the blonde masked pirate prepared to cut Ain's bullets. The specially made bullet shattered and exploded 2 bursts of fire behind him. So strong, the hearts of Tina and Ain sank subconsciously. The pirate in front of him had a completely different level from the one they had encountered before. Tina, Ain, this person is a monster, don't run away with him, go and inform the lieutenant generals, all members of this pirate group are monsters. Very good, a pea-fruit capable person whose head is as round as a bowling ball, exclaimed in horror. Kid Pirates, he is the killing warrior of the Kid Pirates, and the killing warrior Kira who offers a reward of more than 100 million yuan. Xian, the rusty fruit ability who is also a navy colonel, also yelled. As a rusty fruit capable person, he should have been a swordsman's nemesis. However, the speed of the other party is too fast. He hasn't seen or heard the domineering, he can't even capture the other party's existence. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. In the coastal battlefield, the encounter with the Kid Pirates, the opponent's use of only a killing warrior Kira almost wiped out their entire army. A monster offering a reward of over 100 million, kills the warrior Kira. Ain stared at the opposite side solemnly, especially Major General Mullah and Brigadier General Kibben. Tina stepped on the moon step and led Bailey Good to retreat. Major Generals Xian and Bafford looked to the other side. 039 boom 039 the next moment, in a loud noise, 2 Navy-wearing Justice Police flew upside down from the smoke and dust in the sky. Colonel Tina, take Bell Good and the others, this is not an opponent you can deal with. The Afro Major General, especially Mula, who was holding a double knife, rolled to the ground and said anxiously. Ha 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 ha, are you going to escape now? Navy. The man with the red hedgehog head stepped out of the smoke first. Are you also a Navy? It's useless to think of running away when you encounter our pirates. The captain of the Kid Pirates, Ustad Kid laughed and mocked mercilessly. Behind him, the main force of the Kid Pirates, Hit, Vey and others also grinned. A-hole, it's just a pirate, don't be too smug. The Commodore Kibbing with his golden ponytail was furious. If you don't want to escape, then go to death, advertisement. Kid laughed and raised his right hand suddenly. The superhuman magnetic fruit ability is activated. 039 Keng 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 039 accompanied by the sound of successive films. Countless swords, guns and other iron weapons gathered towards Kid's right arm, forming a huge mechanical giant arm, releasing the strongest sense of power. Iron steel, Commodore Kibben sank sharply. Do not hesitate to deploy your strongest iron defense. Quick flash, don't insist on this trick, idiot. The Major General, especially Mullah, was suddenly anxious, and his eyelids jumped wildly. Want to help, but it is too late. Kid's giant mechanical arm suddenly swung out, and the air was so powerful that there was a burst of noise. Boom 039 there was a loud noise. Brigadier General Kibben's strongest iron trick failed for even a second under Kid's robotic arm, and he was instantly shot hundreds of meters away. In the end, he crashed heavily on the reef of the coast, without consciousness. How come the iron is useless at all? Is that 300 million strength? Colonel Barry Good's eyes widened in shock, his face full of disbelief. Brigadier General Kibben's iron block is praised even by Lieutenant General Karp. It didn't even hold it for a second. Captain Yustaskid, what kind of power is that? Even Tina and Ain were shocked at this moment. You believe what Kabu said, Miss Tina, you are still too naive. Just when Tina was shocked, a careless voice rang in her ears without warning, and Tina's expression changed drastically. Who are you? Ain, with long and aqua blue hair, raised the large caliber pistol in his hand. It turned out to be you. When the face of the speaker was clearly seen, the shock on Tina's face was replaced by shock. Chapter 170 The tragedy caused by Karp's sentence. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Do you believe what the unreliable guy said? It's still too naive. A careless voice sounded from behind Tina and the others without warning. Ling's still in a state of shock. Tina and Ain's complexion instantly changed, and they suddenly turned back. 039 click 039. While Ain on the other side turned and backed away, the large caliber pistol Gebru shot was loaded and aimed at Roland's forehead. Who are you? It turned out to be you. Tina and Ain both spoke in unison. But the tone is quite different, one asked threateningly. The other words were extremely shocking. Ain's beautiful eyes widened, and he glanced suspiciously at Tina next to him. Tina, do you know him? Ain asked. Tina didn't hear about Ain's inquiry. At this moment, her whole person is messy. More than 2 months later, after seeing Luo Lin again, she once again felt the kind and Kaido 39 look from Luo Lin. It's still the same as last time, it's breathtaking. Tina's little pink fist clenched and loosened. Su Shang made waves and fluctuated as she took deep breaths again and again. Looking at Tina, who suddenly became emotional, Ain's face was suddenly filled with doubts. However, the large caliber pistol raised was not put down, and was still on alert. It has been said long ago that we should eliminate the 6 types of iron. It is easy to make people blindly self-confident if it is not used. So far, how many navies have died of iron? Luo Lin didn't care at all about Tina's shock and Ain's warning, and shook his head self-consciously. Luo Lin couldn't help but stared at the Brigadier General Kibben, who was not far away, and his expression gradually became weird. It turned out to be this stunned green. For the new generation navy, What Luo Lin knows are the key figures such as Smog, Tina, etc. who have appeared in the plot. Even Luo Lin couldn't remember such a dragon tactic. However, Luo Lin was also impressed by the fallen Brigadier General of Dragons set in front of him. After all, this is really an Iron Head baby. At the time of the war, he used iron blocks to pick up the attack of Straw Hat Luffy and was broken by a punch. Later, in the arrest of the former General Zephyr, he also used an iron block to hardly resist the Crusher, which was instantly broken. Add this against Kid, and it's third no, really counting, this is the first time. Reminiscent of Tina's earlier statement that Carp had praised his iron nugget, Luo Lin's complexion suddenly became speechless. The reason why this poor baby is so confident in his own iron defense, he doesn't know the lesson over and over again, 80% of it has nothing to do with Carp's praise. The guy Carp, praise people for what's bad, you have to praise people for the good use of iron blocks. No, you can practice with iron blocks. They're stupid for children's brains. Little girls must be attracted. For the lesson, Luo Lin said to Tina and Ain earnestly. Advertisement as a result, not only Tina, but even Ain also felt Luo Lin's 039 kind 039 eyes, and then became messy. Ka 039. Compared to Tina, who was secretly messy, Ain's temperament was much more direct. Clamp the trigger's index finger slightly hard. As long as the force on the fingers is increased by half a minute, the bullet will come out of the chamber, piercing the inexplicable guy in front of him. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Wait, Ain? At the critical moment, Tina raised her hand and held Ain's pistol. Tina, Ain, although I don't know why this guy appeared here, but if this guy wants to do it, he will do it before, Tina said. Tina, do you really know this man? Very good, who was also frightened in a cold sweat, asked. And Enta, add bookmarks for easy reading. BSP. Well, I've seen it once in the East Daxia Sea, Tina nodded. After thinking about it, Tina still didn't tell the story about Roland's possible relationship with Crocodile. 039 Boom 039. Just when Tina and others were shocked by the sudden appearance of Luo Lin, the other major generals of the Second Swordsman, especially Mula, were also knocked out by Kid's mechanical giant arm. Although in time to parry with double knives. But the terrifying power still shook his body with blood surging, his hands were aching, and he couldn't even hold the knife in his hand. Tina, very good, what are you still doing here? Don't leave soon. Especially Major General Mulla yelled anxiously, Zero seeking flowers. If I just want to leave now, it's a little bit late. The red hedgehog-headed pirate, the captain used Skid with a bounty of nearly 300 million, grinned cruelly. So Tina and the others realized that they had been surrounded by all members of the Kid Pirates at some point. Although most of the navies on the island are trash like you, there are still a few people, even if I meet them, it will be very troublesome, so I can only ask you to stay here. Captain Estad Kid grinned. The voice was cold, and it was chilling to hear it. As a supernova in the original plot, capable of competing with the protagonist of Destiny, Straw Hat Luffy, Kid's strength is naturally considered strong. In the early stage, even on Straw Hat Luffy and compared to the adventurous nature of the drafting Hat group, the Kid group are the real pirates. Whether they are facing pirates, navy, or civilians, they will not have the slightest bit of mercy. Advertisement: the nearly 300 million rewards on his head were all made by him with his own brutality. Ha ha ha, Navy, come to realize, it is your misfortune to meet our Kid Pirates. Captain Kid, the two female navies look very good, please save them. Not bad, the ordinary members of the Kid Pirates group all laughed triumphantly, thinking that the winner was in their hands. Even Kid himself thinks so. At this moment, there was only one exception in the entire Kid Pirate group. In the Kid group, the bounty is only under Kid's deputy captain, who killed the warrior Kira. Not long ago, when Kid Geoise was immersed in the battle with the Major General, especially Mulla, the killing warrior Kira, like Tina and others, was scared into a cold sweat by Luo Lin's sudden appearance. It doesn't stop there. Whenever Kira squeezed the two scimitars in his hand and wanted to launch his most proud Lightning 039 raid, there was a terrifying aura locked on his body in Mingming, causing him to feel infinite horror, and he felt great anxiety and panic. Hey, Kid, it's important to set sail. It's okay to keep these navies. Let's go, Kira suggested. Chapter 171: The Shock and Astonishment of the Kid Pirates. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Hey, Kid, sailing is important, let's go straight away. Kira, a blonde masked man with the nickname of Killing Warrior, said in a deep voice. When his voice fell, the audience suddenly became silent. It's not just the Navy One party shocked. Even the members of the pirate group, including Captain Yustaskid, were shocked because of Kira's words. Hello, Kira, what happened to you today, Deputy Captain Kira? This is not like your usual you. You are a slaughter warrior. Rakila is not the one who fights most vigorously on weekdays. Ah, I get it, don't you say that Deputy Captain Kira you don't want those two Navy girls to get hurt. That's how it is. A group of ordinary pirates of the Kid Pirate group spoke one after another. Shut up all of you. Perceiving the horror of the lock-in of the infinite Chi, Kira couldn't help shouting, and stopped the idiot partner's speech. Kira, what's the matter with you? Vei, the main member of the Kid regiment who had never spoken, noticed Kira's trembling hands, and finally couldn't help but ask. Don't ask anything, Kid, let's go. Kira spoke in a deep voice. With the barrier of a mask, no one can see his expression at the moment, but anyone can hear the tremor in his voice. What's the matter? Everyone in Kid Pirates was puzzled. The major generals of the Navy, especially Mullah, Colonel Barry Good, Sheehan, Tina, and Aang were also puzzled. Captain Kidd, Kira will not do this for no reason. There must be some reason for this, or we will retreat for now. One of the main forces of the Kid Regiment, Height the Flame Spitter, whispered. Wow! The giant mechanical arm of Captain Yustaskid's right arm fell to the ground. Without the effect of magnetic force, it suddenly scattered for the first time, making a rattling sound. Kira, you are my first partner. I know you won't do this for no reason. Maybe it would be better to listen to you and leave directly, but I'm really curious. Who can make my deputy captain and you, as a slaughter warrior, fear to such a degree? Kid grinned and raised his right hand again. Purple electric sparks circled between his arms. The magnetic force of terror, which was twice as powerful as before, was released and spread. 039 Wush Wu 039 in the next moment, countless knives, swords, guns, and artillery flew out from all corners of the battlefield, gathering and attaching to his magnetic arm. Even the double knives in the hands of Major General Mullah and Ain's weapons were uncontrollably pulled by the magnetic force and came out. After a while, all the iron weapons left on this battlefield converged into a giant mechanical arm that covered the sky and covered the sun, lying between the sky and the earth. Ha 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 ha. The young man with a red hedgehog head, the Captain Yustaskid, who offered a bounty of nearly 300 million, let out a frantic laugh. Lang Li's eyes were locked on Luo Lin's body. Advertisement. Is that you? You should be the one who made Kira feel the horror. Kid said coldly. What? The eyes of everyone in the Kid Pirate group all fell on Luo Lin's body. At the same time, there were Tina, Aang and others, with their beautiful eyes widening and shocking, looking at Luo Lin close in front of them. Obviously just standing here can make the monster pirate who offers a bounty of more than 100 million yuan make the killing warrior Kira shrink back. Is this kind of thing really possible? Is it possible that this man who has made her messy twice has the strength of a lieutenant general or even a general? Tina couldn't help thinking in shock. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. A moment later, he shook his head mockingly. How? Tina's self-talking stopped abruptly before she finished speaking. Because Kid's giant robotic arm that shaded the sky finally fell. Run away. Especially Major General Mullah yelled hoarsely. However, it was too late. Is that the end? Add bookmarks for easy reading. At this moment, even Major General Mullah could not help but feel desperate. But as a senior, I always have to do something for young and promising younger generations. The Major General, especially Mullah, reluctantly raised some strength, strengthened himself with iron blocks, raised his arms high, and then shouted. Boom 039. A dull crash sounded. A ring of invisible shockwaves spread within a range of about 3 meters above the ground. The shockwave that set off caused everyone in the Kid Pirates to regress. Blocked? In particular, Major General Mullah looked at the giant mechanical arm that was held by 039 by his own 039 with a dumbfounded look. His eyes were wide-eyed. Am I strong? Especially Major General Mullah unconsciously gave birth to this idea in his heart. However, it was only a moment before he rejected his idea. He tried to put his hands on the giant robotic arm. However, the giant mechanical arm had no intention of falling. There are only two possibilities for this situation. Kind of as Kid using his own ability to control the fall of the giant mechanical arm. Judging from Kid's desperate and ferocious expression, this is obviously not true. Then there is only one last possibility. That is, someone else has withstood this terrifying force. Especially Major General Mullah thought in amazement, and then turned around abruptly. What he saw before him just confirmed his conjecture. Oh, what a power this is, Colonel Barry Good yelled in shock. Who are you? With such power, you shouldn't be succumbed to that crocodile. Tina was also shocked. Advertisement, little girl Tina, who told you that I am crocodile's subordinate? If it is the other way around, that's right. Luo Lin answered with a smile. Come here. Tina was stunned, and murmured subconsciously. Kiwahai Crocodile is his subordinate. This man is the boss behind the Baroque Job Club. He is the master of that Washung fortress. Mr. Carp and Sister Guillaume, they also. When thinking of these possibilities, Tina's beautiful eyes widened. At this moment, a bright line appeared in her chaotic mind, and 58 was about to connect everything together. Just when Tina was in a completely sluggish state, the pirates of the surrounding Kid Pirates were also shocked by Luo Lin's one-handed 039 Qingtian scene. What on earth is it? Captain Kid's robotic arm was actually blocked, and it was only with one hand. How could this kind of thing happen? I must be dazzled. What kind of monster is that? Everyone in the Kid Pirates screamed in amazement. The noise of the noise became a film one after another, making Kids look even more ferocious. At the same time, Luo Lin frowned. Can't you just be a little quieter? Luo Lin said quietly. Chapter 172 powerful enough to make the little ghosts desperate. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi 039 Boom 039. When Luo Lin's voice fell, the turbulent overlord color burst into pieces. The terrifyingly substantive overlord domineering look centered on Luo Lin, spreading and spreading in all directions, only for a moment. The noise of the pirates of the Kid Pirate group stopped abruptly. Except for a few main combatants such as Kira, Hit, and Wei, the other pirates suddenly tilted their heads back, their eyes turned white, and fell to the ground in a coma. The entire coastal battlefield fell into a complete silence. After a long time, Is this aura of overlord looking domineering? The Major General, especially Mullah, finally shouted in shock at this moment. Only a million people can awaken the king's spirit, the overlord domineering. Who are you? Ain, a girl with long aqua blue hair, was also shaking her face, as if her heart was turned up. Stormy waves. Only by experiencing it up close can she finally understand how terrifying the so-called king's spirit is. You even have the domineering look of the overlord. Could it be that you are really the Lord of Washang? Tina looked almost dull. The impact from the overlord domineering is only a small 1/10 aspects. More of it is because of the shocking conjectures in her heart that want to subvert her worldview. In case what if all the conjectures in her mind were true? So how amazing it should be, it will inevitably shake the whole world. Make this sea produce unimaginable huge waves. Ka 039. Just when the dozens of people on the coast were still immersed in the shock of the overlord domineering, there was a creak in the sky and the earth, like a broken mirror. Kid, killing warrior Kira suddenly yelled, and his figure shot out and threw the red-haired young man with the hedgehog's head out several tens of meters. Next second, the dazzling brilliance bloomed from the giant mechanical arm. Then burst into a bang. Countless weapon fragments shot out in all directions like shooting stars. It's like a grand firework rain, but in this beautiful firework rain, there is still extreme danger. 039 Kang 039 two long swords were inserted in front of the Major General, especially Mullah. That was the weapon he had been sucked away earlier. Pattern 039 Luo Lin casually moved, and a special large caliber pistol appeared in his hand. That's Ain's weapon Gebbushot. This gun is a bit interesting. Was Vegapunk gave it to you? Luo Lin asked casually. Yes, hold on tighter next time. Luo Lin threw the pistol back to Ain casually. Advertisement. Thank you. The girl Ain immediately took it in a hurry, and then softly thanked her. Luo Lin waved his hand casually, and walked towards Kid and his group not far away. Under the impact of his previous overlord color, there are still 6 people in the Kid Pirates who can stay awake. Captain Yustaskid and Deputy Captain killed Kira the warrior, hit the flamethrower, Vei, and the fat and thin Coxcomb brothers. These 6 talents are the true main combatants of the Kid Pirates. Kid, are you okay? Seeing the bloodstain at the corner of Kid's mouth, Kira asked worriedly. I'm fine now. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Kid casually raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. In his eyes, there seemed to be flames burning with anger and fighting will. Little ones, Kid suddenly raised his right arm. So far, we have crossed many mountains and defeated all enemies. Today is no exception. We will use this guy's blood to add a rich touch to our journey. Kid shouted loudly. Boss Kid. The expressionless fire thrower hit pulled an ugly smile from the corner of his mouth. There seemed to be a hot flame hidden in the mouth stitched together by needles and threads. Captain Kid has said so, why do we have to refuse? Vei, a tall man in a demon costume, clenched the 3-pronged gun in his hand. This is the captain's order, then there is no way. One fat and one thin, 2 coxcomb-headed youths grinned. Kid, you really can't help it, then do it. The expression under the slaughter warrior Kira's mask turned from astonishment to relief. And to add bookmarks for easy reading, NBSP, in the end, it returned to its usual crazy and combative state. The fear that had been born under Luo Lin's invisible aura before, disappeared at this moment. As Kid said, so far, they have overcome countless difficulties and obstacles. Even the strong who returned from the New World were defeated in their hands. Now, Luo Lin standing in front of them was just another mountain. What's so scary? They're the Kid Pirates. Their captain is one of the future. See, thief, king. Feel the growing fighting spirit and strong confidence of Kid and his team, as well as those rich psychological activities. Luo Lin's footsteps paused slightly, the expression on his face gradually weird. If the opponent was the Straw Hat group, Luo Lin wouldn't be very surprised. Never thought that the Kid Pirates group was also a group of passionate middle 2 youngsters. This whole self seems to be the os on their way through the barrier. Dare to be a villain? Fine, the boss is the boss. It's just that my own boss might be so powerful that these little ghosts are desperate. Luo Lin grinned. Kid and a group, your opponent still has us. Feeling the strong fighting spirit of Kid and his team, especially Major General Mullah also recovered from the shock of Luo Lin, drew out the double swords in front of him, and was about to move forward. On the other side, Tina, Ain, and even Bailey Good and Xian, who were sitting on the ground in fright, were also ready to fight. There are 6 people on the opposite side. Advertisement. There were 5 Navy members on their side, and Luo Lin also happened to be 6. 6 to 6 is very fair. It should be so, however, just before Major General Mullah, Tina and others moved. 039 Kang 039 a crisp sword chant sounded between the heaven and the earth. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying sword intent that was sharp and powerful enough to cut through the sky burst out. The first 350 of the 21st Big Sharp Sword, the black sword Kiyoshui unsheathed. As a result, the coast split in half under the blade of Kiyoshui. It's good for the little girls to just watch, I'll come here alone, Luo Lin said calmly. Especially Major General Mullah, Tina, Ain and others stopped in shock. On the other side, even if they witnessed the terrifying sword intent, the 6 headed by Kid still did not flinch. Ada, killing warrior Kira shouted out the habit before killing. The body accelerated suddenly and disappeared from the place in a flash. When, the next second, the sound of gold and iron strikes. The two scimitars used to kill the warrior Kira crossed to block. Hei Dao Kiashui's blade was only the last centimeter away from his body. And this distance is still looming. Kira, the slaughter warrior, began to tremble uncontrollably with both hands holding the scimitar. In his feelings, it seemed that it was not a knife, but a big mountain that was oppressing his body at this moment. "A-hole, don't ignore us." On the other side, Kid yelled. With the help of the magnetic fruit ability, a pair of mechanical arms were formed, and they fell towards Luo Lin. The fire thrower hit, who looked like a zombie, released the seal on his mouth, and a fiery flame emerged from the depths of his throat. The three-pronged gun Wei and the San Mao Cha of the Fat and Thin Coxcomb brothers also killed Luo Lin from various tricky angles. "Little ghosts, the momentum is good, but you want to cross my mountain, it's 100 years too early for you." Chapter 173 Despair. An Unbridgeable Gap. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. "I want to cross my mountain. You little ghosts are 100 years too early." While speaking, Luo Lin took a step forward with his right foot. Boom 039. The land on the coast collapsed. The turbulent power shockwave started from Luo Lin's feet and swept out in all directions. The giant mechanical arm of Captain Yustaskid burst under the shockwave of this foot. Countless fragments were scattered, blasting big pits one after another on the ground. The special flames spitting out from the mouth of the fire thrower hit turned back under the shockwave, igniting himself into a fireman, and flew out. With the sharp spears of the three-pronged gun Wei and the Fat and Thin Coxcomb-headed brothers, the three people's attacks like poisonous snakes solidified in the air. Under the horrified gaze of the trio, the three-pronged gun and spear in their hands bend at a speed visible to the naked eye. When it reaches the limit of flexibility, it makes an overwhelming click. In the next second, the three people's weapons made of fine iron exploded. The fragments of the tip of the spear and the tip of the spear were turned upside down, leaving behind in transparent blood holes on their bodies, and blood-gurgled. In the end, Kira, the murderous warrior of the Black Sword Kiashui who was under pressure like a mountain, his body creaked under the pressure. Degree Bang 039. In the end, the fierce slaughter warrior slammed his knees to the ground, and a large amount of blood sputtered on his mask. It was blood gushing from Kira's mouth in the mask. Just a blow. Do not. In other words, it was just the shockwave generated by the foot falling, which instantly disintegrated the joint attack of the 6 strongest members of Kid. This strength is simply unheard of. Shocking. If not witnessed. Who can believe it? Who can believe it? Gudong. Gudong. More than 100 meters away, the Navy headquarters Colonel Barry Good and Shunziki who were watching the battle swallowed hard. I only felt dry mouth and tongue for a while. Unbelievable. How sacred is that man and that man? Barry Good was shocked that his head fell to the ground and his body was broken into balls. It's just a shockwave. It is to knock out the monster kid who is offering a bounty of nearly 300 million yuan. What a horror is this? For a long time. Shu En the rusty fruit ability screamed, his face full of shock and disbelief. This strength, is the strength of that young and excessive man already enough to match the highest combat strength of our headquarters, and the Admiral of the Admiral? Thinking of this possibility, especially Major General Mullah was also shocked. Simply speaking of destructive power, that man is not even under Teacher Zephyr. No, maybe only Teacher Zephyr in his heyday can match that power. Ain's eyes widened, and there was a splendid flow in his beautiful eyes. In Ain's heart, the former general and current Navy Chief Instructor is the strongest and most powerful man in the world. And now she compares Luo Lin and Zephyr on the same level, which is already the highest degree of recognition of Luo Lin's strength. It's just that she, who has seen Zephy's power, can't imagine higher. Is that the power of this man? Sure enough, all the guesses in my heart are correct. Advertisement Tina was undoubtedly murmured. This looking young man is really the person Mr. Karp wants to meet, really is the father of Sister Guillaume, he is really from the last era legend. The legend that disappeared. You were really our Navy before, senior? At this moment, when thinking about this, Tina only felt that the care and kind sight of Luo Lin received before did not seem to be so unacceptable. If he really was an unknown legend in the last era of the Navy. I want to know what happened to your Navy in the last era, Tina murmured. Tina, what are you talking about? What senior Navy? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ain, who was next to Tina, heard Tina's subconscious whisper, and couldn't help but ask in confusion. Everyone, be careful, the shock is coming. At this moment, especially Major General Mullah suddenly yelled in horror. At the same time accompanied by 039 booming 039 loud noises. And Enta, add bookmarks for easy reading. BSP, Luo Lin, more than 100 meters away, took the second step. Human hair murder. Heaven, earth, overturning. 039 boom 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 039 The coastal land sank threefold out of thin air at this moment. Immediately afterwards, the entire Chinfan Island shook violently at this moment as if 12 major earthquakes had occurred. The terrifying airwave spread with Luo Lin as the center, and Ling's Tina, Ain and others all stepped back more than a kilometer on the moonstep. The sea seemed to boil at this moment. The turbulent waves were higher than one layer, turning into a terror of natural disasters and tsunami. However, before the tsunami landed on the island, the second wave of impact that followed was that the terrifying natural disaster tsunami burst and turned into countless drops of water, which fell down. I don't know how long it has passed. When Tina, Ain, and Major General Mullah, who was carrying the two, stepped on the moonstep, they returned to the coastal battlefield. The changes in the vision of heaven and earth gradually receded. On the shattered coastal battlefield, Luo Lin's white robe was still spotless. Even the previous pouring rain failed to wet his clothes. On the ground in front of him, the 6 main forces of the Kid Pirate group fell one after another, neatly, after a long time. The young man with a red hedgehog head offered a reward for nearly 300 million monster pirates. Captain Eustace endured the pain in his body and stood tremblingly. The blood stained his sight, his face was stained red. At this moment, Kid's usual complacency and jealousy disappeared. Only fear was left in his gaze towards Luo Lin, advertisement. That is the awe and fear of the real monsters on the sea. So far, Kid has encountered a stronger opponent than him more than once. But he has never felt fear, only this time. Only this time, Kid suddenly realized that the mountain in front of him was too high and too high. So high that he didn't even have the confidence to cross. He is so high that he has set his goal as 1 piece 039, he is truly desperate. Is the money good? Hope. Little ones, this mountain is still too high for us now, but how can we stop here? So run away, I will do my best to buy the last time for you. Kid spoke weakly. A faint electric spark flashed between the open palms of both hands, attracting part of the weapon fragments. Such as the Straw Hat group facing the General Huang Yuan in the plot. At this moment, Kid finally felt the despair in Straw Hat Luffy's heart at that time, and for the first time gave an order to escape the captain. However, it is different from the Straw Hat group. His friends are already down at this moment. There is no Kyuhai tyrant Shang using his meatball ability to slap them one by one. Enough, Kid. Killing warrior Kira spoke in despair. Yeah, I can only stop here, I'm really unwilling. Kid's body paused, and he fell to the ground with his head up weakly. Chapter 174 Luo Lin and Zephyr, Reunion of Comrades in Arms. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi The Navy Chinfan Island Raid. The combat commander is the former Navy Admiral, the current Navy Chief Instructor Zephyr Kuroshitsuji, and the alternate General of the Navy Headquarters Teo Dugion. In addition, 2 lieutenants of the Navy Headquarters, more than 10 Rear Admirals, dozens of colonels, and thousands of elite Marines participated in the war. The goal is to fight against all the pirates on this island and curb the pirate wind that has grown stronger in the sea this year. Especially the several supernova pirate groups that have gathered on this island with over 100 million rewards. Kid Pirates led by Captain Eustace, Hyaming Skarokman Apple leads the broadcast pirate group. And the defected Rear Admiral Shiki x Drake Pirates. The war broke out so far, already more than half a day. The entire Thousand Sail Island is turned into a chaotic battlefield. Even the Navy Chief Instructor Zephyr Haiwan, who was supposed to be in charge of the command, went into battle. The alternate General Teo Dugion and the other 2 lieutenants of the headquarters were also dispatched because of the appearance of a few unexpected big pirates. Thousand Sail Island Pirate City on the west coast. Hey, I said the Navy's Lieutenant General Bastille, it should be almost time to chase here. Wearing a lace hat, wearing a red cloak, and wearing red leather pants, the tall and thin man grinned. For the time being, Dover is also Kyuhai, and I who sheltered under the name of Kyuhai, and your Navy, in a certain sense, are also in a group. Ehol Diamante, you are a pirate and I am the Navy, who do you say is yours? The Navy Headquarters Lieutenant General Bastille yelled, and the swordsman's sword in his hand slammed heavily on the ground. The earth of Ling splits into a cobweb-like gap. In this scene, Diamante, the senior cadre of Don Quixote who was watching, suddenly had his eyelids jumped. The steel cloak on his body was previously cut open by the big knife. It can be seen that its destructive power is strong. 603 although he is also one of the senior officials of the Don Quixote family. But in terms of strength, it is not top-notch. Among the 4 cadres, it is the bottom of the list. If you really fight with the Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, you will still be a bit hanged. Bastille, I advise you to think clearly. Dover is the Kyuhai appointed by your boss's boss. Diamante's tone became stronger. Diamante, I know you are the B***** D Doflamingo above you. You can go, but those people can't. Lieutenant General Bastille pointed straight at several other pirate ships in the port. This is really difficult. Let's say they are my customers now, but if you are the Lieutenant General, you really... Hey, Don Quixotes, is this different from what was said? You just said that as long as we pay enough money, we can take us away from this island. Our expenses have been paid, you have to do it. Hurry up and blast away this annoying Lieutenant Admiral. Before Diamante finished speaking, several members of the pirate group in the port suddenly spoke in a panic. Shut up all. Diamante snapped his drink and took a sharp step forward, cracking the ground. Immediately afterwards, the entire island vibrated violently. The sea in the distance is even more than 1,000 layers of waves that are enough to overturn the entire island. Ehol Diamante, what the hell did you Ehol do? Lieutenant General Bastille shouted in anger, what did I do? Diamante suddenly looked forced. Am I strong? This thought flashed through Diamante's mind. However, it was rejected by him for only a moment. Idiots, don't leave soon. Diamante, Baffage, gave a shout. The pirate ships in the harbor set sail in response to the big waves. Ehol, Lieutenant General Bastille moved in his footsteps, but eventually he did not catch up. He also wants to understand now. This force that shook the island was definitely not the work of Diamante. Advertisement on a battlefield on this island, there was another powerful presence that their navy hadn't expected. Rather than chasing down those pirates, as a lieutenant commander, he should now investigate the situation and reduce the loss of the navy. On the other side, the wilderness on the north side of Chinfan Island. Feel the sudden vibration of the whole island. One of the top officials in charge of this operation, the alternate general of the Navy headquarters, Teo Dugion's pre-face suddenly appeared surprised. Could it be that the unexpected big pirate appeared again? Dao Mengion was secretly surprised, with a worried expression on his face. No, no, no. After a while, Gion shook his head abruptly. My task is to arrest the Edward Wable who claims to be King Whitebeard II before Teacher Zephyr knows about it. If you let Teacher Zephyr know, the teacher will go crazy. Teo Dugion muttered to herself softly, her eyes gradually firm, staring indifferently at the two slowly approaching not far away. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Hey haha, my son, guess what mom I heard earlier? The short old woman in a leopard shirt, Is Bacon, knocked dumb White 2 on the head with her cane. It hurts, mother, but what did you hear, mother? Wable, the stupid son of the landlord, asked stupidly. Mother, I heard that the female navy in front of me is trying to catch you. Isbajan laughed. Ah, why did she arrest me? Then what should I do, mom? Wable, the stupid son of the landlord, said anxiously. Of course, you used the strongest power you inherited from your father to defeat her. This female navy is pretty, and she just happens to be a wife for my precious son afterwards. Isba Jin looking at Gion provocatively. Wife? My wife? Good, good. Wibbleton was happy like a 500 Jin child. For the low-level provocation of ISS Bacon, to add bookmarks for easy reading. The look on Gion's face remained unchanged. 039 sang, heart. Jin Kunluo got out of the scabbard. At the same time, it also brought out a piece of golden sword light that was even more dazzling than the sun in the sky. 039 Kang 039 The battlefield on the coast of the island is about 1 kilometer away. A white smoke like a dragon shuttles between the dense forests, chasing the walking musical instrument in front of the supernova Hyaming Skuligman Apu with a reward of over 100 million yuan. In about a few minutes, Hyaming Apu and White Hunter Smog examined the dense forest one after another. Baba, goodbye, White Hunter, today's hide and seek is really interesting. Hyaming Skuligman jump on the radio pirate ship. Hole, don't even think about running. Smog's face sank and he was about to pursue him. Scraper. Skuligman Apple is about to stop. However, at this moment, the sudden change occurred. The turbulent airwave storm hits at an unimaginable speed, causing the island to be shaken drastically. Even more terrifying waves appeared in the sea. The pirate ship of the broadcast pirate group was swallowed by the waves in an instant and disappeared. Hateful. Even if he was unwilling in his heart, Smog had to give up the pursuit of the broadcast pirates. Looking to the direction of the right hand, his expression sinks slightly, and then he flies towards the center of the impact without hesitation. When Smog arrived at the coastal battlefield, Tina and others on the other side also happened to return with moonsteps. However, Smog did not see the 5 of Tina. When he reached the coast, Smog's gaze fell on the kid group on the ruined coast. After seeing that the monster captain Yestaskid, who offered a reward of nearly 300 million, was defeated, Smog's eyes suddenly showed an unconcealable shock. However, when his gaze fell on Roland, who was the only one standing on the ruined coast, the shock on Smog's face suddenly turned into an indescribable shock. His pupils couldn't help but shrank, and his muscles tightened in the first time. Because he recognized Luo Lin. Advertisement. It was also because at this moment he felt the pressure from Luo Lin that almost made him breathe. Hole, you are from Krogdal. What is the purpose of getting here? Was the sand crocodile led you over? Even though the inner warning signs were suddenly born, Smog's character still made him sing unceremoniously. As he spoke, his body was elementalized, and a large cloud of smoke was about to cover Luo Lin. Stop, small, stop, Smog, smoker. No. The sound of 5 consecutive drinking stops sounded, making Smog's movements suddenly stagnant. Then, at the next moment, the black threshold from Tina, especially the back of Major General Mullah's knife, and the Ligu stopped in front of Smog. You guys, what the hell is going on? Tina, come on. Smog looked at Tina, the most familiar student of the same level, in shock and astonishment. Smog, Kid and his gang were defeated by this person. Tina said concisely. What did you say? Just him. Smog's eyes widened in shock, his face full of disbelief. Bai Jing was in his impression that Luo Lin was just a senior cadre under Clockdale. How could it be possible to have the terrifying power to defeat 300 million pirates? Smog, you are wrong. This man. Tina just wanted to tell Smog some of her guesses. However, in the next moment, the impact and blast of the battle resumed. It's not Roland, but from the other side of the jungle. 039 boom rumble accompanied by a loud bang. There was a fierce roar from the earth again. The next moment, a huge ancient Allosaurus smashed through the dense forest and fell heavily on the dilapidated coast. Drake, you incompetent B*******, D, you want to challenge my teacher, it's 100 years too early. Deep in the dilapidated jungle, a strong old man with short purple hair, muscles like a horned dragon, and a huge iron arm smasher on his arm, shouted out loud with breath. Teacher Zephyr! Ain exclaimed in surprise. Teacher Zephyr, Teacher Zephyr. Tina, Smog, Very Good, Sheehan, and especially Mullah also spoke. Ain, Tina and the little ghosts, you are all here too, even Kid has been defeated, doing a good job. Zepha's gaze swept across the ruined coast, and when he saw Kid in a group who fell unconscious on the ground, he suddenly affirmed his appreciation. However, after seeing the white-clothed youth in the room, Zepha's steps were frozen, and the expression on his face was also frozen. Yo, Zephyr, long time no see. Luo Lin walked calmly, with the same bright smile on his face. Chapter 175 Drake. I'm too difficult. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, a dense forest more than 1,000 meters away from the coastal battlefield. Zhuangdong looked the same. Both of them were encountered by two groups wearing black cloaks. The Black Cloak group on the left is the Supernova Pirate Group, the Drake Pirate Group led by the fallen Rear Admiral Shiki x Drake. Shiki Drake's life can be considered ups and downs. When he was a child, he defected to the Navy for his father, and his personality has changed dramatically since then. The admirer's father followed him from the Navy, but in the end he experienced a period of unpleasant childhood. 11 years ago, the fruit of the operation on Wanmikong Island. His father, Barreros, died under the birdcage of the present-day Nanbujedo Flamenco. Relying on the convenience of his young body, he managed to escape before the birdcage contracted. Later, he was rescued by Lieutenant General Crane, who was driven to Wanmikong Island, returned to the Navy, entered the naval school, and became the same term students with Small, Tina and others. Perhaps it was affected by the tragic past experience. Drake, who entered the naval school, practiced harder than anyone else and vowed to become a better Navy than his father. Drake did indeed. He was the first in his contemporaries. Even Smog, who later possessed the natural smoke fruit ability, was still weaker than him. At the same time, Drake was also the first person to reach the rank of Major General in their naval period. However, fate is always surprisingly similar. After becoming Rear Admiral, Drake chose the same path as his father and defected from the Navy. Called the fallen Rear Admiral by the world. Not long after he went to sea, he offered a reward of more than 100 million yuan, becoming one of the supernovas that have attracted much attention this year. This is true on the surface. Only Drake himself, and a very small part of the high-level Navy, such as the Marshal Sengoku, the General Staff Crane, etc. know about it. The fallen Rear Admiral did not fall at all. Drake's heart of justice has not changed from beginning to end. He is now the captain of the secret special unit, Sword, of the Navy headquarters. The reason why he defected from the Navy and became a pirate was only a strategy of the upper echelons. Want him to break into the pirates? The ultimate goal is a certain 4 Emperor pirates in the New World. Even his current bounty of more than 100 million yuan is the result of several naval base attacks arranged for him by the top Navy. The purpose is to increase his popularity as a pirate. Facts have proved that the strategy formulated by the Marshal Sengoku and Lieutenant General he was successful and a great success. This is not even his former mentor, who believes in his defection. He even led the team to arrest him. Looking at the domineering old man with a purple head on the opposite side, Drake's face seemed to collapse, and there was an urge to vomit blood. Ms. Zephyr, Drake said. Shut up, you fool, I don't have a pirate disciple like you. Before Drake was finished, the black-handed Zephyr, the former general and the current Navy chief instructor, sternly scolded. Drake, your father Barreros was also taught by me, and so did you. The old man thought you would be different, but the result is still the same. Your restless mind, even my eyes I was deceived. Advertisement, you really let me down, Drake. You are the worst student I have ever taught, worse than your father. Zephyr couldn't help but speak, and rebuked loudly. If he were to be a normal pirate, Zephyr would have smashed the opponent with a smasher without saying a word. The words at the moment are precisely out of his old feelings for Drake. It is precisely because of the high hopes that Drake had once placed, that Zephyr was disappointed and angry because of his depravity. Zepha's stern and decisive words, like a sharp knife stuck in Drake's heart, made his face pale. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. He wanted to tell his mentor that it was not like this, he had never changed. But in the end, he still couldn't say a word. Since he chose to take on this undercover mission, he will be a fallen Rear Admiral from now on. He is this year's Supernova Pirate. Teacher Zephyr, you are old, let. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Let's go, looking at the past love, I don't want to face you. Drake spoke coldly. What a courage, Drake, you have only been a pirate for a few months, are your wings so hard? Have you forgotten the horror of the old man? Zepha's face also became cold. The huge iron arm smasher in the right hand has a large amount of steam jetted out, ready to smash the enemy in front of it at any time. Gorilla princes, come on, don't leave one, Zephyr coldly ordered. www.039. The next moment, the Black Cloak players behind Zephyr. Zero seeking flowers. The members of the Pirates guerrilla team formed by him personally stepped on the 6-style shaved electric shot and fought with the pirates of Drake's pirate group. Drake, you should go to push the city to reflect on your crimes, Zephyr said coldly. Teacher Zephyr, I am now different from before. Drake swung his 4-sided axe and collided heavily with Zepha's iron arm pulverizer. The blast wave caused the surrounding trees to rise from the ground. Smash the BSTER, Zephyr yelled, and the muzzle hidden in the shredder burst into a terrifying light. The shelling shot through the dense forest for hundreds of meters. At the same time, Drake's complexion changed drastically, and he flew more than a few hundred meters upside down. Teacher Zephyr, you forced me to do this. When the weapon in his hand was let go, Drake seemed to be aroused to be fierce. Advertisement in the next moment, his body has undergone an astonishing change. His limbs gradually had green skin scales. His head gradually turned into a hideous dinosaur head. After a while, Drake was completely transformed from his original human form into a beast form. The animal is the ancient dragon fruit, Allosaurus form. Ha 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 ha, Drake, I thought you had any confidence to challenge me as a teacher? It's just that you got an ancient devil fruit from a small animal department. Zepha's loud laughter resounded in the dense forest. If your Allosaurus can develop and exercise and reach the strength of that guy's Tyrannosaurus, then you will be qualified to wrestle with the old man, you fool, do you know? Zephyr shouted angrily. Smash the tornado, 039 boom 039. The ground of the dense forest exploded at this moment. 039 bang 039 accompanied by a dull crash. Drake's body, in the form of an Allosaurus, was hit hard, spewing out a big mouthful of blood. Under the impact of Zepha's terrifying power, his huge dinosaur body smashed into pieces of forest. Finally passed through the dense forest and fell heavily on the dilapidated coastal battlefield. At the same time, it also appeared in the sight of everyone on the coastal battlefield. Drake, you idiot, you want to challenge my teacher, it's 100 years too early. Chapter 176 Excited Black Wrist Sage. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Drake, you idiot, it's 100 years too early to challenge the old man. Like a dense forest that has been hit by a tornado, an old man's full roar can be heard, after a while. With the sound of footsteps, a lean and strong old man with purple hair walked out of the gap in the dense forest. The huge iron arm pulverizer between the right hand sprayed a lot of steam, releasing a strong sense of force. Compared to the previous mechanical arm the kid had condensed from the fruits of his own magnetic force, it was much more powerful. Teacher Zephyr, seeing the sturdy old man with purple hair walking out of the dense forest, Ain, a young girl with long aqua blue hair, suddenly showed joy. Teacher Zephyr. Tina also lifted her expression and shouted, Teacher Zephyr, Teacher Zephyr. Especially Major General Mullah, Very Good, Sheehan and Whitehunter, 323. Smog also unanimously opened their mouths. 30 years ago, Zephyr, who resigned as a general and served as the chief instructor of the Navy, can be regarded as a protege all over the world. Even in the entire Navy headquarters, more than half of the generals have received Zepha's guidance more or less, and it is worthy of them to say a teacher. Even the current 3 Navy generals are no exception. Ain, Tina, and the kids, you're fine. Zephyr just nodded calmly to the greetings of the young Navy. Sharp eyes swept across the dilapidated coastal battlefield. Waves gradually emerged in Zepha's calm eyes. After all, this battlefield resembling a post-war battlefield is really dilapidated and a bit exaggerated. Especially the huge ravine that divides the coast into 2. The person who shoots must be a great swordsman. The number of times the Navy can achieve this level is definitely not more than one hand. There are even only 2 or 3 people. That in the next second, Zepha's gaze fell on the 6 neatly arranged not far away. The pupils of the eyes under the sunglasses could not help but shrink again. Captain Yestasket and a group of monster pirates offering a bounty of nearly 300 million. For him, a former admiral, it was nothing, but for the young marines such as Tina and Ain present, they were real monster enemies. However, the final result was far beyond Zepha's imagination. Kid, who offered a bounty of nearly 300 million, was defeated. On the other hand, Tina and Ain didn't even see any injuries on their bodies. Jingren even got the B********* D kid, Ain, Tina, and the kids, you did a great job this time. Even Zephyr, who has always been strict, can't help but give affirmative appreciation to Ain, Tina and others at this moment. No, Teacher Zephyr. Tina took a step earlier. Teacher Zephyr, the kid guy here is not what we defeated, Ain said. Advertisement, it's not you. Then before Zepha's words were finished, he stopped abruptly, and his voice lowered accordingly. Following the sight of Bailey Good, Sheehan and others, Zephyr finally saw it. A strange face was mixed in among the crowds of students he knew well. A stranger that was previously blocked by a large swath of smoke rising from Smog's body, so that even he could not find the first time. No, no, no. Zephyr suddenly shook his head, and violently pulled off the black sunglasses with his left hand, revealing his big, round eyes. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Strange. Wrong. It should be familiar, that face. The figure among his students. Even after decades, there is still no change. That guy, how could he be unfamiliar? How could I not recognize it? After all, that is his brother, you really are. At this moment, the Navy chief instructor who has always been the most majestic instructor, Zephyr, who is known as the Black Fist, is actually a rare stammer. Even a complete sentence can't be said. His old but still strong body couldn't help shaking. Teacher Zephyr, what's wrong with you? Upon seeing this, Ain suddenly appeared anxious, thinking that Zepha's disease had relapsed. Just as Ain took a step and was ready to step forward, Shua 039, the Taoist figure, flashed out without warning. She stepped out first. That is the man who crushed the heaven and earth with 1 foot earlier. Yeah, Zephyr, it's really been a long time since I saw you. Luo Lin spoke, with a bright smile on his face as always. So, listening to Luo Lin's familiar greeting, the disciples of Zephyr, such as Smog, Ain, etc., were all dumbfounded. The same unconsciously appeared in their minds a doubt. Could it be said that this young, excessive monster knew their teacher Zephyr? Could it be said that this person is also a disciple of Zephyr, just like them? The second confusion and conjecture in the hearts of these young Marines was quickly rejected. You're home when I heard Luo Lin's greeting after decades. Zephy's trembling body returned to calm. 039 chi 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 039. There was a sudden burst of steam from the huge mechanical pulverizer in his right hand. On his intact left arm, a black pattern appeared, covering his entire arm, turning it into a 039 black wrist 039, exuding a powerful aura even more terrifying than the smasher. Advertisement, what is Teacher Zephyr going to do? Upon seeing this, Tina was shocked. Master Zephyr is going to make a full shot? Ain also widened his beautiful eyes in shock, next second. In the shocking eyes of the young Marines, Zephyr suddenly jumped up on the high ground not far away. Ha 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 ha, take the move, if you are really that fellow, then try this. Zephyr yelled, and his left arm covered with top-armed colors penetrated the atmosphere and fell straight towards Luo Lin on the coast. Wherever the fist passed, the atmosphere screamed overwhelmingly. In the sky, a pattern like water waves appeared in circles, covering the squares in all directions. Zephyr, you be asterisk 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 D. This is how you welcome a partner you have not seen for a few years. This is the 39 style punch to ZFA's top-armed force. Luo Lin didn't have the slightest fear on his face. Feeling the horrible pressure on his face, Luo Lin did not retreat but moved forward. He took a heavy step forward with his right foot. But this time, there was no horror scene that turned the world upside down. However, there was a more terrifying aura permeating out, coming from Luo Lin's fist. Bright as a shooting star. Regarding momentum and oppressive power, he is not at all under ZFA's top-level armed forces, and even worse. 039 boom 039. Finally, under the shocking gaze of the young Marines, the two top black armed fists in the world collide. What blooms is a bright light that is even more dazzling than the sun. Fist burst. Nothing is visible. Chapter 177 Shocked Young Navy. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi. Bright fists burst at this moment. This is the collision between the world's top armed colors. The mighty power is beyond the imagination of the unusually strong. The world lost its voice at this moment. Everything fades at this time. The dazzling power blooms, and it is so dazzling that it is impossible to look directly. Nothing is visible. Hey, Zephyr, there are still your cute little girls and students here, it's too much. From the center of the impact came Luo Lin's relaxed and freehand voice. Immediately afterwards, Tina, Ain and others, who were already ready to meet the impact, saw the space sealed in amazement. To be precise, the space between Luo Lin and Zephyr was divided by a certain powerful force. From a distance, you can see that a cube with a side length of about 10 meters is independent of the world. The edge of the cube is deep darkness. That is a crack in space. The shock wave of the collision between Luo Lin and ZFA's strongest armed forces has not been able to spread in the future, and it is sucked and swallowed by the space cracks. There was no trace of Tina and others not far away. I don't know how long it has been, after the extreme brilliance. There was a long roar from the earth, which stirred up smoke and dust in the sky. Finished? Tina murmured unconsciously, her face full of shock. After witnessing the top-arm collision in the previous world, no one can remain calm. It looks like it's over, Ain murmured and nodded. Who the hell won? It must be Teacher Zephyr. But that a hint of worry flashed across the faces of Bailey Good and Sheehan. Damn, that B asterisk 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 D really has a problem. It is absolutely problematic to provoke Teacher Zephyr to this level. The White Hunter Smog said in his own mind. He who preconceived Luo Lin into the evil pirate force, naturally would not guess in a good direction. Smog, I advise you to see the situation before you talk. Drake, who had recovered his human form from the L-Source form, reminded him of unspeakable shock and horror on his face. If ZFA's punch just hit him, his body would definitely collapse in an instant. This is the supreme power possessed by those who are qualified to rank as generals. It's as powerful as a monster. Drake, you are not qualified to preach to me now. Smog glanced at Drake with a nasty look. 039 wow 039. Large swaths of smoke rushed from Smog's body. The strong smoke power pushed his body to blast away from the origin of the collision. Advertisement, however, without waiting for Smog's approach, a loud cry of joy suddenly came out of the smoke and dust in the sky. Ha 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 ha, Luo Lin, it turned out to be you. You really are still alive. That is Zephyr talking. Isn't this of course? You guys who have spent 10 years with me know it best. That was Luo Lin's voice, of course. Ha 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 ha, well, it's really great. Down pointing arrow. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. That's Zephyr laughing. At the same time, there was a dull sound of body beating. Wow. The violent wind caused by Smog's movement dispersed the flying dust. Reveal the scene in it. As a result, all the young navies in the field opened their eyes wide, and looked at their respected teacher Zephyr with shocked faces hugging the monster youth. They even saw Haiwan Zephyr, the always iron-blooded Navy chief instructor, with his eyes hanging at the moment. Point Jingying. Their teacher, the most prestigious chief instructor of the Naval Academy. Former General Black-Handed Zephyr, are you still crying? Even cry? How can there be such a thing in the world? Add bookmarks for easy reading. Greater than countless question marks emerged in the hearts of the young Marines on the scene. What on earth is it? P's fruit ability very good decomposes into countless large and small spheres again, and rolls in all directions. That strong monster-like man really knows Teacher Zephyr. Qian yelled out loud. This is no longer the level of acquaintance or not. It's like a close friend you haven't seen for many years. Have you ever seen Teacher Zephyr like this before? No, even if it's against Mr. Carp and the Marshal of the Warring States period, Teacher Zephyr can be both. Its cold faces facing each other, especially Major General Mullah yelled with a dazed expression. But is this kind of thing really possible? Teacher Zephyr still has such a friend. Why did I know nothing when I was following the teacher since I was young? Ain murmured, the beautiful navy blue with long hair flying. Ain, of course you wouldn't know that although the man looks still young, he is from the last era. Tina said faintly. Until this time. Until after witnessing the meeting between Zephyr and Luo Lin. A conjecture in Tina's heart was finally confirmed. Finally got the most powerful evidence. That is, Luo Lin is indeed not as young as his appearance. His actual age is much older than what he has seen on the outside. Last time, Tina, you mean the doubts and puzzles on Ain's face suddenly became worse. Teacher Zephyr, what is going on? Who the hell is this man? Advertisement at this time, the only person who dared to speak frankly and questioned his own doubts to the teacher was naturally only stunned Xing Smog. Zephyr raised his hand and wiped the drips of moisture from the corners of his eyes. 643 then bent his knees slightly, leaping up. The fist covering the pitch black armed color knocked down the elemental Smog. Smog, I remember, it was your D's smoke that blocked the old man's sight, and now I'm still asking where there are so many questions. Zephyr was not angry. Small, am I wrong to ask a question? And you, all of you have nothing to do here, right? Zephyr looked at Very Good and others. Smog, Tina, Ain, you three have shown me that Drake kid, I will pick him up later. Very Good, Qian, and especially Mullah, the three of you are going to various battlefields now, telling the generals everywhere to bring all the seriously injured here for intensive treatment. Zephyr ordered. Yes, Teacher Zephyr. All the young Marines stood at attention and saluted collectively. Drake, who was pale on the side, was suddenly crying without tears. Because he suddenly realized that he seemed to have missed the best chance to escape because of curiosity while watching the show. Tina, let's just watch Drake talk in a negotiating tone in the past, without waiting for him to finish. The following human words were stared by Tina and swallowed back into her stomach. Drake, it's really hard for me today. Chapter 178 Zephyr joins. The chief instructor is in place. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Wow. The waves slapped on the rocks, stirring up the waves to blossom. Occasionally a few seas have jumped out of the sea, bringing out a fleeting rainbow in the sun. This time the comrades in arms met again after 36 years. After the initial excitement, there was a long silence. For a long time. Old man, what happened back then, 36 years ago? As a hero, why did you suddenly kill Mary Joa? I asked Xiaohei and Sengoku about them, but no one told me. Can you tell me now? ZFA legally looked at Luo Lin and asked, do you really want to know why? Luo Lin asked. Okay, Zephyr nodded. Fine. Luo Lin looked towards the sea. Anyway, you must have guessed the real reason all these years, 36 years ago. Luo Lin spoke. This is the first time he has told others in detail the whole story of the incident 36 years ago. 039 bang 039 The reef at ZFA's feed burst apart. At this moment, when the doubts that have troubled my mind for years plus years are solved. When the inner guess comes true, ZFA's old face was suddenly occupied by anger. The world government, 5 old stars, what a deception. ZFA's complexion was pale, his teeth creaked, the whole person trembled because of anger. Cough cough cough. Next moment, Zephyr, who was overly fluctuating in mood, suddenly coughed violently. His face was even paler for an instant. With his current body, naturally he couldn't fight as hard as he did before. The previous full-strength punch consumed not only his physical strength, but also his vitality. Don't be brave when you are old, Zephyr, you are no better now than before, and don't be agitated at every turn like before. Luo Lin patted ZFA's shoulder and spoke earnestly. What about you? Are you not angry at all? Zephyr asked. Anger? 36 years have passed, no need. Luo Lin grinned. No, this is not the Luo Lin I know. Shouldn't your attitude be so peaceful, Zephyr said. Then what should I do? Is it the same as 36 years ago, kill Mary Joa again? Luo Lin smiled. No way, no way, no way, this time we must make a long-term plan. Zephyr shook his head quickly, and then frowned, as if thinking of something. Luo Lin, it seems that the sea is not calm recently. Zephyr said with emotion. Okay, Luo Lin answered calmly. That crocodile is now your subordinate. You did things on the East Daxia Sea too? Yes. Kapu and Gion have been to Alabaston, and that city with a layout similar to the Navy headquarters is yours? Advertisement, okay. You did that thing on Judicial Island? Tom was framed by a treacherous man, and he has to do something for him. The Magic Valley Town incident, and the disappeared islands in the Paradise during this time? Those stupid dark forces have hit my doorstep, you can bear it for you, it's true. Zephyr let out a long sigh of relief. It's no wonder that their behavior in the Warring States period was so abnormal during this period. It turned out to be because of you. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Zephyr said suddenly. Then Carp, Warring States and Xiaohei, have you seen it? Zephyr asked. Not yet. Luo Lin said. So I'm still the first one? Zephy's face appeared smug. Do not. Luo Lin shook his head. I have met Pelusolino and Kuzan before you. Perusolino and Kuzan, those two boys. Kuzan will not mention it for the time being. You and I are both teachers of that boy Pelusolino. I'm going to talk to Yuel, that boy. Zephyr complained to Luo Lin with an unhappy expression about what the General Huang Yuan had made him look down on in recent years. In response, Luo Lin had to pretend to be very serious and nodded unceasingly. Zephyr, I almost know the details, don't worry, next time you see Pelusolino, I will help you teach him again, Luo Lin said. Add bookmarks for easy reading. R, greater than, again. Yes, I've beaten him last time, Luo Lin said. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Zephyr was in a good mood and laughed out loud. At the same time, some natural battlefield far away. The battlefield of thunder and lightning. Dao Jingguang paused abruptly. How strange. General Huang Yuan frowned, and a little chill suddenly flashed in his heart, causing his hair to stand up. Don't underestimate me. B***** D monkey, Enilu roared angrily. 039 boom 039 thunder burst. In the dilapidated coastal battlefield, the waves still beat the rocks with perseverance. Luo Lin's story is over. Next, it was Zephy's turn. Over the years, the emotions that had been suppressed in Zephy's heart were finally released. Luo Lin, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Obviously you have reminded me more than once before, but I still haven't been able to protect them. Speaking of which, Zephy's old face suddenly showed endless regret, self-blame, and loneliness. Silent tears ran down his frowning cheeks. Luo Lin was silent. He knew what Zephyr was blaming himself for, 38 years ago, on the eve of the Battle of the Valley of Gods. Zephyr finally confirmed the relationship with the girl he saved in his childhood. Advertisement as Zephy's closest comrade in arms. Carp, Sengoku, Xiaohei, and Luo Lin, all four of them received his invitation. Attended his humble private engagement banquet. During the banquet, the wine had 3 rounds. While Carp and the others were not paying attention, there was a separate conversation between Roland and Zephyr. As a traveler, Luo Lin certainly knows the human tragedy that Zephyr will experience a few years later. His wife and children will be brutally killed by the enemy pirates. He also retired to the second line of the navy because of frustration. As one of Zephy's best friends, Luo Lin naturally wanted to change his tragic fate. So he told Zephyr about his 039 predictions 039 for the future. Thinking that even if something happened to him, Zephyr himself could change his destiny. Monos, result destiny is such a mysterious thing, after all, it doesn't mean that changes can be changed. Now, Zephyr, do you want to join forces with me again? Luo Lin stretched out his right hand to Zephyr, okay? Zephy's old face appeared puzzled, what do you want to do? 2 things, the first thing, this time I want the world government to really step down. Zephy's face suddenly appeared extremely shocked. The second thing is that the era of great pirates started by that B***** D. Roger is also time to end the army. So should you consider staying with me, old man? Luo Lin looked at Zephyr without blinking, waiting for his response. It is good. After only a moment, Zephyr nodded heavily. Snapped, 2 powerful hands are held together. On behalf of the 2 comrades in arms who lived and died together, Contract 039 was concluded again. Chapter 179 The Empty Nest Old Marshal Sengoku. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi degree 039. A soft sound. 2 powerful hands clasped tightly again after 36 years and concluded a covenant. Since then, the Navy Chief Instructor Haiwan Zephyr will be officially changed to the WA Group, Chief Instructor of GG created by Luo Lin. For Luo Lin, Zephy's joining is a big help. Not only the overall combat power, but also because of Zephy's rich teaching experience for decades. There is a major teacher named Zephyr. Those juniors in the Huxia organization can get the best exercise. For Zephyr, withdraw from the Navy and join an organization founded by former comrades in arms and brothers. It couldn't be better for him. As early as decades ago, when his wife and children died tragically in the hands of pirates, he had already given birth to the idea of retiring. The reason for staying. It was only after the persuasion of Marshal Gangakong and friends like the Warring States period that he reluctantly agreed. Later, he became the chief instructor of the Naval Academy and taught countless naval elites. But over time, Zephyr became increasingly disappointed by what the Navy and government did. Especially 20 years ago, the Kiwahai system was established. The Navy, which was supposed to represent justice, went so far as the Pirate 039. Even give some pirates legal plundering authority. For Zephyr, who hates pirates, this is the most unbearable thing. As early as 2 years ago, Zephyr had already given birth to the idea of quitting the Navy and doing it alone. That's why he formed his own pirate guerrilla team and hunted the pirates everywhere. He did not come here as the chief instructor of the Navy in this naval operation on Thousand Sails Island. But as the leader of the pirate guerrillas, he had originally planned to quit the Navy and do it alone, but he happened to encounter a brothers organization decades ago. The goals of the two were coincidentally and, towards, This is naturally the best result for Zephyr. ZFA's only concern was how they would react when they knew they had retired from the Navy. What about him? The guy in the Warring States period changed after he became a marshal. I have been displeased for a long time. The Kapu boy has the strongest relationship with Luo Lin. He just Kwanduo, maybe he will also change jobs. That kid Rusalino was brought up by Luo Lin, and Kuzan and Gumir were the same. Zephyr thought so, a subtle smile on his lips unconsciously. Hey, Zephyr, it doesn't need to be this way. You really want the Warring States period to be an empty nest old marshal, so angry in your office. Luo Lin, who used his mind-reading experience to read ZFA's inner thoughts at this time, couldn't help being speechless. Ahem. Zephyr coughed awkwardly, then he punched Luo Lin hard in the chest. Advertisement, I haven't seen you for so long, I have forgotten that Y still has this ability. You are still the same A** before, don't give people a chance to hide secrets. Zephyr laughed and cursed. Ha, old man, take care of you in the future. Luo Lin grinned. With each other, Zephyr also laughed. At this moment, the coast 300 meters away. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Tina, Ain, and Smog stood on a three-legged stand and blocked Drake's siege in the middle, not allowing them to have a chance to escape. Drake couldn't be more aware of the difficulty of Tina and Smog's contemporaneous life. Coupled with the beautiful girl Navy Ain with special abilities. Drake was one head and too big at once. Even in his heyday, it is not easy for him to break through the hands of these three people. Not to mention that he had sturdily eaten ZFA's set of big moves before. Could it be said that your undercover task is about to end here? No, Drake suddenly shook his head again and again. As the captain of the Navy's special secret force, how could he give up so easily? But, hey to, add bookmarks for easy reading. Drake, I warn you not to think about any tricks. You and this kid B*******D. Go to the city to make a good reflection. Smog squinted his eyes and warned, while silently forming a circle with smoke. Kid? Drake looked at Kid who was seriously injured and unconscious not far away, his eyelids jumped. After all, that is a monster offering a reward of nearly 300 million. However, even the 300 million monster was beaten into this miserable appearance. Who is the sacred young monster who is suspected of teacher ZFA's old acquaintance? Drake looked at Luo Lin hundreds of meters away, and a big question mark appeared in his heart. I can't run left or right anyway, it's better to chat while idle. Hey, Small, Tina, do you know what that man is? After seeing the previous scene, I will no longer think of them as masters and disciples. That man is obviously an old friend of teacher Zephyr, the one who can sit on an equal footing. Drake opened his mouth, his expressions could not hide the shock. You ask me, who shall I ask? Smog said irritably. That guy and I met once in the East Daxia Sea more than 2 months ago on the ship of the Q-High Crocodile, when he was only under the hands of the crocodile. Smog frowned. Until now, his heart is still overwhelming. Advertisement. Unable to accept Luo Lin's change from the crocodile's hand to the old knowledge of teacher Zephyr, this huge identity contrast. It's unbelievable, after all, no matter how you look at it. Luo Lin was too young. But that strength, the strength of the monster that is enough to defeat the kid pirates and equal the full force of Zephyr is real, and there is no half of it. Hey, Smog, have you ever thought about it? Maybe you thought it the other way around from the beginning. Maybe that Q-High Crocodile is the monster's subordinate. Drake assumed casually. How is it possible? That sand crocodile is not a person who succumbs to others, this is the best I know. Smog said decisively. However, the next moment, he was beaten in the face by the speed of light again. Smog, you are wrong. Crocodile is indeed that man's subordinate, Tina said. Aha. Smog suddenly looked dazed. Hey, Tina, have you made a mistake? Smog's face was full of disbelief. Based on the information I have obtained during this period, plus what happened today, I can be sure of one thing, Tina said seriously. Which point? Both Drake and Small asked urgently. That person, that man, must be a predecessor of our Navy era. For some reason, he disappeared into history. As for what happened before, maybe they will only know if they have asked Mr. Karp. Na said affirmatively. Nani. Hearing this, Smog's eyes widened in shock. That guy was also a Navy before. The shocking emotion instantly occupied Smog's body, causing the surrounding smoke to gradually dissipate. Opportunity. Upon seeing this, Drake's eyes lit up. Chapter 180 Naval Miracles Faded in History. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. That person must be a legend that disappeared in history from the last era of our Navy. Tina spoke seriously and surely. When her voice fell, the audience suddenly fell silent. Navy legends of the last era. Ain, a beautiful girl with long aqua blue hair, murmured in a daze. Thinking of ZFA's warm embrace of Luo Lin before. Thinking of the previous conversations between Zephyr and Luo Lin. And now there are two people talking and laughing hundreds of meters away, and shaking hands like an alliance. Ain felt that maybe the truth should be what Tina said. That strong, monster-like, and impeccable-looking man is really some legendary figure in their Navy past, compared to Ain's calm acceptance. Smog, the smoker who has always been the hottest and most aggressive, has blown up his hair at this moment. After all, before 127, today, he always regarded Luo Lin as an insignificant subordinate of Q-High Crocodile. However, now someone tells him that person is actually an old Navy who even wants to call his senior. The contrast between the front and back identities is too great for him to accept. Under the emotional impact called shock, Smog's smoke-enveloping net became thinner unconsciously and finally dissipated. Drake's eyes lit up when he noticed this. Opportunity arises. 039 Shua 039. When Smog, Tina, and Ain were still in shock, Drake took a deep breath. In a high-pitched roar of the beast, he transformed into an Allosaurus form. The sharp face and the teeth that could easily tear the steel broke open the black cage set by Tina in an instant. Then beastized people. With the six-style shave, he disappeared from the place in an instant, and fled to the dense forest in the distance. All this happened in just one breath. Wait until the three of Smog come back to their senses. Drake has escaped more than 100 meters. The first person in the former naval elite battalion of the same period naturally had something. A whole Drake, you really want to run away. Smog's forehead burst with veins, representing the anger in his heart at the moment. White smoke launcher. A large amount of smoke jetted out from under Smog's feet. The resulting reaction force caused Smog to eject instantly, chasing in the direction where Drake had escaped, the other side. Tina and Ain, who had been slow for a while, also recovered and hurriedly stepped on the six-style shave to chase. After all, the task of taking care of Drake was given to them by Teacher Zephyr. If Drake was really allowed to run away, what would they give Teacher Zephyr to explain? Naturally, the changes made by the three of Tina could not be concealed from Luo Lin and Zephyr, who were only a few hundred meters away. That idiot, still want to run? Zephyr yelled. His feet moved slightly, and he wanted to chase him himself. However, just before Zephyr moved, a big hand fell on his shoulder, pressing his body and at the same time his anger. Advertisement, what's the matter for the younger generation? What are you doing with the older generation? Luo Lin said. Rolin, Zephyr narrowed his eyes, keenly aware of something wrong. I said, do you know something? Did you predict that something will not happen again? Zephyr asked suspiciously. No, I just happened to hear something interesting. Luo Lin laughed. Oh, Zephyr was suddenly stunned. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. So can you tell me, what did you read from Drake? Zephyr asked. That kid didn't defect to the Navy like his father. Luo Lin would naturally not hide anything from his comrades on the same front. Besides, there is nothing serious about this matter for Zephyr to know. No defect. What do you mean? That's right, the reason why Drake became a pirate. Everything is the plan of the warring states. They want to bury his nail in that kid Kaido's pirate group of beasts. Luo Lin said. The real identity of that kid now is the Department of Naval Secrets. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The captain of the team sword is here. Zephyr. That idiot, if that's the case, why don't you tell me this, teacher? And the warring states and the others, they even kept this matter from me. Had it not been for Luo Lin's appearance, I would have almost killed my most proud student by myself. Thinking of this, Zephyr couldn't help but blame himself for a while, and at the same time, he became more and more firm in his conviction to withdraw from the Navy. Ain, Tina, come back, no need to chase. Zephyr ordered. Teacher Zephyr. Tina and Ain, who had chased near the jungle, stopped immediately and looked at Zephyr with puzzled expressions. Your teacher meant to let the smoke kid chase by himself, and the little girls should sit down and take a good rest. Luo Lin said kindly. At this moment, once again, Tina, who felt Luo Lin's 039 kind and 039 gaze, would naturally no longer have any messy emotions. It's just that I am still a little uncomfortable, so that I am a little overwhelmed. Fortunately, she soon had something to do. The sister-in-law warship, carrying many seamen who were seriously injured in the battle with the pirates, sailed along the coast. Teacher Zephyr. A young rear admiral stepped on the moonstep and came to Zephyr. All battlefields have been cleaned up, and the seriously injured marines have been rushed to the warship to receive medical treatment, the rear admiral reported. After speaking, he couldn't help but glanced at Luo Lin beside Zephyr, and couldn't help being shocked secretly. After all, it was the first time he saw a young man who was able to stand with the majestic teacher Zephyr so calmly. Advertisement, however, what shocked him even more was yet to come. It was just a blink of an eye, eyes closed and opened. Luo Lin, who was in front of him, was gone. Teacher Zephyr, this. The middle-aged rear admiral's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that I was dazzled just now? Or is it hell? Yup. Except for old people like Mr. Carp, who can be on an equal footing with Teacher Zephyr. Teacher Zephyr was possessed by something unclean. Thinking of this, the face of the middle-aged rear admiral suddenly appeared extremely horrified. What do you think? Zephyr slapped the major general who was in his mind to wake up. If you are in a daze, go to various battlefields and look around for any severely injured marines. As long as you are alive, even if you only have the last breath, you will never die today. The miracle has returned. ZFA's old face gradually showed excitement, because he knew that after a lapse of decades, the miracle in the legend of the Navy is about to reappear today. Yes. Aside, the middle-aged rear admiral nodded again and again, but his heart became more shocked. Oh. Just as Zephyr was talking with the middle-aged rear admiral, people suddenly shouted in shock from the warships on the coast. It seems that some incredible miracle is being performed. Chapter 181 Shocked. Cheers resounding across the sky. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Doctor, where is the doctor? Dr. Andrew, someone here is about to die. Is the plasma not ready yet? Is anyone here to help? Who has S-type Rh negative blood? At this moment, due to the gathering of a large number of wounded and seriously injured, the warship suddenly fell into a chaotic situation. War will naturally be accompanied by casualties. The Thousand-Sail Island operation has been around for half a day. Nearly 200 people were seriously injured and dying. According to ZFA's previous instructions, it was basically concentrated on the two warships. The accompanying naval medical team was fully fired and gave emergency first aid to the wounded. Row is so. Manpower is still not enough. Even the colonel combatants like Tina and Ain were also involved in the emergency medical team at this time. Feeling the blood of the marine companions can't stop spraying on him, even a person with a strong heart like Tina. At this moment, his eyes are inevitably red. The battlefield has always been the most ruthless. Every minute is accompanied by the parting of life and death. This is inevitable. At this moment, the second deck of the warship, this is the area of the dead. The air seemed to be filled with the breath of death, depressing people to breathe. The so-called deceased. As the name suggests, they are sea soldiers who are already infinitely close to death. The injury was so serious that even the best doctors in the world were unable to recover, so they had no choice but to give up. Although these deceased people still breathe in a sigh of relief, their names are actually half written on the death list. There is no medical care here. Only their friends and officers will bid the final farewell to these young lives. Although it is cruel, but this is the reality. Mr. Daikin, am I going to die? Ahem. The eyes of the young marine gradually faded and turned pale. Every time he said a word, blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. In today's war, the internal organs of this young seaman were hit by the blunt weapon of a large pirate offering a reward of 80 million. There was a large block in his chest. The internal organs in the body are even more torn apart. If he were to be an ordinary person, he would have been dead for a long time. He was able to survive until now, in addition to his usual practice and training, but also because of his own tenacity. He is only 20 years old now, has joined the Navy for 2 years, and has been promoted to a corporal in the Navy headquarters. For those who came from an unorthodox school, it is already good enough. In time, he will inevitably be promoted to school officer. Hold on, Lei Luo boy, didn't you tell me that there is a girl waiting for you in your hometown? In 2 years, when you become a major, you will go back. How can you give up here? Hold on, B******** D boy, this is the commander's order. The bearded Commodore Daikin shouted, advertisement. Cough cough cough, I shouldn't be able to wait for that time, so it's okay, she should forget about it in 2 years and then. Idiot, stop talking, don't give up. Speaking of this, the most ugly brigadier general man in the weekdays couldn't help crying. Cough me, I seem to see an angel. Zhuan, a young marine named Lei Luo, stretched out his hand towards the sky, seeming to grasp something. Boy, there are no angels in this world. At the moment that hand was about to fall. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. A big hand suddenly appeared, grabbing his right hand, which was about to be completely cold. I want to survive. Tick 039. It is like a drop of water falling on the surface of the water. A bit of gorgeous blood, like a blood diamond, slid down from midair and seeped into Corporal Lero's chest. The powerful undead power spread instantly, covering his whole body. 039 bang 039 039 bang 039. Corporal Lero's heart, which was already weak to the extreme, suddenly beat again. One louder than one louder. The little bit of vitality left in his body is also. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading, growing gradually. The broken internal organs are reunited and connected together at this moment. This is even if it is not a professional doctor. Even if you can't see the miraculous change that occurred in Lei Luo's body. But Brigadier General Daikin Hu was also able to feel it. I can feel the gradual improvement of my nephew's subordinates. As a result, emotions of shock and joy quickly occupied his whole body. Brigadier General Dajin turned around in a daze, looking at the young man in white who did not know when he appeared behind him. Chuanghu stared roundly. This gentleman, are you a doctor? Dajin asked in a shaky voice, not because of fear. It's nervousness. That's it. Luo Lin nodded calmly. Then this kid, can Lei Luo survive? No, he must survive. Brigadier General Daikin asked hopefully. He can't die with me. Luo Lin said affirmatively. When the kid wakes up and tells him that he is already good enough, he will go back if he is injured, he should talk about it, and do what he should do. Don't let other girls wait for him for too long. Luo Lin waved his hand without turning his head, and then walked to the next dead seaman. Commodore Daikin looked at Luo Lin's back in a daze. Although he doesn't know who the other party is, don't even know if the other party is an enemy or a friend. But at this moment, in his line of sight, the image of the white-clothed youth in front of him suddenly became infinitely tall. Since Luo Lin said that Lei Luo could survive, it must be possible. Advertisement, okay. Brigadier General Dajin nodded heavily. I will tell this kid. 120 Dajin Yingdao. Mr. Daikin, what are you talking about? At this moment, the familiar voice of Corporal Lero came from Daikin's ear again. Rila, you are awake. Daikin turned his head. When he saw the state of Corporal Lero at this moment, his eyes suddenly became rounded again. The whole person was shocked to the point of indescribable. What on earth is it? Previously, Leila Boy was clearly on the verge of death, and even the best doctor in the Navy had no choice but to give up. However, now it is resurrected in situ. Don't say it's dying. That face and that state of mind are no different from usual. Mr. Daikin, how'd I feel that my injury has healed? Corporal Lei Luo also noticed the changes in his body, and suddenly shouted with shock and incomprehension on his face. Me too, my injury seems to have recovered, and my arms are also connected. My right leg too, and this is nothing short of a miracle. My Lord God. It's my Lord God who saved us, it's not just Daikin and Lei Luo. On the second deck, the seamen who were already angrily went to their feet, all miraculously got up at this moment. As a result, cheers of joy rang across the sky instantly, shocking the audience. Chapter 182 The Miracle Reappeared. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Dr. Andrew, is there really no way? Everyone on the second deck is still alive in the cabin of the warship. The beautiful girl with long pink hair, Lieutenant Commander Tina, said unbearably. For Tina, she was not like Dasiki's first time on the battlefield. It's just like this, such a fierce battle, it was the first time for her. In the past, she was responsible for guarding the vicinity of the starting point of the Great Route, but all she encountered was some weak pirates. There is no need for ordinary marines under her, she alone can take care of everything. She has not participated in a large-scale battle like today. It almost made her forget the cruelty of war, do not. The war is cruel, but right now, what happened here is even more cruel. Those marines who gave up even the doctors, how desperate they should be at this moment. Thinking of this, Tina's pretty face was full of unbearable and heartache. Colonel Tina, if there is nothing important, please don't disturb the old man's work. The old man is busy now. The senior officer of the Naval Hospital and the oldest military doctor in the Navy, Andrew, spoke calmly. Uncle Andrew, don't even you have to watch the second. Is everyone on the floor waiting to die? Is there nothing you can do? Tina asked puzzled. Yes, it is. The military doctor named Andrew nodded. We have done everything we can do. But, Captain Tina, do you think I don't want to save them? Watching those young lives pass away, can my heart really calm down? The duty of a doctor is to save people. Use limited resources to save more people. This is a cruel choice we must make on the battlefield. So far, the old man has made countless choices, and I don't want it either. At this point, old Andrew's face also flashed with extreme pain. If that person is still there, if that gentleman is there, the situation will definitely be different. No one has to choose. No one will be given up. No one needs to despair. Old Andrew's cloudy old eyes flashed a look of remembrance and remembrance. At the same time, there is more excitement and admiration. Because decades ago, his captain, who was a miracle man worshipped by all of them. It's just that miracle, which disappeared as early as 36 years ago. I don't know if I can see it again in this life. Old Andrew shook his head. His eyes fell on the death list in front of him, and his wrinkled hands trembled, unable to write for a long time. At this moment, cheers mixed with shock, surprise, and excitement suddenly sounded from the second deck. Resounded across the sky. Ah, what the hell is going on? The injury on my body. What's wrong? Am I dead? Is this heaven? Idiot, you stinky boy are not dead or dead. This is nothing short of a miracle, everyone survived. God. Lord God saved us. There was a gloom and bleak cloud on the second deck that was enveloped by the breath of death. At this moment, it was occupied by people's joyous cheers. The desperation is no longer. Advertisement what turned out to be the joy of life. Life from death. No need to go through life and death again. This is naturally one of the most ecstatic things in the world. What happened? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The cheers on the second deck soon attracted the attention of the soldiers of the warship. Several seamen and medical personnel hurriedly boarded the deck. Waiting to see the cheering scene in front of me. The emotion named shock immediately occupied the whole body of these medical and marine soldiers. Their bodies couldn't move at all. What the hell is going on? Everyone is resurrected. Obviously everyone here has been fatally injured. This is nothing short of a miracle. Hurry up, go and notify Captain Andrew. The medical and marine soldiers murmured in shock. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The face is full of disbelief. They knew the most about the serious injuries of the marines on the second deck. But now all the seriously injured and dying marines have all survived. The kind of lively life, as if the previous serious injuries were all fake. If this is not an illusion, then it can only be explained by miracles, no, miracles. This is the grace of God. At this moment, even marine soldiers who have never believed in God subconsciously prayed and thanked. What the hell happened? After a while, Tina, Ain, and Andrew, the elder of the medical team, also hurriedly boarded the second deck. Then, next moment, the three of Tina were also shocked by the scene in front of them and couldn't say a word. Captain Andrew, this is a miracle, it is a miracle. Everyone has survived. All the seriously injured have survived. The Lord God must have appeared, everyone shouted excitedly. Brigadier General Daikin, what the hell is going on? Tina, who was shocked to the point of being overwhelmed, saw the Brigadier General Daikin who was hugging her subordinate Lei Luo and immediately asked. Advertisement, Tina, look over there. Without waiting for Brigadier General Daikin to answer, Ain seemed to have discovered something. He pointed to a figure with his back facing them in the corner of the deck and exhaled in shock. Tina looked at Ain's direction. After seeing the familiar back figure squatting in front of the last severely wounded seaman, Tina's small mouth suddenly widened to its limit. It turned out to be him again, but how did he do it? Is this really a miracle he caused? Tina murmured unconsciously. Colonel Tina, as you can see, the miracle here is done by the gentleman over there. Brigadier General Daikon looked at Luo Lin's back with excitement. That gentleman is simply a god. Save me and everyone here from death. He must be a god. Corporal Lei Luo on the side looked at Luo Lin, full of fanaticism and admiration. This time, for money, even if he died for Luo Lin, he would never hesitate. I am completely convinced now that that man must have been a legendary man in the Navy. Ain murmured subconsciously. Yes, definitely. Tina nodded unconsciously. 039 Puff Pass Rules 039 made a soft sound. Andrew, the oldest medical doctor in the Navy, knelt on the deck with knees weak. A pair of muddy old eyes stared at the back unblinkingly, and the old tears gradually blurred his vision. His old body trembled because of the shock, and even more because of the excitement. His lips trembled, as if he wanted to say something. Dr. Andrew, what's the matter with you? The naval medical nurse stepped forward anxiously. That's a hero, that's a miracle of our Navy, he really came back. In the end, the most respected old man in the naval hospital was already crying and knelt down deeply. Chapter 183 Former Subordinates, A Fanatical Navy. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi on the west coast of Chinfan Island. A warship was moored quietly on the surface of the sea. The cheers of joy and excitement broke through the sky and echoed in the sky for a long time. Gudong Gudong, on the shore, Zephyr sat on the reef, took out the wine bottle in his arms and took a few sips, tears flickering in his eyes. Even if you don't need to see with your eyes, even if you just sit here and listen to the cheers over there. Zephyr could imagine what an exciting scene it was like. That is a miracle, the miracle of the Navy decades ago. Reappear at this moment, Teacher Zephyr, Teacher Zephyr. At this moment, Rear Admiral Mushroomhead, who had stepped on the moonstep to report, hurriedly came again. While shouting, joy and excitement could not stop appearing on his face. Teacher Zephyr, a miracle. A miracle has occurred. The young man who was next to you before is like a god. Rear Admiral Mushroomhead yelled frantically. What young man? You weren't born when that guy was fighting on the sea. Zephyr retorted 563. What? Major General Mushroom was immediately puzzled and shocked, and was stunned again. I was stunned again. I forgot what I told you before. Hurry up and look around. There will be one more live. B********. D. Zephyr stared. Yes, Teacher Zephyr. Major General Mushroom hurriedly stood at attention and saluted, and then stepped up into the sky on a moon step. The other side. People cheered one after another on the second deck of the warship. When the last is the dead, after Luo Lin's miraculous means awakened. There was a loud noise from the audience. Not only the Marines who had received Luo Lin's treatment, but everyone present looked at Luo Lin with enthusiasm and admiration. Looking at the young figure, it seemed that it was their faith. Under the fanatical gaze of the Marines, Luo Lin walked calmly and walked to the tearful old Dr. Andrew. Get up, all such big people, how decent they're still crying. Luo Lin grinned lightly, and lifted Bassie, who was kneeling on the ground in excitement. Lieutenant General Luo Lin, it's really you are really back. With Luo Lin's support, old Andre stood up tremblingly, his eyes blurred with tears. But it couldn't obscure Luo Lin's appearance. Advertisement. Luo Lin. Tina on the side heard old Andrew's address to Luo Lin and repeated it subconsciously. In will. On the other side, Ain caught the keyword eye of Lieutenant General 039. This man used to be a Lieutenant Admiral of our Navy. Lieutenant General decades ago. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. At this moment, in the hearts of Tina and Ain, the mist that enveloped Luo Lin's body dispersed a little, allowing them to see a vague corner of the truth. Bring the dying back to life. A Lieutenant Admiral with such a miraculous power will definitely not be an unknown person. It's absolutely right to have left a deep and colorful trace in the history of the Navy. However, these new generation navies have never heard the slightest legend about them. There must be a huge secret that is enough to shock the entire world. Tina and Ain looked at each other, both of them saw their desire in each other's beautiful eyes. The desire to solve this mystery. Luo Lin didn't care about the huge curiosity of Tina and Ain. At this moment, Luo Lin is also looking at the old man in front of him with nostalgia. Decades ago, when the old man was still a young man, he used to be the combat doctor on his ship. Add bookmarks for easy reading. A special military doctor who takes part in battle more than cure. At the beginning, Luo Lin was worried that his talents would be buried, and wanted to send him to Carp as an orthodox military doctor. It's just that Andrew didn't agree with his death. During the years on Luo Lin's ship, he was not good at medical skills, but he learned a thorough understanding of seeing, hearing, S**X and armed S**X. Even wanted to change jobs at one time, but after Luo Lin disappeared 36 years ago. Andrew was also discouraged, without the ambition to fight behind Luo Lin, and he picked up his medical skills again. Up to now, it can be regarded as a prominence. You haven't seen it for decades. In the field of medical care, you really have the demeanor of a general. Luo Lin patted old Andrew on the shoulder and praised. No, Lieutenant General Luo Lin, if I can, I would even like to follow you and charge into the battle. Old Andrew shook his head, his face frantically opened. Haha, Luo Lin smiled and shook his head. Andrew, just call me Luo Lin from now on, after all, I am no longer a Lieutenant General. Luo Lin said casually. How come? Okay, there should be other severely wounded seamen on the warship, so leave it to me next. Luo Lin interrupted. Yes, advertisement. Old Andrew nodded heavily. After Luo Lin's miraculous treatment, the number of severely wounded Navy men on the warship totaled 203, and all of them recovered as they were before. No one died due to serious injuries. This has created a miracle. Upon learning this news, the entire warship suddenly fell into a boiling mood again. Who is that gentleman? Seeing Luo Lin leaving the warship and heading to the coast, Brigadier General Daikin and others were unconsciously shocked and muttered. Maybe that gentleman is the real God Lord. Corporal Laylaw and the seamen who were cured by Luo Lin were all frantically opening their mouths. That magical method, why'd I have a feeling of déjà vu? I seem to have heard it somewhere. Especially Major General Mullah said. Me too, I always feel that this kind of thing has not happened for the first time in the Navy. A military doctor also frowned suspiciously. I remember. When I was in the G2 branch, I seem to have heard Lieutenant General Gumir say that another young Marine suddenly said, "Thanks, old man." Zephyr got up and opened his arms to give Luo Lin another hug. Hey, you are not a little girl, so you can hug you, and you don't want to respond. Luo Lin joked with a smile. Ha. Zephyr laughed indifferently and threw the prepared wine to Luo Lin. But this time those little guys are able to survive. I really have to thank you, Zephyr said. Thank you, it's just a matter of effort. Even if it is not the Navy now, I am still me, Luo Lin said. Chapter 184 Whitebeard 2, ZFA's Killing Intent. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi on the west coast of Chinfan Island. Luo Lin and Zephyr sat and drank around the reef. The seamen who resurrected from the edge of death on the warship looked at the two people on the reef from a distance. There were all curiosity, shock, and unstoppable enthusiasm in the eyes. Report, Teacher Zephyr, just received the contact from Lieutenant General Bastu. The battlefields on Chinfan Island are basically over. Our army has won a great victory. The Brigadier General with a hooked nose and a single orange ponytail trot over and reported loudly. Okay, Zephyr nodded. By the way, Kibben, is your body okay? I heard especially Mullah said, you used iron to harden, the enemy eating move. Zephyr asked, with a hint of helplessness between his expressions. Among all the students he has taught, Brigadier General Kibben is the one who likes to use 6 iron moves the most. Obviously so far, he has no idea how many times he has fallen down because of his blind confidence in the iron block. By the way, this kid is really on the same line. The end is hard. Luo Lin, who had read ZFA's mind, almost squirted out the wine that he had just drunk. It turned out not to be 3 times, it has been 30 times. This is really an iron-headed baby. On the first iron one, I would like to call you the ironist. Luo Lin looked at Brigadier General Kibben, thinking silently. Feeling the admiration 039 gaze from Luo Lin, Brigadier General Kibben was immediately flattered. Teacher Zephyr, it's not right. Thanks to this gentleman, my injury has been completely healed, and I feel that my iron is stronger, and I will be able to perfectly block the enemy's attack next time. Brigadier General Kibben listened to his chest and said with a proud face. Zephyr. He wanted to ask this stunned Green, where did your confidence come from? Roland. At this moment, Luo Lin, who read Brigadier General Kibben's thoughts, was also speechless for a while. Did I just admire your iron eyes? Luo Lin shook his head. I really didn't expect that his ridiculous eyes would be filled by this kid's brain. However, Luo Lin didn't want to be as unreliable as Carp's. Hey, boy, your iron training is outstanding enough, almost enough, but your arm color and seeing and hearing color are still far from domineering, and you have to focus on domineering practice in the future. Luo Lin's heartwarming way. Upon hearing this, Brigadier General Kibben was taken aback. Then an extremely enthusiastic color appeared on his face. Yes, sir, Brigadier General Kibben first gave a standard military salute. Immediately afterwards, he seemed to feel uncomfortable and quickly changed to bow. Seeing the head iron disciple who was excited and ready to practice domineeringly, Zephyr couldn't help being speechless for a while. I've been talking about it for so many years, but the result is not as good as Luo Lin's words. Advertisement, but in general, the results are good. Although he is about to leave the Navy soon, it is always a joy to see that these former disciples can get better and better. Come on, drink and drink. While Zephyr was talking, he was eating half a bottle of wine. Ha, Luo Lin, do you know that anyone else is here besides me in this operation? Zephyr asked with a laugh. I know, that little girl in Gion. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Luo Lin took a sip of wine calmly, with a slight headache. Have you seen that girl in Gion? ZFA's eyes widened in surprise. When I first arrived on this island, I saw it from a distance, but the girl probably didn't find me, Luo Lin said. It's all here, why don't you see that girl in Gion? Okay, Guardian. Zephyr quickly changed his words. That kid was taught very well by you, and I don't need my protection anymore, Luo Lin said. Yes, the general alternate of the Navy headquarters, Huang Yuan, and the 3 of them are the strongest girl in Gion. In order to become stronger, she has suffered a lot, Zephyr said. Add bookmarks for easy reading. As the mentor of Tomi Gion, Zephyr is the most clear about Gion's hard work over the years. Thanks. Luo Lin said softly and thanked him. What can I thank you for between us, but I think you really should see Gion's head. When I knew the news of your death, Gion's girl cried for a year, no one to persuade you, Zephyr said. With that, Without waiting for Luo Lin's response, he was going to be on standby in the distance, especially Major General Mullah called over. Teacher Zephyr, do you have any instructions? Especially Major General Mullah asked. Especially Mullah, where is Lieutenant General Guillaume now? Zephyr asked. Lieutenant Guillaume or the Major General, especially Mullah, hesitated, so I met that old woman. Roland, who had read in advance, especially Major General Mullah's inner thoughts, suddenly had a deep gaze. The other side. Regarding the hesitation of Major General Mullah in particular, Zephyr suddenly frowned, with a look of dissatisfaction. Hurry up. Where is Guillaume now? Yes. Under Zephy's majesty and stare, Major General Mullah stood at attention immediately, not daring to conceal the slightest. Report to Lieutenant General Zephyr that Guillaume is now fighting a hostile pirate in the northern plains. The Lieutenant General said that she can handle it by herself, so Teacher Zephyr doesn't have to worry about it. Especially Major General Mullah said. The big pirate? Which pirate is it? Although Zephy's visions and colors cannot read his mind, he is also keenly aware of something wrong. Under the oppression of Zephy's powerful aura, especially Major General Mullah suddenly shed a cold sweat at a long time. Report that Teacher Zephyr is a pirate named Edward Wable. Advertisement, what did you say? Boom 039. The reef table exploded as Zephyr got up. You said Edward Wable, that B********D and that stinky woman are also on this island. Why don't you tell me? Zephyr shouted. An emotion called anger took over his whole body, leaving his eyes in a state of extremely bloodshot scarlet. The horrible momentum was stirring, causing waves in the sea. Represents Zephy's mood at this time. How can he not be angry? How can I not hate? 7 years ago, he led a boat of young lives and a boat of beloved students as the chief instructor. Except for Ain and Bins, everyone else was killed by the pirate who called himself Whitebeard too, in the hands. And his arm was cut off by Edward Wable's blade. This deep hatred, why is it reported? Only washed with enemy blood. 039 Boom 039. Murderous spirit rushed into the sky. No matter it is, no one can calm down the murderous intent in Shah Zephy's heart. Can't calm down, then kill, let's go, old man, it just so happens that I also have an account to calculate with that old woman. Chapter 185. Luo Lin and Guillaume, father and daughter meet again. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, the northern plain of Chinfan Island. The original green grassland has long ceased to exist under the duel of the world's top powerhouses. All that was left was the huge gully that staggered horizontally and vertically. Divide the earth into thousands of pieces. 039 Kang 039. The sound of gold and iron strikes continued. The dazzling golden sword light illuminates the night. The sword chi is 10,000 heavy, and it cuts trench after trench on the earth. Ow! Wable, the stupid son of the landlord's family, let out a painful cry, retreating again and again. Leave deep footprints on the ground. Mom, this woman is so fierce, I don't want her to be a wife, no more. Edward Wable, his face was aggrieved. Most of his body was stained with dark brown blood. That was the wound left by Jin Kunluo, the big sharp knife in Guillaume's hand. 443, however, the strange thing is that even with so many wounds accumulated on his body, Edward Wable's breath still has not weakened a bit. There was pain in his mouth, but the expression on his face was as stupid as ever, as if he didn't even notice it. This is simply unimaginable. That weird body doesn't seem to be human at all, just like a real monster. There is also the same weird devil fruit ability. Guillaume took a deep breath, calming the chi and blood in his body. The fighting continues to this day. Her big sharp knife Jin Kunluo left many wounds on Bai's body. In contrast, she herself was not unharmed. After all, her opponent is a monster with the power of a white beard when she was young. Her lotus arm was soaked with scarlet blood, and bones were even faintly visible in the wound. Her pretty face that can be broken by a bomb is also bloodied. Was hit by Wable's Yongdao. This was the most difficult battle she has encountered in decades. But she is confident that she will not be defeated. It's rare to finally wait until Daddy shows up. How can she fall here? She will go to Alabaston again. Go to that city again. See that man again. Thought of this. The big sharp knife in Guillaume's hand, the golden light on the Jin Kunluo knife became more and more blazing, as dazzling as the sun. Mom, it's terrible, that woman, cried Wable, the stupid son of the landlord. Advertisement, don't be afraid, my stupid son, that woman can't last long. No one can beat you. Is Bacon, a short old woman wearing a leopard coat and heavy makeup, encouraged. Really, Mom? Of course, because you are the strongest man in the world, the white beard and my biological son. How can you be defeated by this little girl who inherited the power of your father? The little old woman ISS Ba Jin said proudly. I am the son of Whitebeard, and I am very powerful. Bewitched by ISS Bacon, Bai Tu Wable stopped retreating, raising the scallion knife in his hand and cutting it down. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. 039 Boom 039. Along with the fall of his sword, the atmosphere oscillated all the ripples. An incredibly huge sword chi cut open the ground, slashing towards the direction where Guillaume was. Even Guillaume, facing that monster-like knife, his pretty face couldn't help but stunned. Tap your toes on the ground lightly to dodge, but the next moment, something strange happened. Guillaume, who was about to dodge to the side, suddenly found that his feet were as heavy as lead filled. The flexible body in the past was also clumsy because of this treacherous change. Although it was only a short moment, but a duel between the strong. A momentary error is enough to reverse the balance of victory and defeat. Woohoo, stinky girl, my old lady's refusal to take action doesn't mean you can ignore my existence. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The little old lady with heavy makeup, Isba blonde, laughed triumphantly. That's too late. Guillaume's silver teeth bit lightly, but he had no choice but to lift up the big sharp knife Jin Kunluo, ready to take Weibel's knife. After this knife, even if she can successfully block her in the end, her body will inevitably be hit harder than ever before. In the worst case scenario, you may not be able to fight again, but it can only be so. Guillaume has made a good sense of consciousness. The original fluctuating eyes are also firm. The terrifying huge sword aura came like a violent storm. There is only the last 10 centimeters away from Guillaume's big sharp knife Jin Kunluo. The sharp sword air rushing towards the face cut off the fluttering strands of hair on Guillaume's forehead. 039 Kang 039. The clash of gold and iron sounded. Guillaume's pretty face was suddenly full of doubts. Because her Jin Kunluo didn't feel the weight, a black knife came out and stood in front of her. Smashed that terrifying huge sword energy, this black knife. Feeling the power of that black knife, the look on Guillaume's face was shaking unconsciously. Apart from the vibration, the body unconsciously produces some inductions. Not for the black knife, but for the sword intent attached to this knife. Advertisement familiar sword intent. That's Dad's sword intent. Da. The slight sound of footsteps sounded in Guillaume's ears, but it was so clear. So nostalgic. Guillaume took a deep breath. The smile of joy and excitement couldn't stop it. Uncontrollably emerged from her pretty face, she closed her eyes. After a while, he opened it again. At the same time, the owner of the black knife also came to her side. Holding the black knife in his hand, the other big hand fell on top of her head as it did many years ago. Really, you are still the same as before. If you don't pay attention, you will make yourself like this. Girls, you must protect yourself when you go out. Look at the bloody wounds on Ruo Jiuan's body. A trace of distress flashed unconsciously on Luo Lin's face. Hearing the familiar sounds and words that sounded in his ears as they were 36 years and 57 years ago, Guillaume nodded heavily. 36 years ago, when she was a 4-year-old girl. Once she sneaked out and had a fight with other older children. When I returned home with scars, I heard these words. Now, even after 36 years ago, it still hasn't changed. Guillaume opened his big bright eyes, staring blankly at the kind face in front of him, and widened a big smile at the corner of his mouth. Since the age of 5, there has been no red eyelids at this moment. 2 lines of clear tears slid down her cheeks unconsciously. Represents joy. I'm sorry, Dad, not next time, Guillaume said softly, as it was 36 years ago. Chapter 186 Sheng Dad Birth Dad. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Sorry, Dad, not next time. Guillaume tilted his head and whispered an apology to himself, as it did 36 years ago. The pretty face smiled like a flower. Drops of crystal tears splashed out with her blinking eyes, especially shining under the shining of the moonlight. The dark world seemed to be vivid and bright because of her tears and smile. It must be painful. Luo Lin's big hand gently brushed the wound on Guillaume's face. The big hand that killed the enemy like smashing garlic. At this moment, it is rare to tremble. No pain. Guillaume shook his head indifferently. After seeing Dad, it doesn't hurt at all. Guillaume grinned and said, Guillaume is already a big girl, so she should be more sensible. Don't be smiling all day long, and there is one brother. Luo Lin pretended to blame. In front of you, I've always been a little girl, right, Dad? Guillaume still said with a smile on his own, called brother. Father. Call me brother. Dad, okay, Luo Lin compromised. So in the case of Alabaston, Roland wasn't actually trying to avoid Carp. The main reason is that Luo Lin hasn't figured out how to face the little girl in Guillaume. About 40 years ago, Luo Lin once carried a baby who was only a few months old in a burning town battlefield. A wooden sign with her name engraved on her body. Guillaume. When he knew that the little girl in his arms was the future Navy candidate, Luo Lin was also a little surprised. At that time, after discussing with Xiaohe and others, Luo Lin also decided to take this poor baby back to the Navy headquarters to be taught by a professional nanny. However, Guillaume, which was only a few months old at that time, seemed to recognize Luo Lin. Luo Lin cried and screamed as soon as he walked away. No way, Lieutenant General Luo Lin, who was busy fighting the New World pirates at the time, had to shoulder the duties of this part-time dad. Of course, it is impossible to be a father, and it is impossible in this life. So when Guillaume could speak at about 1 year old, Luo Lin kept correcting her wrong name for herself. It's impossible to be a daddy, at most it is a big brother. However, when I was a child, Guillaume also admitted to death. Sheng's father is the father of his life, and he never changes his mind. Luo Lin is also completely innocent about this, but he can't beat or scold him. Until the incident 36 years ago, this trouble finally disappeared, because Luo Lin disappeared by himself. Now, even decades have passed. The former little girl has completely grown up, turned into a slim girl, and even the first person in the new generation of Navy lieutenants. However, in front of Luo Lin, she still remained the same. She is still the little girl who likes to wander around behind Lieutenant General Luo Lin the most. She was still the little girl who would hurt herself if she wasn't paying attention, and then smiled firmly and said it was okay. You really have grown up. Luo Lin's big hand gently brushed Guillaume's hair, a flash of remembrance flashed in his eyes. Time seems to freeze at this moment. Advertisement. Of course, that was only relative to Luo Lin and Guillaume. Mom, someone has appeared again. My previous knife was obviously about to split the woman, and it turned out to be disturbed by that person. It's a shame. Wabel, the stupid son of the landlord, said stupidly. Bacon, the short old woman with heavy makeup, did not respond. If it were in the past, she would definitely comfort and encourage her stupid son at the first time. But this time, she did not speak. At this moment, her old eyes were just staring at Luo Lin's back. Under the cover of dark clouds, the moonlight night is not very bright. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Naturally, her muddy old eyes became less real, however, even without seeing Luo Lin's face, even just looking at that figure from behind. Do not. It was the moment Luo Lin appeared between the courts. The hairs of the short old woman burst out unconsciously. The cold sweat wetted her body in an instant. The warning signs in her heart sounded to the extreme. The short body instinctively gave birth to great fear. The body is completely frozen in place from the inside out. Add bookmarks for easy reading. What on earth is it? Who is this B*********? D? Why does it make me feel so palpitations? The little old woman ISS Bajan was roaring and roaring in her heart. 039 who 039 her wheezing gradually increased. If the broken bellows in the woodcutter's house is hoarse and unpleasant. For a long while, the crutches in the hands of the short old woman Bajan landed heavily on the ground and let out a scream. I said B********, D, who on earth are you? Bajan exhausted all his strength and shouted hoarsely. Luo Lin still looked at Guillaume with a kindly expression on his face, unconsciously. Good, this is what you asked for. A vicious look flashed across the face of the little old woman Bajan. My beloved son, come on, hack them to death without leaving your hands. Ba-jin coldly ordered. I see, mother. A fool who claimed to be the Whitebeard too, Edward Wabel nodded, raised the blade in his hand high, and was about to chop down a slash that was even more terrifying than before. But at this moment, before Edward Wabel's paralyzing knife fell, an ethereal sword intent suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Wandering around like falling leaves, there seems to be nothing special. However, with the passing of this pitch-black sword intent, the space cracked with a clicking sound. I'm going to chop it, advertisement, Edward Wabel yelled. Just as his voice fell, that inconspicuous pitch-black sword intent arrived. Wrap around his right arm. Next moment 039 click 039. Wabel's entire arm broke under that sword aura along with the space. 039 chi 039 the dark brown blood came out 320 from Wabel's broken arm. However, it was the same as the wounds cut by Guillaume. Wabel's severed arm wound that was supposed to bleed heavily, but after only a few blood arrows, it no longer bleeds. It was as if the arm of a zombie had been cut off. Ah, mother, after a moment of stunned, Edward Wabel let out an anxious cry. Mom, how come my arm is broken? It hurts. Edward Wabel echoed in the sky with a crying voice. Don't panic, my most beloved son. Mom will pick it up for you, so don't panic. Take Mom now, let's get out of here first. The little old woman Bajan said don't panic, but her voice was filled with extreme panic and fear. If you don't care about anything else, you will run away. The landlord's stupid son Wabel nodded in a daze, causing Barkin to sit on his intact shoulders, with a broken arm and a knife to run away. Dad, they're going to run away, Guillaume reminded in a low voice. It's okay, let's leave it to your teacher Zephyr next, Luo Lin grinned. 039 boom 039 just as Luo Lin's voice fell. The monstrous killing intent rose into the sky from the path of Wabel and Barkin, and broke the dark clouds in the sky, making the bright moonlight shine down. Under the moonlight, a sturdy old man with purple hair walked calmly, his lips lightly opened. As a result, a desolate and tragic song of the Navy's soul-suppressing song sounded between the heavens and the earth. Chapter 187 Wanmikong Navy Soul-Saving Song. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi when the sky was full of clouds. So the bright moonlight shone down. Yuehua is like water, reflecting on the mottled earth. At the same time, it was also reflected on the strong old man with the sharp purple short hair. 039 the former admiral, the current chief instructor of the Navy, and the future chief instructor of Washung, head Zephyr stepped forward. There was no trace of anger on his old face, some are just sinking like stagnant water. At a certain moment, Zephy's lips lightly opened. As a result, a bleak and tragic song sounded between the heaven and the earth. The sea is watching the beginning of this world, the sea also knows the end of this world. So the direction it induces is the way forward, so it guides the right world. Pain, suffering, all for me broad, gentle, tolerant for me. The sea is watching, the beginning of this world. The sea also knows the end of this world. In case I disappear from this world, the omniscient sea will also guide. Not afraid because of you, not timid, friends are waiting. This is a guide from the sea. This is a guide for the dead Navy souls. This is a song of Wanmikong Navy town, soul and song. Zephy's desolate and tragic voice echoed, surging and endlessly between the world. Listening to the bleak singing, a worried look flashed across Gion's pretty face. Even the joy of meeting Dad Luo Lin is slightly diluted by the song at this moment. Teacher Z. Gion whispered softly. No problem, trust Zephyr, that guy is not weak enough to need your disciple to worry about. Luo Lin gently hugged Gion's delicate body and spoke quietly. Another ethereal sword intent emerged out of thin air from the blade of the black sword Kioshui. This time, it was Luo Lin's own wrist that was harder than a diamond. 039 tick-tick 039 blood diamonds brighter than red agate flowed from Luo Lin's wrist, dripping continuously on the arm pulled by Gion set, dripping into the terrible wound where white bones were faintly visible. This feeling, a long time feel the huge and familiar force of life rushing through the body here. The spirit that Gion originally fell on Zephyr returned. Then the pretty face was shocked. Dad, what are you doing? No, it's enough. I just got a slight injury. I don't need my father to treat it with my own blood. Gion struggled. Same as before. Advertisement. The last thing she wanted to see was Luo Lin, her omnipotent father, bleeding. Even if it is to heal wounds for yourself, because she didn't know whether this would have any effect on Luo Lin's own body. Because of distress. Nothing. Luo Lin patted Gion's beautiful back, speaking softly. As long as Gion sits obediently as before, it won't be beautiful if the girl's family has scars on her body. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Luo Lin grinned and said, after dealing with the biggest wound on Gion's arm, his fingertips rubbed the blood on Gion's pretty face. So the blood on her face disappeared, even the faint knife mark disappeared without leaving a trace. Followed by show feet, ankles, calves, waist. Well, it should be almost done, Gion, that's all the wounds on my body, right? Luo Lin asked with concern. Okay, everything is okay. If your father is still worried, you can do a full body examination like when you were a child. I won't refuse, if it's your father's request. Speaking of this, Gion's pretty face couldn't help being flushed. Even in front of Luo Lin, she was still a little girl. But after all, 36 years have passed. Her body is no longer a 4-year-old girl. You can't just show it to others casually, even if. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The object is his favorite dad. It's just that the words have been spoken, so naturally there is no room for recovery. If Dad really wants to have a full body examination. Thinking of this tiny possibility, Gion's face suddenly became more transparent. Like cooked prawns, it is also a red apple. 039. A soft sound. Ouch, shout out. Gun raised his hand to cover his red and swollen forehead, puffed up his small face, and looked at Luo Lin angrily. What is your little head thinking all day long? Luo Lin's face was full of black lines, slightly. Gion spit out a little fragrant tongue playfully. Okay, stop making trouble, it's about to start, watch your teacher Zephy's revenge battle, Luo Lin said solemnly. He looked deeply at Zephyr, who was more than 100 meters away. The song is over. Zephyr stopped. The huge mechanical arm of his right hand moved with the bulge of his arm muscles, evaporating large swaths of hot gas. Advertisement. Who do I think it is? Isn't this the former admiral who was beaten to tears by my son 7 years ago, Zephyr Haiwan? When the look of the person blocking the road was seen through the moonlight, the little old woman ISS Bajan was taken aback, and then laughed and mocked. What's the matter? Black-armed General Zephyr, haven't you eaten enough of the suffering 7 years ago? You have to rush to die today, don't you want your other arm anymore? The little old woman ISS Ba Jin exclaimed proudly. If you are acquainted, let me go quickly, we still have important things to deal with. The barking and taunting of the short old woman ISS Bajan. Zephyr seemed unheard of. It's just that the aura emanating from him is getting more and more terrifying. The atmosphere around Ling seemed to be frozen for it. Plus 4 years ago, Zephyr first encountered ISS Bacon and his stupid son Wabel in the sea. It was defeated by the world-famous Black Fist. The post-fool Wabel cried bitterly for mercy under the instructions of Isbarkin. Zephyr, the most kind-hearted general who did not kill, was soft-hearted and let him leave. However, it was precisely because of that soft heart that caused the tragedy 7 years ago. 7 years ago, after returning from practice, Weibo, Good Money Zhao, and his Bacon, who had mastered the power of monsters and devil fruits, once again attacked the intern team led by Zephyr to avenge their original revenge. But even if Wabel grew stronger and in human speed, he was still not an opponent of Zephyr, who was once the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters. It's just that Zephyr was not the only one on board at the time. The despicable ISS Bacon held the Navy students on board, as a threat, to force Zephyr to surrender and destroy one of his arms. However, even so, ISS Ba Jin still did not stop you. Wabel was ordered to kill all the students except Ain and Bins, who were defended by Zephyr, before finally leaving. Today, this is their third encounter. This time, Zephyr didn't have any ties to his side. This time, he won't have any softness anymore. The bloody hatred 7 years ago, it will end today. 039 Boom 039. The middle section of S is the lyrics sung by Zephyr, and the song at the beginning of the theater version Z, the title of the Sea Guide, plus. Chapter 188 Black Wrist broke out, the end of the battle. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. A thunder blasted out of thin air on the modeled ground. There is no superfluous words, there is no need for any more words. The pain, Regret and rage that had been suppressed for 7 years in Zephy's heart burst at this moment. Boom 039. The ground under Zephy's feet opened countless cobweb-like cracks at this moment. The parts of the shredder on the right arm are swiftly moving. A dazzling light illuminates from the palm of the shredder, releasing extreme light and heat. Mom, it's terrible, that man. Feeling the terrible killing intent coming to his face, the landlord's stupid son Wableton cried out in fear. Don't be afraid, my stupid son, this man is your past defeat. There is no need to be afraid. You just need to defeat him like last time. The little old woman Isbajan spoke with a cruel expression, then he quickly jumped off Wable's shoulder and ran away. Give it to me, my beloved son, defeat him like last time. ISS Bajan yelled. Okay, bewitched by Isbarkin, the fool Wable nodded confidently. Since my mother said that, then it must be correct, I am better than you, wow. White 2 Wable held the Yongdao high with one hand in his left hand and slashed straight in front of him. 039 Kang 039 Wable's scallion knife collided with Zephy's iron arm crusher. Striking sparks splashed in and out. The powerful shockwave spread, causing the Earth 030 to crack and sink. Smash BSTER, accompanied by Zephy's loud shouts, the light in the palm of the shredder instantly dazzled to the extreme. 039 Boom 039. The power of the smashing mechanical arm created by the genius scientist Vegapunk himself burst. The dazzling explosion flame spewed out, enveloping Wable. 039 Boom 039. Under the impact of the smashing explosion, Wable's head slammed back. The slender legs retreated unconsciously, leaving deep footprints one after another on the ground. It's so hot, Mom, it's so hot, Edward Wable shouted. The black smoke that had been hanging over his head disappeared, revealing a completely scorched face. The crescent-shaped white beard above his lips was also burned and no longer exists. Damn, Zephyr, you are still hiding this hand, it's really mean and shameless. The little old woman ISS Bajin righteously spoke. Immediately afterwards, he quickly looked at his stupid son Wable. My beloved son, don't be afraid. This degree of injury will not hurt your body at all, it will not hurt at all. Barking comforted. It doesn't hurt at all? Well, really, it doesn't hurt at all, so I can rest assured. Wable, the stupid son with a scorched body, grinned. 2 rows of white teeth and scarlet gums were exposed, in sharp contrast with his scorched black face at the moment, like a ghost crawling out of hell. The sea is watching the beginning of this world. The sea also knows the end of this world. Listening to the reprimand of the little old woman Isbacon, the expression on Zephy's face remained unchanged. He sang the bleak and tragic song of the Marine Guide again. It's so noisy. Listening to Zephy's singing, Edward Wable showed his upset expression for the first time. The lotus sword in the left hand was raised high. A strange light suddenly lit up on the knife, even if there is only one hand left. Advertisement: his strange power is still unparalleled in the world. Kaka, Edward Wable's blade fell suddenly, so there was a fierce hurricane between the world and the earth. Once he flew a town with this knife strike. Now, this domineering sword turned out again. Pain and suffering are tolerated for me, broad and gentle for me to tolerate. Zephy's tragic singing stopped here. Smash the tornado. Following Zephy's actions, the huge iron arm crusher smashed heavily on the ground. 039 Boom rumble. The earth shattered 039 under his heavy blow. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It's not the shattering of regularity like Luo Lin's. Rather, it presents a random distribution of highs and lows. Wable's overbearing sword touched and collided with Zephy's terrifying impact, bursting out dazzling brilliance. In the end, it turned into a tangible tornado storm swept away, covering the world. Smash bunting. Zephy's angry roar pierced through the dust in the sky. At the moment when the silly son Wable was at a loss, Zephy's huge mechanical pulverizer broke the smoke away and squeezed his scorched head tightly. 039 Boom boom boom. A series of crackling sounds. One firework after another exploded on Edward Wable's head. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Greater than dark brown blood mixed with white brains splashed in and out. Damn Zephyr, he did such a thing to my beloved son. Baddie, my son, use your power to slash him. The little old woman ISS Bacon finally couldn't help but yelled anxiously. Good mother, damn fellow, die for me, Wable shouted. 039 Kang 039 accompanied by a soft sound. A huge iron arm suddenly rose into the sky. That is the giant crusher on Zephy's right arm. Was knocked out by Wable with a weird ability. Ha 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 ha, good job, my son. Zephyr B***********, D. I see what you are still using to fight my most outstanding work, just take it to death. The little old woman Isba Blonde laughed out of complacency. Teacher Zephyr, standing side by side with Luo Lin in the distance. Guion, who was watching the battle, was about to step forward subconsciously. Wait, Guion? Luo Lin raised his hand to stop her. Next is the real beginning. Luo Lin grinned, mid-air. The fragments of the earth shrouded in the sky, and Zephy's face did not have any emotional changes due to the falling off of the crusher. Black wrist. The pitch-black arm color is domineering like a god's armor, gradually covering Zephy's arms. That is the most extreme arm color in the world. It was Zephyr who was once the strongest reliance on the Navy headquarters' highest combat power. This is the real black wrist Zephyr. The sea is watching, the beginning of this world. The sea also knows the end of this world. 039 boom 039 The atmosphere swayed under Zepha's black wrist circles of ripples. Advertisement amid the piercing blast, the extreme armed color fist heavily shot down on the hilt of Wable's blocked blade. Ka 039 Wable's blade, which is comparable to a sharp blade, shattered. It exploded completely in the next second. 039 boom 039. Zepha's black wrist hit his face. Wable shot down heavily. 039 boom 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 039 The heavens and the earth kept ringing the heroic sound like the beating of war drums. That was the sound of the collision between Zepha's extremely armed black wrist and Wable's monster body. Under the power of the black-armed general who broke out completely, even Wable, known as a monster, had no resistance at this moment, and his body appeared one after another with depressions. Stop it, stop fighting, the little old woman ISS Bajan exclaimed in horror. Stop Zephyr, surrender, we surrendered, you surrender too, my idiot son, let Master Zephyr beg for mercy as quickly as before. Correct Wable was also completely frightened, however, before he could speak his words, he was interrupted by Zepha's black wrist. This time, Zephyr will no longer be merciful, one mistake like that 14 years ago is enough. If you don't kill you, how can the souls of my beloved students rest in peace? Down pointing arrow. Finally, Zephyr spoke for the first time since the war began. Accompanied by this angry speech exploded. The armed color of Zepha's left arm is powerful and strong enough to come out through his body. 039 boom 039 The ultimate armed one punched down. The island shakes at this moment. The terrifying dark armed invaded Wable's body and destroyed all the organs in his body. Cut off all the muscle connections in his body. The battle is over. The desolate, tragic and majestic sea guide's song once again sounded from Zepha's mouth. In case I disappear from this world, the omniscient sea will also guide you not to be afraid, because of you. Don't be timid, friends are also waiting. Cut to the end. Chapter 189 The Shock and Fear of Miss Bajan. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. I will not be afraid because of you. I will not be timid, and my partners are also waiting. Modeled Earth. The desolate and tragic Navy soul-suppressing song gradually went to the end. The soft moonlight wine falls, shining on the strong old man with purple hair. The song came to the end. 2 lines of muddy tears slipped silently from the old man's cheeks and dropped to the ground. 039 Wow Zepha's old body shook violently, his steps gradually staggered. This battle, he won, but it will definitely not be as easy as it seems. In this high-intensity battle, his body has now reached its limit. Just standing is doing my best, however, it's all worth it. The regret and anger 7 years ago have finally been vented today. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Zephyr raised his hair unconsciously and let out a few long and cheerful howls. The next moment, his body fell to the ground unconsciously. When Teacher Zephyr saw this, Guillaume screamed anxiously. Teacher Zephyr! Teacher Zephyr! At the same time, there were several loud shouts of concern from the other side. Lush and Lush, Bins, the luxuriant fruit-capable man in fancy dress, twisted his body. So the earth rushed out a tough vine, woven into a chair, just to catch Zepha's body. Teacher Zephyr, are you okay? Ain, a girl with long aqua blue hair, was the first to gallop on the moon step. Looking worriedly at Zephyr, the mentor like his old father. It's okay. Zephyr raised his left hand and brushed it lightly on Ain's hair. This guy Tina's gaze fell on the tattered figure in the middle of the ruined earth. At a certain moment, the scorched black body that was tattered like mud moved. Miss Tina, be careful. At this moment, Bins, the man of luxuriant fruitability dressed in fancy clothes, shouted in horror. Edward Wable, this is still alive, is he a real monster? Bins exclaimed in anger. When the lush fruitability is activated, it is necessary to give Wable the final blow. However, he did not wait for his attack to fall. White 2 Wable raised half of his arm and fell again. The last top armed color shock from Zephyr destroyed all of his body. Ling's body turned into chaos inside. Advertisement. Even the connections between muscles are broken. Wable's relatively intact left eye glanced at the little old woman in the distance. With hope and desire in his eyes. You useless idiot son, you can win even an old handicapped man. You are not worthy of being my son like this. The little old lady with heavy makeup, Isbara's blonde hair and yells viciously. Old Zhang's face was full of hideous colors, but there was no grief over his son's imminent death. Because this was not her son. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. From the beginning to the end, she just regarded it as a powerful tool person, a tool person to collect money for her. Mom, the silly son Wable, who was completely abandoned, lost his breath at last, and his eyes gradually darkened. Hateful. Confirming that Wable could no longer stand up, Bajan looked extremely cold. This time I will stop here. Next time, I will bring a stronger and more useful son to destroy you all. The little old woman ISS Bajin said coldly. 039 bang 039. A purple smoke bomb exploded. Suddenly, a wide range of smoke evacuated, covering all directions. It's still the same old-fashioned as always. Just when ISS Bajan was about to take the opportunity to slip away, the illusory voice of Dao suddenly rang in her ears. The sound was not loud, but it sounded like thunder in her ears, and her brain was trembling and humming as it exploded. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Who is it? The little old woman, Isbald, let out a shrill cry full of horror. Next moment, under her staring horrified stare, the special smoke bomb 039 she prepared for retreat crushed 039. Wow, Lala 039 immediately afterwards, a gust of wind blew across the sky and the earth. The purple smoke with the cubes soared into the sky. The cold moonlight shone again, reflected on Luo Lin's smiling face with a slight killing intent. At the same time, it fell on the pale face of the little old woman ISS Bajan, which looked particularly cold. You, how can you be you? It's not impossible why you monster is still alive. After recognizing Luo Lin's face that had changed slightly compared to the past, the pale old face of the little old woman Ba Jin suddenly appeared extremely shocked and unbelievable. It seems to have seen the most incredible things in the world. The original ISS Bajan, a member of the 6th Legion of the Rocks Pirates, seems to have an old account between us decades ago that hasn't been settled. Zero seeking flowers. Luo Lin smiled and spoke. The smile is gentle, like a spring breeze. However, in the eyes of ISS Bajan, it looked like a devil's smile, which made her unconsciously chase her body and chill. She remembered, all remembered. Advertisement about those past decades ago. There was a war on that island of gods 36 years ago. 36 years ago, you designed Xiaohe and caused her serious injury. I haven't counted it with you. Today, I did it on my daughter. Do you really know how to write death? Luo Lin shouted in a low voice. The sound rushed out along with the surging killing intent. Feeling the biting killing intent coming, an expression of extreme horror suddenly appeared on the face of the short old woman ISS Bajan. The stiff body retreated unconsciously and finally fell to the ground. No, Barkin shook his head in fear. By the way, I am the white-bearded woman who is the strongest man in the white-hued world. Wabel is the Whitebeard's son. If you kill him, the king of the sea will be angry. But as long as I don't say it, Bybeard won't know that he won't know that his son was killed by you, so he won't look for you to find out what to do. Let me go, I will never say it. The little old woman Bajan spoke hopefully. Your son is dead, you don't let it go, and you have to use it one last time. People like you are not worthy of being a parent at all. Ziyuan's face was frosty, and said coldly, who cares about this? Since it is my son, of course I can use it as I like. This is the mother's baby son. Bajan yelled as if he had lost his mind, I think you have misunderstood something. Luo Lin spoke. Who do you say is afraid of Whitebeard? Who do you say will get angry? Who do you say is the strongest in the world? The three deep into the soul fell with the corner. Chapter 190 Shock, Dad of Lieutenant General Teodu. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, and the dark blades passed by. The blood rose to the sky. At the same time, there was also the head of Isbagina who looked extremely shocked and horrified until his death. 039 Buzz 039. The big sharp sword, the black sword, Kiyoshue, groaned softly, and then returned the sword into its sheath. Dad, did you admit it just now? Guillaume smiled like a flower, holding Luo Lin's arm affectionately. Admit what? Luo Lin asked rhetorically. Of course I admit that you are my father. Guillaume took it for granted. When, just now, you said before you killed her, my daughter, I heard it. No, I'm not. Rowling suddenly denied the three consecutive. Obviously. Guillaume wrinkled her nose like a little girl and waved her small pink fist in protest. Between talking and laughing, Luo Lin and Guillaume walked under the dumbfounded gaze of Tina, Ain, San, and Bins. Stand still in front of Zephyr who looks weak. You are really old, Zephyr, it took so long to clean up a puppet. Luo Lin smiled. Humph, Zephyr closed his eyes and snorted unconvincingly. But also did not speak. It seems that he does not want to start a debate with Luo Lin on this issue. After all, he couldn't win no matter how he thought or looked at it. I'm old and old, my temper is getting more and more stubborn, but who made you have my brother? Come and give you some good things to supplement, and you will be alive and kicking immediately. Luo Lin said with a smile. Hearing this, Zephyr suddenly opened his eyes. Don't, Zephyr resolutely refused. Of course he knew what the good things Roland said. In a sense, it is indeed a unique treasure in the world. He is currently in a weak state, if he can be treated by Luo Lin. It must be restored in an instant. Even those old injuries and pains in the body can be greatly relieved. The benefits are numerous, but Zephyr refused decisively. There is no other reason, only because Zephyr, who has worked with Luo Lin for many years, clearly knows Luo Lin's 039 blood 039. What is the sequelae of the treatment? After all, he had seen it with his own eyes. Great sea heroes such as Roger and Raleigh will be affected by the sequelae 039. He even chased behind Luo Lin and called Big Brother. For Zephyr, that scene is still deeply impressed, unforgettable in a lifetime, so since then. Zephyr and Carp silently vowed to carry them even if they were injured. Never let Luo Lin intervene, especially now. Advertisement. As the chief instructor of the Navy, he is the majestic teacher in the hearts of countless naval elites. If someone knows that he is chasing a young man and calling 039 brother, how can it be done? He is also a decent person. You want face? Say no, then refuse. Never regret it. Ha ha. Luo Lin couldn't help but smile when he read ZFA's firm conviction. What are you polite with me? Are you all brothers? While speaking, Luo Lin stepped forward and raised his wrist. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Don't come over. Zephyr, who realized that Luo Lin was going to force it this time, felt bad, his eyes suddenly widened. He wanted to resist, however, just after the battle with Wabel, he really didn't have much strength left. When Luo Lin turned his hands over, he was suppressed. Haha, realize it, Zephyr. Luo Lin grinned. A-hole. Zephyr looked panicked. Who are you? What do you want to do to Teacher Zephyr? At the time of ZFA's Distress 039, Binz, who was dressed in bells and whistles, finally couldn't help but scream out. The shock on Binz's face has not broken since he saw Luo Lin and Jiyuan talking and laughing intimately. But even if he was shocked and saw his teacher in danger, he naturally couldn't stand still. And many more. Stop Binz, and NB to add bookmarks for easy reading. SP. Just when Binz couldn't help but stop, Ain and Tina both stopped. Ain, who is that person? Binz said anxiously. Having never been to Binz on the west coast, naturally he didn't know the miracles caused by Roland at this time. Binz, don't panic. This matter is very complicated. I couldn't explain it clearly for a while. In short, this person is not a bad person, but a friend of Teacher Zephyr. Ain said concisely. Nani. Binz, who was dressed in bells and whistles, suddenly widened his eyes. Although from the previous dialogue between Luo Lin and Zephyr, he also heard something. But after getting the confirmation from Ain, he was still shocked to the point of indescribable. Frozen for a while, unable to return to his senses for a long time. The other side. Tina's face also had a shocking color that could not be concealed. Looking at the smile of the old sister Gao Leng, who was like an iceberg, the flower of the high mountain in the navy peach rabbit Guion, the expression on Tina's face gradually became sluggish. Sister Guion, is this gentleman the person you wanted to see last time in Alabaston? Tina asked. Okay, Guion nodded with a chuckle. Then you really are Guion's sister's father? Tina took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in her heart, and asked again. Yes, it is. Guion raised his chin proudly. Tina. Nani. When I heard the question and answer between Guion and Tina. Not only Binz, but even Ain's pre-face at this time was extremely shocked. That person is still your father in Guion, advertisement. Ain whispered unconsciously. Not just a friend of Teacher Zephyr, but also Lieutenant Admiral Teodu's father. What is this gentleman sacred? Binz's body twisted unconsciously. So the earth rushed out one vine after another, and wrapped his whole person in it. What Time heard was too shocking. He needs to find a place to be quiet and digest well. What's wrong, little girls? After finishing the treatment of Zephyr, Luo Lin clapped his hands and said with a smile on his face. No, nothing. With a bright smile on Guion Chao's face, she took 50 Luo Lin's arm affectionately again. Dad, let's watch the sunrise together, Guion smiled. It's only midnight, and the sunrise is still several hours away, Luo Lin said. Hey, Shinshin, Guion is lost. Okay, then wait and see. Roland compromised. Great, Dad is the best. Guion suddenly became happy again. Next moment, under Tina and Ain's stunned gazes. Guion stood on tiptoe, bright red lips pecked on Luo Lin's face heavily. Hey, why is it the same as when I was a child? It's all saliva. Luo Lin 039 disliked 039 Road. Don't they? Do you think Dad will teach me? Guion's big eyes flashed, opening his face expectantly. Reject. Luo Lin said decisively. Cut it. Chapter 191 Guion's Kiss. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, while Lala 039. Waves wave after wave, beating the rocks on the seashore. Several sea beasts jumped out of the sea, bringing up a few waves. There are seagulls hovering in pairs in the sky. There is also a man and a woman cuddling each other on the cliff. This cliff now belongs to the space between Luo Lin and Guion 039 father and daughter 039. Even if she has grown into a slim and big girl, but in front of Luo Lin, the alternate general of the Navy headquarters Teodu Guion was still the little girl who loved to act like a baby. From early morning to dawn, time passed quickly. Then, Dad, you know, okay, Teodu Guion, who has always been named the flower of the Navy Kalin, almost said what she said this night was almost equal to the sum of her 1 year's total. All night, her little mouth was like fried beans, almost never stopped. Her experience since she was 5 years old and up to now. No matter the details, it leads to Luo Lin 039 report. It's like filling in all the blanks of the past 36 years. There is pain, joy, anger. Luo Lin listened quietly to Guion's story most of the time. A compliment from time to time, one by one, is enough for 10 people to enjoy the garden for a long time. Daddy, let me tell you that there is a very annoying guy in the Navy. I have rejected him almost 100 times, but that guy still doesn't give up. Guion complained. Of course this is because my Guion is so outstanding. Luo Lin smiled. That is, but the T-Dolphin guy is really annoying. He is still happy when I hit him. Do you think he is sick? Guion grinned. Okay, wait for me to arrive at the Navy headquarters tomorrow, and I will help you teach that kid well. Luo Lin said casually. Really? Of course. Then Dad, you can follow us today. Return to the Navy headquarters. Guion opened his mouth with hope, and his beautiful eyes were shining. Sorry Guion, I'm afraid it won't work today. I have something to deal with later. Roland Road. Cut it. Guion suddenly cut with disappointment. Forget it, anyway, there will be more opportunities in the future. Thinking of this, Guillaume's pretty face was resplendent again. Dad, look, the sun is out. Guillaume leaned against Luo Lin's arms, and pointed at the fiery red sun at the end of the sky like a little girl, and uttered a happy cry. Eastern skyline. The sun rose slowly. The reflected sky and the sea are both gorgeous. At a certain moment, the huge fireball leapt forward and completely jumped out of the sea, reaching the sky. It's sunrise. Time to go. Sorry, Guillaume, next time, I will ask you to have a big meal next time to compensate. Luo Lindau. Then it's settled, I want to eat a big meal. Guillaume exaggerated gestures. Luo Lin grinned and rubbed his big hand affectionately on Guillaume's small head. Then trouble Jiuan, you help me and Zephyr and the others are separate. Okay. Guillaume nodded obediently, let's do this first. And many more. Guillaume suddenly reached out and grabbed Luo Lin's corner of his clothes. Is there anything else? Luo Lin wondered. Advertisement, Daddy, come here. Guillaume beckoned. Luo Lin approached suspiciously. Next second, the soft lips once again printed on Luo Lin's profile. Time seems to freeze at this moment, against the backdrop of the red sun. This scene is picturesque. 10 minutes later, it's gone. Guillaume on the cliff sighed softly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Although it's a bit unfair to Sister He, it's better for my father not to go to the Navy headquarters. Mr. Sengoku was really angry about the incident on Judicial Island. If they met, they would not fight well, and world government. A sharp light flashed in Guillaume's beautiful eyes. This time I will never let you do whatever you want. I am now strong enough to protect Dad. Guillaume nodded firmly. 039 Wow. The pink cloak of justice, which represents the Lieutenant General, flutters in the wind. The flower of jailing in the Navy, the alternate General Teo Tujiyuan returns. The west coast of Thousand Sail Island. The 3 warships lined up in a row, mooring quietly on the coast. The faces of the Marines are all with happy smiles, and they are eagerly preparing for the sailing. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The Thousand Sail Island operation this time can be called a complete success. This action, 3,000 seamen participated in the war on the Navy side. 3,000 people survived. No one died. This is simply a miracle. Created a miracle in the known history of the Navy. And all this is due to the 039 Miracle Man who they didn't even know the name. That medical technique can pass 039 God 039, no, maybe that is the real God. Sergeant Dusky, do you think we can still see that gentleman? I really want to say thank you in front of him again and again. The Navy Corporal Lord spoke with a face full of admiration. There will be a chance. A smile appeared on the corner of Dasiki's mouth. For sure, Mr. Daikin, was that gentleman really a Lieutenant Admiral of our Navy before? On the other side, Corporal Lei Luo also opened his mouth with admiration. I don't know, but when I go back to the Navy headquarters this time, just ask the old people in the headquarters, and you may be able to know. Brigadier General Daikin smiled. Okay. Hey, Corporal Lei Luo, the gentleman said, let you go back to your hometown soon. Don't let the little girl wait too long. After you go back, I will give you a holiday. Brigadier General Daikin said with a smile. What? Corporal Lei Luo was taken aback and scratched the back of his head at a loss. It's too sudden, but if the gentleman said it, eh? Corporal Lero seemed to be determined and nodded heavily. In similar conversations were going on everywhere on the 3 warships. Advertisement: the atmosphere is warm. Lieutenant General Teodu is back. At a certain moment, a looking navy saw Guillaume in the sky and suddenly shouted. Sister Guillaume 853 inches. Sister Guillaume, Tina, Ain and others all came forward immediately. Sister Guillaume, where is that uncle? Tina asked with an awkward face. Left already. Guillaume nodded calmly. It's good to go, hum. Zephyr snorted. At the moment of turning around, a trace of loss flashed across his face. Do not even say goodbye to say goodbye, but also say that it is a brother. Humph, I will settle accounts with you next time I meet. Zephyr thought to himself. Teacher Zephyr, your expression. Next, Smog looked at Zephy's expression at the moment, and suddenly showed a ghostly expression. My face? Zephyr was taken aback for a moment, and immediately reacted, and immediately hit Smog with a fat beating. What are you doing here? There's nothing to do, right? Don't get out of here. Zephyr shouted with dignity. Yes, all the Marines were all horrified, and hurriedly looked for things to do. After half an hour, 3 warships in front and 2 behind, with a large number of pirates, sailed away from this ruined island of pirates and returned to the Navy headquarters. At the same time, thousands of miles away from the sky of Chinfan Island, the newspaper bird with its big pockets is as busy today as ever. At a certain moment, the space of the sky where the newspaper bird was located suddenly disappeared. The next second, the delivery bird disappeared abruptly. Instead, a young man in white appeared. Finally caught up. Chapter 192 Disciple of Pluto Raleigh. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Sunny and gentle, and the breeze was not dry. For the great root of unpredictable climate change, today is a rare good weather. The newspaper bird with its big pocket hung on the sea breeze, soaring in the sky, bringing the latest news of the sea to people everywhere. At a certain moment, 2 ships, one large and one small, appeared in the sight of the delivery bird. Door-to-door business. The black wings turned slightly, and it was about to fly to the 2 pirate boats on the sea. But at this moment, the horror thing happened to Ling's newspaper delivery bird. The space around it suddenly changed beyond words. Quack! The newspaper Wu flapped its wings in a panic. The next moment was the sudden disappearance of the bird and the newspaper. The reappearance is already in another sea area more than 100 miles away. At the same time, in the sky where the delivery bird was, a young man in white appeared instead. Luo Lin spread out his right hand, with a small piece of life card standing in his palm. This is what Shiki gave before he left the shampoo. The owner of the life card is an intelligence agent under Shiki, used to indicate the direction for Luo Lin after arriving at Qinfan Island. As a result, what even Shiki didn't expect was that the Navy launched a raid on Pirate Island. For various reasons, Luo Lin's trip was also delayed. Only then did I finally meet the intelligence agent. At this moment, the life card happened to be pointing at the pirate ship directly below. Finally caught up, it seems it's not too late. At the same time, the endless sea. 2 pirate boats, one large and one small, touched each other. A smiling flag was hung on the big pirate ship, representing the largest intermediary in the underground dark world, the Clown, and also the Don Quixote Doflamingo of Kyuhai. As for the other ship, there was a little-known pirate flag. At this moment, another small pirate ship has been taken by the Don Quixote family of the big ship. Master Diamante, I've searched them all, there is no one on board. What the hell is going on? The coffee in the cabin is still hot, but why can't no one find it? Aren't we hell? This is a ghost ship. Upon hearing this, the pirates of the Don Quixote family's eyes widened in horror. What? Screams sounded. The tall man in red leather pants, Diamante, the highest cadre of the square army of the Don Quixote family, kicked one of them into the sea. Idiot, in broad daylight, where are so many ghost ships? Diamante said coldly. Advertisement. His gaze swept across the deserted pirate ship, and finally landed on the observation deck above the mast. Hey, B******* D above, do you still want my uncle to ask you to come out? Agaga. The girl's helpless soft cry sounded from the observatory on the mast. It seems that it's over now, really, when on Earth the person Shiki said will come, and if you follow along, you will almost return to the shampoo. The young girl on the lookout platform straightened the peaked cap on her head and complained dissatisfiedly. Someone is there, really up there, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. As expected, Lord Diamante. The flattering sound of the Don Quixote pirates suddenly sounded on the boat. Since you all said that, then I will admit it. Diamante grinned with a triumphant smile, which was obviously very useful to others' rainbow farts. That one. The girl in the peaked cap on the lookout stage raised her hand, interrupting Diamante's complacency. If I say that I just happened to be in the same direction as you, do you believe it? The peaked cap girl asked tentatively. Since you have said so, then I will believe. The girl in the peaked cap suddenly brightened her eyes. Sword snake sword. A touch of sarcasm at the corner of Diamante's mouth. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. In the arc of the arc, the western sword in his right hand suddenly flicked out. Under the effect of the superhuman line's ability to fly fruits, the fine iron western sword in Diamante's hand fluttered suddenly. It stretched out like a poisonous snake, biting towards the girl in the peaked cap on the fetters of the observatory. The girl in the peaked cap let out a sweet cry, tapped her toe lightly, her figure floating out. Next moment, there was a loud noise. The viewing platform and the mast were destroyed and broken by Diamante's snake sword. It smashed on the top of the cabin and was in a mess in an instant. Agaga. The girl in the peaked cap, with a light body, showed a lingering appearance, and stepped on the collapsed mast with a lingering frustration. You, a big man, attacked a weak girl of me, it's really shameless. The girl in the peaked cap rebuked her with hands on her hips, puffed up. What did you say? You dare to speak rudely to Lord Diamante and don't want to live anymore. You stinky girl, I think you are tired and crooked. The pirates on the Don Quixote ship were filled with righteous indignation. Lord Diamante, leave that little girl to me to solve it. The famous pirate Quixote raised his sword and stepped forward confidently. 1 second later, only the sound of falling into the water could be heard, and the confident big sword pirate was kicked into the sea. Smelly girl, there are 2 things, but I met our brother. Advertisement 039 puff through 039 039 puff through 039. The 2 fell into the water again. In no time, there were more than a dozen water splashes on the sea. Agaga, why bother? The girl in the peaked cap shook her head helplessly. As Shiki's best intelligence agent, the strength of the peaked cap girl is certainly not weak. Not only physical skills, but even seeing and hearing color and arm color are learned. And the teacher who taught her the 2-color domineering is the legendary great pirate, Pluto Sirbaz Riley. Wow, domineering power, but it's just a little girl who has even learned domineering. Now I am really more and more curious about you, good money. Diamante grinned. Agaga, Diamante, the fluttering man of Nanbuhedo Flamenco, I may not be able to beat. Halfway through the words of the peaked cap girl, she stopped abruptly. Next second, the little face under her peaked cap was extremely shocking. Her beautiful eyes widened, and her small mouth was wide open. It seems to have seen something incredible. What's the matter, little girl? If I'm afraid now, it's a little too late. Seeing the shocked expression on the face of the girl in the peaked cap, Diamante suddenly showed a smug expression on her face. The shocked expression on the peaked cap girl's face remained as she raised her hand and pointed at Diamante's back mechanically. Brother, what are you doing with this? Your boat is gone, the peak girl said with a surprised expression. Diamante. Then suddenly turned around. Chapter 193 Diamante lost his voice in shock. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi on a dilapidated small sailboat. The young girl wearing a peaked cap is independent of the collapsed mast. In front of him is a group of Quixote pirates headed by Diamante. Behind him is the irreversible sea. This situation is simply desperate for a girl in her 20s. But there was no trace of fear on the face of the peaked cap girl. The look on Chao's face is always. As the best intelligence officer under Shiki, she has experienced even more dangerous situations than today. The most worried thing about the peaked cap girl right now is the task of staring at Don Quixote that Shiki explained. It has been a long time since the agreed time, and the person in charge of the connection has not appeared for a long time. She can only continue to wait. It's just that this time with the ship has been exposed, and then I want to dive directly into Don Quixote's ship. I am afraid it will take a lot of effort. The girl in the peaked cap glanced with big eyes as she thought about it. So the next second, she looked at the Don Quixote transporter and suddenly there was a person in her sight. It really appeared suddenly. The face of the girl in the peaked cap suddenly appeared astonished. But the next moment, something even more shocking happened to her. When the young man in white appeared on the Don Quixote transport ship, all the pirates responsible for staying behind the ship fell to the ground without warning. Clean and neat. The Don Quixote transport ship guarded by hundreds of people is so simple that it has fallen into the control of others. Do not. It's not just that. The girl in the peaked cap suddenly reacted. From beginning to end, there was no sound on the Don Quixote transport ship. The whole process was like a silent pantomime, except that she saw it with her own eyes. The pirates on the ship with her at the moment were unaware of it. Even Diamante, who has a domineering look and feel, is ignorant at the moment. Diamante's attention in the red leather pants is still on her, with a joking smile on her face, as if he is holding the winning ticket. Upon seeing this, the girl in the peaked cap couldn't help showing a strange expression on her pretty face full of shock. What's the matter, little girl? If I want to beg for mercy now, it's not that I can't let you go. Diamante smiled unconsciously. As a result, the weird color on the face of the peaked cap girl even worse. Brother, what are you pretending to do with me? Your house has been stolen. The girl in the peaked cap raised her delicate hand, pointed her index finger behind Diamante, Bafai, and finally couldn't help but remind her. The playful smile on Diamante's face suddenly stagnated. Little girl, what are you talking about? A Don Quixote pirate yelled. Master Diamante, all the people on board our boat are down. Another pirate who turned to check the situation subconsciously, his eyes widened suddenly, and then let out a horrified cry. Advertisement, Nani. This time, the other Don Quixote pirates were all dumbfounded. One by one, they turned around and looked at their own transport ship. What I saw was the quiet deck, as well as the comrades lying down and down. Hey, what is going on? Master Diamante, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ghosts. Are they really made by ghosts? Why didn't a sound come out? They were all taken to hell by the ghosts of death? The Quixote pirates shouted in shock and horror, screw you. Diamante once again kicked the panic-spreading fool into the sea. The cold gaze was locked on the girl in the peaked cap. I really underestimated you, there are accomplices, Diamante said coldly. Agaga, there is nothing to do if it is exposed, but in the first place, my partner is very strong. Although she didn't know who the thief that suddenly appeared was. But since Diamante is so brainy to add bookmarks for easy reading. Yes, then admit it by the way, just take this opportunity to get out. Can you please tell me where did your accomplice who did these things hide? Diamante slammed stepped on the mast, and the wooden mast suddenly appeared cracks and crumbling. 039 squeak 039 just as Diamante's voice fell, the Don Quixote transport ship heard the sound of the door opening. The first floor of the cabin opened, and Luo Lin stepped out peacefully from the cabin. He didn't even glance at Diamante, but fell directly on the girl in the peaked cap. Hey, the little girl over there, you are one of Shachi's men, let's get on the boat. Luo Lin spoke calmly. When Luo Lin's voice fell, the audience suddenly fell into a dead silence. The girl in the peaked cap was dumbfounded, because she now knows that the young man who appeared suddenly and seized the Don Quixote transport ship in an instant is really her partner. It is the 039 contact person for her mission this time. Who the hell is this? Why give her an incredible feeling? It was like the first time I saw Lei more than 10 years ago. The peaked cap girl thought shocked, the other side. Don Quixote headed by Diamante the guys are also dumbfounded. What is the situation? Arrogant, it is too arrogant. Advertisement I don't know what method was used to seize their ship, now he is just calling his partner aboard. Is this your ship? When we are the heir? A-hole, who are you? What did you do to our boat, and the people on it? Do you know who you were shooting against? Our captain is Kiwu Haitian Yasha? We are members of the Don Quixote family. After knowing this, do you want to continue to oppose us? You dare to provoke our Don Quixote family, do you really want to live? After a brief period of confusion, all the pirates of the Quixote family blasted out angrily. The noise is like the cicadas in summer, and it is annoying. Chapter 193 Diayundi was shocked and lost her voice. 15 Seeking order, 55. Are Xiao Ming's men just such a group of noisy trash? It's really disappointing. On the transport ship, Luo Lin shook his head disappointedly. What did you say? Brothers, don't talk nonsense with him, come on. You don't need Master Diamante to take action, let's go up together and take him down. The pirates of Don Quixote were furious at once, and the copyist jumped up and wanted to jump back to his own transport ship to launch a siege on Luo Lin. 039 boom 039 At this moment, Luo Lin on the transport ship took a step. One step down, the calm sea suddenly set off turbulent waves. The only ones who jumped into the air all the Don Quixote pirates, all their eyes rolled white, instantly lost consciousness, and fell into the sea like dumplings. Overlord domineering. Finally, Diamante, the highest cadre of the Don Quixote family, couldn't help but yell in horror. Chapter 194 The Overlord Color Far Surpassing Pluto Raleigh. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, boom. One step down. Thousands of waves are set off by the sea. The overlord color that was so powerful that even the clouds in the sky collapsed into the sky rushed out. Taking Luo Lin as the origin, sweeping and spreading towards the four directions. The world seemed to fall into a moment of stillness. The vicious Don Quixote pirates just jumped from the ship and stopped in midair. The swords and weapons in their hands fell weakly. Their eyes gradually turned white, and their consciousness lost in an instant. 039 puff through, 039 puff through, a series of pops sounded. It was the sound of a group of pirates falling into the sea. The world is quiet. For a long time, that powerful overlord color domineering gradually receded. 039 Gudong 039 Diamante swallowed hard. At this moment, under the impact of Luo Lin's overlord look, only Diamante, who was the highest cadre of Don Quixote, could barely remain sober. However, now the expression on Diamante's face is already occupied by shock. That terrifying oppressive force rushing toward the face. Even his spirit is a force that has been completely suppressed. How can he not know this overlord looks domineering? Finally, Diamante's inner shock turned into a scream at the moment and blurted out. The same king's heir as Dover, only 1 in a million people is domineering. How can that be? It's just a mere paradise, and also. What happened to the previous overlord color? Why, in my opinion, it is almost twice as terrifying as Dover's overlord, no, 10 times. How could there be such a terrifying overlord look above this sea? Who are you? The more Diamante thought deeply, the more shocked his heart was. In the end, it overflowed and turned into a scream of horror. On the other side, the girl in the peaked cap on the mast was as shocked as Diamante at this time. This is the domineering look of the overlord, the same overlord appearance as Teacher Lei, and it is much more terrifying than the overlord look of Teacher Lei. Is this the incredible monster that Sister Shiki said in her contact? The girl in the peaked cap murmured unconsciously. Clear. Advertisement, it's all clear. Whether it is the inexplicable words in Shiki's contact. It was also the 039 pantomime 039 performance on the Don Quixote ship that she had witnessed before. Those Don Quixote pirates who fell with Luo Lin's appearance before, are the same as now, all because of Luo Lin's domineering look like a monster. Agaga, a young monster more terrifying than Teacher Riley, my god. The girl in the peaked cap widened her eyes. 039 Kaka, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The tattered mast under the girl's feet was finally overwhelmed by Luo Lin's previous domineering impact. It broke apart in the sound of clicking. The girl in the peaked cap standing on the mast suddenly let out an exclamation. She was still in shock, but she didn't have the slightest mental preparation. Falling straight towards the sea, however, just before the girl fell into the sea, waves suddenly appeared in the space. The girl in the peaked cap felt her gaze in a trance. Next second, the position she was in was suddenly changed from the sea to Luo Lin's embrace. The girl in the peaked cap. This sudden change caused the girl in the peaked cap to suddenly widen her beautiful eyes, staring straight at Luo Lin, who was right in front of her. For a time, nothing could be said. Little girl, just now I heard you say Teacher Lei, you are a disciple of Lei. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading, Luo Lin asked with a smile. The smile was gentle like a spring breeze, flowing from the girl's heart. Huh. The girl in the peaked cap let out a comfortable moan. The Zhao body trembled unconsciously under the stimulation of the fiery temperature from Luo Lin's big hands. What's the matter? Luo Lin raised his brows. Nothing. The girl in the peaked cap who finally reacted quickly broke free from Luo Lin's embrace. On the cheeky face that can be broken by blowing, there is no way to fly up into red clouds. 039 Hoo 039 The girl in the peaked cap took a deep breath continuously. Relying on the training since childhood, it suppressed the beating of the heart and returned to the previous peaceful state. Agaga, my name is Alice, the #1 intelligence agent under Sister Shiki. The peaked cap girl introduced herself, Luo Lin. Luo Lin nodded and replied Forest. The peaked cap girl Alice subconsciously repeated it, her eyebrows furrowed slightly like a distant mountain, and she fell into contemplation. At this moment, her brain is running fast. Advertisement. She wanted to find bits and pieces of information about Luo Lin's name from the massive amount of intelligence she had obtained from walking the ocean for more than 10 years. After all, a young monster like Luo Lin, who possesses a domineering look, will definitely not be unknown. However, the final search results surprised the peaked girl Alice. Nothing, this is simply unscientific. After all, she is the #1 general under the intelligence expert Shiki. There should be no top powerhouse she hasn't heard of in this sea. But where did this big guy in front of you come from? Could it be that what pops out of the stone is not possible? Listening to the rich psychological activities of the peaked cap girl Alice, especially the last guess, Luo Lin was also completely speechless. Because from a certain angle, Luo Lin can indeed be said to have jumped out of the stone. This little girl's brain circuit seems a little strange, a bit interesting, Luo Lin thought to himself. Now, little girl Alice, are you interested in working for me, including food and housing, and the salary you want? Luo Lin smiled and invited. Although the brain circuit is a little strange, but as the #1 member of Shiki, Alice, a girl who has even been taught by Raleigh of Hades, her intelligence ability is absolutely outstanding, and it is beyond ordinary people. Ratio. If she joins, it will definitely be a big help for Luo Lin to establish his own intelligence network. Okay. The sudden invitation from Luo Lin made the peaked cap girl Alice in Ling suddenly startled, and a strange look appeared on her pretty face. What's the matter? Luo Lin puzzled. Agaga, Sister Shiki is right, said the girl Alice. What did Shiki say? Luo Lin raised his brow slightly. Sister Shiki said that the person in charge of the connection this time is a monster. She likes to eat young and beautiful girls the most. Let me protect myself and don't be fooled. While the girl Alice was talking, she quietly moved a little away from Roland. Chapter 195 Scared to Pee? Doflamingo's Unbearable Past? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Agaga, Sister Shiki is right. Although this guy is quite handsome, I will never be fooled. Alice, the girl in the peaked cap, looked at the marks on Luo Lin's cheeks, wrinkled her nose, and warned herself in her heart. As a result, the black lines on Luo Lin's forehead became denser. What is a monster that likes to eat little girls? He has to be a reliable senior. Is it possible that the guy Shiki expected that he was going to dig her corner, so he couldn't prevent it in advance? Thinking of this, Roland suddenly became speechless. Suddenly there was no answer. At this moment, a deep voice suddenly sounded from another adjacent ship. It was Diamante, the highest cadre of the Don Quixote family, who was scared by Roland's overlord look. After a long period of psychological construction, his shocked and horrified heart finally calmed down with 303. A pair of small eyes hidden under the flower hat stared at Luo Lin on the boat. I mean, who are you? The place where you stand is my boat. Diamante lowered his voice and spoke deeply, not anymore from now on. Luo Lin said calmly, of course. Kakao 39 The deck under Diamante's feet cracked and clicked. On his arm and forehead, one after another blue veins were moving. Represents the anger that is close to breaking out in his heart at this moment. What does it mean to start now? That's our Don Quixote's ship. I'm still standing, listening to Roland's words for granted. Diamante burst his lungs with anger. In his place, the highest cadre of the Don Quixote family, the robbery was open and honest. For Diamante, this kind of thing is the first time ever. It seems that this time I was really underestimated. Diamante grinned in a dangerous arc. Leap lightly and return to the transport ship. Even if you look down on people, there is a limit. We are the Don Quixote family. Diamante said coldly, and then, Luo Lin raised his chin calmly. The scene of Diamante's forehead became more bulging. But it's just that good luck awakens the overlord domineering. This is not your proud capital, but our Don Quixote family also has a Wang 039. Diamante speaks proudly, Wang. Haha, if you are referring to Doflamingo, then the king in your mouth was scared to pee in front of me. Luo Lin shook his head casually. Advertisement 36 years ago, at the Mary Joa Coliseum, Luo Lin once opened a side to a Draco kid who was scared to pee his pants. The little devil who was scared of incontinence under Luo Lin's murderous aura was today's Kiwu Hai Duo Flamenco. Only Luo Lin and Doflamingo, who were the parties, knew about this past event. Not to mention Diamante, who was loyal to Doflamingo. It was the peaked cap girl Alice on the side that she was full of disbelief when she heard Luo Lin's story. As long as this is Luo Lin's casual mouth hitting. To shut up. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi, Diamante yelled suddenly. Dover is the only king we recognize, not an existence you can slander at will, go to death. The king was so denied and reprimanded by Luo Lin, and Diamante's anger finally broke out. Diamante smiled fiercely, put his right hand in his arms, and took out 3 fancy firework tubes. 039 bang bang 0393 salutes. Countless colorful confetti rushed up and flew into the air, enveloping Luo Lin and the girl Alice. Slowly falling with the wind. Agaga, I always feel a little bit bad. The peaked cap girl Alice raised her forehead lightly, and she unconsciously gave birth to a warning sign in her heart as she watched the sky full of confetti. Those confetti are dangerous. It's just fireworks, no big deal, don't panic. And NB to add bookmarks for easy reading. SP. Luo Lin waved his hand without paying attention. Hey, since you have said so, let the fireworks come more fierce, just a little bit. Diamante gave a cold smile, Death Star dust. Accompanied by a loud shout from Diamante. The next second, the sudden change occurred. The original light and fluttering shreds of paper have undergone a fundamental material change at this moment. With Diamante's ability to lift the shreds of foreign wine and wine, the shreds of paper recovered into sharp iron tribulus one after another. Spinning towards Luo Lin and the girl Alice below. Densely dense, inevitable. If it is an ordinary person, it will inevitably be riddled with holes under this fierce attack. This is the ability of Floating Man Diamante. The flying fruit of the Superman series gave him the lightness of turning all the inorganic matter into a silk-like form. When necessary, it will return to its original character. As now Agaga, I'm not good at it. Seeing the sky full of confetti suddenly turned into tribulus, the peaked cap girl Alice suddenly widened her beautiful eyes, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. Just as the girl Alice was thinking about how to get out, a big fiery hand suddenly passed through her slender waist and hugged her. Advertisement, the girl subconsciously screamed, and she was about to struggle. Don't panic, leave it to me next. Luo Lin's voice rang in the ears of the girl Alice. Listening to Luo Lin's voice, the tight heart of the young girl Alice unconsciously relaxed, making her feel an unprecedented sense of peace of mind. At this moment, in her eyes, Luo Lin's image suddenly rose. It seemed that even if the sky fell, as long as there was this person, there would be no problem. While the girl Alice was thinking about this, the rain of thorns suddenly fell on Diamante's cruel smile. Those who dared to provoke our Don Quixote, all Diamante spoke with a triumphant smile on their faces. However, his words stopped abruptly before he could finish. In his horrified gaze, Luo Lin's figure suddenly became uncertain. The airtight iron briars that almost enveloped the sky pierced one phantom after another. But he could never touch Luo Lin's real body. When the offensive stopped, all the iron tribulus fell in the sky. Diamante found out with horror that Luo Lin had walked straight to him at some point. Only 10 steps away from him, unscathed. Not only Luo Lin, even the girl I-55 Lisi was unscathed. How can it be? The sudden shock caused Diamante to unconsciously retreat again and again, pulling the distance away, and a stormy sea appeared in his heart. How did you do it? Is it your ability? Diamante exclaimed in disbelief. I don't even know what I have seen and heard, so I am embarrassed to mix in the new world, Luo Lin sneered. The domineering of seeing and hearing color. Impossible. How strong is the seeing and hearing color in order to avoid all the stardust so accurately? Diamante yelled in disbelief. You don't know that it's just because your level is too low. Besides, you mentioned my ability just now. No matter what, let's make an exception today to let you know. Luo Lin grinned. The right foot lifted up and then fell gently. Chapter 196 Harvest and Count 2 Devil Fruits. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi039. The invisible force radiated in all directions centered on Luo Lin. The dazzling white light burst on the sea. The sea, which was several kilometers in radius, stood still, and even the clouds in the sky fell into absolute stillness. The next moment, without warning, the sea cracked and the sky cracked. However, it was not an ordinary tear, but turned into countless three-dimensional squares. There are regular cube sea water, cube atmosphere, cube cloud and the cube sea beasts under the sea with scared expressions everywhere between the sky and the earth. The only people who remained intact were the Don Quixote transport ship where Roland was on and the people on it. Agaga gaga, what a terrifying ability this is. Agaga girl Alice, who has not yet completely emerged from the shock of Luo Lin's extreme experience and beauty, at this moment, her heart is once again filled with another kind of greater shock. Is this power really the level that humans can achieve? Are you 039 God 039 failure? The peaked cap girl Alice murmured unconsciously. It was already shocked by Luo Lin's ability to destroy the world and the earth. Ha ha, Luo Lin smiled slightly and didn't say much. But after seeing this power, this little Agaga girl with 10 interesting things should recognize him as a senior. 039 Gudong 039 feeling the smashing breath that destroys the earth, Diamante's apple rolls and swallows again with difficulty. At this moment, from Luo Lin's body, all he felt was the desperate and insurmountable strength gap. He knew that as long as Luo Lin wanted to, even if the opponent only thinks about it, he will end up like a sea beast in the sea. No dead body. Fortunately, Luo Linjing had no plans to let Diamante and the ship under his feet crush together. With a move of mind, the terrifying crushing power converged. The broken sky gradually healed, and the cracked sea gathered again. Only that one the head sea beast cannot be recovered. The blood smeared the sea. Shocking. The power that shattered the heavens and the earth receded, but Diamante's inner anxiety became more and more intense. The sense of death is always lingering in his mind. Sure enough, Diamante's ominous premonition came true in the next second. 10 steps away, Luo Lin still had a gentle smile, a harmless appearance. But just looking at the smile on Luo Lin's face made Diamante startled in a cold sweat. Fear gradually eroded and spread throughout his body. You have already seen my abilities, so I will make an exception to let you take a look at other things. Just pay attention, it hurts a little bit. Luo Lin kindly reminded. The right hand slowly becomes a fist. A flocculent black object appeared out of thin air on his fist. It was a domineering armed color that was so strong that it was almost materialized from the body. Advertisement: when the extremely powerful armed color appeared, even the space collapsed and was overwhelmed. Diamante. Feeling the monster-level armed dominance on Luo Lin's fist, Diamante wanted to scold his mother. Who wants to see your other abilities? If you can choose, the ghost wants to know your abilities. However, no matter how unwilling Diamante is in his heart, the one who should come is still to come. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Impossible to avoid. This is what you forced me. Even if I die, I will peel you off. Diamante suddenly smiled grinningly. Crazy emotions were used to temporarily suppress his inner fear. I accept your hand, half-a-month funeral, Diamante yelled, and the western sword in his right hand drew an arc and a half in the air. 039 Chick 039 The arc moon-shaped sword energy surged boldly from the edge of the western sword. Except for the flying fruits of Superman, Diamante's kendo skills are not bad. At least he has reached the level of an iron swordsman. His this to add bookmarks for easy reading. A sword can definitely tear steel and cut the earth easily. However, it is a pity that this time he ran into Luo Lin's fist. That attached the fist of the ultimate arm that was still on top of the advanced armed Seiryu Sakura. 039 clicked the half-moon sword energy that Diamante had slashed out with a full blow was shattered at the touch of a touch. 039 bang. Then there was the steel cloak for defense on his body, which burst even if he couldn't even block it for a second. Once again is the western sword in Diamante's hands. Under that terrifying fist, it broke into several pieces and fell to the ground. Crack la la 039 finally, Diamante's whole body, a total of 206 bones. It was crushed by Luo Lin's punch. 039 boom 039 Diamante's body fell heavily into the deck, like a dead dog in mud. Roland shook his hand casually, without looking at Diamante again. The people who got in the way are gone. Now is the harvest time. This time I can intercept this ship. Miss Alice, you are indispensable, so you pick the trophies on this ship first. Luo Lin smiled. Agaga. Still in a shocking mood, the girl Agaga replied after knowingly that she couldn't help it. Like a puppet, Luo Lin walked into the cabin with the same hands and heels. After a while, advertisement when she saw the piles of golden treasures in the transport ship's treasure house, the eyes of the girl Alice seemed to be straight. It's so rich. The peaked cap girl Alice murmured subconsciously. Ha ha. Luo Lin smiled slightly, letting the little girl sprinkle joy in the treasure pile. No one dislikes golden treasures, it's just that if I watch too much, I'm numb. Although there are many gold treasures in this Don Quixote transport ship's treasure house, the 760 is less than 1% of what Luo Lin has collected in the past 3 days. Thousands of miles for 3 consecutive days. Luo Lin almost discarded all the bases of the underground dark forces in the paradise. A large number of treasures can be obtained by dropping a base at each end. Not to mention Lufield's lone shark. After 3 days of action, Luo Lin scattered half of it to the poor islands and villages passing by. More than half of the rest were randomly piled on various uninhabited islands, and reserved for future collection. Luo Lin didn't care much about the gold in the treasury of the transport ship. But there is one thing, even if it is Luo Lin's existence, it is unavoidable to be moved. When the peaked cap girl Alice was still rolling on the golden mountain, Luo Lin stepped to the innermost level of the treasure house. There are several famous knives on the luxurious table, as well as an open alloy box. 2 fruits of very different shapes are arranged side by side in the box. One is transparent and the other is a neat cube, just like a Rubik's Cube. There is also a label attached to each of the 2 devil fruits. On the left-hand side is the transparent fruit ability of Abu Saram reborn after death of Qiuhai Yuguang Moria's subordinate. The label on the right-hand side says 039 Rubik's Cube fruit. However, how could Luo Lin be moved by a mere Rubik's Cube fruit? This fruit was misidentified by the Don Quixote family. Chapter 197 The Most Beautiful Smile in the World. This content is first published on hotmtl novel.zi Superman is a fan, broken, fruit, and real. At this moment, another fruit lying quietly in the alloy box. It is the superhuman crushing fruit that is more fierce than the natural dark fruit. The strongest and fiercest demon fruit ability once possessed by the overlord of the sea, Lox. After 36 years, he was finally born again and reappeared in the world. Compared with the regeneration of transparent fruit, it takes only a week in this world. The regeneration of the crushed fruit, which appeared again after 36 years, would be too long. After a long time, Luo Lin even wondered whether this ability has been collected by the world government and hidden. Used to offset and deal with the crushing power on his body. Do not, Luo Lin narrowed his eyes slightly, as if thinking of something. Maybe not really 36 years. In these 36 years, this superhuman crushed fruit may have been reborn several times. After all, this ability is called the Most Ferocious, not just because his predecessor was the Sea Lord Lox. The Most Ferocious fruit ability can only be controlled by the most ferocious talents. For example, Lox, the overlord of the sea, decades ago. When Luo Lin fought with the Sea Lord Lox, he once read some of Lox's memories with his own experience, from Lox's memory. Luo Lin learned of the predecessor who crushed the fruit before him. That person is the eldest brother captain of the Sea Lord Lox in name. It was from that memory that Luo Lin saw the ferocity of this fruit's ability for the first time. 70 years ago, the young Rox went to sea with his elder brother and became a pirate. Years later, they found a devil fruit trophy on a ship of a pirate group. After eating it, I learned that the name of the fruit is the one Superman crushed fruit. While this crushed fruit brought great power to Locke's eldest brother, it also brought him endless pain. Because of this cruel fruit, if it were not for the real tyrant, it would be impossible to control it at all. He once turned over because of one of his dreams and broke his pirate boat into pieces. I once patted the shoulders because I wanted to praise my subordinates, but accidentally crushed the subordinate I admired into a pile of meat. Since then, The originally cheerful captain became gloomy and withdrawn, as if he had changed. The closest partner did not dare to approach him anymore. He won't let people approach him again, even his younger brother Lox is no exception. Even so, tragedy is still unavoidable. When witnessing his beloved woman, crushed by this ability 039, Lox's big brother captain is completely crazy. Their pirate group, which had just become famous all over the world, disbanded. Last of the last. On the cliff of a certain island in the New World, after conveying his will to his younger brother Lox, the person who had the ability to crush the fruit used this ability to hurt countless people and completely ended his life. He crushed himself, decades later. Lox, who inherited the legacy of his eldest brother, reorganized his own pirate group. Constantly refine your body and mind. Exercising the domineering of armed color, seeing and hearing color, and overbearing color. Become the big thief who frightened countless people in the New World. Advertisement step by step towards the throne of the overlord of the sea. Until one day, Lox once again encountered the violent fruit that brought misfortune to him and his elder brother. Perhaps it is because it is unable to resist the attraction of powerful forces. Or maybe he wanted to know what kind of pain the eldest brother was enduring. Lox did not hesitate to eat the crushed fruit and become its capable person. When the most ferocious fruit meets the most ferocious person. At that time, Lox, who was already the top powerhouse of the sea, successfully tamed this most fierce ability at the cost of his own madness. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. With the help of crushed fruits, he ascended to the throne of the overlord of the sea. Finally, it gradually approached the position of the king of the world, until the battle of the Island of Gods that broke out 36 years ago. The ambition of the overlord of the sea was shattered by heroes like Luo Lin, Carp, and Roger. Although Luo Lin gained the ability to crush fruits because of it, it was because of the system. The true crushed fruit is still reborn in a corner of this world. Tossing around. In the end, he came to Luo Lin, without Luo Lin's intervention. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Perhaps this fruit will eventually be obtained by a weak person, who will shatter and disintegrate himself because he cannot control it. So as to add another sum to this fruit's most fierce name. Only now. Luo Lin reached out and picked up the 039 Rubik's Cube 039 in the box, and the look in his eyes was gradually attracted by it. Somehow, there was an impulse in his heart, he wants to eat this fruit. Or maybe this devil fruit has a certain magic power that attracts Luo Lin to eat it. Or Lox felt the same way back then. Luo Lin first, born. At this moment, the girl's anxious exclamation sounded in Luo Lin's ears. He called Luo Lin back from that faint attraction. Mr. Luo Lin, what do you want to do? The peaked cap girl Alice's eyes widened in horror. You are already a devil fruit capable person, don't you know the iron rule of devil fruit? A person can only eat one fruit in his life. If you eat the second fruit, your body will not be able to bear it. The peaked cap girl Alice exaggerated the description. Oh, I know, but how can it be so exaggerated as you said? Luo Lin raised his big hand and touched it on the cap of the girl Alice. There was a peaked cap blocking it, and the hand felt wrong, so he withdrew his hand bornly. Agaga, Mr. Rolling, don't scare me if you know. Alice, the girl in the peaked cap, patted the bear's breast. I won't mention this for now, so have you decided? What kind of reward do you want? Luo Lin asked with a smile, without further discussing this issue with him. Alice, the girl in the peaked cap, has her eyebrows in contemplation. Advertisement, Jinshan? Luo Lin asked. The girl Alice shook her head. Although she likes Jinshan very much, it is not what she wants. How about these knives? Luo Lin pointed to the famous knife on the knife holder. 3 good knives and 1 big knives. I have to say that there are indeed many good things on this Don Quixote ship. Presumably Diamante took advantage of the chaos and secretly took a lot, and also received a lot of protection fees from other pirates. Good king, good, great knife? Young girl Alice is contemplative. For the famous sword, she can give it to teacher Lei as a gift. It's just that even if he gets the famous knife, Mr. Lei won't be too happy. Maybe he changed hands and sold the famous knife at a low price for gambling. In that case, it would be better to send the teacher money directly. Girl Alice denied it. No knife, don't you want devil fruit? Is it this ability to be transparent, or do you want this ability too? Luo Lin tentatively handed out the ferocious fruit in his hand. Alice, the girl in the peaked cap, looked in a daze for a moment. After a while, he shook his head decisively. Well, Mr. Luo Lin, actually I have already figured out what I want. Oh, Luo Lin was surprised. I want to be locked up on this transport ship for the poor people who are about to be auctioned. I want to set them free, he. At this moment, the beautiful smile on the pretty face of girl Alice was the most beautiful in the world. Chapter 198 Mu Lien Da Zuo, Luo Lin's disciple and cadre of Roger's regiment. This content is first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Don't want golden treasures. Don't want the famous swords that swordsmen flock to. Even the cherished devil fruit can be ignored. The girl in the peaked cap, Alice, wanted only to give freedom to the people on the ship who were about to become slaves. For such a kind girl's request, Luo Lin has any reason to refuse. Sure, Mr. Luo Lin. The peaked cap girl Alice looked at Luo Lin hopefully with her big shiny eyes. Of course. Luo Lin smiled and nodded. Agaga, thank you very much, Mr. Roland. The peaked cap girl Alice stood at attention, bending over to salute Luo Lin. then happily ran to the bottom of the transport ship. As the largest intermediary in the underground dark world, Nanbuhedo Flamenco and his subordinates, Don Quixote family, have a wide range of business. In addition to its own man-made devil fruit reselling, there are also other dark transactions in all walks of life. Especially in the industry of population trading. The Don Quixote family opened many population auctions all over the world. The most famous of these is the population auction site of the Chambord Islands, the islands of Chambord that has the most traffic, and the auction site of the City of Pirates, which was destroyed during the naval raid. The 227 auction deal originally scheduled for Chinfan Island was interrupted due to naval operations. Therefore, Diamante chose to take the goods on board to the Chambord Islands for subsequent auction processing. It's just a pity, he was stared at by the scariest man in this sea. Then everything is doomed. When the peaked girl Alice hurried to liberate the slaves on the bottom of the cabin, Luo Lin put the crushed fruit back into the box. He turned to look at a knife displayed on the knife rack. It's not the big knife that ranks 21 saint, it is the very old and humble-looking Liangkuai Dao at the very edge, one of the 50 works of Liangkuai Dao. The name of the sword is Kangen. 039 Kang 039 Kangen was out of her sheath, and the sharp blade was reflected in Luo Lin's line of sight. As always, compared with 40 years ago, there is not a little improvement. Because its previous owner was not an orthodox swordsman. It was just because I looked up and imitated my teacher that I put a knife on my waist to pretend to be. More than 40 years ago, one of the 50 workers, the Liangkuai Dao Kangen, was owned by Mu Lien, and Lieutenant General Luo Lin was directly under the command of the Navy Headquarters Colonel. Except for the two official disciples Long and Huang Yuan. In a sense, all the seamen on the Luo Lin ship have also received his teachings and are his disciples. Advertisement: the Navy Colonel named Mu Lien is no exception. And among the crew, Colonel Mu Lien can be regarded as the most prominent one. Before boarding Luo Lin's warship, Mu Lien Zuo of the Navy Headquarters was a famous thorn and ruffian. His various behaviors make him look like he is not a justice navy at all, but a street ruffian. Regarding the chaos of style, Mu Lien Dazo is the gangsters of the current Navy G5 branch and said the existence of the predecessors. This situation continued until Mu Lien boarded Luo Lin's ship, and finally changed. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But in just 1 month, Colonel Mu Lien, who once expressed a high profile about what he wanted to do on the ship, was completely changed. Like the other crew members on the ship, he became Luo Lin's most solid supporter. He even learned Luo Lin's appearance, and pinned the good fast knife Kangen on his waist. Although he himself didn't even know how to hold the knife. Mu Lien, you B********D shouldn't have died yet. With my back to join Roger's pirate group, I have to talk to you. Luo Lin's mouth was slightly curved, and a trace of nostalgia appeared on his face. About 10 minutes later, the hundreds of cargoes held in the dark cabin at the bottom of the transport ship were all liberated by the peaked girl Alice. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Most of them are rare races from all over the world. For example, the small people from Grimbit, a small island near the Sa Kingdom in the New World of Beck, the long-handed tribe of the Great Root, the long-legged tribe, the rare mink tribe and the snakehead tribe, strong young fish, and all kinds of strange beasts and so on. Of course, humans are also in the population business list of the Don Quixote family. Especially the beauties of the indigenous tribes everywhere, and those who are small in the sea. These reputations, powerful pirate captains who are rewarded by the Navy and government. Most loved by the nobles in the world, everyone. With a bright smile on her face, the girl in the peaked cap Alice clapped her hands suddenly, attracting the attention of the desperate and sluggish people. Everyone, the people of the Don Quixote family have been defeated. From now on, you are all free. The girl Alice announced loudly. Free, are we free? Is all this true? We really don't have to be auctioned and become the playthings of the nobles? The bottom of the cabin, which never saw the sun, returned to the light. From the desperate abyss of becoming a slave and plaything of others, to regaining the luxury of freedom. People of all races gradually gave birth to some different looks on their dull and sluggish faces due to despair, after a while. The desperate and sluggish expressions on people's faces have been replaced by the joy of new life. Tears of joy and excitement overflowed people's eyes. Miss Alice, thank you so much. Miss Alice, thank you for saving us from the abyss. Advertisement, from now on, my life is yours, me too. People shouted loudly. Gratitude, no matter which race it is the same. Agaga, no, I don't need you to repay me, and it's not me who really saves you. Faced with people's enthusiasm, the peaked cap girl Alice waved her hand again and again. I know that many of you are already homeless, but don't worry, I can help you arrange. Alice promised, patted the dried bear. Obviously, this is not the first time he has done this kind of thing. Sure enough, when I heard Alice's words, the people on the ship who were still at a loss for the future suddenly became excited. Looking at the Agaga girl surrounded by enthusiastic people in Luo Lin on the second deck, the corners of her mouth also made a smile unconsciously. It is precisely because of these kind and lovely little girls that this world is not desperate. And so, Luo Lin will never let others trample on the kind hearts of the little girls wantonly. Chapter 199 Wantonly Trample on the Price of Luck. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The route of the large transport ship remains unchanged, and it is still sailing in the direction of the Chambord Islands. On the deck, The peaked cab girl Alice is still busy helping to soothe people's inner anxiety. Under her comfort, the hearts of these weak people who were going to be slaves gradually settled. Ha 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 ha, I really want to thank you this time, little girl. At this moment, there was laughter coming from inside the cabin. Ha 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 ha, this time I posted it, it's really big. Unexpectedly, there are so many treasures on this ship. My luck is really great. I thought I was caught by that B******** di Diamante. I'm going to finish it, but now it seems that God hasn't given up on me. God is still on my side. A whole Diamante, although I don't know where you were taken by that little girl, but these treasures you left behind, I reluctantly laughed at it. Pattern 039 rampant laughter came out clearly as the hatch opened. Immediately afterwards, several pirates who wore gold and silver, and had all kinds of gold treasures hanging in their pockets, filed out from the cabin. On Don Quixote's transport ship, there were not only slaves of all races. 5 well-known pirate captains in the Paradise are still being held. They are the blind looters that Diamante encountered on the way to Paradise. In front of Diamante, who had been in the New World, their pirate group was easily defeated. The pirate captains who were offering rewards were captured by Diamante and prepared for auction. If there is no such accident of Luo Lin, their future is bound to be miserable. The worst case is to become a slave to the Tianlong people and be bullied and abused to death. Therefore, they met Luo Lin and the kind-hearted girl Alice. Just like the other slaves, they were indeed lucky. But now, they personally stepped on this fortune, trampling wanton. Therefore, this last blessing from God naturally turned into misfortune. In this world, pirates are pirates after all. An adventure group like the Straw Hat Crew is just a few of them. Most pirates are the embodiment of greed and cruelty in the world. For them, the GN Illustrated newspaper does not exist at all. Annual revenge is the most appropriate true portrayal of them. Even if they were born to death, they just got out of the desperate predicament not long ago. They didn't want to thank, they were still the yellow and white things. 10 minutes ago, when the peaked cab girl liberated all the slaves on the bottom of the cabin and took them to the deck halfway, the 5 captains of the pirates who had long discussed the collusion underneath quietly left the team. In this regard, not only Luo Lin, but also Alice, who has also learned to see and hear the domineering, also clearly perceives it. She wanted to stop, but she understood a look in Luo Lin's eyes. Advertisement, so she relaxed and continued her work. The 5 pirate captains also found the treasure house on the ship as they wished, and saw the mountain of gold treasures. This was also the last chance Luo Lin gave them. It is a pity that none of the 5 pirate captains can grasp it. Ha ha ha, little girl. I really want to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, my uncle's bright future would have been ruined, so in order to reward you, my uncle will not do anything to you. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The pirate captain with a golden crown laughed. What are you talking about? We're pirates. Just grab the things we want and we're done. Another pirate captain who brought a sharp knife out of the treasury opened his mouth irritably. That's right. From now on, everything on this ship, the golden treasures, including you, are all belonging to us. The other person also laughed and spoke domineeringly. Agaga, I really met an idiot again. The girl Alice straightened her cap on her head. The smile on Chao's face narrowed a little. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Regarding the situation in front of her, the girl Alice did not panic the slightest, because I have seen it more than once before, so I have a lot of natural experience. Hey, pirates over there, what are you talking about? Miss Alice is our savior. Is this how you treat your benefactor? A passionate young man from the Mink clan couldn't help but scolded. 039 bang 039 the next moment, a kick from the captain of the pirate kicked the young Mink tribe and flew out. The miscellaneous fish from nowhere dared to point fingers at this uncle, you slaves, as long as you are at ease to make good auction products. He, the dancer over there, come to this captain. Zero seeking flowers. Another fierce-looking bald pirate captain stared at a young and beautiful dancer on the deck, with greed and passion in his eyes. As early as on the bottom of the cabin, he had already spotted the most popular and eye-catching dancer beauty. It's just that there were several cages behind him, so he could only think about it. But now the situation is different. This entire ship is owned by the 5 of them. Now he is naturally qualified to enjoy that young dancer. Hurry up and come over to the captain, the bald pirate shouted greedily. Not far away, the young dancer who was stared at by the bald pirate slammed her body and fell to the ground in fright, her pretty face pale. Smelly woman, even asking this uncle to do it herself. The bald pirate yelled impatiently, and took the initiative to step forward, and the big hand full of dirt was about to fall on the young dancer. 039 bang 039 advertisement at this moment, accompanied by a loud bang. The fierce-looking bald pirate fell without warning. His whole body seemed to be under heavy pressure, and he couldn't move no matter how he roared and struggled. When he arrived, his mouth was constantly pouring out mixed blood with visceral fragments. This sudden situation shocked everyone on the deck, especially the other 4 pirate captains who were planning to take the transport ship. What's the situation? Someone wondered. Hey, the bald head over there, don't pretend. Get up, someone shouted. He, it's just right to die. The treasure for 4 people is always a little more than 5 people. Others were still worried about the distribution of the treasure and didn't even notice the life-killing sickle hanging over his head. Smelly girl, can it be that you did this? A pirate captain opened his eyes wide, looked at the girl Alice suddenly, and couldn't help but let out a shocked cry. Agaga, the pirate bastards over there, can you please put down those things that don't belong to you, and wait for death quietly? Alice, the girl in the peaked cap, smiled and asked. 039 bang 039 as her voice fell, the bald pirate, who seemed to have been under heavy pressure, let out a final cry, his strong body distorted, and finally collapsed completely, splashing blood. The audience was dead silent. Mountain Chapter 200 Disciple's Disciple. Luo Lin's disciple? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi 039 bang. A muffled sound came from the body of the fierce bald pirate captain. Under the weight of indescribable terror, the captain of the bald pirate twisted his hands, feet and muscles. The bones in the body do not know how many sections are broken. Blood splashed at this moment. The deck was dyed red. This scene deeply shocked everyone on the deck, especially the other 4 pirate captains who reached an accomplice agreement with them. The audience fell into a complete silence. Pirate bastards, can you please die honestly? The peaked cap girl Alice smiled and broke the silence in the room. The smile is still a consistent smile, but now there was a bitter chill in that smile. The other 4 pirate captains in Ling shuddered unconsciously, and there was great fear in their hearts for no reason. Hey, what a joke, but just a little girl. 457. The captain of the pirate wearing a golden crown yelled out loud. His scarred face was full of shock and disbelief. What the hell did you do? What is this ability? Among the 5, the captain of the pirate, who regarded wealth as fate, could no longer calm down and shouted harshly. Sure enough, this little girl is not an ordinary person. She is a monster. That Diamante B****** D may not be deceived by her, but defeated by her. The captain of the pirate who stole the big sharp knife without permission guessed with horror on his face. What? The last pirate captain let out a scream. I was shocked by the weird scene I saw earlier. Gold, give it back to you. Give it back to you all. I don't want it anymore. I just need to live. The captain of the pirate, with some Murloc characteristics, threw the golden ornaments on the deck in a hurry. Then he ran to the bow of the ship in 2 steps and jumped off without hesitation. He was born as a half Murloc, and inherited the Murloc's water quality. Even without a boat, he is confident that he can survive in the sea. Almost. The captain of the Murloc pirate looked at the sea close at hand with a smile on his face. But at the moment he was about to fall into the sea, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared under the sea. Immediately afterwards, under the horrified gaze of the captain of the half-Murloc pirate, a big mouth of blood suddenly leapt out of the sea and swallowed it in one mouthful. That is a Sea King. 039 Wow. The appearance of the Sea King made a huge wave in the sea. At the same time, the weak and small people of various races on the deck fell into a panic. Neptune. That half-mermaid was eaten by Neptunus. Why is there a Neptunus? The captain of the pirate with a golden crown exclaimed. Advertisement. The end of the captain of the Murloc pirate completely cut off his idea of jumping into the sea to escape. It really deserves it, to escape. This is the end. The pirate captain, the most greedy for money, said coldly. Huh, what a useless guy, let this uncle come. The captain of the pirate with long hair standing upright like a hedgehog or steel needle grasped the big sharp knife in his hand, and his self-confidence immediately increased, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. However, in the next second, the smile on his face disappeared. What emerged in turn was extreme horror. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The invisible weight that had previously fallen on the captain of the bald pirate, this time it was his turn. 039 cough cough 039 blood spurted from his mouth. Agaga, Mr. Rowling, this matter was entirely due to me. You have already helped a lot. Let me handle it next. The peaked cap girl Alice raised her head lightly, smiling at Luo Lin who was standing on the railing on the second deck. Until the girl Alice spoke. The remaining 3 pirate captains finally noticed Luo Lin on the second deck. It takes time, and the expression of horror is beyond words. Could it be that you did everything? You are the monster that dominates everything behind the scenes. The 2 pirate captains looked at Luo Lin and couldn't help but back up again and again in horror. Luo Lin didn't realize the horror of the pirates too. Add bookmarks for easy reading, just smiled and looked at the serious girl Alice, then nodded. Since you said so, little girl, I will leave it to you next. Luo Lin replied casually. Oh. The peaked cap girl Alice raised her little pink fist. In the next second, the little pink fist was covered with inky black armed color. Miss Alice, please let us help. At this moment, 2 people walked out of the crowd, a Murloc youth with green skin. There was also a black-haired teenager with torn clothes and dense wounds all over his body. However, even though his body was covered with scars, the black-haired boy's eyes were still sharp. Sharp as a sword. This is a pure swordsman like Sauron. As a swordsman, how can there be no sword in his hand? Hey, kid over there, go on. Luo Lin casually threw the Liang Kuei knife Kangen to the black-haired boy. A trace of astonishment crossed the black-haired boy's face, followed by excitement. Steadily catching the long knife thrown by Luo Lin, joy flashed across his immature face. That was the joy of the lost and recovered. Well, just remember to ask for help if you can't hold it. Since Luo Lin has approved it, then the girl Alice will naturally not refuse. However, before Alice finished speaking, the green-skinned Murloc youth on the right took a step forward and looked at the pirate captain who was greedy for money. Damn it, just a mere Murloc, don't be too arrogant. The captain of the pirate who was most greedy for money retracted his horrified gaze that fell on Luo Lin, and at the same time screamed and furious. He took the initiative to launch an offensive against the Murloc youth. Merman Karate 3000 Watt Jungchuan. Advertisement: the Murloc youth put on a standard Murloc karate posture, and Zhongjung's peaceful atmosphere blasted out. The powerful wind pressure brought up gradually deformed the enemy's body. When reaching a critical point, the power of Murloc karate bursts out completely. With just one punch, the captain of the pirate, who offered a reward of 26 million, fell. The battle is over before it starts. The result made Alice, the girl in the peaked cap, her mouth opened wide in surprise. Even she did not realize that there were still 2 masters hidden in the group of people she rescued. Lucio, it's up to you next. The Murloc youth looked at another black-haired boy. Okay. The black-haired youth Lucio nodded. Good. Quick knife Kangen out of its sheath. Brings a cold light. The bravado kid died under the big sharp knife of Lao Su. You are proud enough. The captain of the pirate, with long hair that is like a steel needle, swings the big sharp knife without any means, and slashes at the black-haired boy 50 times. Away. Pirate, the sword is not used like this. Your behavior will only put the big sharp knife in your hand to shame. 039 Kang 039. The big sharp knife in the pirate's hand spun upside down. Chichi 039. Blood splashed from the pirate's abdomen. The black-haired teenager Lucio takes the knife. The pirate fell, and his eyes were still full of disbelief. Agaga, I didn't expect the 2 of you to be quite strong. The peaked cap girl Alice's armed punch knocked the last pirate off the sea, looking at the 2 Murloc youth and the black-haired youth with surprise on her face. However, what shocked the girl Alice was still to come. Luo Lin, who had been on the second deck, suddenly flashed in front of the black-haired boy. Boy, can you tell me, who is your teacher? Luo Lin said. His face was surprised and weird. Var tent equals dot. Get element by id, html tent, var imagetent equals te elements by aim, imagedent. Var len equals imageda. If len in gt, 0, var child equals imagetent, 0. Var parent equals child. Parent node. Var index equals array. Prototype. Index of. Call, parent. Child nodes, child. For, var I equals 0. INLT, index. I++, parent. Remove child, parent. Child nodes, 0. NLT, P and GT. This chapter is first published on 99net. Please remember the URL. The content of the chapter is incorrect or the latest chapter has not been updated. Please click the feedback button on the page or chapter page. Please register and log into your account. Add your favorites to the bookshelf, and you can see the updates in time. To add bookmarks for easy reading. 6. Do Chapter 201. The Yellow Ape and the Green Pheasant Staring at the Golden Ark. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Take off your clothes first. Upon hearing this request made by Luo Lin, the peaked cap girl Alice suddenly jumped up like a frightened rabbit. Then he shrank into the corner of the observatory, shivering. Mr. Luo Lin, are you kidding me? Girl Alice said with a strong smile. Do you think I am joking? Luo Lin spoke with a serious face and stepped closer to the girl in the corner who could not retreat. Aga ga 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 ga. Seeing the shadow gradually covering her body, the girl Alice suddenly widened her eyes in panic. Don't eat me, I'm not cute at all, it's not tasty at all. The young girl Alice showed a pitiful look and said with tears. However, Luo Lin's footsteps were not slowed down by her begging for mercy. Mr. Luo Lin. Seeing that begging for mercy is useless, the girl Alice quickly wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Her tone became much tougher. Mr. Luo Lin, even if you are a distinguished guest of Sister Shachi, even if your strength is much stronger than mine, but I am not. The girl Alice hadn't finished speaking yet. Luo Lin's big hand a package, strong and overbearing to bring it into his arms. So the rest of the tough words all turned into screams. Agaga, it's miserable, it's really miserable this time. Isn't it said that Mr. Luo Lin during the day is different from the night? Ming Ming Tian said so politely. Sister Shachi didn't say that this person will be forced to come, the information is wrong, hey. It's fine, I can't escape today anyway, think about it carefully, Mr. Luo Lin is so handsome and powerful, I don't seem to suffer much. The peaked cap girl Alice carries out a series of rich psychological activities in her heart, constantly comforting herself. Finally, he simply closed his eyes, letting Luo Lin do what he did. 039 Tear 039. It was the sound of broken clothes, but it's not the whole piece of clothing. Even if her heart is like a small deer, she can't be sure about whether she has clothes or not. This. The girl Alice opened her big confused eyes, and just wanted to ask Luo Lin what is this? The next moment, her body suddenly tightened, because Luo Lin's big hand fell on her skin. It's even more because the place where the big warm hand falls is a taboo of her body, her back. Her past is hidden there, she hides the sad memories that she can't bear to look back. Don't. Want, only for a moment, girl Alice's ruddy face was pale. The lips and even the whole body are shaking unconsciously. The strength that was disguised in the past collapsed and shattered at this moment. Don't watch, the girl Alice almost collapsed and buried her head in Luo Lin's arms. He was flustered and at a loss what to do, falling into extreme panic. She was scared, afraid of Luo Lin's expression after seeing this scar 039 on her back. Once captured by the heavenly dragons, the mark of the heavenly dragon's hooves left on her back is a scar that she will never forget in her entire life. Sorry, but the girl Alice choked up. At this moment, he couldn't even say a complete sentence. Big tears overflowed her eyes and soaked Luo Lin's clothes. When she touched on the secret she valued most, the strong disguise she used to protect herself collapsed in an instant. All that is left is endless low self-esteem. Advertisement. I am sorry. The girl Alice apologized again, struggling to escape. Don't cry. Luo Lin's imperative voice blasted in the ears of the girl Alice, like a thunder. Don't apologize, you didn't do anything wrong. Look up, but it's just a scar, it's not a big deal. Listening to Luo Lin's majestic command, the girl Alice's body trembled slightly, her undulating mood a little calm. After a long while, with Luo Lin's encouragement, she finally mustered up the courage and looked up at Luo Lin. Even knowing her past experience, those eyes are still as usual, so clear, so fascinating, without any contempt or other meaning. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Hold it up, there may be a little discomfort at first. Luo Lin returned to his usual smile again. Okay, the girl Alice was holding back her tears. Although he didn't know what Luo Lin was going to do, he nodded obediently. Luo Lin took out the small jar of special words used to treat Weiwei's sprain from his pocket. Then lightly smeared the mark of the dragon's hoof on the girl's back. Itchy to add bookmarks for easy reading. The feeling of itching came from her back, making the girl Alice's body tremble unconsciously. But soon, the itchy discomfort disappeared. What turned out was an indescribable coolness. On the back where the girl Alice can't see, that scarlet humiliation mark. The mark of the heavenly dragon flying hoof, which represents the slave of the heavenly dragon, disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally disappeared completely. The skin that was scalded in childhood is now as white and tender as a newborn baby. All right. Roland let go of the girl Alice. Good moment. The young girl Alice hurriedly struggled to get up from Luo Lin's arms. Mr. Luo Lin, you were there earlier, the girl Alice just wanted to ask. The next moment, her voice stopped abruptly. The beautiful eyes were round and his head was tilted as far as possible, staring blankly at the picture reflected on the mirror behind. That is her back. At the entrance, it was white. The mark of humiliation that made her feel inferior for countless times, the mark of Tianlong Zhang's hoof that made her never dare to wear cool clothes like other girls, has disappeared. No trace of it can be seen again. Mister, the past cannot be forgotten, but the more important thing is the future. Little girl, what will your future look like? Luo Lin asked with a smile. Alice threw herself into Luo Lin's arms again, and tears came from the girl's eyes again uncontrollably. It's just that this time I was delighted and moved. The big transport ship rides the wind and waves, heading in one direction impartially. Advertisement 2 days later. The Chambord Islands are here. Mr. Luo Lin, what are you thinking? The girl Alice noticed Luo Lin's frown and asked. No, nothing, prepare to go back, Luo Lin said casually. His sight still fell on the colorful bubble islands in the distance. The sun is still shining. The terrifying thunder and lightning that once hung over the islands of Chambord a week ago has disappeared. That electric shock boy, it's not safe to be a bodyguard, you won't run away, right? Luo Lin's eyes narrowed slightly, to get the money, in a dangerous arc. At this moment, an uninhabited island 100 miles away. The conflict between the terrifying thundercloud and the dazzling light of the sun continued. The sea around the island is frozen by endless ice and cold. 039 Chi 039 At a certain moment, thunder and lightning crossed and separated again. The thunder light flickered and Anilu's body appeared and he shuddered for no reason. The other side, the dazzling golden light shines. General Huang Yuan suddenly appeared. He looked up at the golden arc covered by endless thunderclouds. Such a big golden ship, if you give it to the teacher will definitely be happy. General Huang Yuan nodded secretly, at the same time. The General Green Pheasant riding a bicycle on the ice to travel around the island is also looking up. After playing for so long, or I would drive the ship away first, Mr. Luo Lin will need a lot of treasure to build a base there, and it can be regarded as some compensation for sorrow. The General Green Pheasant secretly thought of coincidence. Chapter 202 Legend of Heroes, the Sensational Navy Headquarters. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi Naval Headquarters, Malin Foduo. 3 war-class warships one after the other, the finished glyphs sailed into Crescent Bay one after another. It was the 3,000 sailors including Zephyr and Guion who had won a complete victory in the Battle of Chihodo Island and returned safely. The report on the Battle of Thousand Sail Island had already been sent to the Navy headquarters via telephone worm. The content of the report is very simple, with only a few figures. But it was Ling's entire Navy headquarters that was a sensation. In the Battle of Thousand Sail Island, our army won a complete victory, with 0 deaths. This is the brief report that Guion and Zephyr gave to the Navy headquarters after consultation. A big win. This is certainly an exciting thing to be happy about. But after all, it's something for granted. After all, it was former General Zephyr and alternate General Guion who participated in leading the team this time. Naturally, it will be a complete victory, will not go too far beyond people's psychological expectations. What really shocked the entire Navy headquarters of Ling, Marshal Sengoku and others was the report on the number of deaths in the battle. The number of people killed in Battle 0. This is simply unimaginable. You know, this is war, not a child's play. War will kill people? Isn't that of course, but this time, none of them died. This is simply a miracle. Even if the pirates in the first half of the Great Route are generally not strong, they should not be so weak. Never before, it is an unprecedented miracle in the hearts of most Marines. What happened on that island? This is what the entire Navy headquarters, including the Marshal Sengoku, want to know. Therefore, now, almost all of the Marines headed by the Marshal Sengoku are assembled in the harbor, eagerly awaiting the return of the heroes. Under the gaze of all the Marines in the headquarters expecting. 3 warships sailed into the bay one after another. Be the first one. Zephyr, a former admiral of the Navy and current chief instructor of the school, stood at the bow of the ship. The naval justice cloak behind him hunted in the wind. Compared to before the expedition, Zephyr, who returned from this battle in 610, seemed to be more than 10 years younger than before. The oppression given to people is even worse. Vaguely seems to have returned to the demeanor of the black-wrist Zephyr that made countless pirates afraid back then. This change that occurred in Zephyr made the Warring States period and the lieutenants of the headquarters subconsciously shocked. Xiaohei, take a look at Zephy's spitting, this energetic look, really has a look back then. Carp was holding a bag of senbei and happily talked with Lieutenant General Suru beside him. Okay, Lieutenant General Crane just nodded silently. However, the joy between the eyebrows and eyes can't be concealed in any way. Not because of Zephy's change, it's not because of my sister Guillaume's safe return. But because of this naval miracle with 0 casualties. Because this miracle reappeared after 36 years. More because of the person who created this miracle. Xiaohei, I'll bet you a pack of senbei, Zephyr has already seen that guy. Carp vowed to make a decision. Hearing this, the Lieutenant General Crane on the side glanced at Carp in surprise. Carp, when did your mind work so well? Carp's face should be even black. It's too much, Xiaohei, my mind has always worked well, except for the 136 years ago. Carp retorted. Ha ha, Lieutenant General Crane smiled. How come you were the same as that guy? Listening to trouble, Carp said with a dark face. Carp, I heard that you contacted Andrew yesterday? Lieutenant General Crane asked abruptly. Yeah, what's the matter? Carp replied subconsciously. After a while, he quickly covered his mouth. However, what has been said cannot be taken back naturally. So, Rao was Carp's Shiki, and at this moment he couldn't help but blush a little. Ah, advertisement. Lieutenant General Crane chuckled again. Bobby, his pretty face lifted up a touching smile. Sister today is still as beautiful as ever. The squinted eyes of the second row exclaimed Huo Shaoshan. Yeah. All the veteran lieutenants of the Navy headquarters all shouted in unison. Be serious. From the beginning to the end, the Warring States with a straight face turned his head and stared at the lieutenant generals in the second row. As a result, everyone was silent. After all, Mr. Warring States during this period of time didn't look very good at his face. At this time, even the lieutenant generals of their headquarters did not want to hit the gun. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Wow. The warship split the waves and finally docked in Crescent Bay. The whole army stands at attention. The voice of the Marshal Warring States echoed over the Navy headquarters, so all the seamen in the harbor stood straight. Salute. The Marines swept across, and raised their hands in salute like a mountain overwhelming. This is their tribute to the heroes who have returned from the war. Nothing to do with military rank. Li Bai. Zephyr on the bow of the black-armed warship spoke loudly and formally reported the situation to the headquarters. When Zephy's voice fell, the rumors became a reality. The entire Navy headquarters suddenly plunged into a boiling ocean. Not only the seamen on standby in the headquarters, but also more than 3,000 seamen on the 3 warships participating in the battle. The welcoming ceremony is complete. The more than 3,000 seamen on the warship can't wait to disembark. Reminisce with friends who stayed at the same time in the department. The topic of nostalgia is naturally inseparable from this battle, so the topic naturally turned to the miracle. Since the superiors did not issue a password, the Marines naturally had no scruples. Those who publicized the miracles that occurred in the war to friends in the headquarters who had not participated in the war. Especially the hundreds of people like Corporal Lord and Lei Luo who have received treatment. And witnessed a miracle with my own eyes to add bookmarks for easy reading. The Brigadier General Daikin, Major General, especially Mullah and so on. In their mouths. Luo Lin, who caused a miracle, is no different from the legendary God 039. 1 past 10. 10 past 100. About Miracle Man 039. The legend of that miracle 039 spread throughout the Navy headquarters in just a few minutes. All the seamen in the Navy headquarters of Ling were shaken by it. Hey, Bastille, are all those you said true? It really belongs to that man. The blood of God 039 made the dying Marines survive? The elite Lieutenant General of the division Meishu shouted in shock. Ah, I can't believe it, but it's true, one of them will survive. Lieutenant General Bastille, who participated in the war, spoke up. Even though several days have passed, but when it comes to this matter. The face under Bastille's mask was still shocked. 039 blood 039 that caused a miracle? I seem to have heard about it from a previous Navy senior? Head and a mallet like General Lieutenant General Stolberg frowned. I have also heard from previous lieutenants that this miracle of zero-death war has definitely not happened in our Navy for the first time. Lieutenant General Dalmesia nodded affirmatively. Yes, decades ago, such a miracle of war really happened more than once because of that man. Lieutenant General Huashaoshan sighed. At this moment, his face that was always smiling at any time was not smiling, and there was only infinite shock and disbelief. Huashaoshan, what do you mean? No way. Is it really the existence in the legend? The legend that our Navy disappeared more than 30 years ago. That legend can be compared with Lieutenant General Karp and is called a hero. All the lieutenants of the naval headquarters present were shocked, and even a complete sentence could not be said. The other side. Advertisement, Miss Geoise, please marry me. The Navy looks trivial, and the naval headquarter candidate Cha Dolphin, who is the same as the General Huang Yuan, stepped on the moon step to rise into the sky. Thomas turned 720 degrees, and finally fell on one knee on the front row of Geoise, holding a bunch of gorgeous roses in his hands. This has also become the only scene in the entire headquarters where there is no discussion of Miracle of War 039. It's starting again. Lieutenant General Plus is here again. How many times have you come this time? Let me do the math, there should be 98 times. I bet 50 cents, this time Mr. Geoise will definitely be rejected. I'll add another 50 cents. This time Lieutenant Geoise will definitely kick Lieutenant General Gagai's face. The nearby Marines stopped talking about the war and began to see the excitement here. However, beyond everyone's expectations, this time, facing the T-Dolphin stalker proposal. Lieutenant General Geoise didn't even take care of it. Go straight past him, completely ignored, Geoise. The Lieutenant T-Dolphin, who had not received Guillaume's responsibility for driving and kicking, suddenly felt empty for a while, and turned his head in doubt. Lieutenant General Cha Dolphin, I advise you not to bother me anymore. I already have someone I like. Guillaume rushed to speak before Cha Dolphin. When it comes to the end, the pretty face can't help flying over a few attractive red clouds. Listening to Guillaume's words, Lieutenant General T-Dolphin was struck by a sky thunder and was stunned on the spot. As a result, even the back of Guillaume warned him to be careful not to be beaten. Seeing the lost T-Dolphin, the corner of Guillaume's mouth slightly raised, and then hurriedly followed Karp and the others in front of him, 3 minutes later. 4 veterans of the previous era, Kapu, Sengoku, He, and Zephyr, and a Guillaume gathered in the marshal's office. Guillaume is responsible for the detailed report of the war. From the start of the raid to the end, including the capture of Kid Bo and the beheading of Edward Wabel by Zephyr are all reported one by one. If it is half an hour later, Guillaume's report is completed. The entire marshal's office fell into a quiet state. That's it? Nothing? There's more? There must be more. Guillaume, you haven't said by whom on earth the severely wounded Marines were cured. Karp suddenly became anxious when he didn't hear what he wanted to hear. Mr. Karp, don't you already have an answer on this point? Guillaume laughed. I know, I just want to hear what you guys say. Zephyr, you say? Karp asked. Tell me, there is nothing to say, isn't it the guy Luo Lin is back, making a fuss? Zephyr said in an angry voice. Ha ha ha, comfortable. When he finally heard the name from Zephyr, Karp suddenly laughed comfortably. Lieutenant General He at the desk also smiled knowingly. Even the Marshal Warring States, who had always been stern, had a long sigh at this moment. Ha ha ha, Warring States period, you should believe it now. Even after 36 years ago, that guy is still the same as before. It hasn't changed at all. You are still in a hurry during this period. What can you do? Karp laughed and said, ha ha ha, blame me, I think too much. Warring States waved his hand with a wry smile. When I see Luo Lin next time, I personally apologize to him. Blue 039 at the moment when the voice of the Warring States period fell. The telephone worm in the office representing major events at the first level suddenly rang out. The phone worm is connected. Headquarters, here is Maynard of the Chambord Islands. Just now, there was an emergency in the auction house on the number. The nobleman of the Denon world, Denon Ren was killed by an unknown person. Chapter 203 Pluto Raleigh who was about to become a slave. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi Mangrove number 13 on the islands of Chambord. A lonely bar stands on a lonely hill. Sha-Chi's ripped-off bar. After instructing the black-haired swordsman Lucio and the young Murloc Nobel to look after the transport ship, Roland and the girl Alice took the lead and came here. Jingle Bell 039 in the crisp bell, the peaked cap girl Alice opened the door of the bar first. Agaga, Sister Sha-Chi, we are coming. Alice, the girl in the peaked cap, exclaimed happily. Since the humiliation brand behind her disappeared, the girl Alice was relieved all over. I don't know how many times. So the smile on his face is also getting brighter and brighter. What, after a while? The girl Alice gave a horror. Because she didn't see Sha-Chi who was supposed to be at the bar. In the past, Sha-Chi should be here no matter what. Just like the NC in the game, it will never change positions. Are you still sleeping in the back room? Girl Alice guessed secretly. Don't look for it, there is no one in the bar except us now. Luo Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. How come? What happened that caused Sister Sha-Chi to be dispatched? Could it be that when Lei was halfway through, the peaked cap girl Alice quickly covered her mouth? I will contact other intelligence officers to ask about the intelligence. The peaked cap girl Alice walked into the 039 little black room 039 of the bar in a familiar way. About 3 minutes later, the girl Alice walked out of the small black room with a slightly solemn expression on Chao's face. What's the matter? Luo Lin asked. A junior mermaid of Sister Sha-Chi was caught by a trafficker, and he is now preparing to be auctioned off at the population auction site of Mangrove number 1, so Sister Sha-Chi went personally. It's really weird. If there were such things in the past, didn't Sister Sha-Chi always let us do it? Why did she have to go out in person this time? The girl Alice wondered for herself. At the same time, the expression on Luo Lin's face gradually became weird. History is always surprisingly similar. No one can sort things out like fate. There is no doubt. The mermaid caught by the young girl Alice must be Kemi, the mermaid with rough nerves. Regarding the specific process of his arrest, even if Luo Lin hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he could still guess the outline. Not very new. Isn't there a Tianlongren in this auction? Luo Lin said casually. What? Hear the three words Tianlongren. Girl Alice's delicate body trembled unconsciously. Advertisement. After a while, he nodded firmly. Mr. Luo Lin, it is true that some Tianlong people have been attracted to the past. Could it happen to be Charles Rose again? Roland said. Agaga. The peaked cap girl Alice suddenly widened her beautiful eyes. Mr. Luo Lin, how do you know? Are you still a prophet? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The girl Alice asked in surprise. At this moment, her curiosity about Luo Lin's ability as an unknown prophet even overwhelmed her fear of the celestial dragon. Haha, let's go. Luo Lin took a sip and got up. Go? Where to go? Of course it's the auction house. I happen to have something I want to auction too. Luo Lin grinned. At this moment, the #1 mangrove area in Shampoo. As the #1 illegal zone in the Chambord Islands. The most famous mangrove tree is the population auction house located in the center of the island. The behind-the-scenes operator is one of the 7 martial arts under the king, Doflamingo, the largest intermediary in the underground dark world. It is precisely because of this. This auction house engaged in illegal human trafficking has been able to exist all the time. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Not only did the Navy fail to deal with it, it even famously named a Japanese professional referral agency. It is really disgusting. Now, in this darkest slave trade center in Chambord, there is an auction in progress. The organizer of the human auction venue, he wears a high hat, star-shaped sunglasses and long pink-purple hair. The auction master Disco, known as the Walking Super Special Auction, is standing on the spotlight stage at this moment, enthusiastically and unrestrainedly introducing various products to the rich people sitting full of money. As the auction hammer in the hands of the auction master fell, Pen 039 Legal 039 People Auction. Why does this kind of place appear in this world so openly? How is it possible on the Navy side? Why don't you care? Looking at the poor people who were auctioned off one after another on the auction stage. Zero seeking flowers, especially when I saw a cute little loli who was less than 10 years old, was also mercilessly commercialized. Wei Wei finally couldn't help but speak. The preface was green, and the body trembled unconsciously. The world is not always bright and beautiful, Xiao Wei Wei. Sha Qi sighed quietly with a lady's cigarette in her mouth. The years you have seen on the road are quiet, but that person avoided it for you. I know, but I still, Wei Wei's voice gradually choked. Vivi. Advertisement. Robin and Kurla, one left and right, holding Wei Wei's cold little hand. Sorry, it's all because of us, it hurts you. At the edge corner, the octopus Zauba, who was covered in a big black robe, lowered his head. Don't apologize, Kemi is also our friend. I definitely want to buy her back this time. We have sufficient funds, Nami said confidently. It looks calm on the surface, but her mood at this moment is not much different from that of Wei Wei. Nami, thank you so much. Octopus Xiaoba and the starfish Papagu in the clothes expressed their gratitude in unison. When the president brother comes back, he will definitely let him take this annoying place. Little Lori shook her small fist angrily during Golden Week. Okay, absolute. There is also the money spent, and we have to let it double out. Here. The little girls discussed fiercely how to deal with this illegal auction site. On the other side, on the auction stage, the professional auction master Disco's wooden hammer fell again, and another transaction was concluded at a satisfactory price. Then, let's proceed to the next product display. On stage, the loud voice of Disco, who inherited the flamboyant dressing style of the young master Doflamingo, spread throughout the audience. 039 Wow. The sound of chains mopping the floor sounded. An old man with gray hair and beard, full of energy, and a sturdy figure was taken to the auction stage by 2 masked burly men. What the hell are you B*******D doing, old lay? When I saw the old man who was about to be auctioned off the stage, the face of Sha Qi, who had been motionless in the back row, changed drastically. Chapter 204. Raleigh's smile faded away. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Lao Lei, what kind of plane you old B********D are you doing? Sha Qi, who had been motionless in the back row of the auction house, suddenly changed her complexion when she saw the strong elderly appearing on the auction stage. There is no longer the calm on his face that he used to see before. From the initial astonishment to the shocked eyes widening, it turned into a color of anger, which was beyond words. 039 Crunch 039. It was the sound of Sha Qi's teeth rubbing and biting. Ka 039. That was the sound of the armrest of the chair in the auction house, crushed by Sha Qi with one hand. This sudden change of Sha Qi made the little girls such as Robin and Kurla all look surprised. After all, from knowing Sha Qi till now, except for the initial meeting with Luo Lin, the little girls have never seen Sha Qi experience such violent mood swings. In their impression, Sha Qi Ji is a 533 intellectual big sister. An expert who can master the general trend of the world without leaving home. But now, Sha Qi Jingren, who has never moved like a mountain. What exactly is going on? Is it because of the old man who appeared on the auction stage? Robin looked suspicious when he heard Shachi talking to himself before, and his delicate and pretty face was puzzled. His eyes fell on the old man on the stage, when even it was a moment. Somehow, she always felt that the handsome old man on the auction stage seemed a bit familiar. Robin is not the only one who feels the same, there's Kurla on the side. After seeing the old man with white hair and white beard and a long and narrow scar in his eyes, there was also a sense of familiarity unconsciously in Kurla's heart. As if I have seen it somewhere before, but for a while, I can't think of it. That person. When Robin and Kurlawu searched the deep memories in their minds, the octopus Xiaohachi sitting on the very side suddenly stood up. How can Octopus Zauba not recognize that handsome old man on stage? After all, 20 years ago, it was the 8-year-old who fished out the seriously injured old man from the sea. That person is Raleigh, the king of Hades, the legendary big pirate, One Piece Roger's right hand. The deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, Pluto Raleigh. Now it's actually being auctioned as a commodity. What a crazy event this is. How can the octopus be calmed down? At this moment, Octopus Zauba's heart seemed to be overwhelmed. Advertisement. The emotion named shock occupied his whole body. Xiaoba, what's wrong with you? Is there anything special about that old man? Nami squinted. Laylee asked with shocked eyes. That person, he. Octopus Zauba stammered. The next moment, a look from Shachi made him quickly cover his mouth. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Nami, I'm sorry, there are too many people here, I will tell you in detail when I go back. Octopus Small 8. Okay then. Although Nami was also very curious, but it will not force it. The most important thing at the moment is naturally to buy Kemi back. Everything else can go back a little bit. In the shame of Shachi and the curiosity and contemplation of the little girls such as Robin Korla, the auction master Disco on the stage also began to explain and promote Pluto 039. As you can see, this is a young man, a mentally old man, with sound limbs, no disease, no disasters, and strength. This is exactly what you are not prepared for when traveling at home. It is said that there is an old family, if there is a treasure, forget it. Now the auction starts. The reserve price is 500,000 berries, and each time the increase is not less than 10,000 berries. Speaking of which, even the most professional auction masters can't keep going. After all, no matter how you look at it, this is an ordinary old man with a little muscle. Had to announce the start of the auction hastily. Hey, host, this is too hurtful, it must be good. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Let me introduce it. For example, I am handsome, so that I can make a higher price. Seeing the auctioneer's perfunctory carelessness, the old man on the stage who was auctioning merchandise suddenly spoke with dissatisfaction. Hearing this, Disco suddenly stared with a surprised look, big and small eyes, and the corners of his mouth tilted unconsciously. Who the hell is this? He has been engaged in population auctions for so many years. There are no 10,000 or 8,000 auction goods, but I have never seen such a calm auction item. Do not. Or it can be said to be arrogant. This is a population auction site. You are a commodity that is about to become a slave. At least you have to recognize your identity. How can someone be a victim who has to worry about earning less for others after being sold? It's simply weird and unreasonable. The auction master Disco sounded indignantly. Plus seconds, 3 seconds and minutes have passed 0. The entire venue is still quiet. No one is willing to bid to buy this narcissistic old man. Really no one wants to bid? Disco asked. No, quickly the next one. We're here for the mermaid, hurry up and take this eye-catching old guy down. We want to see the mermaid. There were shouts of dissatisfaction from all over the venue. This embarrassing situation suddenly made the Disco more angry. Advertisement. Could it be that he has been in the industry for so many years? My first time. Will this narcissistic old guy be the first time it's unsuccessful? Look, no one is willing to bid because you don't give a good introduction, alas. The old man on the stage, bound by the shackles of special slaves, sighed, fumbled and took out the small hip flask hidden in his arms, and took a sip of himself. Watching this scene, the inner anger of the auction master Disco was ignited. If it wasn't because it was in the spotlight, even if he loses money, he has to press the explosion button of the collar to blow the pesky old guy into pieces to vent his anger. No solution anymore. The auctioneer Disco took a few deep breaths, calmed down his inner anger, and prepared to knock on the table as an unsold product. 500,000. At this moment, a rich woman and nobleman with a fat waist and strong body in the front row raised the number plate in his hand and bid. Okay. There is another village in the dark. I thought my first time was gone, but I managed to keep it. Disco's gloomy face suddenly bloomed like a flower. This lady has bid 500,000, is there any higher? Seeing hope, the Disco asked casually. It's really just casual, a question, the kind that doesn't hold any hope. But the next moment, something unexpected happened to him. Just when he was about to reduce the original 3-strike deal to a one-off deal, sending away this eye-catching old man. In the back corner of the auction house, someone raised the number plate. 1 million. Listening to that voice, the whole auction house was completely silent. Look, all the spirited old man on the stage was complacent and was about to brag about it. However, the next moment, he saw the bidder in the shadow of the back row. As a result, the smile on that old face instantly solidified and stiffened. In the end, only endless embarrassment is left. Chapter 205 Auction of Don Quixote Cadres at Doflamingo. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, 1 million. When Shachi's calm voice sounded, the whole venue was involuntarily 1G. Swish, for a time, I don't know how many eyes looked towards Shachi in the back row. Wanting to see who was taking advantage of him, he was willing to spend 1,000,000 yuan to buy a useless old man with half of his body in the dirt. Captain, that person seems to be the lady boss who knocked us off the mangrove tree on the 13th. A member of the Hard Pirates, the talking Bai Shang Bibo, said with a surprised expression. It turned out to be her, the captain of the Hard Pirate group, the Supernova Trafalgaro, who was offering a reward of over 100 million, narrowed his eyes slightly. That old woman is not an ordinary person. The person she likes, even an old man, will certainly not be an ordinary person. Isn't that old man still hiding his identity? This boring auction is finally starting to be a bit interesting. Trafalgaro grinned. The other direction. The Supernova cluster headed by Magic Hawkins is also looking at it. Captain Hawkins, what is so special about that old man on stage? Do not know, the magician Hawkins spoke calmly. 10. Raise your hand and remove a tarot card from the straw branch in front of you. Chaos card. I miscalculated that kid's thing last time, but this time I won't be wrong again. In today's auction, there will be many unexpected events that happened. The magician Hawkins laughed. Look at the Tianlongren, who are surrounded and protected by heavily armed soldiers in the front row. From the body of the dragon, Hawkins saw a big death word. Interesting. The smile at the corner of Hawkins's mouth widened a little. For the eyes from all over the venue, Shachi didn't realize it. From beginning to end, her sight was only firmly locked on the white-haired old man on the stage. While Shachi looked at Lei on the stage, Lei also noticed Shachi's existence. 4 eyes face each other. The atmosphere was embarrassing to freezing. In the back row of the venue, Shachi's mouth curled up, and she raised her chin proudly. The smile on Raleigh's face on the auction stage gradually solidified and disappeared, and in the end only a face full of embarrassment remained. Speechless for a long time. Oh. Excited screams from the auction master Disco broke the silence in the room. That lady bid 1 million, is there any higher? Disco asked loudly again. But this time it was not just a casual comment from the previous one, but really expecting someone to pay a higher price. As predicted, the fat and rich woman who initially bid 51 won Bailey gritted her teeth and raised her number plate again. 110,000. Her bidding has not yet completely subsided. Shachi in the back row has already raised the number plate. 2 million. 039. Wow, 039. The audience was in an uproar again. Humph. The fat woman and rich woman in the front row gave a cold snort and gave Shachi a fierce look. I had no choice but to give up my desire to try something new and try the idea of an elderly muscular man. 2 million first time, advertisement, 2 million second time, 2 million third time. Deal. On the auction stage, the disco did not delay anymore, and the final word was finalized. Announce the establishment of the transaction. Ha, old man, there are really rich women who can see you, and you are proud enough. Disco laughed. At this moment, the gaze he looked at Lei no longer had the initial disgust. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After all, the current Raleigh is a humanoid Bailey worth 2 million. Although the transaction price of this auction was mediocre, only a mere 2 million, it was far beyond his psychological expectations, for an auction master. The greatest joy is to sell a low-priced commodity at a high price several times its own value. The 039 products that were originally intended to be sold out were sold at a profit 4 times the starting price in a blink of an eye. For the auctioneer Disco, it is naturally worthy of joy. The auctioneer Disco was pleased. At this moment, Raleigh, who was an auction product, couldn't laugh at all. No longer the original calm. Ha. The smile on the Disco's face suddenly became bigger when he saw that Raleigh finally showed the expression that he should have as a commodity. Ding 039. Next second. Invisible pressure suddenly emerged from Lei, covering the auction platform. So the smile on the auctioneer Disco's face suddenly solidified. Wait until Raleigh walks into the background and loses consciousness of the auction. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The Disco then fell straight under the stage. Lao Lei. Hey. Shachi grinned softly. Supernova's Trafalgaro, Hawkins and others all stood up suddenly, with extreme shock and disbelief on their faces. Although it was only a short moment before. That breath is not even able to spread, it is convergence. But it's better than them, but it still feels a little bit. What the hell was going on before? Is it Overlord? A039 Slave 039. Compared to the shock of Trafalgaro and others, the average person at the venue naturally didn't feel too much, just as the auctioneer Tu Lofun fainted. Here at the auction site, there are many auctioneers on the floor as substitutes and proceed as usual. Time passed by every minute. The auction at the front desk continues. The Disco, who was shocked and stunned by Lei's Overlord color in the background, was stimulated by alternating cold water and ice, and finally woke up before the end of the auction. Damn it, what the hell is going on? My head hurts? The auctioneer Disco, who had awakened, shook his head sharply. I felt pain in my entire head cracking. Mr. Disco, Mr. Disco. At this moment, an auction house employee shouted anxiously. Do what? Disco said irritably. No, Mr. Disco. What I want to report is that just now, a seller found us, hoping to borrow our place to auction alone. The auction house employee reported. Borrow the place. Don't borrow, let him go. Disco scolded angrily. Mr. Disco, the man said that the person he was going to auction this time was worth minus 100 million yuan, which would give us a 20% rake. SSSS's, what are you talking about? Hear the words. Advertisement. The auctioneer Disco, who had a headache before, suddenly opened his eyes in shock. His face was full of shock, excitement and disbelief. Is it really worth 100 million? Is there really a 20% rake? Is it a woman fish again? Hurry up and invite him in. The auctioneer Disco rubbed his hands in excitement. Under the stimulation of 20 million Li 193 run, even the head is not so painful. Tada, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. The auction staff led a man and a woman to the backstage of the venue. This gentleman, you said that you want to auction a product worth 100 million yuan? The auctioneer Disco rubbed his hands and looked at Luo Lin in front of him flatly. 1 billion won't work. Luo Lin spoke calmly. The smile on the Disco's face stagnated, and he was about to yell at him. 100 million is less than a little bit, at least it can be worth 99 million. Luo Lin added. 039 ba 039. The auctioneer Disco slapped his mouth sharply and swallowed the swear word. The original flattering smile appeared on his face again. 99 million is good, okay, it's not my boast, plus my eloquence, it will definitely increase the value of customers' merchandise by 20%. That feeling is good. Luo Lin smiled. Yes, so I don't know whether your products can make me feel the palm of your hand first? Disco asked. Okay. Luo Lin nodded. He threw the blood-stained sacks on the ground. Several auction house employees quickly untied the mouth of the sack, revealing the bloody, and even partially decomposed corpses in it. What? The screams broke out all at once. This person. The auctioneer Disco looked at the corpse in the sack, his eyes gradually widening under his sunglasses. Ah! A screaming scream came from his wide-open mouth. Master Dia Diamante, Chapter 206. The shock and excitement of the mermaid Kemi. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, Tun Diamante. This is the highest cadre of the family, Lord Diamante. Recognize the identity of the corpse in the sack. Disco, the head of the population auction house and chief auctioneer, looked terrified and couldn't help but yell, at this moment. There was no longer the disgusting flattery smile on his face. Some are just extreme fear and horror. The cold sweat wetted his whole body in an instant. The fear in my heart is like a tide, overflowing, unstoppable. His steps unconsciously backed up again, and finally fell on the wall. How could Lord Diamante die? He is the highest cadre of the family. The Disco's head shook like a rattle. No, this must be an illusion, I must be still dreaming, wake me up. The auctioneer Disco slapped himself sharply, no mercy. After a slap, half of his face swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if half a bun was stuffed in his mouth. The sharp pain from the facial nerve caused the auctioneer Disco to take a breath. Ha, it really is. The chatter of the auctioneer Disco came to an abrupt end after seeing the sack body that still existed on the ground. What's the matter? The chief auctioneer of the population auction house, isn't the auction pirate your strong point? Will you pick up this 99 million berryhead? Luo Lin asked with a smile. Ah, my heart, looking at the smile on Luo Lin's face. The auctioneer Disco showed a frightened expression as if he had seen the most horrible thing in the world, and yelled unconsciously. You killed Lord Diamante, the young master won't let you go. Against our Don Quixote family, you will not end well. The auctioneer Disco stammered. This situation at the moment is the most terrifying experience he has encountered in his life. Someone killed the top cadre of their Don Quixote family, and even swaggered to bring the cadre's body to auction. How bold this is. Auction your own senior cadres at your own venue. This is unprecedented. This is the most provocative challenge to their Don Quixote family. Those who did this kind of thing will inevitably be met by their Don Quixote family. Was mercilessly hunted down by their young master King Kiwu Hado Flamenco. Agaga, Mr. Rolling, this guy seems to be frightened, long. Alice, the girl in the peaked cap, looked at the chattering auctioneer Disco with a hint of happiness on her face. Traffickers are certainly the most hateful. A demographic auctioneer like Disco is also annoying. Diamante Master Diamante is finished, the young master will be angry, the worst case, even. DAO 39 advertisement. Just when the auctioneer Disco was in a state of confusion because of excessive fear. A clear footstep exploded, as if stepping in his mind. The sound is thunderous. Ling's chattering ceased in summer. 039 boom. The special overlord color that shocked the soul surged out. There were cracks in the walls of Ling's backstage room. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Boy, you have a lot of words, so let's leave it to the auction stage to talk about what else you have next. Luo Lin said quietly. Ga yes. Under the shock of Luo Lin's special overlord color. The auctioneer Disco's eyes widened in horror. He didn't dare to do things like auctioning the bodies of his own senior officials in his own auction house. But under the deterrence of that force, he could not produce the slightest heart of opposition, and he obediently accepted it. Lu Lien crawled, holding the sack on the ground, grabbing the door. Agaga, this scene must be very interesting under the clown's own auction. I'm now a little expecting the expression of the pesky clown when he learns about it. The girl in the peaked cap opens her mouth, with anticipation on her face. Arota, add bookmarks for easy reading. Mr. Lin, let's go to the auction venue to see the excitement. Girl Alice suggested. It's not anxious to watch the lively things. Luo Lin smiled. Oh, I almost forgot. Now the most urgent task is to rescue Sister Shachi's younger mermaid friend. Girl Alice said. Luo Lin grinned lightly, in addition to saving the mermaid Kemi. Luo Lin also discovered another interesting thing in the venue now. Come on, Mr. Luo Lin, I know this well, I probably know where they keep the people for auction. The girl Alice went out in 3 or 2 steps and greeted Luo Lindao. Coming. Luo Lin lifted his foot, keep up the road drove into Pozu. Under the awe of the domineering look that Luo Lin radiated. The guards of the auction house along the way didn't even hum, and they all fell to the ground in a coma. 1 minute later, the girl Alice brought Luo Lin to the prison of the venue. The prison, which was full of dignity, was now empty. Because most of the commodities have been auctioned off, and they were taken to another goods waiting area 039, at this moment. There are only 2 guards and a young fish girl raised in a transparent glass tank. How to do? Why hasn't the order come down yet? A guard frowned. Advertisement, counting the time, it should have started. The other guard was also puzzled. At this moment, 2 people appeared in their sight. Hey, you guys. The 2 guards stepped forward alertly, but do not wait for them to ask aloud. Next second, accompanied by the proliferation of turbulent overlord color. The bodies of the last 2 guards at the auction venue were stiff, their eyes turned white, and they fell to the ground feebly in a coma. Little girl Kemi, don't sleep, it's time to go home. Luo Lin stepped forward and shouted at the autistic mermaid girl in the glass 039 fish tank 039. Oh, this voice in a glass fish tank. The body was bent at 90 degrees, and the autistic mermaid Kemi's body was lightly shaking. Listening to the familiar voice in her ear, her heart that was already deeply desperate suddenly trembled. Good money. This enthusiastic voice. The mermaid Kemi raised his head in a daze, looking at the friendly smiling face in front of him. His desperate mood was gradually replaced by shock, excitement, and the joy of the rest of his life. You Mr. Luo Lin. The mermaid Kemi unconsciously raised his hand to cover his mouth, stubbornly not letting his tears of excitement fall. Agaga, Miss Kemi, it's better to cry if you want to cry. Girl Alice smiled and spoke. Ooh. Under Alice's persuasion, the tears in the big eyes of the mermaid Kemi came out like a dam bursting a bank. Mr. Luo Lin, it's really nice to see you again, and I'm really sorry, I caused you trouble. The mermaid Kemi cried loudly and apologized loudly to Luo Lin. Don't cry, I'll help you remove this restraint right away. Luo Lin's fingertips landed on the metal collar around Kemi's neck. Don't. Tai. Chapter 207 Shocking Event, the audience is dead. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, don't. Just when Luo Lin's fingertips fell on the collar of the mermaid Kemi's neck. Alice, the girl who was encouraging and appeasing Kemi with a smile on her face, suddenly changed her expression and hurriedly yelled to stop. Okay. Luo Lin turned his head to look at the girl Alice, raised his eyebrows slightly, as a question. No, this collar can't be removed by strong means. It will explode. This is a method used by the nobles to restrain powerful slaves. To remove the collar, you must find the key. Girl Alice explained in a hurry. Hey our heart. Upon hearing this, the mermaid Kemi's eyes widened in horror. The scene of his head bursting unconsciously appeared in his mind, so his eyes were about to pop out of his eyes. Wait for a while, the key should be with them, I'll look for it right away. Girl Alice said, please trouble you, sister. The mermaid Kemi nodded repeatedly, about half a minute later. Yes. After groping on the 2 fallen guards, the girl Alice let out a pleasant cry of surprise. Holding up the key to the collar he found, he turned around happily. Kemi, the key is oh. Before the girl Alice finished her words, she stopped abruptly. A pair of beautiful eyes was even bigger, staring at Kemi's white neck blankly. As if he had seen the most incredible things in the world, his pretty face was full of shock and disbelief. Sister, what's wrong with you? Looking at the girl Alice who was suddenly sluggish, the mermaid Kemi suddenly tilted his head in confusion. Kemi, where's the collar on your neck? The girl Alice raised her delicate hand mechanically and pointed at Kemi's empty collar. The collar, it's not in my heart. Kemi, the mermaid who has always been nervous, lowered his head subconsciously. When he saw the neck that had been liberated from the explosive collar, Kemi suddenly screamed in surprise. The eyeballs in a pair of big eyes and the tongue in the mouth almost all ejected. Showed an amazing Yan Yi expression. Seeing Kemi's surprise performance at this time, the girl Alice was suddenly speechless. I thought that the mermaid girl's nerves were too much. He didn't even know when the explosive collar on his neck was gone. But what is going on? With full of shock and incomprehension, the girl Alice's gaze fell on the bottom of the glass fish tank. Many small black fragments can be vaguely seen there. Could it be? The girl Alice suddenly turned her head and looked at Luo Lin. It's just an explosive collar, little girl, who do you think I am? Luo Lin grinned and took out the mermaid Kemi who was still in shock and sluggish state from the fish tank. Let's go. Before watching the excitement of the auction house, let's take you to see another interesting thing. Advertisement at this moment. The main venue at the front desk of the population auction site. The auction stage has been silent for a long time. There were murmurs from the auction stage. In addition, there were loud verbal abuses from pirates and domineering nobles. The final product of this auction, the young fish product that most people have been waiting for a long time here, has not appeared for a long period of time. Naturally, it will arouse a lot of dissatisfaction. There are many young fish who are sure to win. Most of them are the rich and domineering aristocrats everywhere. These people, who are used to being arrogant and domineering, have been able to wait patiently until now that they are extremely patient. So far, it has basically reached its limit. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Compared to other people's impatience, Robin, Wei Wei and others, the pretty faces at this moment are all anxious and worried. After all, their purpose here is to rescue their friend Kemi. With the wealth they acquired on the terrifying three-masted sailboat, it is worthy of 99% of the people present. Not to mention that there is a huge Huxia organization behind them as their backing. The only thing they fear now is what happens before the auction starts. Why is it so slow? Isn't it coming out? Nami clenched her fists, frowning worried. Kemi, Octopus Zalba and Starfish Papaku are getting depressed. Don't worry, it will be fine. Kurla looked affirmatively. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Nod, cheer for the partners. 039 Patter 039, Patter 039 at this time. The spotlight on the auction platform, which had been silent for a long time, was lit, attracting the attention of the entire venue. At the same time, the people in the venue were cheered up. The bright spotlight shone down, reflecting the pale face and trembling body of the auctioneer Disco. Hey, Disco, where's the mermaid? Hurry up and show it to the uncles, someone yelled. We have been waiting for a long time. Don't say that the finale mermaid is gone, someone threatened. Hey, Disco B*******, D, just say something. The whole audience was full of uproar. The humble mortals and ants are so noisy, shut up all of them. On the VIP table, with a stupid pig face, a bubble mask on his head, and a snot pulled under his nose, the Draco Char Ross yelled out loudly. All of a sudden, the audience was silent. After all, they were the Tianlong people, the most noble nobles in the world. A little offended, it will attract a general of the Navy headquarters, no one wants to provoke it for no reason. The mortals of the auction house, quickly send the mermaid of this sage, this mermaid, I am going to make a decision. The dragon-eyed Charos spoke loudly, on the auction stage. The auctioneer Disco turned his head and glanced at the angry Denon. Indeed, the anger of the Tianlongren is terrible. However, at the moment, nothing is more terrifying than what he is about to do. Do not. Maybe only death. That is to die and live, how to choose. Advertisement. The answer is naturally clear at a glance. Disco bit the tip of his tongue heavily, using the pain to calm himself down for a short time. Dear guests, I am extremely sorry that you have been waiting for a long time. This time the finale of the mermaid will take a while. The auctioneer Disco said. What did you say? Wait more? Are you kidding us? The venue is boiling again. Why have to wait? Is there really something wrong? Both Wei Wei and Nami looked anxious. Don't panic, little girls, the auctioneer's situation is not right, let's take a look first. Sha-Chi comforted her. Guests, on the auction stage, Disco gritted his teeth, seemingly determined, and spoke again. Although the finale mermaid couldn't arrive on time, but now our auction house has received another piece of temporary stoppered lot, please see. The auctioneer gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, cruelly, and shook off the sack he was holding in his arms. A bloody corpse appeared in everyone's sight. FK, what are you doing? Corpse? What kind of lot is this? Disco B******, D, even if you want to fool, find something decent, what do you mean by looking for a corpse? The nobles in the venue scolded one after another. The Tianlongren on the VIP table was already angry. Wrong. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted in the front row of the venue. Look at that corpse. That someone recognized the identity of the corpse, and an extremely shocked expression suddenly appeared on his face. That's right, the auction for this temporary gasser is the head of Diamante, the highest cadre of the Don Quixote family, who is offering a bounty of 99 million Baileys. The auctioneer Disco took a deep breath and yelled regardless. In an instant, the audience fell into an absolute silence. The emotion named shock spread quickly. Chapter 208 Shocked Hades Raleigh. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. This auction product is the head of the highest cadre of the Don Quixote family, who is offering a bounty of 99 million Barras to the great pirate Diamante. The auctioneer Disco took a deep breath and shouted with all his strength. The sharp sound was multiplied through the blessing of the microphone, and rumbling over the entire venue. Shocking. A huge auction venue, following the words of Disco, fell into an absolute silence. An emotion called shock spread in the venue. It quickly spread to all corners of the venue. His heart. Sissing hard. His hiss wr a moment later. The sound of people sucking in air conditioning sounded one after another throughout the venue. One after another. Continuously. Unbelievable, it turned out to be the head of a great pirate who was offering a bounty of $99 million? Is there any use for this kind of thing to auction? That is, if I were alive, I would really like it a great pirate slave who offered a reward of nearly 100 million. Yeah, if you die, there is no value at all. No matter how many auctions are made, can it be higher than his, June 20th, bounty money? With this head, it's not as convenient to take it to the Navy to redeem the bounty. Yes, I still want to see a mermaid. In the east corner, wealthy businessmen from various regions expressed their opinions in shock. Hey, I said to you, is this the focus of your attention? A big man in a black suit in the adjacent area stood up suddenly. The cigar dangling from his mouth fell unconsciously. This is not the point, so what is the point? Someone asked disdainfully. Didn't you hear it just now? The pirate who died being auctioned, he is Diamante, the highest cadre of the Donji River de family. The other person exaggerated exaggeratedly. So what? I've heard of Don Quixote's family. It's that Nambu Kaido flamenco, right? Then do you know who this auction house belongs to? Who? The boss behind this population auction venue is that Don Quixote flamenco. What did you say? Down pointing arrow, Nani, how could there be such a thing? Until this time, upon hearing the explanation from others, the wealthy businessmen from all over the place before this suddenly stood up in shock. Was shocked by this news to the point where it could not be added. The dialogue here is like an introduction, after a while. Everyone in the entire auction venue knows this crucial point. As a result, people's faces were even more shocked. Hey, Disco B **** D. You B **** D is going to die? You dare to auction the heads of your own cadres? Shouted the man who knew the auctioneer Disco, with a ridiculous expression on his face. This is the place of the Don Quixote family. It is really interesting to be able to encounter this kind of thing, ha ha ha. Someone is laughing. Crazy. Are you really not afraid of your own boss Doflamingo at the auction of your own senior cadres? There was an uproar in the audience. This bizarre incident that happened right now attracted everyone's attention. As a result, no one mentions the mermaid, the final product that was originally worried and anticipated by people. Captain Hawkins, what is going on? That auctioneer is really crazy? Doflamingo will never let him go if he does such a thing. Advertisement. The pirates of the Hawkins Pirates screamed. I don't know whether the auctioneer is crazy or not. I only know that this auction is getting more and more interesting now. The magician Hawkins, who had always been expressionless in the past, had a rare crazy smile on his face. The person who killed Diamante and threatened the auctioneer to do such a ridiculous thing and slapped Doflamingo in the face has not yet appeared. What more interesting things will happen next? Magic Hawkins spoke expectantly. Captain, is that person really the Diamante? That Diamante actually died? What the hell is going on? The combatant of the Hard Pirate group, Bai Shang Bibo, who offered a bounty of up to 500 bell, screamed in shock. Unbelievable. This auction site should be Don Quixote's property, right? This kind of thing can happen. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The young man with the hunting cap murmured unconsciously. Captain, what should I do? Pekin the penguin hat looked at Trafalgaro. What should I do? Of course, continue to watch the show. Trafalgaro, the dead surgeon, had a happy laugh on his face. Diamante, you B **** D also has today, although I don't know who killed you, but thank you. Diamante is only the first, and you will be the next one Doflamingo, although I really want to kill you personally, I am still far away. If someone can do it for me, I won't mind. You who killed Mr. Corazon, the Don Quixote family, are not far from destruction. Trafalgaro's cold mouth, his eyes flashed with madness. Boss, big event. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The staff of World Economic News, who was in charge of collecting materials for the auction, changed the previous sleepy state and contacted the President Morgans through a phone worm with an excited face. What the hell happened? Asked Morgans across from the phone worm. The disco at the #1 mangrove auction site in the Chambord Islands is currently auctioning the head of the highest cadre of the Don Quixote family, Diamante's head. What did you say? Morgans cried out in shock. The back row of the auction venue. The little girls such as Shachi, Robin, and Kurla are also shocked and surprised at the moment. Watching the performance on the auction stage. What's the matter? Wei Wei asked blankly, is that auctioneer crazy? Nami guessed. Do not. Kurla shook her head suddenly, and the exquisite pretty face showed an exhilarating color. Came back. The corner of Robin's mouth lifted up with a beautiful arc, and his heart was completely let go. Ah, yeah, Diamante is that guy's target, and since the target is here, he should also be back. Shachi also chuckled and let out a sigh of relief. Came back. Wei Wei and Nami looked at each other. Although the reaction was half a beat, they finally fully reacted. Brother Luo Lin is back. This is really great. Nami and Wei Wei hugged each other happily, their pretty faces filled with joy and excitement. Really, can't it be earlier? Shachi shook her head slightly and immediately seemed to think of something. The expression on Shachi's face gradually became subtle. Old Lei, I don't know how you are feeling now. Shachi's face set off a curve of expectation. At this moment, the slave waiting room on the right-hand side of the auction venue. This is a temporary detention place for the slaves who were successfully bought. After waiting for the buyer to successfully pay, they are able to buy their merchandise slaves. Advertisement. Since it is a slave waiting room, the atmosphere in the house is naturally not very good. Thinking of becoming a slave to others immediately. The room was enveloped by a bleak and desperate atmosphere. It seems a little bit lively outside. The old muscular man with white beard and hair shakes his legs, seeming to be a little restless. This is of course, after all, the first time, being a thief 039, was caught on the spot. Who can stand this? I wanted to go to any rich woman's house to get some money. That's great. His plan to rob the rich has not yet started but is over. The money is not available, instead, he owed 2 million in accounts. There is no doubt that the 2 million Shachi photographed him will definitely be remembered on his own. In the future, he will definitely be laughed at by Shachi more than once. Oh 6 How does this work? Thought of this. This old man, known as the Pluto, stared his eyes, raised his head and drank boring wine. The hip flask became empty in an instant. If you don't play anymore, don't play anymore, just play a fart here. Pluto Raleigh got up impatiently. Compared to being taken away by Shachi who was sullen and mocked, it would be better for him to go first now. Hiding outside for a few months, it's not too late to go back after the 039 thunder. Thinking of this place, Lei nodded, and walked towards the door without hesitation. Hey, man over there, what do you want to do? If you leave too far, the collar on your neck will explode. A giant prisoner in the slave waiting room kindly reminded. It's okay, I just go a little farther to pick a collar, and I'll pick it up for you later. Pluto Raleigh waved his hand indifferently. Oh, Raleigh, you have been more helpful after so many years of absence, so do you want to help me by the way? Amidst the click, the iron cage door opened, revealing the 3 people outside. Raleigh. Chapter 209 Zuan Riley scolds the street violently. This content was first published on hotmtl novel.zi population auction venue, slave standby area. There was a gloomy cloud in the huge cell. Despair is growing. Spread and spread among the crowd. Among the desperate crowd, there was one exception. It was an elderly muscular man with white beard and hair. His true identity is the legendary Big Pirate. Pluto Silbaz Riley. At this moment, the former deputy captain of One Piece frowned and drank his hip flask. Then he got up and walked in the direction of the gate naturally. Master, I advise you not to go too far, your head will explode. A giant prisoner kindly reminded. Thanks for the reminder, but don't worry. Pluto Lely waved his hand indifferently. When I finish picking my own, I will help you pick it by the way, so don't worry, Raleigh added. Prisoner of giants. Do I mean this? And many more. The giant prisoner seemed to finally realize something, and suddenly a pair of copper bell eyes widened. Father, you just said you want to take off this explosive collar? How is this kind of thing possible? The giant prisoner looked horrified. 10. Yeah, Grandpa, don't just die. I have seen a person blow up his head because he wants to take off his collar. Is it really going to die? Another prisoner stared wide-eyed, and his face was full of horror. The other prisoners in the cell also glanced at Lily unconsciously. Many people opened their mouths, but in the end they said nothing. Not because of indifference. It's numbness. Anyway, I'm going to live a life that is worse than death. It would be better to be like this sturdy old man, dying happily. Under people's numb gaze, Raleigh's fingers gradually moved closer to the collar between his neck. The powerful armed color domineering condensed at his fingertips. He must destroy the collar structure from the inside. Ka 039 At this moment, a click suddenly came from the quiet cell. It wasn't the collar on Raleigh's neck that shattered, it was the sound from the door of the cell. The prepared slaves in the cell turned their heads blankly and looked in the direction of the door. Lei Li also paused his hand movement and looked at the door. The door has not been fully opened yet. An energetic voice sounded first from outside the door. Raleigh, you haven't seen you for so many years. You B*********D is really more helpful. If that's the case, why don't you help me too? Luo Lin's voice came as the door opened. Advertisement. Wait until the voice falls. The door is also completely opened. 3 people appeared in the eyes of the prepared slaves inside the door. To be precise, it is a man, a woman, and a mermaid. The prisoners in the room stared wide-eyed, staring at the 3 Luo Lin outside the door without blinking. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Looking at the guards who fell under their feet, Zhang's face was filled with shock and disbelief. The peaked cap girl Alice outside the door also widened her beautiful eyes, her small mouth opened into a zero shape, and her eyes were firmly locked on the old muscular man wearing an explosive collar inside the door. The atmosphere in the room was suddenly very quiet. It's a long time. Teacher, the voice of Alice, the girl in the peaked cap, increased more than octave. Hey, Shinshin. Also shouting in surprise was the mermaid Kemi hanging on Luo Lin's back. You are Grandpa Old Lei. Teacher, why are you here? What's the matter? And the explosive collar on your neck, who caught you? In this world, who has such great ability? At this moment, the peaked cap girl Alice seemed to be 100,000 Y. Mouth like fried to add bookmarks for easy reading. Beans are common, and they keep asking shocking questions one after another. It's just that Raleigh didn't even hear about the repeated questioning of disciple Alice. Not because of embarrassment and deliberately ignored. It was because his thinking really didn't have time to pay attention to his cheap disciples. At this moment, the sight of this old man with an astonishing hidden identity was just locked on the man outside the door. The deputy captain who once followed Roger, the Pirate King, and experienced countless winds and waves. As the legendary Big Pirate, the right hand of the One Piece who conquered the Great Sea Route with Roger. Hades Silbaz Riley. A pair of old eyes under his glasses opened slowly but uncontrollably. His chin was also drooping at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if to separate from the body. The wind and rain for most of the life came. The state of mind that the old man raised was calm and relaxed, and the state of mind that the Taishan collapsed and did not change, collapsed at this moment. The expression named shock hasn't appeared on his old face for 2+ years. But now, it seems to be to fill the vacancies in the past 20 years. A shocked expression, a tone of breath came to his old face. Finally, it spread to his limbs. In his heart, in his mind, there were waves of stormy waves. Advertisement Ling's thinking will be stagnated for it, you. Lei stared at Luo Lin outside the door, but he couldn't even say a word. Lei, you are still one of the legends no matter how you say it. Jingren even said that it is not easy to say that you are really old. Luo Lin grinned and joked casually. You be *****D, you're not dead. Under the stimulation of Luo Lin's ridicule, Lei's old face was stern. 623 turned the inner shock into this sentence and blurted it out. The loud and energetic voice echoed in the cell for a long time. Hey, Raleigh, whether you or anyone else, do you need such a fuss? Who told you that I was dead? I'm just tired, so I just find a place to sleep for a while. Luo Lin said quietly. Sleep for a while? Raleigh's throat choked, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood. It's been 36 years since you, the B******D disappeared. You call this sleep for a while? Who sleeps? One sleeps for 36 years, hey. Raleigh ranted frantically in his heart. The whole person is in a messy state. I said, Raleigh, you are so miserable now. Based on your past feelings, come to me and I will offer you a high-paying job. How about? I remember that you used to say that you wanted to hop to my side and consider me to be your eldest brother. You probably haven't forgotten it, now I promised. Luo Lin spoke, the curvature of the corners of his mouth gradually expanded. Listening to the unbearable past mentioned by Luo Lin, a look of anger suddenly appeared on Lei's old face, and his body was trembling with anger. Shut up, you be *****D, don't mention that to me, my. Chapter 210 Friends gathered after 36 years. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Shut up. Say no more, don't mention that to me, I forgot. I have forgotten all about it, you be *****D quickly forget it. My, Raleigh, the king of the Hades, incarnate as the Zuon, at this moment, is like a street citizen, violently cursing the street. This scene, I just watched the audience, a spacious cell. The desperate slaves scattered in every corner were also surprised by Raleigh's sudden madness at this moment. All of them stared in surprise, full of puzzlement and doubts. Among them, a few people such as the giant prisoner were the most shocked. Of course they heard something. Raleigh, the man outside the door called this old man Raleigh earlier. Is Raleigh that Raleigh? The legendary great pirate, Roger's right hand, Hades Sir Baz Riley? After realizing this most critical information point, prisoners of the giants and the few 039 slaves and 039 strong people are all shocked and open their mouths. The whole body is quickly occupied by shocked emotions. As a result, even a single word cannot be spoken. The old man in the same room with them is a living legend. Pluto Raleigh has fallen to the same miserable condition as them. No one would believe this kind of thing when it spreads out. If it wasn't for seeing it with your own eyes, if it weren't for the legend in front of him, he still wore the same explosive collar as them on his neck. How can they believe it? How dare to believe it? And many more the eyes of the giant prisoner and others passed the white-haired old man Raleigh and fell on Luo Lin outside the door. From the conversation between Roland and Raleigh just now, they also learned an important piece of information. Since this old man is the legendary king of Hades, Raleigh. Then the one outside met the legend. Even the existence of Ling's Pluto, Raleigh, is a big change in expression, regardless of the strong style, the man who is irritable and cursing the street. Who is he? Obviously looks so young, is it also a legend? This absurd idea was born in the hearts of the giant prisoner and others. Grandpa Lao Lei, what's wrong? The mermaid Kemi hanging on Luo Lin's back tilted his head with shock and confusion. Agaga. The girl Alice in the peaked cap murmured unconsciously. In front of Raleigh, this gesture completely subverted his perfect image in the heart of the girl Alice. The girl Alice never knew. Advertisement own teacher. Mr. Raleigh, who is calm and calm no matter what happens, is calm and calm. There will be such a grumpy side unexpectedly, and it was Roland beside him that caused Raleigh to be so irritable and lose his former peace and calmness. It turns out that Mr. Luo Lin really knew Mr. Raleigh. Looking at this situation, the relationship between Mr. Luo Lin and Mr. Raleigh is absolutely extraordinary. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. What thrilling incident happened between the two of them in the past? I really want to know. The gossip fire inside the peaked cap girl Alice is blazing. Looking at Luo Lin with expectation and hope, Luo Lin chose to ignore the gossip psychology of girl Alice. Looking at the energetic and violent Raleigh in front of him, Luo Lin couldn't help but smile. Thoughts are flying. Go back to that period of more than 40 years ago, that used to be their era. The Roger Pirates group led by the Pirate King Gore D. Roger. There have been countless intersections with the 5-member Navy supernova group consisting of Luo Lin, Carp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Xiaohei at that time. Because of the stance of the Navy and the pirates, they are in a hostile relationship with water and fire. Especially Luo Lin and Carp. I have been on fire with Roger Pirates more than once. At the same time, it is precisely because of that encounter and battle again and again. The relationship between the two parties has also undergone many subtle changes. And enter, add bookmarks for easy reading, BSP, especially after facing a common enemy and retreating with life and death. Don't fight without getting acquainted. Naturally, these words of the ancients were not fabricated out of thin air. There must be a reason. In the pirate world without Roland, Carp and Roger are enemies who have fought for decades, and they are also close friends of each other. Because of this, Roger will trust his wife and children to Carp with confidence before he goes to death. And with the emergence of Luo Lin, the trend of the plot, the overlapping of people's fortunes also gradually shifted. What remains unchanged is the friendship that has been struck out. Of course, in addition to this, there are some other interesting episodes. For example, during a battle, the blood spattered from Luo Lin's wound accidentally fell into Roger's mouth. Roger, who was still fighting for life, was affected by the blood, and instantly transformed into Luo Lin's little brother. All the members of the Roger's regiment in Ling's presence at the time, as well as the Navy's Carp and others were all shocked. And this experience has become the most unbearable memory in Roger's life. From time to time, they will be taken out by others as a joke. Except for Roger, this well-known embarrassment. More than 40 years ago, several people in the Roger Pirates had similar experiences. It just doesn't happen in full view. Advertisement. The parties did not say. No one else will know. Deputy Captain Pluto Riley is one of them. That was 42 years ago. One day, Luo Lin and Carp, who were chasing Roger's group as usual, followed the panicking group of Roger and the others to an island. Unexpectedly, both of them fell into the trap set by the Sea Lord Locks. That time, it was the most dangerous battle faced by the Roger Pirates since its establishment. Almost the car overturned, completely annihilated. All members were forced to be scattered across the island. Even the powerful Deputy Captain Riley, without support, could not face the joint attack of the monsters of the Locks regiment at the same time. Suffered heavy losses. Life is hanging by a thread. Unfortunately, I met Luo Lin, who happened to be passing by. Only then took a life back, and it is precisely because of the influence of blood pressure. Nano's reaction 039. Stronger than Raleigh is also like Roger at the previous time, an ardent fan of Roland incarnate. He even threatened to leave the Roger Pirates and follow Luo Lin's men to join the Navy. In this scene, Enies Zephyr, who was also present at the time, was called a Wai Jiao Lin Nen. Fortunately for Li, Zephy's character is dull and will not be promoted everywhere. If it were to change to Carp's big mouth, the whole world who yelled the next day would know. Raleigh kept silent about this matter. Luo Lin did not say, Zephyr did not say. Naturally no one knows. Over time, even Raleigh himself had almost forgotten what happened at the time. Until today. 36 years have passed. He once again saw the man who had made him avoid him. Once again awakened those dusty memories in his mind. What a change this is. Chapter 211, Pluto Raleigh wants to hit someone, 5/5 ask for subscription customization. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, Hoohoo. Li, the Pluto King who had been talking about it for a long time, opened his mouth wide and let out a heavy gasp. The shock in his heart, the shock was also calmed down by these venting words. It's just that those old eyes are still locked on Luo Lin without blinking. Never moved a bit. Admittedly, the past Luo Lin has caused him tons of psychological shadows. Every time he saw it, it was an unconscious headache and annoying. But, 42 years ago, on that island, Luo Lin was also a fact of his life-saving grace. It's not even just him, and their entire Roger Pirates. All have received the great favor of this sea soldier. In the love and kill that lasted for more than 10 years. Even hostile parties with different positions will inevitably have some other emotions. Enemy and friend. Swords face each other on the front battlefield. After the fight, they can also sit and drink together in peace. Chat. Talk about the ideals of life. This is not Raleigh's fantasy. It's something that actually happened decades ago. The sea soldier in front of me is completely different from the General Navy. His philosophy, his thoughts, his behavior. There was also a certain time that he blurted out after being drunk. It once shocked the entire Roger Pirates. Even if there is no blood suppression effect, he is still the man of the Pirate King Roger and the Hades King Raleigh. So 36 years ago, shortly after the Battle of the Island of the Gods, when he suddenly learned the news of Roland's passing away from Cap. Neither Roger nor Raleigh, nor everyone in the Roger Pirates group could accept it. The pirate ship Oro Jackson, who had been laughing and laughing, was silent for 3 days. Later, they even erected a cloak mound on the island where they met Luo Lin for the first time. Humans have always been like this since ancient times. When he wanders on the side all day, it will be annoying. When the other party is suddenly gone one day, there will be infinite misses again. At that time, after 36 years, if I saw it again, I would subconsciously dislike it. However, after the dislike, the only thing left is probably nostalgia. In the sharp eyes that were originally full of anger, it also became. It softened, and gradually brought some other emotional colors. It was either joy or excitement for the old man with the terrifying title of Pluto, and the corners of his eyes were a little ruddy unconsciously at this moment. Pluto Raleigh, he doesn't shed many tears in his life. Only a handful. Advertisement on the day when the Roger Pirates disbanded more than 20 years ago, the unconscious tears after being drunk with the friends who were about to be separated were counted once. On the day Roger was executed, he watched from below, tears falling unconsciously. It was the second time. And this time, it was the third time. For those who used to be like-minded, welcome back, dear friend. Pluto Raleigh spoke silently in his heart. I can only think about it silently in my heart. After all, Luo Lin's resurrection was just said before. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. He was also embarrassed to say such sensational words at this moment. This happens for a while, and that happens for a while. What other people think is very shameless, it's just maybe because it's been too long. Raleigh forgot the ability of Luo Lin in front of him. Even if he just thinks about it in his heart, Luo Lin can still hurt. My best friend always feels like I heard from you. It's a bit silly, Raleigh, and what kind of tusk you are now, the dignified Pluto King Raleigh, a person of 70, 80, 70, and a little girl crying. It is really amazing. People can't bear to look straight. Luo Lin grinned to add bookmarks for easy reading. The poisonous tongue of disgust, you. Lei Li's old face stagnated, and finally recalled the fear of being dominated by Luo Lin's mind-reading skills. The nostalgia and emotion that came out of my heart dissipated with Luo Lin's poisonous tongue. A pair of eyebrows are upside down. Sure enough, you are still the same B********* D as before, and you keep your eyes open and talk nonsense all day long. Raleigh snorted. Who is talking nonsense? Everyone can see the way your eyes were red before, right, girl Alice? Luo Lin looked at the girl in the peaked cap beside him. What? The girl Alice, who was still in shock, subconsciously nodded. And me, I saw it too. The mermaid Kemi raised his hand weakly. Crunchy. His own fig leaf was ruthlessly exposed by his disciple and the little mermaid. Raleigh seemed to be a little bit irritated, the teeth creaked. Teacher. The girl Alice who reacted quickly stepped forward and took Lely's arm. Teacher, Mr. Luo Lin is very kind, don't show such a stern expression. The girl Alice said coquettishly. Okay. Raleigh turned his head to look at the cheap disciple he had taught for a while. Advertisement obviously, this girl admired herself the most before. But now he is helping an outsider to speak. What's the matter, Alice, how long have you known this guy? Raleigh asked. Agaga, less than a week, the girl Alice replied. Less than a week, heard this answer. Lei Li suddenly blown his beard and stared. In less than a week, I abducted the cheap disciple I used to raise as a daughter. This feeling is like the huxia cabbage that my family has worked so hard to raise. It is not a taste. As a result, Lei Li looked at Luo Lin's eyes worse and worse. Isn't it because you don't die because you are not old? Obviously, my age is not a few years younger than me. I am handsome and can eat as a meal, me too, and it's not bad when I was young. Sorry, being handsome can really do whatever you want. Luo Lin grinned, showing 2 rows of white teeth with a bright smile. However, it was Raleigh who was watching clenched his fists and wanted to hit someone. Okay, crucial moment. Seeing that some bad girl Alice quickly stopped Raleigh. Teacher, you haven't told me why you were here? Who is capable of arresting you here? Did you sneak in to save Kemi? The girl Alice asked. Is it true? Mermaid Kemi was immediately moved. The angry expression on Raleigh's face was stagnant. Just now because of seeing Luo Lin, he forgot his current status as a prepared slave. This is great. Not only Shachi saw it, I was also seen by my own disciples. But, looking at the touched look of the cute little mermaid girl, Raleigh smiled. I am preparing to be cheeky and accept it. But before he speaks, Luo Lin on the side suddenly smiled. Raleigh gave a subconscious chuckle in his heart, feeling a bit of a bad thing. And many more. Raleigh stopped drinking. That's not it, little girl Alice, this guy obviously just sold himself here to make money to play in the casino. Luo Lin revealed mercilessly. Raleigh. Crunchy, Chapter 212. Rolin vs. Raleigh. Pluto lost. Open black lens bracket 1/7 seeking subscription close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Lei Li, what are you doing when you look at me like this, am I wrong? Seeing Lei Li's face turned into anger, Roland suddenly grinned. Crunchy. The teeth rubbed, and the sound of biting became clearer and clearer. You B***************, D. Really, it hasn't changed at all from before. You still owe you as always. You don't save any face. Raleigh's fist gradually clenched. But, I thought of the deep memories of fighting Luo Lin one-on-one. Raleigh's clenched fist was loosened again. It's because of your rare resurrection. Give you face this time. I will bear it, Raleigh thought silently. Seeing Lei Li's fluctuating face, Alice, the girl in the peaked cap, already knew it. The truth is that 80% is, just as Luo Lin said. This teacher of my own is still as always, Maverick. But think about it carefully. In the past, it seemed that there was still an excuse for Raleigh to help her keep the pocket money, but it happened that she accidentally lost all of it. In this way, selling myself for money today doesn't seem to be that way. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much. Just as the peaked cap girl Alice was thinking about this. Something not, people's exclamation suddenly came from the cell. Then several men and women of various races knelt down on Luo Lin's knees and thanked him. Agaga, teacher, Mr. Luo Lin has a solution to the explosive collar on your neck. Girl Alice spoke. Call, Lei Li stared at his cheap disciple. This girl really turned aside completely. What kind of ecstasy did that D pour into this girl? Alice, who do you think the old man is just a collar, and the old man himself can do without the help of others? Raleigh spoke in PS. The domineering fingers entwined with the powerful high-level weapons slammed out. Next moment, A dazzling explosion of light bloomed in the cell. It exploded with a bang, an explosion of flames exploded in midair. That was the explosive collar that Raleigh threw out. Agaga, you really deserve to be Teacher Raleigh, it's really amazing. Alice, the girl in the peaked cap, exclaimed. Yeah, Grandpa Laolay is amazing. Mermaid Kemi echoed. The living legend, Pluto is worthy of being Pluto. The giant prisoner and the few others who knew the name of Pluto Raleigh were also shocked. Humph. Listening to everyone's praise, Lely's face finally improved a little. Advertisement, it is no longer as black as the bottom of the pot as before. But as expected, Mr. Luo Lin's handling methods are a bit more clever. Alice, the girl in the peaked cap, added her mouth by comparing Roland and Raleigh. Hey. The smile that had just been raised on Lely's face was instantly stagnant. Yes, although Grandpa Laolay is also very good, but Mr. Luo Lin seems to be even more powerful. The mermaid Kemi said. The giant prisoner and others, as well as everyone in the cell, were first taken aback. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Then they nodded in agreement with the approval. It is true that the speed of light shown by Raleigh destroys the collar, and the method of throwing it out is indeed very powerful and amazing. But Luo Lin on the other side just tapped his finger and the collar dropped. Even the explosive device in it was also destroyed. Compare the two. Explode and not explode. The gap is clear at a glance. Even Raleigh himself had to admit this. Recognition is recognition. As an old opponent in the past, it is impossible to be convinced. Raleigh, it seems you are a little unconvinced by your appearance, or come BB. Add bookmarks for easy reading, Luo Lin smiled. Comparation, who is afraid of whom? Raleigh agreed without hesitation. The loser needs to unconditionally answer a request from the respondent, how about it? Luo Lin asked. Since it is a gambling game, naturally it takes some prizes to be more interesting. Come, where is so much nonsense? Raleigh said impatiently. Then he walked 2 steps forward, facing everyone in the cell. All those who believe in the old man come here. Raleigh shouted. No one answered, even when Raleigh's voice fell. All the prepared slaves wearing explosive collars walked in Luo Lin's direction in unison. It's not that you don't believe Raleigh, it's just compared to Raleigh's violent removal technique. It still seems that Luo Lin's side is much safer. Seeing this scene, Laylee's forehead inevitably had a few more black lines. Mr. Raleigh, I am coming, and I also believe in Mr. Raleigh. At this moment, the giant and the other two gritted their teeth and stood out. Advertisement, it is good. Upon seeing this, Laylee's face finally eased a little. I have 3 3s on my side, and 3 3s on your side. Laylee looked at Luo Lin and raised his chin provocatively. Okay. Luo Lin nodded. Then, get ready, start. Alice, a girl with a peaked cap as the referee, suddenly waved her hand down. Laylee, who had been prepared for a long time, flew his hands and turned into the afterimage of his debut. Before and after is just a breathless effort. The explosive collar on the neck of the giant trio 3 was flying up in the air. 3 loud bangs. 3 fireworks exploded in midair. Thank you, Mr. Raleigh, the 3 giants saluted together. Okay. Laylee calmly responded, turning his head to look at Luo Lin on the other side with a proud face. In his vision, his previous speed has definitely reached the limit. Even Luo Lin can only tie him at best, it can't be faster. However, reality taught him an impressive lesson. Although Ms. Laylee is also fast, Mr. Luo Lin is still a little bit faster, and... The peaked cap girl Alice wrinkled her nose and made a judgment. At the same time, his gaze swept across the room, and a pretty face was filled with shock and disbelief. Because, just in that short moment, Luo Lin didn't just lift the explosive collar of the trio. It's all. The explosive collars on the necks of everyone in this waiting cell were all shattered at the same time. What a powerful force this is, how? Maybe, Raleigh, who was also aware of this, had an old face completely occupied by shock. No matter how fast a person is, there must be a limit in the end. In such a short period of time, it is absolutely impossible for a person with the fruitability of the space system to do it. More importantly, although Laylee hadn't watched it before, his vision and beauty were not decorations. Raleigh was sure. Luo Lin hadn't moved at all in the same place before. So what is going on? Is it his new ability again? How did you do it? Laylee's eyes widened, and he looked at Luo Lin in disbelief. If you want to know, why don't you try it yourself? Luo Lin smiled. A-hole, try and try, I'm really afraid you won't make it. Raleigh responded with annoyance. Boom, Filu reminds you, 3 things about reading. To chapter 213, a name shocked the audience, 2/7 seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, the #1 mangrove population auction site of the island of Chambord. Today is destined to shake the whole world. The auction house backstage. The 2 legends of the last era, the top duel between Roland and Raleigh is about to begin. The front desk of the auction house. The huge auction venue is still in a state of tumult. The voice is full of voices. The shock caused by the ridiculous incident of selling the head of one's own cadres at one's own place is still continuing. Apart from shaking, a few good people who watch the excitement and are not afraid of big things. The man raised the number plate in his hand and began to bid. Anyway, booing, don't ask for money, isn't it? even if I really took a picture in the end. Could it be that the auctioneer Disco still had his life to ask them for money and did not make such a betrayal? He would inevitably be torn to pieces by Doflamingo's anger. In their eyes, the Disco, the audacious auctioneer on the stage, is already dead. How can the dead ask for money from them? As for the corpses of the Don Quixote cadres and Diamandi that were photographed, they can be exchanged for bounty by the Navy. Or give it back to Doflamingo, and add a little sensational performance. Maybe he can replace the auctioneer Disco and control this profitable population auction house. 200 million. The Mangrove Island owner at Chambord Land number 3 holds the number plate high. The sky-high price of 200 million was directly shouted. It was more than twice as high as Diamandi's 99 million Baileys. Ha 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 ha, guys, I don't think you guys should snatch me. The bald island owner Trudeau, who controls the number 3 mangrove area, grinned and revealed a cold smile. See it. Originally, those who still wanted to join in the fun casually, the people who were making shit sticks suddenly died down. This auction farce. It is indeed almost time to end here. 200 million transaction, on the auction stage. The auctioneer Disco, who completely broke the jar, made a final decision. Finalize the deal. Trudeau of Mangrove number 3, I know you. Since I have photographed Diamandi's head, I should get the money ready first. The auctioneer Disco looked at Trudeau and spoke coldly. Advertisement, ha 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 ha. Trudeau, the owner of Mangrove Island number 3, suddenly laughed. Hey, Disco, you are already a dead person, and you have to do anything with those 200 million berries, but if the money to buy the coffin is not enough, I will give you a pair for free. I've already said that Diamandi's head auction was commissioned by someone else. I advise you to prepare 200 million first, otherwise you have to prepare your own, and maybe you will die in front of me. What? The auctioneer Disco yelled frantically. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Hearing this, Trudeau, the owner of the island on the 3rd, has a stagnant face. There was a chill in my heart unconsciously. Yeah, from just now, he seems to have overlooked one thing. With the strength of Disco, it is absolutely impossible to kill the big pirate who is offering a reward of 100 million. He will not do such crazy things for no reason. Behind him, there seemed to be a terrifying monster that could kill Diamandi. Do not. Or even another huge organization. A fearless Don Quixote family, even an organization that is hostile to it. If so, then active doping to add bookmarks for easy reading. With him in the game between the two big forces, the more Trudeau, the 3rd Mangrove Island owner, thinks about it, the more frightened he is. A heart is even cooler. The whole person no longer has the previous publicity. Damn it, it was put together. Trudeau, the owner of Mangrove Island number 3, was full of indignation. After taking up this mess, what should he do to spend money to eliminate disasters? No. That's a whole 100 million. No, it's 200 million Baileys, just when the owner of Mangrove Island number 3 was secretly annoyed by his stupid behavior. The enthusiasm of the other guests at the auction venue for this matter gradually faded. Hey, Disco B*******, D, before you die, quickly get that mermaid out. That's right, auction B*******, D, you die, the auction of that young fish will continue as usual. Just as the curtain call of your auction career, don't worry, we will definitely make your last auction reach the highest level. The people at the meeting urge. The mortals over there, don't linger, bring the mermaid of this sage over. On the VIP table, Sheriff, who had been waiting impatiently for a long time, also reprimanded loudly. Ha ha. Facing everyone's urging and scolding, the auctioneer Disco gave a deep smile. Advertisement, ha 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 ha. Then, the low laughter turned into hysterical laughter. Shut up all of you. The sharp voice of the auctioneer's Disco reverberated throughout the venue through the amplification of the microphone. The harsh electric current made many people cover their ears unconsciously. You bastards are right. I'm really going to die. Even if I don't die today, Doflamingo will never let me go in the future. Since they are all going to die, I will auction a hammer. You want a mermaid? Catch it yourself. The auctioneer Disco, who was completely spared, sneered. Mortal, I don't care if you die or not, hurry up and send the mermaid of this saint. This is your last chance. The sky dragon Charos screamed. Shut up, you stupid pig Tianlong B******, D. I've had enough of you. As a nobleman like a stupid pig, why can an ugly and stupid pig like you sit and enjoy everything in the world? The auctioneer Disco glared fiercely at the sky dragon Charles Rose. Those in my heart. That I didn't dare to say before, or even dared to swear, blurted out all of them at this time. As a result, the audience was silent. Crazy, this person is completely mad, all people have this idea at the same time. On the VIP table, the ugly and stupid face of Charos, who has never been scolded by anyone before, flashed endless astonishment. Immediately afterwards, the astonishment and shock all turned into hideous and cruel. Guards, quickly catch that B******, D. This saint wants him to survive but not to die. Heavenly Dragon Charos trembled with anger. Yes. The guards responsible for guarding the Tianlongan responded in unison. Just before the guards of the Tianlong people took action, there was a loud rumbling noise from the entire auction hall. Next second, in the screams and exclamations of people, the wall on the auction table collapsed, turned into a neat cube. A figure floated to the auction stage from behind the wall. All of a sudden attracted the attention of the audience. However, the name uttered in his mouth shocked the audience in an instant. Raleigh, is this your full power? It's far from it. Chapter 214. One punch to blast the Tianlongren, 3/7 ask for customization. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The entire auction venue of Boom Rumble was shaken without warning. The walls of the auction table collapsed amidst the roar, turning into neat three-dimensional squares after another. A figure fluttered lightly from the other side of the wall and landed on the auction stage. This sudden change caused the entire auction venue to be in chaos. Brother Luo Lin. It's Luo Lin. Yes, the tutor is back. Looking at the figure that broke through the wall, Vivi in the back row of the venue, the three of Nami and Kurla, all of them screamed in surprise. The corner of Robin's mouth unconsciously made a curve. Let go of your heart completely, there is no more hidden worries in your heart. As long as there is that person. Even if the sky is falling, how about, Mr. Luo Lin, is that Mr. Luo Lin? That gentleman is here, so is Kemi all right? Octopus Zauba and Seastar Papaku asked weakly with crying faces. It's okay. Shachi said affirmatively, it's just you two, the noise is too big, right? Shachi's gaze crossed Luo Lin, who was facing the crowd on the stage, and looked at the shadow behind the wall. As if he could see the white-haired old man standing behind him. Compared with the joy of Robin and other little girls, they were excited and exhilarated. At this moment, the other people in the auction venue were all caught in a panic. There were screams. The most interesting part is finally coming. The magician Hawkins' expression was full of madness and shock. Captain Hawkins, that person. The aura on that person's body seems very bad, or let's go first. There is no need, we will not die here today, this is the guidance from destiny. The magician Hawkins affirmed. Captain, what's going on there, and who is that person? How kind of like, it feels bad, it's too scary, hey. Bai Shang Bibo pointed to Luo Lin on the auction stage and yelled in surprise. Yeah. Did you kill Diamante? The monsters on this sea are really endless. One kid is missing, and now there is another monster among the monsters. The death surgeon, Trafalgaro's expression was full of shock. Feel the breath that naturally emanates from Luo Lin. His body trembled instinctively. That's the awe of the strong. Even he felt this way, what level of monster that is. The pirates strong in the venue all stared at the auction platform vigilantly and shockedly. The time of Luo Lin. Next moment. Advertisement had shocked them even more, and even shocking things happened. Hey, Raleigh, I haven't seen you in 36 years. Is your old man only left with this strength? It's not enough to tickle me, ah. On the auction stage, Luo Lin turned his back to the sentient beings, and the noisy meeting venue fell into a moment of silence as the sound fell. The Raleigh of Raleigh rolling is. Wei Wei's beautiful eyes gradually widened, as if she realized something. Raleigh. This name. Is it the legendary Hades King Raleigh? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Nami yelled in shock. It can't be wrong. That person, Hades Sir Baz Riley. Kurla and Robin looked at each other, all saw the answer in the eyes of the other party. The old man who made Shachi's mood a big wave before. Ling Shachi didn't hesitate to smash 2 million old people who Bailey would buy. The old man who made them feel familiar. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Greater than his true identity is the right hand of the legendary One Piece, Pluto Sir Baz Riley. Under the shocked eyes of the little girls, there were footsteps on the other side of the wall. The old people who had appeared on the stage as auction goods before came step by step and appeared in the sight of everyone in the venue. President, big event. The big event is here again. The members of the World Economic News once again contacted the President Morgans via telephone worm. What did you say about what happened at this auction? On the other side of the phone worm, Morgans, who was busy publishing the Diamante incident, yelled. Legend. The legendary big pirate, One Piece's right hand, Pluto Sir Baz Riley has appeared. Nani. Hey, it's true, Lei Li. Hades King Lei Li. There's really a big man here now. Trafalgaro stood up suddenly. The shocked expression on his face became more and more serious with the appearance of Lei Li. Captain, that person. That old man is this the King Raleigh? Is this true? Bai Shang Bibo poses in a pose of a white crane spreading its wings. It turned out to be Pluto Raleigh. Is that old man really the deputy captain of One Piece? Unbelievable. Why would such a character appear here? The pirates in the audience screamed unconsciously in shock. Advertisement compared to the little-known, Luo Lin is still facing them. At this moment, people's eyes are naturally attracted by the Pluto who has left countless legends. Under everyone's attention, Raleigh stood on the auction stage. Under the dumbfounded and horrified gaze of the auctioneer Disco, he slowly made a fist. The powerful aura came out, and the disco on the side of Ling felt a terrifying pressure that seemed to be suffocated. The battle has just begun now, take it. Under people's shocked eyes, the figure of the legendary great sea pirate Hades, Lei Li, suddenly shot out. The domineering fist covered with extremely powerful arms, ruthlessly fell towards Luo Lin's body. See this scene. The little girls in the back row such as Wei Wei, Nami and others subconsciously exclaimed. Under the shocking eyes of everyone in the audience. Luo Lin on the auction stage did not evade, It seems that he is going to take the full punch of Pluto with his body. Just when everyone thought so, on the auction stage, the space around Luo Lin was suddenly distorted. The people who watched this duel only saw a flower in front of their eyes. The next moment, Luo Lin, who should have been in their sight, was no longer visible. Instead, there was an ugly man wearing a bubble mask and full body protective clothing with a stupid look. Drakon Charo's space replacement at this moment. Looking at the terrifying fist that is constantly zooming in his sight. The dazedness and bewilderment on Charo's face of the Sky Dragon was instantly replaced by extreme fear. The breath of death enveloped him completely. Fear made him instinctively utter the worst scream in his life. Next moment, punch, so. The scream stopped abruptly. Bang, was accompanied by a muffled noise. Under the horrified gazes of everyone in the venue, blood splattered with stumped limbs. Charlaros, the Sky Dragon, exploded, torn apart. Filu reminds you. 3 things to read. Chapter 215. The audience was shocked. Overlord color conflict. Open black lens bracket 4/7 seeking subscription close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The bang fist touched the flesh. There was a dull crash, under the eyes of people shocked and even horrified. The young man who was supposed to receive Lei Li's punch from the front of the auction stage suddenly disappeared. What appeared instead was the horrified and bewildered Sky Dragon Charlaros. There is no refund, there is no way to avoid it. Everything happened in a flash. Even if it was as strong as Lei Li, it was already too late until the reaction came. His full-armed punch that was meant to be used to beat Luo Lin landed on the dragon like Charos, who was like a fat pig. The special protective suit on Charos, the Sky Dragon man, tore under the fierce fist wind. Puff, what was torn immediately after that was his body. The scream of Charlaros from the Sky Dragon stopped abruptly. The strength of the Heavenly Dragon is not as good as the 5 worst scum. Faced with the full blow of the legendary Big Pirate, how the result will be has now been revealed. Blood splashed on the auction stage. The 2 arms of the Sky Dragon Charos flew out of the body and pierced the ceiling of the venue. His 2 legs were also torn at the same time, and they stuck straight into the auction table. The last thing that separated from his torso was his ugly head with tears of fear. There is no room for struggle. Under Raleigh's full blow Charos the Sky Dragon was torn apart. The dead can't die again. The entire auction venue fell into an absolute silence because of this sudden event. Witnessing the death of the world aristocrat Tianlong, the expressions on people's faces are all sluggish at this moment. The world seems to have been pressed by the pause button at this time. Sha-Chi was stunned. Robin, Kurla, Vivi, Nami and other little girls were stunned. Trafalgaro, Baishong Bibo, Magic Hawkins and others were motionless. Responsible for protecting the dragon people, the guards of the government were collectively stupid. Even Lei Li, who hit the Sky Dragon Charos with a punch on the auction stage, was embarrassed at this moment. The only thing in the audience was able to remain calm. Luo Lin was the only one with the same expression on his face. On the VIP table, Luo Lin, standing among the good hands of the government guards, walked calmly. Under people's silly gaze, they stepped onto the auction stage again. What's the matter, Lei Li? It's just a mere Tianlongren. If you kill it, you will kill it. It's no big deal. Luo Lin said lightly. His words are like the fuse of explosives. The voice fell. The world turns again. As a result, the entire auction venue instantly fell into a boiling and noisy ocean. Done. Really did it, that. As expected, the Heavenly Dragon is still dead. Sha-Chi took a deep breath. I suppressed the shock in my heart. Since knowing that Luo Lin had arrived, she had conceived in her mind more than once about the death of the Sky Dragon Charos. However, Rao was Sha-Chi, and he did not expect that it would turn out to be such a result in the end. It was not Luo Lin's hand. Instead, he was blown by a punch by Raleigh. The world aristocrat Tianlongren is dead. The Navy. The Admiral of the Navy is coming. Wei Wei's beautiful eyes widened, her face full of shock. Don't be afraid, Xiao Wei Wei, the Admiral is your own. Advertisement Robin patted Wei Wei's beautiful back and comforted. Oh, it seems to be. Wei Wei reacted. The hidden worry on her face instantly disappeared. That. Annoying. The Tianlongren is dead. So good. I made you want to grab Kemi from us before. Nami happily shook her small pink fist. The Tianlongren, dead. Kurla's eyes immediately turned red. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Although Luo Lin did not do it himself before, but in Kurla's eyes, it was no different from Luo Lin's own shot. Thank you, mentor, and Mr. Riley, Kurla whispered choked. Thank you, teacher, and Mr. Luo Lin. Like Kurla, who was sobbing and crying, there is also the peaked cap girl Alice who witnessed this scene behind the wall. President, corner of the auction house. Members from the World Economic News got through the telephone worm at the hot air balloon headquarters for the 3rd time today. After a while, the phone worm was connected. Tell me, besides the Hades King Raleigh, there must be another legend, right? Morgans shakes his face to add bookmarks for easy reading. Fen guessed. No, the member screamed out loud. Cut. Morgans on the other end of the phone worm cut with disappointment. I thought that there would be 3 big news today. Then you. Tell me what happened this time, Morgans asked. President Morgans, my God, the Tianlongren is dead. The voices of the members gradually change. Nani, you are not mistaken, the world noble Tianlongren is dead. Morgans yelled one after another. Yes, it can't be wrong, everyone in the venue has witnessed it with their own eyes, that Pluto King Lei punched the dragon to pieces. The member reported with shocked expressions, it's great, it's big news. The News King Morgans of the hot air balloon headquarters was excited and continuously backflips. If it is not too far away, at this moment, he couldn't wait to leave and fly to the scene immediately to collect materials. Today is really the craziest day, big events can no longer stop. Trafalgaro yelled with excitement. My fortune-telling is indeed correct, that the heavenly dragon is full of death words, and it really happened, it's just that even I didn't expect it to be like this, interesting. The magician Hawkins also looked excited. Captain, is it time to talk about this now? The dragon is dead, General. The General of the Navy headquarters is coming soon. Advertisement for the excitement of the captain of my own. The crew on both sides yelled in unison. They are not the only ones who have such worries and fears. At this moment, all the pirates and wealthy merchants in the entire venue yelled together. Fleeing desperately outside the auction room, the Admiral is coming soon. This is about to turn into the most terrifying battlefield. This is no longer a place where ordinary people can continue to stay. Other pirates, wealthy merchants can escape. There is a group of people who can't go. They are guards guarding the Dracoman Charos. As the personal guard of the Dragonite Charos, they actually watched as their master was blown up. What a dereliction of duty, not surprisingly, they will inevitably be executed by the government and the Tianlong people. Damn, dare to kill Saint Charles Rose. You guys. The evil party is over, no one can save you. When the Admiral arrives, you are destined to die miserably like us. It's all because of you, we are going to die together. Before we die, you go to die first, because of the death of Charos, the dragon. All the guards went into madness. Holding the weapons in their hands, they rushed towards Luo Lin and Lei on the auction stage from all directions. 4. The guards' hysterical counterattack. Whether it was Luo Lin or Lei, they were all unconscious. A-hole. Lei stared at Luo Lin in front of him, gritted his teeth. What's wrong, Raleigh? Luo Lin asked with a smile. You actually borrowed my hand to kill the Tianlongren. Didn't you kill a lot of them before? Why did you borrow my hand for your blessing this time? My leisurely retirement life is about to come to an end. Raleigh yelled with grief and anger. The raging domineering look of the boom burst from Lei and swept towards Luo Lin in front of him. In an instant, they stunned the large number of Sky Dragon guards who attacked Luo Lin. Dragons. Pigs, I want to kill them at any time, but I thought that Lei, you have never killed the dragons, so I especially created a chance for you to have a hand addiction. Luo Lin grinned. Boom, is even more terrifying than Lei, and the huge domineering looks like a tide emerges. The group of dragon guards who killed Lei all flew. Ha ha ha, Raleigh, how does it feel to kill the heavenly dragon? Luo Lin asked with a laugh. Does that still need to be said? One word: cool. Lei's loud voice, accompanied by the overlord color, burst here. Boom rumble. The most powerful domineering conflict in the world, happened here and now. As a result, the entire population auction site is overturned at this moment. Please download the ununderlined version. To Chapter 216, Big Event. The Navy headquarters shakes. Open black lens bracket 5/7 ordering close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. It's going to die, it's going to be dead, Captain, let's go quickly. The dragon is dead, the Admiral is coming soon. The pet of the Hard Pirate Group has a bounty of up to 500. Barry's Big Pirate, Bai Shang Bibo is as scared as an ant on a hot pot. That's right, Captain, it's too late to leave when the Admiral comes over. The little pirate wearing a penguin hat agreed, with a frightened expression on his face. Captain Hawkins, this place is about to turn into a battlefield for monsters. Let's go quickly. If we get involved in the battle of monsters, it will be really bad. The pirates of the Hawkins Pirates were also panicked, urging their captain. However, for the urging of the younger brothers, whether it is a death surgeon or a magician, they are all unheard of. At this moment, their eyes are still locked tightly on the two people on the auction stage. One is Pluto Raleigh, and the other, Trafalgaro's gaze fell on Roland. The pupils vibrated unconsciously, although he still doesn't know the identity of the young monster facing the legend. But, that, powerful enough to make him instinctively give birth to fear. That, looks like a monster. I have a hunch that something big will happen to this sea. Trafalgaro and Hawkins said in unison, at the moment when their voices fell. Lely on the auction stage took a sharp step forward. Boom, for the next second. The powerful aura that surged like a tide surged in an instant. Pata, and Pata, are under the pressure of that invisible aura. The members of the Hard Pirates and Hawkins Pirates who were originally standing round and round all fell to their positions and couldn't move. There was extreme panic on their faces. Boat, Captain, what is going on? Bai Shang Bibo is afraid. This is, Trafalgaro took a deep breath. Overlord Domineering. It turned out to be the Overlord Domineering. It can't be wrong. That's a real person. The living legend really appeared. Everywhere in the venue, the pirate captains, who were as bold as Trafalgaro and others, shouted in an uproar at this moment. Domineering and domineering swept across. It's just an instant effort. A swarm of people fell on the ground. On the left-hand side of the venue, the Tianlong guards who killed Luo Lin, and the ordinary people, who had not had time to escape from the venue, how could they withstand the domineering power of the Hades, fell one after another. Just when the pirates on the right-hand side had not suffered the impact of the overlord, they shouted in shock. Luo Lin on the auction stage also took a step, advertisement. One step down. The storm rises again. Boom, when Luo Lin's step came to an end. The entire population auction site was shaken, next second. It was even more terrifying than the overlord look of the underworld king Raleigh. Ahem. Pouch. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Those. The Sky Dragon guards who approached Lei, raised their swords and spears, all flew out under the impact of this substantive domineering force. Cracks appeared in the weapons in their hands. The armor on their bodies made a creaking sound, as if they were about to disintegrate. The blood couldn't stop squirting from their mouths, staining the ground red. At this moment, Trafalgaro and the magician Hawkins finally could no longer sit calmly. Suddenly stood up. Looking at Luo Lin on the auction stage, he was full of shock and disbelief. What the hell is going on? What kind of domineering is that? Add bookmarks for easy reading, the magician Hawkins yelled. Hey, is that kind of overlord domineering? Why can it be so powerful? It's not just mental coercion. Trafalgaro cried out in shock. Compared with that monster's domineering look, that Doflamingo's domineering look is like a child. The dimension is completely different. Ship. Captain. Bai Shang Bibo gasped, with an expression of pain on her face. Next second. Under the impact of Luo Lin's overlord look, Bai Shang Bibo, who persisted for a while, rolled his eyes and passed out completely in a coma. The other crew members of the Heart Pirates, as well as the Hawkins Pirates, and everyone in the entire venue, all fell to the ground at this moment in a coma. In the end, the only ones who can stand are the two supernova captains, Trafalgaro and Magic Hawkins, who offer a reward of over 100 million. In addition, there are naturally Shachi, Robin, Kurla and others who are protected by Luo Lin in the back row. Raleigh, on the auction stage. Roland and Raleigh each took another step. Boom rumble, the mountain shook. It's not just population auctions. The entire #1 mangrove area was shaking at this moment. The two overlords are domineering, and finally, they clash. The original invisible mental aura presses. At this moment, it seems that a qualitative change has occurred. Colored by invisible. The Ka void seemed to burst with purple-black lightning. Advertisement between Roland and Raleigh on the auction stage. At the center of the conflict between the two overlord colors, a dark spot appeared. The point gradually expands, turn into a circle. Like a deep black hole, slowly spinning, finally. Blast. The most terrifying and domineering storm of rumble has struck. Overturned the entire population auction, at this moment. Mangrove Island number 66, Chambord Land, Navy Station Base. It's a mess. What did you say? Hey, is what your kid said is true. The Sky Dragon. Is the Sky Dragon really dead? That's a nobleman in the world, who dares to make a move. The generals at the naval base received a call from Mangrove #1, and there was a sudden chaos. It's Raleigh, the legendary Great Sea Pirate Raleigh has appeared again. The seaman on the other side of the phone worm shouted in horror. What did you say? Emotions called shock and shock quickly occupied the whole body of all the Marines in the base. Pluto Raleigh, One Piece's right hand, Pluto Raleigh, has returned to the sea, and as soon as he appeared, he killed a Draco. What a big event this was. Just when the admirals were about to ask for further details. There was a loud rumbling noise from the other side of the phone worm. Immediately afterwards, the communication was interrupted. The naval base was silent for a moment, then it boils. Everyone, calm down for me. Lieutenant General Maynard, who was in charge of guarding the Chambord base, gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Now send all troops to surround Mangrove #1, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. Lieutenant General Maynard ordered. After that, he turned around and returned to the office to get through the phone worm that can reach the Admiral's office directly. After a while, the phone worm connects. Marshal of the Warring States, a big event happened. The #1 population auction house in Chambord, the Tianlongren died. The Tianlongren was killed by the Hades King Raleigh. Maynard yelled for the report. What did you say? Chapter 217, Marshal Sengoku is here? Zephyr resigned? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi Navy Headquarters, Malin Fodwo. With the return of the combatants on Thousand Sail Island, the entire Navy Headquarters was plunged into a boiling ocean. It's not just because of the victory of this battle. It is even more because of the hero, who has created miracles. The entire Navy Headquarters and tens of thousands of seamen are all happily discussing the miracles that have appeared on that island. And because of this, many clues about the past have been involved. Especially the veterans of the Navy. The detailed process of the miracle should be learned from the Navy who participated in the war by Rod, Lalo, and Daikin. The veterans who have been in the Navy for 20 or 30 years all show doubts on their faces. In their memory, this is not the first time, in the distant past. When they were recruits to the Navy, they heard similar legends from the veterans who led them. It's just those past events that seem to have become taboos. The veterans at the time were completely oblivious. Only when you are drunk will you say a few more words. When thinking of this possibility, many veterans of the Navy headquarters in their 40s and 50s left the field in a hurry, returned to their homes, and took out the telephone worms for contact. They have to ask those former bosses who have retired and returned to their hometown for one thing. The entire Navy headquarters is raging. The Marshal's office in the headquarters building is no exception. When I heard that, the name I wanted to hear from Zephyr, the legendary Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy headquarters, the hero Cap suddenly let out a hearty laugh. The Chief of Staff of the Navy, Lieutenant General Suru, held his sister Gion's slender hand, with a pretty face with a bright smile. Even the Marshal Sengoku, who has been in a gloomy mood for a month, the expression on his face at the moment is raining and sunny. The old face that had been stubborn for a month, smiled again, and apologized. The atmosphere in the Marshal's office is full of joy. Blue blue blue, is at this moment. The phone worm in the office representing a major event blew up. As a result, the smiles on the faces of the warring states and others suddenly stopped. The phone worm connects. Headquarters, this is Lieutenant General Maynard of the Shandora Islands base. Lieutenant General Maynard reports. This is the warring states period, what happened to Maynard? Warring states said solemnly, his brows gradually frowned. There was even a bad feeling in my heart. Marshal of the warring states period, the big event happened, the #1 mangrove in the Shandora Islands, the Denon. The Denon Charos was killed. Lieutenant General Maynard shouted in shock. The Marshal's office was silent for a second. What did you say? The warring states period let out a shocking roar. He slapped a palm on the desk in front of him and stood up. Boom! Just changed the desk a few days before making a glorious sacrifice again. Dragon. Dead. Is it that guy again? The expression on the face of the warring states had just cleared, and it instantly turned cloudy. The gloomy seems to drip water. Warring states. Advertisement Carp stop drinking. Mr. Sengoku. Gion is dissatisfied. Warring states. Zephyr raised his eyebrows and raised his eyes. Warring states. Lieutenant General, he narrowed his beautiful eyes. You guys. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Feel the targeting of comrades in arms and younger generations from decades. The heart of the war within the war suddenly became more and more angry. The world's noble Tianlong people. I know that many people in the world look at them not pleasing to the eye, but under the awe of the Admiral, most people will not provoke the Tianlong people at all, let alone directly kill people. The only thing I can think of is that guy. After all, that guy has a history, and he also has this strength and fearless general. Sengoku explained. This is just your speculation, Mr. Sengoku. Why do you slander others now? Gion pursed his mouth, dissatisfied. Yes, Sengoku. If you want to go crazy, you have to check it out first. If it's him, I will go personally this time. Carp agrees. Zephyr and Xiaohei did not speak, because the possibility of what the warring states said is really great. Mr. Sengoku. Phone worm another to add bookmarks for easy reading. On the one hand, Lieutenant General Maynard, who was startled by the roar of the warring states period, said again. Mr. Warring States, the murderer of the celestial dragon has been determined. It is Raleigh. Pluto Sir Baz Raleigh. Maynard shouted the report. Gaw. Clip. The phone worm hangs up. The Marshal's office fell into a dead silence again. Raleigh, this name is really long gone, Zephyr murmured to himself. Ha ha ha, it turned out to be the B***** D. Raleigh. He is hiding in the shampoo field. No wonder he witnessed more than once in recent years. Carp laughed. Carp, is it time to laugh? The Warring States anger said. 20 years ago, that B***** D. Raleigh escaped by luck, and this time I will definitely break him into Push City. The Warring States vows. Warring States, before that, should you have something to say? Lieutenant General, he reminded. What's the word? Warring States asked. Mr. Sengoku. Gion puffed up her small face angrily. The Warring States period was taken aback. Immediately, there was an embarrassment on his face. Hug. I'm sorry, it's my fault to conclude without checking. Sengoku bowed his head, then looked at Carp. Carp, didn't you just say you want to go? The task of capturing Raleigh is left to you. Advertisement, not going. Carp resolutely refused, raised his little finger, poked it into his nostril, and took it out of himself. You guy. The Warring States barred his teeth. What I said earlier was that if it was Luo Lin the guy did it, I'll go, and that's the B***** D. Raleigh. Forget it, I'm not interested. Kapu spoke indifferently. And isn't it just a mere death of a Tianlongan, so there is no need to make such a fuss, those. The waste snacks that only know about pleasure, one more is not more, one less is a lot. Zephyr, Lieutenant General Suru, and Gion all nodded, expressing their agreement, I am. The green veins on the forehead of the Warring States period burst out. Forget it, Sengoku gave up and went to contact the two generals near Chambord. Although it is not far from the Navy headquarters to Chambord, it will take some time after all. With the strength of Pluto Raleigh, when their reinforcements arrived, the opponent might have already escaped and found a corner to hide. The best person to deal with this kind of emergency is naturally the fastest general in the Navy, Huang Yuan. Kuzan, what the hell is that guy Paluzolino doing? The Warring States period, who did not contact the General Huang Yuan, instead contacted the General Ching Pheasant. Oh, Mr. Zengguo, it's okay, I've been staring at Paluzolino. This time he didn't have much laziness, he is still, with that, thunder. The lazy voice of the green pheasant sounded. That. Never worry about the matters of the thunder fruit ability, you are right now. Tell Paluzolino, let him return to the champagne, stop Raleigh, and wait for me to arrive. The warring states roared, since Carp is unreliable. It doesn't matter if he, the marshal, walked in person this time. Really, warring states, you have to go personally. Carp's eyes widened in surprise. Ah, since you don't want to go, can't I take a trip by myself? The warring states voice said solemnly. Even if Lieutenant General Maynard reported that Pluto Raleigh had killed the Dragonite, the intuition of the warring states period told him that this matter was not that simple. Warring states, there are still many things waiting for you in the headquarters. Lieutenant General he frowned and stopped. She also felt the clues of the death of the Tianlongren. For the time being, the affairs of the headquarters will be handed over to Xiaohe. I will go and return immediately. Warring states got up. Warring states, this time it was Zephyr. Zephyr, what are you going to do? Warring states frowned. Zephyr stood up, took out an envelope from his pocket, and handed it to the warring states' hand. This is. The warring states period was puzzled. Warring states, this is my resignation report. From now on, I will officially step down as the chief instructor of the Naval Academy. Zephyr spoke calmly and resolutely. Warring states. Chapter 218. Thunder vs. Flash. The General Green Pheasant is stunned, 7/7. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi about 100 kilometers away from the islands of Chambord. There is an uninhabited island called Akara. Boom rumble, above the sky, there was a burst of thunder. The thick black thunderclouds have accumulated and grown continuously in these few days. In the sky, the golden and blue-violet rays of light intertwined in an instant. After a while, the golden and blue-violet light gathered and transformed. The figures of Huang Yuan, the admiral of the Navy headquarters, and Anilu, the capable of thunderfruit, appeared. It's such a terrible thunder and lightning. Recently, the young people are really getting more and more terrifying. The big hole in the chest gradually healed. To shut up. Anilu stopped drinking with a face full of irritation. 4. Huang Yuan's careless attitude felt extremely uncomfortable. Because of the past few days, Huang Yuan said he was terrible more than once. However, it turned out that after 3 days of shooting, the pretentious Aniro was in ragged clothes and looked embarrassed. On the other hand, Huang Yuan, the general on the opposite side, didn't even hurt his whole body. Like a okay person, comparing the two and making judgments. So when I heard Huang Yuan still use that kind of tone to sneer at him, I couldn't bear being arrogant like Anilu. 30 million volts Thunderbird, Anilu shouted. He took out the golden hoop and knocked on the taiko on the left, and then quickly banged on the taiko on the right. 30 million volts Thunderbeast, Anilu's loud shout fell. In the sky, there were sharp bird songs and beast roars at the same time. A huge lightning bird drilled from the tie drum on the left of Ani Road and soared into the sky. Similarly, a fierce beast made of thunder and lightning sprang from the taiko drum on the right, roaring at the world. Kill! With an order from Anilu, the two ferocious birds that turned out, the ferocious beasts, with a devastating thunderlight, swooped towards the yellow ape. The young people these days are really impatient. Huang Yuan muttered to himself carelessly, without a trace of fear on his wretched face. The big trick of the shining fruit of Bachichanguyu bursts. Countless laser beams flew out from between the palms of Huang Yuan's palms, sifting the thunderbirds and thunderbeasts of Anilu into a sieve. At this moment, Anilu, who released 2 large thunderbeasts hundreds of meters away, suddenly rose into the sky and sank into the thick thundercloud. A breath of extinction radiated from the thundercloud. The general yellow ape in the sky of Ling and the general green pheasant on the ice of the sea both raised their eyebrows involuntarily. Yahahaha, there's the flash B******** D and the one below. Ice cube B******* D. Even as the strongest under the gods, I have to admit that you are really strong and can fight me, but... In the thick clouds, Anilu's laughter came. But it's over. Under my next move, you will turn to dust with this island. Advertisement. Anilu spoke coldly. In the thick thundercloud of boom rumble, the thunder roars gradually. A blue ball of lightning continued to expand and grow in the eyes of the two generals. Anilu prepared a big move for 3 days, and it exploded at this moment. Lei Ying, accompanied by Anilu's big drink. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The huge ball-shaped lightning in the thick thundercloud fell towards the general yellow ape and general green pheasant below. This time it's really a little scary. Sure enough, the choice to take you, a dangerous person, away from the shampoo is the right choice. Otherwise, the cute little girls next to the teacher are really in danger. General Huang Yuan pouted his mouth and spoke slowly. The body that bloomed with immeasurable golden light was swallowed by Lei Ying of Anilu. Yahahahaha, shining B****** D, it's your biggest mistake to lead me to this place. If it's on that bubble island, I can't use Lei Ying's big trick to entertain you without any hesitation. In the sky, Anilu gasped and spoke. Green pheasant, what's the matter with you? Why is it so loud? On the ice bike, the phone worm in the hands of the general green pheasant heard the roar of the Marshal Sengoku. Don't worry, Mr. Sengoku, I already know the details, let Paluzolino pass right away. The general green pheasant spoke lazily, hung up the phone, and looked up at the sky. The entire sky seemed to be occupied by a violent lightning ball. Release a breath that destroys the world. It's daunting. Hey, Paluzolino, quickly solve it. Mr. Warring States has a new task. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The General Green Pheasant yelled at the lightning ball. The moment his voice fell, the dazzling golden light suddenly released. Countless terrifying golden laser beams burst out from the ball lightning. The lightning ball occupying the sky exploded in Anilu's wide and shocking gaze. Boom 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 boom. There was a series of blasting noises over the islands. Boom 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 boom. Golden laser rays and blue terrifying sky thunder descended from the sky and landed on the wasteland of Akara Island. One after another huge potholes were exploded. After a long time, the dark thundercloud dissipated. The earth cleared again. In midair, Huang Yuan, General of the Navy Headquarters, stood in the air. The whole person's mental state is also full, and there is no sign of fatigue. About 200 meters away from the yellow ape, Anilu, the thunder fruit ability, also stood in the air. It's just compared to Huang Yuan's calmness and calmness. At this moment, Anilu looked a little haggard, panting heavily, and seemed a little out of breath. There was an extremely shocked expression on his face. Because Anilu never expected that he had prepared Lei Ying's big move for such a long time, and was so easily cracked by the other party. This is simply unacceptable for the arrogant Anilu. Accepted. For those with the same natural abilities, the fruit abilities between the two are also quite similar. Whether it is the thunder fruit or the shining fruit, it is known for its high eruption and high speed. Such a duel between two natural abilities, the victory or defeat is no longer the level of the development of fruit ability. Advertisement, but it depends on combat experience, domineering, etc. Comprehensive strength. Obviously, compared to the old Utiao yellow ape who has been fighting on the sea for decades. Anilu, who only dominates the sky on the island, is obviously not enough to see. After all, General Huang Yuan had been taught by Luo Lin. Later, he experienced the most chaotic sea battle before Roger became king, and he fought against legendary big pirates such as Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion. In his eyes, Anilu was nothing more than a little doll. Oh, Thunderboy, this trick of yours is really terrible. General Huang Yuan said slowly. Looking at the nearly disintegrated island under the aftermath of thunder and lightning, I felt more and more that my decision to bring the battlefield here was correct. Listening to the ridicule of the General Huang Yuan, Anilu's teeth creaked, as if to break apart. On the first day of the fight with Huang Yuan, he felt that the so-called highest military commander in the Navy headquarters was nothing more than that. He can also do the job by relying on the ability of the Fruit of the Thunder. On the second day of the fight with Huang Yuan, Anilu had to admit that the admiral was indeed very strong. Strong is like a monster, even he seems to be suppressed. Fighting with Huang Yuan so far, now that his Lei Ying's big move has been cracked. Anilu finally realized that he couldn't beat Huang Yuan with his current strength, and he didn't even have the hope of running away. Huang Yuan's shining fruit is even faster than him in speed. If it continues, he will inevitably run out of energy and be arrested in less than a day. If God is there, you are like this, Anilu whispered unwillingly. Regarding the assumption of the second in Ani Road, the General Huang Yuan ignored it and turned to look at the General Green Pheasant on the ice. Kuzan, you just said something happened with Mr. Warring States. I didn't hear it clearly. It seems that something happened on the Chambord Islands. You're fast, why don't you go and see first? The General Qing Pheasant said. What happened to the islands of Chambord? After the war for several days, the General Huang Yuan, who had always looked calm, finally changed his color at this moment. Because he thought of the lovely girls whose teacher left on that island. If something happens to them. Think of this. The General Huang Yuan did not say anything, decisively transformed the light into elements, and returned to the islands of Chambord for the first time. Something happened to that bubble island. Anilu also made a chuckle in his heart, his face changed drastically. Thinking of the bodyguard task, God, entrusted to him, if something went wrong. Anilu didn't dare to think about it anymore, and the lightning was elementalized for the first time, chasing the General Huang Yuan. In an instant, near the ruined Akara Island, there is only a bewildered general, the Green Pheasant. Well, the Thunder Boy, what is the situation? It wouldn't be so coincidental. The General Green Pheasant noticed the last change in Anilu's expression, and naturally thought of a possibility he had jokingly imagined in his heart. So the expression on the face of the Green Pheasant is getting more and more exciting. Filu reminds you. 3 things about reading. Chapter 219, General Huang Yuan and Anilu come together, 1/7. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The location of the #1 mangrove population auction site in the Chambord land of Booming was also thunderous. That is the sound of the earth shaking. In the void, the purple-black lightning burst, but it was not the real lightning like Anilu. It was caused by the fierce conflict between the strongest overlord S*X. Boom boom boom, 3 times in a row, there was a loud bang. The domineering conflict has reached a critical point. Then it turned into a substantive domineering storm that swept across the square. Cracks appeared in the walls of the auction venue under the impact of a substantive domineering storm. Next second, it exploded. The roof of the auction venue was completely lifted by a domineering storm. The walls of the four sides also collapsed suddenly. Countless stones, sawdust, and unconscious pirates, the bodies of the wealthy merchants, were swept by the storm and rushed to the sky. The scene is extremely horrible. Slaughterhouse. Facing such a terrifying and domineering storm, even Trafalgaro can no longer calm down in it. Spread your right hand. The superhuman surgery fruit ability is activated. A blue circle spread to the outside of the venue. Within this blue surgical space domain, he is the absolute master. Shoo, is just a moment. Trafalgaro and the unconscious Bibo and other crew members disappeared from the venue. The reappearance is already in the open space outside the auction floor. The aspect of demons, the magician Hawkins on the other side does not have the convenient space transfer ability of Trafalgaro. But as one of the first supernovae to arrive in Chambord this year, in addition to his ability to see good and avoid evil, he naturally has other means. A huge scarecrow emerged from behind him out of thin air. The nails between the palms of the scarecrows, ding ding ding, nailed firmly into the ground. The huge straw body protected the magician Hawkins and the crew nearby. Everyone, come to me. The auction house backstage. The giant shouted, opened his arms, and shielded all the weak and small people who had regained their freedom in the background, and wanted to bear the storm alone. However, what shocked the giant was that the terrifying domineering storm that even changed the color of the world did not fall on them. Even the fragments of stones and wood have never fallen a bit. They seem to be the only one in the field. No, they're the only two unaffected pure land. The other side's pure land. Naturally, it is the area where Shiki, Robin and others are located. Advertisement invisibly, there is a force that protects the area where they are. It makes it impossible for external shocks to invade. The vibration of the #1 mangrove island of Bumlong reached its highest direction. Even with the entire Chambord land islands, the 79 islands shook with it. After the most extreme sublimation, this world's top overlord conflict finally came to an end. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The situation in the sky has recovered like this. The shaking on the ground gradually stopped, the waves of the sea have also subsided. The entire population auction site was razed to the ground, leaving nothing but ruins. What amazing! Trafalgaro, who witnessed the whole process with his own eyes, was already shocked to the point where he couldn't be more shocked. Is this the top-level matchup in the world? I'm still too far away. Trafalgaro took a deep breath, and for this huge gap invisible to the head, he unconsciously gave birth to feelings of powerlessness and despair. It really scares me to death. Me too, I thought I was going to die. Sea-Star Papagu hugged Zalba with the octopus, crying with lingering fears. I said you two big men to add bookmarks for easy reading. People, it's really useless, this little scene scares you all. Nami on the side spread her hands helplessly, with a calm expression on her face. Yeah, it's just a small scene. There's brother Luo Lin, so I'm not afraid of it at all. Wei Wei also smiled and spoke with absolute confidence in Luo Lin. Well, the excitement is over, let's go too. Shiki clapped her hands and immediately got up and walked to Luo Lin on the auction stage. Behind her, Robin, Kurla and other little girls, plus the trembling octopus Xiaohachi and the starfish Papago, followed each other step by step. The other direction. The peaked cap girl Alice in the backstage of the auction house appeared with the mermaid Kemi. After seeing the mermaid Kemi, who is safe and sound, the trembling bodies of octopus Zalba and sea star Papaku suddenly returned to normal. 3 steps and 2 steps together, rush forward. Oh, Bajiang, Papaku, Kemi, it's really nice that you're okay, it scares me to death. The mermaid Kemi hugged her pet starfish Papaku and cried. Seeing that Kemi is safe, the little girls such as Wei Wei, Nami and others finally breathed out. After saying hello to Kemi briefly, a group of little girls happily gathered around Luo Lin. Lei Li, who was not far away, really envied the scene of Ying Ying Yan Yan. Damn it, why are there so many cute little girls next to that guy who are young and handsome? Raleigh was like a basket of lemons, and his body was full of sour gas. Advertisement, Raleigh. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang from Raleigh's ears. Lei Li's whole body could not help but stand upside down. Ha ha ha, isn't this Shiki, long time no see. Raleigh slapped ha ha. Ha ha, Shiki sneered. He had already guessed his inner thoughts from Raleigh's expression. But it didn't say anything. However, it was Shachi's silence that more and more caused Lei Li's heart to suffer. He also prefers that Shachi can beat and scold him, that's good. Brother Luo Lin, let me tell you, those traffickers are really horrible. On the other side, Wei Wei waved a small pink fist and angrily accused Luo Lin of the traffickers' evil deeds. Well, they will be sanctioned immediately, Luo Lin responded with a smile. Brother Luoling, the pirate bounty called Diamante belongs to us, right? Nami asked urgently. Okay, Luo Lin nodded. It's great, there was a fool who bought it at a high price of 200 million, which is more than double the original bounty. It costs 200 million. While speaking, Nami's eyes gradually turned into the shape of money. Luo Lin let out a laugh. raised his hand and rubbed the hair of Nami, a little money fan, and immediately looked at Robin and Kurla. Dengeki guy, it shouldn't have run away, right? Luo Lin asked. Luo Lin knew the most about the suppressing effect of his own undead blood. Even a king like Roger, it takes a week to get rid of it completely. As for Anilu, in Luo Lin's estimation, it will take at least 1 or 2 months. However, no, mentor. In response to Roland's doubts, Kurla shook her head. Anilu did not run, he was led away by Admiral Huang Yuan. Robin spoke. Perusalino, Luo Lin was taken aback. Swish, swish, is at this moment, far horizon. A golden light, a flash of lightning, one after another, burst through the air like a teleport. In a blink of an eye, he arrived over the ruins of the auction house. Speaking of Cao Cao will be here. The General Huang Yuan and the electric shock boy Anilu, here are. Please download the underlined version. Chapter 220, General Huang Yuan is dumbfounded, supernovas are stupid? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. A dazzling golden light dashed across the sky and galloped towards the islands of Chambord. After the golden light, Shiki followed another light with the same speed. That is blue-violet electric light. Golden light and blue-violet electric light, one after the other, cut through the sky. The speed is beyond imagination, just a blink of an eye. The 2 rays of light that were still far in the sky have already swept over the islands of Chambord. Finally came to the ruins of the auction house of No. 1 Mangrove. The dazzling golden light gradually converged. The slender figure in a yellow and white striped suit was revealed. That is Admiral Huang Yuan. The other side, the blue-violet light also stopped beating. The true body of Anilu, who condensed the fruit of the thunder ability, stood in the air. That is, looking at the 2 figures that suddenly appeared in the sky. Trafalgaro's eyes widened in horror in the open space outside the auction room. Ahem. Not far away, the magician Hawkins struggled to get up from the ground. He had underestimated the power of that storm before. Even with the shelter of the scarecrow, he was still blown out by the domineering storm with the scarecrow and the ground. Fortunately, there is no risk of life. It's General Huang Yuan and that. Shanlei B*********. D. The magician Hawkins looked up at the sky. The calm complexion gradually raised waves. Navy Headquarters General Huang Yuan, come so fast. Trafalgaro murmured in shock. Tianlong died. Of course the general of the Navy Headquarters will return. It's just that Trafalgaro didn't expect it to come so fast, didn't expect the second half of this big drama to begin so soon, Admiral of the Navy and Pluto Raleigh. Plus that. The monster among the monsters stronger than Pluto Raleigh. Advertisement in the next 100-year-old drama that is rare to see, where will it go, thinking that I may be about to witness history. The shock and horror on Trafalgaro's face were gradually replaced by excitement and excitement. Oh, this is really serious, what happened here before? In the sky. The real body of General Huang Yuan is manifested. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. His eyes fell on the messy ruins of the auction house, and Huang Yuan's eyelids couldn't help but suddenly jump. Next moment, General Huang Yuan's body froze. A smile of excitement and joy appeared on his face. Because he saw the only auctioneer who was still intact. Shoo, golden light shines. Under the gaze of Trafalgaro and Hawking. The master split the yellow ape's body into countless light particles, which flashed towards the direction of the auction stage. The other side. Seeing Roland's Annie rode on the auction stage, excitement and enthusiasm appeared on the gloomy face. Chi-chi, electric light flickers. Ringing Lei Ni rode and shining Pelusalino arrived at the auction table at the same time in no particular order. General Huang Yuan glanced at Annie rode on the other side in surprise. This thunder kid is really annoying. Add bookmarks for easy reading. But now that there is a teacher, there is no need for me to make another move. Thunderboy, if you still want to be fierce, the General Huang Yuan thought, unconsciously a wretched smile appeared on his face. Yet the next second, Ling's General, Huang Yuan, was shocked. Annie rode on the other side gave General Huang Yuan a provocative look. Then, under the gaze of the General Huang Yuan, he knelt down on one knee in Luo Lin's direction. Shen Luolin, his subordinates are incompetent and fail to complete the task given by the gods. Please be punished. Anilu spoke with a pious face. Aha, watching this unexpected scene. The Admiral Huang Yuan Pelusalino, completely dumbfounded. What's the situation? This kid calling Mr. Luo Lin is. What the kid Shen Shanlei said in his mouth these days. Omnipotent, God, turned out to be. Teacher, it turns out that there is really a God. I always thought that this kid was a show-off to me. The General Huang Yuan was completely stunned. Advertisement dared to love that he has been busy these days for nothing. I thought this Thunderboy was a time bomb, and staying in the shampoo was a threat to the little girls. That's why he deliberately took a lot of effort to lead it to Akara Island. I never thought that the flood rushed into the Dragon King Temple, and the family did not recognize the family. He played Anilu for 3 days, and turned out to be the teacher's servant. The reason why he was on the islands of Chambord was Luo Lin specially left to perform the mission of the little girl's bodyguards. What I have helped these days is unsatisfactory. Trafalgaro and Hawkins in the distance are also stunned by the shock. Although it is far apart, they couldn't hear the conversation over there with certainty. However, Anilu's movements and the attitude of the General Huang Yuan were deeply greeted by them. The sound of thunder b********, the strong and monster-like natural thunder fruit ability, turned out to be that man's subordinate. Where is that man sacred? He is already a monster among monsters, and now there is a monster under his natural type. Why have I never heard of it before? The magician Hawkins murmured in shock, only that his brain was shaking. Even continuous deep breaths couldn't calm his inner shock. Hey, Hawkins b*******, d, compared to this, don't you think that the attitude of the General Yellow Ape is a big problem? Trafalgaro cried out. The excitement that had just risen on his face solidified and stiffened. The emotion named shock once again occupied his whole body with strong and domineering. Ling's whole person was struck by lightning, completely standing still, motionless. What's the problem? Hawkins responded subconsciously. Before he finished speaking, he was equally stunned. Has a problem? Of course there is a big problem. Is it true that Huang Yuan, the admiral of the Navy headquarters, is a fake? Hawkins and Trafalgaro coincided with this idea. It stands to reason. The General Huang Yuan, who came for the death of the Tianlongren, should be immediately fight with the two monsters that directly or indirectly caused the death of the dragon people. But now this is what it is. Why would the enemy General Huang Yuan be so harmoniously mixed among the group of people and look like a group? Why they didn't even mean to go to war with you? Fight. And why did the General Huang Yuan treat that young monster as respectful as a student to his teacher? Sure enough, the general is a fake. Haha. Trafalgaro and the magician Hawkins Shiki with a smirk. Because of the unscientific scene they saw before them, they were all stupid. Filu reminds you. 3 things about reading chapter 221. Teacher Luo Lin? Lei was stunned. Open black lens bracket 3/7 seeking subscription close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, the #1 mangrove in the islands of Chambord, and the ruins of the auction site. Watching him kneel down in front of Luo Lin, he called Luo Lin the god Anilu. General Huang Yuan suddenly widened his eyes, with a dazed expression on his face. Until this moment, only then did General Huang Yuan finally know that the omnipotent god at the intersection of Enies turned out to be his teacher. What a damn thing this is, it's amazing. It's really a flood of water rushing into the Dragon King temple. Thanks to this time, the little girls haven't had any irreparable incidents. Otherwise, think of this, General Huang Yuan was shocked. Until a good moment in the past, the General Huang Yuan finally recovered from this long incident. General Huang Yuan just moved. It was discovered that the 3 auras were locked on his body. That's Raleigh, Shiki, and Alice, a girl with a cap. 3. Oh, today is really strange. Isn't this the former deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, the Hades, Raleigh? Hasn't seen him for 20 years? It's still as terrible as ever. The General Huang Yuan noticed the existence of Lei Li and subconsciously pursed his mouth. He spoke slowly in an extremely awkward tone. With a big wave of his hand, Lei Li guarded Shiki and his disciple Alice behind him with great momentum. Confronted with the General Huang Yuan without flinching. Of course, my own women and disciples must protect themselves. At this point, Raleigh would never give in. Just when Raleigh was about to be bold in front of Shiki and Alice, show his heroic temperament, and take the initiative to declare war on the General Huang Yuan. Next second, the unexpected happened again. Under the shocking gazes of Lei Li, Shiki, Alice, and the giant slave, etc. Luo Lin suddenly raised his right hand, and with a snap, it landed on the back of the head of the General Huang Yuan, who was stunned. With a slap, the most famous naval headquarters almost fell to the ground. Speak politely. Luo Lin spoke, his tone of voice was a little harsher. It's not all because of the unspeakable voice. Through Anilu's description and own mind reading, Luo Lin probably already understood the whole process. In this oolong incident, Huang Yuan was kind, but he did something wrong after all. In addition, Luo Lin once promised Zephyr on Qinfan Island to educate this disciple. At this moment, the subordinates will naturally not show mercy. Ms. Luo Lin, you should be a bit harder when you start. The general element of the Yellow Ape, advertisement. This avoids the embarrassment of landing on the head. The reappearance is already tens of meters away. He covered the back of his head with one hand, and grinned hard to endure the pain deep in his bone marrow. The power and penetrating power of Luo Lin's merciless armed force was almost in his mind, and tears were about to flow out of his painful eyes. Teacher. When I heard this name blurted out of the arrogant General Huang Yuan. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Octopus Little 8, Sea Star Papago, Kemi, Giant and others are all stupid. Anilu, who was gloating in misfortune, was shocked. The peaked cap girl Alice was dumbfounded, her eyes widened and her mouth was so big that she could squeeze a whole egg. Even Shiki and Lei Li were stunned at the moment. The memories of the past in my mind surface one by one. They remembered. In the distant past, about 40 years ago, Lieutenant General Luo Lin seemed to have a little ghost disciple on board. His name is Paluzolino, Yellow Ape Paluzolino too. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Sister Shiki, Mr. Huang Yuan is our partner and our own, so don't worry about anything. Looking at Shiki, who was stunned, the caring Robin suddenly stepped forward to explain. Oh, it's not. But, After so many years, it's really rare that Bluzelino can still recognize you as a teacher. After a while, Shachi finally got rid of her inner shock and reorganized her language. Who do you think I am, Perusalino, this kid, but I brought it up. Luo Lin raised his chin and said with pride. What's the matter, my little Alice? Even in a few decades, she will definitely recognize me as a teacher, right? Raleigh spoke unconvincingly, and turned to look at the girl in the peaked cap. Ah. Agaga. The girl Alice, who seemed to be in a state of extreme shock, didn't even hear Raleigh's question clearly. First, she shook her head, and then nodded her head. Her position was very unstable. Layli's face was suddenly black when he saw it. Since meeting Luo Lin, I, the smartest disciple ever, has become stupid. It doesn't count, little Alice is scared by you now. Raleigh became angry with embarrassment. Ha ha ha. Luo Lin couldn't help laughing. Shachi, Robin and others also pursed their lips and chuckles. The legendary hero, Hades King Raleigh, showed such an expression, which is not common at all. Advertisement, teacher, since the little girls are okay, then I will leave first. Dozens of meters away. The general, Huang Yuan, who sensed that Luo Lin might continue to beat him, was ready to run away. Wait. Pelusalino, you will go back here if you don't get any business done at all. The Warring States period can let you go. Luo Lin stopped Huang Yuan. What business? The general Huang Yuan suddenly felt confused for Monk Zhong-er. Okay. Luo Lin raised his eyebrows, and his face suddenly became quite speechless. Mr. Huang Yuan, don't you know what happened here? Wei Wei said with a surprised look. Isn't it just that the teacher demolished a population auction house? Trivial matter? General Huang Yuan waved his hand indifferently. Little girl, you'll be fine. Thank you Mr. Huang Yuan for your concern. Mr. Huang Yuan, goodbye. Nami thanked her and said goodbye to her, wanting to send him away. Then I will leave first, General Huang Yuan asked tentatively. At this moment, blue, a telephone bug rang from the pocket of the General Huang Yuan's jacket. General Yellow Ape took out a black eavesdropping phone bug from his left pocket, Moses for a long time. Only then did I find that I had taken it wrong. He smiled awkwardly, and took out another small phone bug for special line contact. I said, Father, did you get the wrong phone bug again? You have said it many times, the black one is for eavesdropping. A strong male voice came from the other end of the phone worm. Cough cough, Zan Dao Wan. What's the matter? General Huang Yuan coughed and restored his previous voice and intonation. Father, I'm on my way to the #1 mangrove tree. I saw a golden light just now. It should be you, sir. Zan Momomaru asked. What? Huang Yuan responded. That's good, the matter of stopping Lei Li, the king of the underworld, is left to you. That guy killed the world aristocrat Tianlongren. Mr. Warring States gave the order to die. You must not let him run away. Have you heard, old man, before the marshal of the Warring States period arrives, you must not let, Pluto is gone. Zan Taomaru said firmly. Chapter 222? General Huang Yuan. I am too difficult, 4/7. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Remember, old man, I absolutely must stop that. Pluto Raleigh. Ga. Plus. The phone worm hangs up. Ruins dozens of meters away. The General Huang Yuan held the phone worm with one hand, and his body was motionless as if he had been caught in the hold method. Fight Peach Pill. Fight Peach Pill. Tell me about you. When is the contact bad? Wait until I am going to leave and call. Are you not the pitmaster, and Kuzan? The General Huang Yuan's face is a bit dark. The expression is extremely resentful. Earlier, after learning about the accident in shampoo from the mouth of the green pheasant, the first thing he was worried about was the teachers Luo Lin left on the island, little girls. That's why I arrived at the first time with a busy schedule. Who knows that the accident mentioned by the green pheasant refers to an accident with the world's noble Tianlongren. The death of the Tianlongren has a wool relationship with him. I want him to come to this muddy water, there is no doubt. Although the previous Zan Taomaru was talking about the Celestial being killed by the Hades King Lei Li. But Huang Yuan, the general who knew Luo Lin's existence, didn't even have to think about it, he could know that it must be because of Luo Lin. Call. The General Huang Yuan sighed, with a wretched smile on his face, turned to look at everyone, and finally locked his gaze on Lei Li's body. Anyway, Zan Momomaru said that as long as you stop Lei Li. That would be better, as long as it doesn't match the teacher. Anyone else will do, General Huang Yuan thought. Haha, Wei Wei and Nami, who wanted to flick the General Huang Yuan away, smiled awkwardly. He quickly hid behind Luo Lin. Agaga, can't you hide it? The peaked cab girl Alice heard the conversation between the previous General Huang Yuan and Zan Taomaru, and couldn't help shook her head. Don't be afraid, little Alice, there is a teacher. Raleigh, who had a rare chance, waved his hand, full of heroic qualities. Yes, the teacher is the legendary King Lei Li, and Mr. Luo Lin, he turned out to be the teacher of that General Huang Yuan, that. No matter how the general, he has to give Mr. Luo Lin a face. Thinking of this, Alice, a girl in the peak cap, slapped her with excitement. Raleigh. The black lines on an old face became denser. What's wrong with this little girl apprentice in my own family? Why should I get involved with that B*********? D. This is your teacher, Lei Li, my home court. Hey, Lei Li thought. I can only think about it in my heart, definitely will not say it. Advertisement after all, this kind of jealousy, if it is spread out, let him put it on hold. Ha ha. Just when Raleigh was full of grievances like a grieving woman. The familiar laughter of ha ha rang in his ears, which made him feel more upset and scratched his heart. What's so funny? Lei instantly glared at Roland. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. At this time, don't behave for a while. Be brave, Raleigh. Luo Lin passed the crowd and stepped straight forward. Perusalino, I actually killed the Draco in this auction house. Let's play with it next. Luo Lin grinned. Hearing this, General Huang Yuan's expression suddenly collapsed. Teacher, the above command just told me to stop Pluto Raleigh. It's hard for me to handle you like this. General Huang Yuan said with a look of embarrassment. If there is anything difficult to do, just do everything in business. I am the murderer who killed the Tianlongren. You are the admiral who came for the death of the Tianlongren. The relationship is very clear. Just do what you should do. Just try your best. I do not blame you. I said Teacher Luo Lin. The General Huang Yuan's expression gradually became faint resentment. Add bookmarks for easy reading. R, greater than, couldn't you be? I want to take this opportunity to fix me. Right. General Huang Yuan complained and guessed. The little girls like Wei Wei, Nami, etc. couldn't help but chuckle. Ahem, don't think too much, Pelusalino, that kind of person is the teacher. Luo Lin looked righteous. Otherwise, you can treat this as the next class of the last Alabastan coaching makeup class. The time was limited last time, so you shouldn't have fun. Luo Lin said seriously. General Huang Yuan. Check it out. I knew it was like this. I didn't have a lot of fun. I was so happy. To put it bluntly, teacher, you didn't have a lot of fun. It's too difficult. The General Huang Yuan's face is not swayed by his expressions. Inwardly, I couldn't stop complaining. It seems to be a trough that has not been vomited in the past few decades, and it is finished in one breath. Well, since you have said that, teacher, what reason can disciples have to refuse? Only this time, I really have to go all out, Teacher Luo Lin. General Huang Yuan's tone gradually became severe. The originally peaceful aura on his body was suddenly fierce, releasing a terrifying sense of oppression. You kid really dare to say, Pelusalino. Luo Lin grinned and suddenly took a step. Advertisement the boom, overlord color burst into pieces. In an instant, all the chi leaks from the General Huang Yuan were pressed back. Wait. You too, don't talk to yourself. I am the one who blows up the Tianlong people. Seeing that his chance to show off was about to be snatched away by Luo Lin, Lei suddenly became anxious. If you change to the previous one, he also longed for someone to take the initiative to protect him from the disaster, so that he could enjoy life steadily. But now it is different. Anyway, it has been exposed, and he probably can't stay in this shampoo place. Coupled with the previous appearance of Luo Lin, the conflict of overlord colors, all of them revived his blood that had been silent for many years. Finally, there was the unintentional heart stirring from the disciple Alice. At this moment, Raleigh naturally wanted to prove himself. Old Thunder, he didn't wait for Raleigh to take a few steps. A cold little hand suddenly squeezed his ears and pulled him around. What are you doing, Sha-Chi? Raleigh was dissatisfied. Okay, we all know that you are the famous Pluto King Raleigh, your past. The record has been proven enough, so let's take us away now. Sha Qiu said with earnest comfort. Each word grabbed the cusp of Lei's heart, and he felt comfortable in his heart. The mentor and apprentice between Huang Yuan and Luo Lin recounted what you mixed up. Your main task now is to Enron escort us. The little girls who have no power to bind chickens to leave the shampoo first. Sha-Chi continued to flicker. Agaja, what Sister Sha-Chi said is, Teacher Lei, if you keep on going, the Admiral is coming. You can protect yourself by that time. We will be miserable and we will be locked up in Pushing City. The girl Alice sensed Sha-Chi's intentions and hurriedly cried and echoed. Mr. Raleigh, trouble you, Uncle Raleigh, Mr. Raleigh. Grandpa Old Lei, Robin, Vivi, Nami and other little girls who received Luo Lin's suggestion all stared at Lei with big watery eyes. Feeling the admiring gaze from the young and lovely girls, Lei suddenly became a little fluttering. Well, since the little girls have said so, the old man really can't refuse. Lei nodded his head stinkingly. Chapter 223. Luo's Panic. Fight Momomaru shocked. Open black lens bracket 5/7 seeking subscription close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Little girls, go with the old man. Raleigh waved his grandiose hand and let out a loud voice. Oh, behind Lei, the little girls such as Vivi, Nami, Kurla, Alice all raised their hands in unison in response. That posture. What I didn't know was that the elementary school students went on a spring outing together. The movement in the ruins of the auction house, the two supernovas standing in the distance, Trafalgaro and the magician Hawkins naturally have a panoramic view. Although due to the distance, they couldn't hear what the people over there said specifically. But just watching the expressions on the little girls' faces change. They are already frantically replenishing their brains. As a result, the expression on his face became more and more shocked. Now, this development is finally back on track. It seems that what we will witness next is that. The duel between the young monster and the General Huang Yuan. The magician Hawkins let out a long breath. But what was going on before that weird situation? Trafalgaro's brows still furrowed. He still had no way to forget the previous scene of the great General Huang Yuan standing happily between Luo Lin and a group of little girls. Obviously it was the Admiral Huang Yuan who came for the death of Tianlongren. Why would I get along with the murderer who killed the Tianlongren again? Could it be that among those people, a certain individual's ability is not a power to manipulate people's emotions? Even the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters is affected. Trafalgaro wondered with a shocked face. He really got a bit of random guesses. Because little Lolita is really a superpower who manipulates people's emotions during the Golden Week. It's just that it wasn't because of little Lolita's superpowers during Golden Week. The real reason for this, even if Trafalgaro broke his head, can never guess the real reason. It has started, just when Trafalgaro was thinking about it. The magician Hawkins on the side suddenly shouted. Amidst the loud noise of boom and hulala, a violent gust of wind blew up from the sky and the earth. The strong wind blows. Trafalgaro, who was distracted by Ling's attention, stepped back unconsciously. It wasn't until the famous sword ghost in his hand thrust into the ground so much that it finally stopped. Trafalgaro gritted his teeth, raised his head with difficulty, and looked towards the center of the storm. This was a shocking discovery. The people who watched him from afar were the terrifying wind that unconsciously retreated. It turned out to be just the two people in the ruins of the auction house. Luo Lin and the General Huang Yuan's kicks were staggered and caused by collision. What kind of power is that? Monster. 1 and 2 are unimaginable monsters. Trafalgaro murmured unconsciously, yet the next second. The shock on Trafalgaro's face solidified. What turned up was a trace of confusion, because it was just a dazzling effort. The monster that had been locked firmly by his sight was gone. This year's supernova, a monster offering a reward of over 100 million, is terrible. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. General Huang Yuan's distinctive whispers sounded without warning. It's not in Trafalgaro's ears, it's the magician Hawking on the other side. Admiral of the Navy, looking at the General Huang Yuan who suddenly flashed to his side. A look of astonishment suddenly appeared on the face of the magician Hawkins. Devil. Without waiting for the scarecrow behind him to condense. Big to, add bookmarks for easy reading. The voice of the word, terrible, in Huang Yuan's mouth fell down. One bite is terrible. The famous scene of a supernova with 1 foot reappeared. Even if the trajectory of the event has been greatly deflected due to the appearance of Luo Lin. But the magician Hawkins still couldn't hide from the lightspeed kick of the General Huang Yuan. Boom boom boom. Kicked at the speed of light of General Huang Yuan. Even the big pirate who offers a reward of 200 million has no resistance. The body is like a cannonball, flying out 2 or 3 pieces, the mangrove island. Along the way, I don't know how many buildings have been smashed through. Trafalgaro, who was watching, took a cold breath. Pirate kids, if you have seen enough of the show, go home quickly. Luo Lin's voice sounded. This time it was in Trafalgaro's ear. To be precise, it was behind him, Trafalgaro. An emotion called panic uncontrollably climbed into his heart. The cold sweat wetted his whole body in an instant. A light blue circle quickly expanded. Trafalgaro was almost subconscious, unreservedly expanding the limit of his ability to operate. In a short while, he swapped positions with a stone on the adjacent mangrove island. Returned to the hiding place of the comatose by Shang Bibo and other friends. Advertisement, hoo-hoo-hoo, Trafalgaro gasped in amazement. Lie weakly on the soft belly of the sleeping white bear Bibo. Until a long time in the past, his body was still shaking uncontrollably. If he had taken a step back before, the consequences would be unimaginable. The other side. Oh, teacher, didn't you say that one person is a supernova? Why did you let that person escape? Huang Yuan asked puzzledly. That kid's ability is a bit interesting, maybe it will come in handy in the future, it won't be easy to play if it breaks. Luo Lin said casually, so this is all. General Huang Yuan nodded. The body was instantly elementalized without warning. The shocking sound of collision and the ferocious shockwave abruptly re-emerged. Big cracks appeared in the land of number 1 Mangrove Island at the foot of Luo Lin. I've really grown, I even know the sneak attack, but it's still a long way away. Luo Lin grinned. Boom, a golden light crossed the air. Lasered obliquely downwards. It fell on the mangrove tree, which was the foundation of Island 1, with an astonishing sound of clicking. The huge mangrove breaks. You collapsed in a crash. Old man. A loud roar full of shock and shock suddenly sounded from the edge of the number 1 mangrove tree. A direct subordinate of General Huang Yuan. Zan Momomaru, the captain of the science unit of the Navy headquarters, arrived carrying a double-sided battle axe. It happened to witness the scene where the General Huang Yuan kicked and sneaked into Luo Lin at the speed of light, but was kicked out by Luo Lin. This kind of thing. How could it happen? That's the speed of light kick of the old man Huang Yuan. Who can stop it? Where is that man sacred? With mushroom hair and wearing only a red belly, Zan Taomaru involuntarily sent out 3 consecutive tortures that shocked the soul. Chapter 224, Raleigh Confession? He is your master? This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, the east side of Mangrove number 1 on the islands of Chambord, which leads to the connecting bridge of number 2 area. The Marines from the Chambord Naval Branch were fully armed. The area near the connecting bridge will be tightly guarded. Everyone, all give me 12 points, even if. Pluto Raleigh is stopped by General Huang Yuan. We can't have a half-hearted relaxation. This time is a major event. The Navy colonel in charge of the eastern area shouted and encouraged, mobilizing the emotions of the Marines. Go! Colonel, Ming Ming. Hades King Raleigh, that legend is here. At this moment, a sea soldier who was holding a viewing mirror and was in charge of watching the surroundings suddenly let out a shocking cry. It fell with his loud cry. The whole area of the guarding seamen in the east connecting bridge area is in chaos. What did you say? The voice of the colonel, the highest person in charge, increased more than octave. Pluto Raleigh, it's really that. Silbaz Raleigh has appeared. Why and why that? Pluto is here, isn't it said that General Huang Yuan has arrived? The Marines yelled in disbelief. Even if I have been mentally prepared enough before coming. But when you really face the legendary Pluto, face the legendary big pirate of the last era. How can these little Navy soldiers calm down? What the hell is going on? Didn't Mr. Momomaru say that the general has arrived? Pluto Raleigh ran here, then who is fighting the General Huang Yuan now? The Navy colonel suddenly raised his head, watching the amazing collision that changed the sky and the earth in the distance. His whole body and mind are occupied by the shock and incomprehension of the appearance of the Hades King Raleigh. The seaman in front, the old man doesn't want to do it. Can you please take the initiative to move away? Raleigh smiled and asked. Damn it, whatever. Are you Pluto or something? Don't look down on people too much, assault everyone. The Navy colonel drew his saber from his waist and gave orders loudly. Boom, for the next second. The powerful and turbulent overlord color burst out from Raleigh. Overlord color. The Marines who were in charge of guarding this area, one by one, all rolled their eyes and fell into a coma. Even the branch colonel is no exception. Well, little girls, you can already go. Gentleman Raleigh turned and made a request. Coupled with the previous domineering attitude of the audience, it is indeed quite a reliable senior. It's just that the smile on Raleigh's face quickly disappeared. Look over there, advertisement. Wow, that huge mangrove fell down. Brother Luo Lin and Mr. Huang Yuan are here for real. Brother Luo Lin is amazing. Wei Wei, Nami and the other girls looked at the collapsed mangrove tree number 1 in the distance, and their eyes widened in shock. His attention was completely attracted by Luo Lin, who even no one could see. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Turning a blind eye to. Raleigh's sheet posture was completely ignored. Even the peaked cab girl Alice is no exception, ha. Watch this scene. Pluto Raleigh couldn't help but smile lonely. Anyway, I'm just an old man no one cares about. Raleigh muttered to himself sadly, old Lay, he was handsome before. At this moment, a gentle voice suddenly rang from Raleigh's ears. Lei Li in Ling's, lonely, suddenly raised his head. Sha-chi. Raleigh looked at the red face in front of him with a touch of emotion. The next moment, in the little girls to add bookmarks for easy reading. In the voice of surprise, Lei Li opened his big hand and hugged Sha-chi in front of him. Wow, Mr. Raleigh and Sister Sha-chi, Mr. Raleigh is amazing. Teacher Lei Li finally got the hang of it. The little girls snickered, especially the girl Alice who witnessed Lei Li and Sha-chi gang along these years, her face flushed with excitement. Go. Sha-chi, who had never received a deep hug from Lei Li, couldn't help but blush at this moment. Lei Li pushed away quickly, and you, little girls, don't froze, just go. Sha-chi's face was stern. Yes, a group of little girls stood at attention, and then continued the exciting running action. At this moment, near mangrove number 1, Luo Lin, who fought back and kicked the General Huang Yuan away, looked to the east. Advertisement even if it is thousands of meters away. With Luo Lin's ultimate experience and color, he can naturally still perceive the movement over there. So the whole person couldn't help but be stunned. Ha. After a while, Luo Lin couldn't help laughing. I can't think that the old boy Lei Li will have a day of resuscitation. This is really strange. Old man. Just as Luo Lin was thinking about how big a red envelope should be given to Lei Li, a loud cry not far from the west awakened Luo Lin. Boom, dong, sounded like footsteps shaking like a mountain. 1 tonnage is about 500. The little fat man wearing only a red bellyband strode over. Behind him, there are 3 huge bears. The pacifist is a human weapon developed by the genius scientist Vegapunk based on the tyrant bear of Kyuhai. Damn, who are you guys? As the captain of the science unit of the Navy headquarters, Zon Momomaru rushed with the pacifists. Seeing Luo Lin standing volley in the air, Zon Taomaru's face suddenly flashed with extreme shock and disbelief. What the hell is going on? Old man Huang Yuan's opponent shouldn't be Hades King Raleigh, right? Why did he become this strange man? That. Where did the Raleigh be he go now, and before? Is it difficult to become yellow? The old man ape was kicked into the air by this man. How could this kind of thing be possible? This man seems to be in his 20s or 30s at most. How could he have the power of a Navy general? If it's true, how crazy it should be. It was simply the monster among the monsters. Zon Dao Maru raised his head and locked his eyes on Luo Lin without blinking. In his mind, it seemed as if he was turning over the river and the sea, and there were waves of shock called shock, which slapped his spirit. It is conceivable that the scene he had witnessed before had such a huge impact on his mind. Boy, are you a disciple of Bluzolino? In midair, Luo Lin recognized Zandao Wan below and asked calmly. What? Zandao Maru was stunned, shook his head subconsciously, and then nodded quickly. Although I am just a direct subordinate of the old man is to me, like a teacher, so I will never let you who beat the old man. Battle Momomaru took off the double-sided battle axe behind him. Even if he knew that he was not the opponent of the other party, he still didn't hold back the slightest. Pacifist, prepare. Zantaomaru spoke, preparing to give an order. Stop, fight Momomaru. At this time, suddenly a golden light burst into the sky from the collapsed place of Mangrove No. 1. Old man. Zantaomaru was puzzled and stunned. Zandaomaru, stop, he is your master. Battle Peach Pill. Chapter 225. Master. Zandaomaru is stupid. Open black lens bracket 7/7 ordering close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Stop, fight Taowen, don't be rude, this person is your master. At the break of the No. 1 mangrove, a golden light rushed out. That is General Huang Yuan. Immediately afterwards, the majestic voice from the general, Huang Yuan, Lings was about to order the pacifists to attack the little fat man and Momomaru, who was stunned for an instant. Master. Master, Nana. Nani, Fatty Zan Momomaru suddenly widened his eyes. It seems to have heard the most incredible things in the world. His huge body seemed to be petrified, frozen in place and motionless. At this moment, besides, shock is shock on his face. No more. A trace of other emotions. This person is my master, who is also the teacher of the old man Huang Yuan. What a joke. This kind of thing. How is it possible? No matter how you look at it, the man in front of you will not be older than me, however. He is the old man's teacher. Zandaomaru's mind and whole body are all set off for a while, and the stormy sea is more violent than before. The whole person is stupid. Countless combinations of light particles condense the figure of the General Huang Yuan. Ka-ka, is the sound of Zandaomaru's rigid head turning like a machine. Zandaomaru's mouth raised a grudging smile, and looked at the general mentor in front of him with a dull face. Master, you must be joking, are you kidding me? Definitely. Zandaomaru stammered self-comfortingly. Even if that, just like that, the words that made him suffer from the blue sky are from the mouth of the teacher. Zan Momomaru still couldn't accept it anyway. It was too sudden, it was too far-fetched. How could he accept it for a while? The heart was already shocked and almost stopped beating. Zan Taowen, do you think the old man's expression is joking? General Huang Yuan rarely showed a serious expression. Hey, Zandaomaru was petrified again, after a while. Zandaomaru seemed to have made some decision, and closed his eyes. Father, you are going out to take the wrong medicine today, you are always confused. Zandaomaru opened his eyes and shouted, Papa. General Huang Yuan's eyelids twitched. Facing the back of Zandaomaru's head, he cut his head and covered his face. Cut. Zandaowen, you are so capable, you dare to say that the old man is always confused. General Huang Yuan spoke in his usual voice and intonation. Okay, it hurts. On the ground, Zandaowen held his head full of big bags, and the painful tears were about to flow out. Upon seeing this, General Huang Yuan suddenly felt much better. Disciple, it's not bad to use it to vent your anger. I will feel the pain, which means that this is not my dream, and the old man is not always confused, so. Advertisement. After getting rid of this option, I lost my sleep. Zan Momomaru fell into deep thought. Hey, Teacher Luo Lin, let me introduce you, this is just the disciple I taught, Zan Taowen. General Huang Yuan smiled and said to Luo Lin, not bad, the young man is very strong. Luo Lin went down the stairs step by step, and then stood still in front of the meditating Zandaomaru. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Armed and domineering, it's not bad, Luo Lin commented casually. Hey, that is, don't look at who taught it, General Huang Yuan boasted. General Huang Yuan slapped the back of his head again, and he almost fell down again. Before you say you're fat, you panted, and your own armed looks may not be as powerful as this disciple. Luo Lin obliquely looked at the General Huang Yuan. Hearing this, the General Huang Yuan was immediately embarrassed. Roland beat him. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Greater than he fought against Momomaru. Pam, Zan Dao Wan, still sitting foolishly doing something, get up and call master. Huang Yuan Education said, Pop, you beat me again as Teacher Shrolin. The yellow ape who was slapped by Luo Lin once again was full of resentment. This kid seems to be not very clever. If you still fight, what should I do if the kid is stupid? Luo Lin old god is in the way. Paluzalino immediately burst into tears without tears. He wanted to defend himself very much. Zandaomaru's silly character had nothing to do with his half-knitting, but his own head was lacking. But after thinking about it, General Huang Yuan still didn't dare to say. I was afraid that Luo Lin would find the opportunity to slap again. On the ground, Zandaomaru looked silly at the interaction between Luo Lin and Huang Yuan, who sang like a double song. After a long while, he finally eased up. Luo Lin, teacher. Zandaomaru murmured unconsciously. A pair of small eyes suddenly opened wide, as if thinking of something. Luo Lin. Lieutenant General Luo Lin. The legend that the old man once said. The disappearing legend, that. The legend that can be called together with Lieutenant General Karp. That hero, I remembered it. Zon Taomaru completely remembered. The General Huang Yuan once mentioned a certain disappearing legend to him as a recruit. Advertisement. It seems that you have already reacted, Zon Dao Wan. That's good, I don't need to say more. General Huang Yuan said with satisfaction. Yes, yes. Zon Taomaru nodded heavily. Immediately, he looked at Luo Lin in front of him with excitement. Hi Master. At this moment, after realizing Luo Lin's identity, the shock and emotional shock in Zon Taomaru's heart turned into excitement, which was beyond words. Today I was able to see the existence of the legend, to see the legend that once disappeared reappear in the world. What a fortune. What is more fortunate is that the disappeared hero is still his master. This moment, Zon Momomaru's heart is completely occupied by excitement and joy. As for the mission, what is the Tianlong NPC event? What is the mission to stop the Hades King Laleigh? He has already been thrown out of the clouds. Never. Can't remember. His head is big, but the brain is very small. Can't hold too many things at once. That's why he always slips away subconsciously. At this moment, his thoughts are already occupied by the teacher in front of him who has reappeared after decades. Can't tolerate any more. Teacher Luo Lin, this kid Zon Dao Wan still has many shortcomings. Please also ask the teacher for your advice, can you? General Huang Yuan asked with a smile. Okay, Luo Lin nodded without hesitation. Of course can. The corner of General Huang Yuan's mouth suddenly raised a smile. But wait for the next time. It's your class time, Paluzolino. You don't want to use this excuse to get out and run. Luo Lin squinted and smiled. Again. Don't worry, I have a sense of measure, and if you don't have anything on your body, it will not be easy to explain to the warring state side later, isn't it? In that case, I'm not welcome anymore. Tien Kong Yen Jian. Sword, yes, I just got a new weapon recently. Keng, black knife Kyushui unsheathed. Boom. A stunning duel between the world's top combat powers started. The entire Chambord Islands of Ling was shocked. Please download the ununderlined version. Chapter 226. The Loneliness of the Marshal of the Warring States Period, 8/7 Explosion Request. This content is first published on hotmtl novel.zi. The earth and the sky are shaking together at this time. The Chambordian Islands, composed of 79 largest mangroves in the world, the Archie mangroves, have encountered the most terrifying islands in history. One shock, the atmosphere shattered and healed. The golden light shone brighter than the sun in the sky, and the frightened people on the ground couldn't open their eyes. Another dazzling light of the sword split the sky. Everywhere in the Chambord Islands, huge mangroves continued to break and collapse in the horrified eyes of people's horrified eyes. This scene after scene seems to be annihilating the world. Flee, monsters, the monsters have come to this island. I can't stay here any longer. If you don't leave, everyone will die. The entire Chambord Islands are in an unprecedented chaos. Countless ships rushed out from various ports and fled overseas. Under the cover of these ships, the Golden Mary and the huge transport ship are naturally not so conspicuous and set sail smoothly. Boom, over the 24th mangrove island in the Chambord land, there was a loud bang. The breath of horror permeated, and the people in this area could not help but scream in horror. Captain Bonnie, why are you still eating? The sky outside is about to collapse. The big, simple pirate in overalls shouted in shock and horror. What did you say? The sky fell? Why didn't I see it? Restaurant on the second floor. The third supernova in the Chambord Islands to offer a reward of more than 100 million yuan. The big stomach girl Joelle Bonnie still bites the pizza in her hand. Captain Bonnie, the two monsters have already hit our heads if you are not careful. Seeing the calmness of his captain, the pirate in the bib suddenly became anxious. Ha ha ha, don't worry, little ones, anyway. If you really can't escape, it's better to have a good meal before you die. Big stomach girl Joelle Bonnie laughed. The surface looks calm, but the trembling deep in her eyes reveals her true feelings. 1 and 2 are monsters. One is Admiral. The other can't be Pluto Raleigh, nor is it the other day. Sounding Thunder B********, D. Who is that? This year there are so many monsters in this sea, haha. This stunning showdown over the islands of Chambord lasted for an hour. After an hour, the battle is over, the horror disappeared. The powerful impact wind also disappeared, the sky cleared again. Everything is as yesterday, as if nothing happened. This is true for those in the Shampoo area, where a large number of civilians live. Because no matter how terrifying the previous confrontation in the sky was, but it has never affected them at all. However, not all regions are so lucky. At this moment, if someone stands tall enough, advertisement. Looking down from above the clouds, it is the shocking discovery that the Shampoo land originally from 79 trees has become pits, the 16th mangrove island that disappeared under the gods of Eni Road not long ago. Today's Shampoo land has lost another 9 areas. The number 1 red zone where the population auction site is located. Mangrove number 8 where human traffickers gather. In addition, there is number 2 too. The chaotic and darkest area of the Chambord Islands has since disappeared, and it has been officially removed from the map. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The piles, one after another on this island today, are destined to shake the whole world. Although it is broken, the number 3 mangrove that still exists tenaciously. A golden light fell from the sky, falling in front of the belly belt male warrior Momomaru carrying a double-sided axe. The real body of the General Huang Yuan appeared. After an hour of intense battle, the image of the General Huang Yuan at this moment is not uncomfortable. It is very different from the past. His clothes were in tatters, like a beggar. The wind can blow down some debris. The skin on the outside of his body can be seen everywhere in blue and purple. And NB to add bookmarks for easy reading. SP. The left eye is even more swollen, making the small eye smaller and smaller, leaving only a seam. Old man, who is the first master, has already left. Zan Taomaru asked. Even in the past hour, the shock on his face still hasn't lightened much. Ah, finally gone. General Huang Yuanchang sighed. Master, I think, is that gentleman our enemy now? Zan Taomaru took a deep breath, finally asked this question that was the most critical to him. The answer to this question depends on what you think, Zan Momomaru. General Huang Yuan said faintly, Mr. Huang Yuan. General Huang Yuan. At this time, the garrison Lieutenant General Maynard and another major general who had arrived from the headquarters stepped on moonwalk. After seeing the embarrassed appearance of the General Huang ape at this moment, the faces of Maynard and the two suddenly showed extremely shocked and unbelievable expressions. Mr. Huang Yuan, what the hell was going on before? Who caused your injury? Except for that, Pluto Raleigh. Are there other monsters on this island? Where is he going now? Lieutenant General Maynard asked in shock. Don't worry, he has been beaten away by me. General Huang Yuan said without blushing. Only with that embarrassed appearance, it really doesn't have much convincing power. Doubts belong to doubts. However, the two of Maynard will not embarrass the general boss on the spot. General Huang Yuan, the Marshal of the Warring States period, is now waiting for you at the 64th Mangrove. Advertisement. The Major General from the Navy headquarters spoke. I know. General Huang Yuan nodded. The golden light flashed. It disappeared in an instant. It was just a time before and after it could not breathe. General Huang Yuan came to Island 64. The Admiral Sengoku was found on a high tree root mountain. It's a step too late again, Paluzolino. Why do you think that guy doesn't want to see me? The Marshal Zhang Guo heard the footsteps behind him and asked without looking back. Mr. Sengoku, about this time. You don't need to report anything, you are not good at it. Sit down now, just chat. The Marshal Sengoku patted the seat beside him. General Huang Yuan was stunned and sat down according to his words. Probably I don't want to make Mr. Sengoku too embarrassed. Marshal Zhang Guo turned his head, and when he saw General Huang Yuan's embarrassed appearance, he was suddenly surprised. That guy, he really didn't show mercy when he started. It should be, I am the same, but I didn't show mercy because he is a teacher. The General Huang Yuan said awe-inspiringly. Haha, all right, don't pretend in front of me. Warring States smiled reluctantly. After laughing, endless loneliness and sadness appeared on his face. Even the General Huang Yuan has never seen such a martial Warring States. Then there was a long silence. The fiery red sunset on the horizon slowly sinks. Mr. Warring States, it's getting late. I know, accompany me to watch this sunset. Maybe there will be no chance in the future. Warring States Road. Mr. Sengoku, what does this mean? During the day, Zephyr came back. Teacher Zephyr. Yes, before I left, Zephyr submitted a resignation report to me, saying that he was retiring back to his hometown, but I knew where he was going, and I approved it. The expression on the face of the Warring States became more and more lonely. After Zephyr, Xiaohei also submitted a transfer report. I also know what she meant, and... Speaking of this, the voice of the Marshal Sengoku choked up. I really can't go back to the past. The eyes of the Warring States period are reddish. Mr. Warring States, if you find it too difficult, why not? Chapter 227, General Dispute, Raleigh and the Younger Generations. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. What's worse? The afterglow of the flaming sunset shined on the face of the Marshal Warring States, and the lonely old face was reflected in a haziness, which made people indistinct. No, nothing. General Huang Yuan smiled and shook his head. When I didn't say it, but I want to emphasize one thing, no matter. How did Kuzan choose? I will never leave the Navy. General Huang Yuan said seriously. This is really strange. Marshal Sengguo laughed. What do you mean is too hurtful, Mr. Warring States? General Huang Yuan was wrong. Allah, Paluzolino, the only thing I heard all the way was to hear you say that I'm not saying anything bad, right? At this moment, a lazy voice suddenly sounded. The General Green Pheasant arrived on a bicycle along the ice road on the sea. Kuzan, you guys still have a face in front of me. General Huang Yuan suddenly stared. Allah, this is really embarrassing. Paluzolino, who on earth beat you like this? Tell me, I will help you find a place. The General Ching Pheasant said sincerely. On the surface, it is full of loyalty. In fact, the Green Pheasant kept secretly saying in his heart, fortunately. Even if you didn't witness it in person, but looking at Huang Yuan's miserable appearance at this moment, and his expression of grief and anger. The General Green Pheasant has probably understood everything. He knows that his joking guess has really come true, that the god in the mouth of the Thunder Fruit ability, and the true owner of the Golden Arc 89-9-10, 89 that's the Lord, Thinking that he still wanted to grab other people's things and give them away, the General Green Pheasant couldn't help but be afraid after a while. Isn't this looking for a fight by yourself? It's because I saw everything in time. The General Green Pheasant secretly rejoiced. Whoosh, just as the General Ching Pheasant was cheering for his wit, a golden ray suddenly flashed. He pierced the tire of his baby bicycle and then exploded a lot of water on the sea. The extreme cold off the Kaka spread instantly, the sea that gave birth to huge waves, and the splashing water, all freeze and fall to the ground. Ah la la, too much, Paluzolino, the General Ching Pheasant said. Who is too much? General Huang Yuan was dissatisfied. I don't know it, really, okay, you two, are you doing nothing? The Marshal Sengoku intervenes with dignity. Advertisement. Paluzolino and Kuzan, the two generals were as young as they were before, and neither of them accepted anyone's anger and walked away. If that guy is here. The Marshal Warring State's mind unconsciously appeared in the mind of Luo Lin, forcibly pressing the two rebellious teenagers 40 years ago and letting them lower their heads to reconcile. If he were the Marshal. No, even now, as long as he is here, the previous scene will probably reappear. Even the two rebellious teenagers at the beginning are now generals of the Navy headquarters. Sometimes I really envy you as a fellow. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The open ocean is about tens of miles away from the Chambord Islands. Two boats, one large and one small, were moving aimlessly. The boat was full of laughter, so it was so lively. Kurla, it turns out that it is really you. After so many years, I can't recognize you anymore. The peaked cap girl Alice hugged Kurla tightly and screamed and jumped happily. I can't recognize you either, Alice. Kurla is also happily holding the slender waist of the peaked cap girl Alice, her eyes are reddish. Aside. Wei Wei, Robin, Octopus Zauba and others are all. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading, looking at the two people who met in surprise. Fate is always wonderful. When we met in the ruins of the auction house before. Alice and Kurla, the girls in peaked caps, have seen each other. Only afterwards, due to the appearance of the general, they had to focus on the enemy. Until now. They finally recognized each other as partners who were detained by the same Tianlong people 16 years ago and reported to each other for warmth. 16 years ago. Murloc Tiger made trouble with Mary Joa, letting go of thousands of slaves. The young Kara and Alice were among them. It was just because the scene was too chaotic that the two unfortunately separated. So far, the ends of the world. Kurla received the help of the Murloc pirates and later joined the Revolutionary Army. As for the girl Alice, she was adopted by Sha Qi and became a member of Sha Qi's staff. After many years, the sisters who used to report for warmth in prison finally meet again. In this regard, Sha Qi, Robin and others are also happy for them. Just happy, it is inevitable to feel sad for their past tragic experience. However, looking at the appearance of Kara and Alice, it seems that they have overcome the psychological barriers of the year. Everyone, advertisement, treasure, so many treasures. At this time, first board the large transport ship, treasure hunting Nami and little Lori Golden Week, waved to their partners on the melee with an excited face. Treasure. Hear the word treasure. Hand. Extremely nervous, Lei Li, who was poor and couldn't even afford wine, rubbed his hands in excitement. Old Lei, aren't you? Sha Qi glanced at Lei Li diagonally. That guy is very rich now. Today I want to rob his rich and help my poor. Raleigh said angrily. Everyone. In order to prevent Raleigh from coming in disorder. Sha Qi and others also transferred from the small boat melee to the large transport ship. The 110 people on the ship, plus the poor people brought out from the first auction house. Now, there are more than 200 people on this large transport ship. At this time, Lucio, the black-haired swordsman who was originally responsible for guarding the ship, the young Murloc Nobel, and others are listening with great interest to the giants telling what happened at the auction house. Especially when the legendary Hades King Raleigh appeared, the black-haired swordsman and the Murloc youth were all excited. It's this time. Raleigh in the boat jumped up and boarded the transport ship. Seeing the black-haired swordsman and Murloc youth who saw the appearance of the real Pluto Lei Li, he didn't care about the others, and quickly got up and stood in front of Lei Li. Little ghosts, you two can't stop me, let me go. Raleigh waved his hand. Raleigh, Mr., it's really Mr. Raleigh. The black-haired swordsman Lucio and the Murloc youth Norberti both showed joy, and looked at the Pluto Raleigh in front of them with excitement. You guys. Raleigh narrowed his eyes slightly, convinced that he should, probably did not cheat the money of these two little ghosts. After confirming this, Lei Li also gradually became righteous and confident, looking at the impediment in front of him with majesty. Mr. Raleigh. My elder is Samble, Murloc youth Nobel said. The teacher who taught me swordsmanship is Mu Lien. This is the sword swallow of teacher Mu Lien before. The black-haired swordsman Lucio took off the swift sword Kangen from his waist and handed it to Raleigh excitedly for confirmation. Mu Lien. And Samble. Lei Li's eyes gradually widened, and his old face showed a smile of joy involuntarily. Chapter 228, The Natural Enemy of Hades Raleigh, 2/6 seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, Mu Lien, and Samble. Raleigh looked at the black-haired swordsman and the Murloc youth in front of him. Those two familiar names murmured unconsciously. Mulian. Samble, gradually. There was a smile on Raleigh's old face. Laugh. How could he have forgotten these two names? Mulian Dazo and the Murloc Sample. They were his former partners who were born to death. They were the crew members of the Roger Pirates. Ha ha ha. Raleigh laughed. The big hand patted the shoulders of the young Murloc Nobel and the black-haired swordsman Lucio. Okay, you are all good kids, Raleigh said with emotion. Mr. Raleigh, I have heard about your legend for a long time. Murloc youth Nobel looked at Lei Li with excitement. Yes, Mr. Lei Li, but Teacher Mu Lien often mentions you. I didn't expect the two of us to be lucky enough to see you today. The black-haired swordsman Lucio's immature face is also full of excitement. Okay, Mu Lien and Samble are all okay, Raleigh asked with a smile. Well, the teacher and Grandpa Samble are okay. The black-haired swordsman Lucio nodded. Just stay alive. Raleigh smiled happily. Yeah, it's good to be alive. Only when I live can I know how your Roger Pirates group tricked Mu Lien into boarding the boat. A faint voice abruptly rang in Lei Li's ear. Hearing the familiar voice, the smile on Lei Li's face suddenly stopped. Mr. Senior, when I saw Luo Lin behind Lei Li. The excitement on the faces of the Murloc youth Nobel and the black-haired swordsman Lucio suddenly rose to the next level. The young swordsman Lucio even knelt on his knees and bowed deeply to Luo Lin. This is a gratitude to Luo Lin for his life-saving grace. It is also a thanks to Luo Lin's grace to teach and solve puzzles. At the same time, it is also a tribute to the teacher and the teacher. Young man, what are you doing? Raleigh was puzzled. Mr. Raleigh, Senior has the grace to save life and teach me, and at the same time he is still. Speaking of this, the black-haired swordsman Lucio paused. Even if he didn't say it, Raleigh could understand what he meant. After all, Mu Lien, the cadre on board the Roger Pirate Group, was originally Luo Lin's colonel. Once hostile to their Roger Pirates. 36 years ago, after Luo Lin disappeared inexplicably. Unable to accept this result, Mu Lien defected from the Navy in a rage, and finally came to their Roger Pirates. By the way, my ugly words are ahead, Raleigh spoke. Okay, you are ugly, you speak first, Luo Lin responded with a smile. Advertisement Raleigh. Me? Don't say anything, ha ha ha. Seeing Lei Li being choked by Luo Lin in 3 words, he couldn't speak. The little girls next to each other couldn't help laughing. Even the girl Alice, who is a loyal fan and disciple of Raleigh, is no exception. As a result, Raleigh's old face grew darker. On this day today, the number of times his face is black is far more than the combined number of the past year. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Sure enough, this guy is my natural enemy. He was born to defeat me. Lei Li stared at Luo Lin with an unkind expression. Listening to Lei Li's voice like a grieving woman, Luo Lin just spread his hands. Blame me. There was a sudden noise in the sky, attracted the attention of people on the deck. When I noticed the golden arc in the sky that was emitting a golden light in the sun, there was an uproar on the deck. A ship made of gold. There is a ship flying in the sky, it is still made of gold. Unbelievable, there is a golden spaceship in this world. People who have never seen the world have a lot of discussions. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Divergent, Shiki. Under the gaze of people's shocked eyes, the golden arc flashed with electricity. Next second, a ray of lightning fell and manifested in front of Luo Lin. God, fortunately not insulting your life, find the arc. Anilu's respectful report. Okay, Luo Lin nodded. In such a short period of time, the only person who could take away the arc was Kuzan, who was also nearby. That kid didn't give birth to a crooked mind, naturally it was best. It saves Luo Lin going to catch him. Get up, Dengeki, according to the original plan, you will go to the South Daxia Sea next. Roland Road. Yes, Enilu responded. Mr. Senior. Murloc youth Nobel and black-haired swordsman Lucio shouted in unison. What's the matter with you, Senior, please let us do our best for you. The black-haired swordsman Lucio said sincerely. Luo Lin, just right, I still have a few little guys. I will lend you first this time and treat it as a thank you. Advertisement Shachi smiled and pointed to the faces of several strange young men and women on the nailplate. Those were the intelligence agents Shachi had left on the Chambord Islands. Since this time I came out to avoid the wind, I naturally brought it along. As for what Shachi said, thank you, Luo Lin was stunned for a moment, and then he learned through mind reading that her gratitude came from Raleigh's recent hug confession. Shachi is a very smart woman. Naturally, the reason why an old stubborn like Raleigh took the initiative to embrace her was probably because of Luo Lin's stimulation. Luo Lin couldn't help being dumb when he accidentally pierced the window paper between Raleigh and Shachi. In that case, I'm not welcome, Luo Lin responded. Mr. Luo Lin, I also want to follow you, me too. Please let me join. There were young Murlocs and black-haired swordsmen. The people of various ethnic groups who were rescued by Luo Lin on the boat also spoke up. Among them are some good players with special abilities. At the time of employment, Luo Lin would naturally not refuse. After picking it up, in addition, the Murloc youth Nobel, the swordsman Lucio and Shachi's intelligence agents. In the end, a total of 25 people boarded the Golden Ark and supported the South Daxia Sea with Eni Road. The other side. After getting a permanent pointer from Shiki to the location of the Golden Lion and Sky Floating Island group, Luo Lin did not delay anymore, and returned to the Golden Mary with Robin and others. Gravity control is activated. The Golden Mary rose into the sky. Alice, goodbye. Kara waved goodbye to the peak girl Alice on the transport ship. Well, goodbye Kurla, goodbye Mr. Luo Lin, goodbye everyone. Girl Alice's pretty face is not without loneliness and bid farewell to everyone on the Golden Mary. What's the matter, little Alice? If you want to go on an adventure together, it's still too late. My sister won't stop you this time. As for the people on the boat, I and Lao Lei are there, so don't worry. Shiki saw through the girl's careful thoughts, and she persuaded her. Do not, the girl Alice shook her head firmly. Everyone has something to do. This is my business, how can I leave it alone for fun? I can't always trouble Sister Shiki and Teacher Lei Li. The girl Alice lowered the brim of her hat to hide her pretty face. A-hole, I know stealing the girl's heart all day long, and even my disciples don't let it go. If you do, then you have to be responsible to the end, a-hole. Lei Li watched the Golden Mary rise into the sky, and the resentment in his eyes gradually became heavier. Chapter 229, The Big News That Shakes the Sea, 3/6 Order. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi 3 hours after the event on the islands of Chambord 3. The group headed by Luo Lin divided into 3 operations. Anilu took Lucio the black-haired swordsman, Nobel the Murloc and others, rushing to aid the South Daxia Sea battlefield in the Golden Ark. Raleigh, Shiki and the girl Alice 3 are responsible for escorting the other slaves on the ship back to their hometown. Those who have nowhere to go or don't want to go back, and finally go to Alabaston with Raleigh's Trio 3. As for Roland, after getting the permanent pointer where Golden Lion Shiji was, naturally, he went to find the demolition expert Golden Lion as soon as possible. Soon it will be. A 2-month appointment. The base city in Alabaston is basically completed. After completing the empty island demolition plan, Luo Lin is finally ready to announce his return to the world. The next sea will no longer be calm, on the other side. Just as everyone in Luo Lin acted individually, the headquarters of the World Economic Daily headed by the News King Morgans was also entering a state of intense and busy work. The entire newspaper seemed to be crazy, running at the fastest speed. Under the command of the Albatross Morgans, one report after another on the major events that occurred on the Chambord Islands has been released. Finally, with the newsbird, it spread to all parts of the world. It was just one day's event. Morgan's World Economic News spread all over the sea. Then, not surprisingly, when the big news that happened on the Chambord Islands spreads, the whole sea is shaking for it. Red Earth Continent, Holy Land, Mary Joa. In an extremely luxurious palace, the 5 old stars gathered together again. The atmosphere in the hall is as silent as ever. The invisible terrifying aura permeated it, and the air in Ling seemed to be solidified. Holy Rosd, you can't go in right now, the 5 old stars are in the meeting. Master Roswald, please wait a moment, let us report. At this moment, the guards screamed from outside the palace gate. Shut up, you humble mortals, I am a descendant of God, the supreme celestial dragon, and you mortals want to stop me. An arrogant voice sounded from outside the door. 2, bang bang, gunshots. The 2 guards who were in charge of guarding outside the hall fell in response. Rosvard, the old dragon man, pushed the door aggressively and entered. 5 old stars, can you explain what is going on? Rosd, the dragonite, held up a newspaper and roared furiously. Charos, my son, beloved son, why was he so cruelly murdered? Raleigh, the king of Pluto, have you caught him? I want him to survive and die, to pay tribute to the soul of Charles. Tell me, you guys, have you caught the murderer? Advertisement. The entire hall was surrounded by the hysterical shout of Tianlong Wade. It's just 4. Rosvard's uproar. The 5 highest powers in the world are fundamentally united and unheard of. You guys. Rosd, the dragonite, was furious and strode forward. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Boom, however, just when he walked down the steps and stepped into the aura field of the 5 old stars. The invisible pressure from the strong maid Roswald, who had no power to bind the chicken, even knelt on the ground. The blood was flowing from both knees. Pluto Raleigh, if it is really just a Raleigh, it would be great. Finally, the old star of the samurai with a sword spoke. Yes, if it's just a Pluto Raleigh, the blonde old star echoed. You. 5 old stars, what do you mean? Roswald, the sky dragon, held back his fear and asked. Swish, a dagger flew out and plunged straight into the ground in front of Rosvard. Add bookmarks for easy reading. On the front end of the dagger, a photo is also worn. Old photos. Keep your eyes open and take a good look. This B*******D is the murderer who killed your son. The noble curly-haired old star said coldly, this person is the murderer. The weight on Roswald's body was lightened. Pull out the dagger in front of, and remove the pierced photo. After seeing the young man wearing the costume of a lieutenant admiral in the photo with a bright smile on his face, Rosvard, the dragon, suddenly opened his eyes with horror and shock. Ah! The scream came from Roswald's throat unconsciously. The memory of the past in Roswald's mind gradually recovered and became clear. He still clearly remembered the human tragedy that occurred in the safest holy place, Mary Joa, 36 years ago. That year, his father, The heavenly dragons of his line were slaughtered to death by the young man in the photo. He was the only one who happened to be away and escaped. With such an unforgettable memory, how could he forget that it was the nightmare of his life? The devil. The devil is back. It was my father 36 years ago, and now is my son. Why on earth is this devil's next goal? Me. Fear and despair envelop Rosevard's heart, making him even breathing difficult. Advertisement. Haha, Rozd, the sky dragon, rolled his eyes and fainted completely. New world. The territory of the four emperors' red hair, an uninhabited island. The four red-haired pirates who love banquets most are still preparing for the banquet at this time, in order to welcome a distinguished guest from afar. Ahahaha, Mahawk, come and drink. The four-armed red-haired Shanks laughed and raised his glasses, and toasted Mahawk, the world's largest swordsman, who was carrying a huge black sword on the opposite side. Red hair, did you send someone specifically to call me over to drink with you? Hawkeye Mahawk spoke calmly. At the same time, it is a toast for cooperation. Of course not. In fact, I invited you this time to ask you, Mahawk, if you are interested in joining our redhead pirates. The four emperors' red-haired Shanks asked with a look of expectation. If people in the world see and hear this scene, it will inevitably be shocked to the point of indescribable. After all, if Eagle Eye, the world's largest swordsman, really joins the red hair, then the pattern of the entire sea will change drastically. However, this invitation was enough to shake the sea, but everyone in the red-haired pirate group present was calm and unconcerned. Because in the past, this is not the first time it has happened. They have already taken offense. As for the result, I refuse. Hawkeye Mahawk spoke without hesitation. Ahahaha, I was rejected again. The four emperors laughed with red hair. Even if they were rejected, they still didn't have a trace of frustration. Ha 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 ha, the captain was rejected again. The red-haired main cadres also laughed at their captain mercilessly. Captain, Captain, at this moment, the red-haired newcomer, Lockstar with the red hedgehog head screamed and ran over. What's wrong with Rockstar? Little Fatty Lazyloo asked casually while biting on the big flesh. A big event has happened. Lockstar waved the newspaper in his hand, shocked. Pluto Raleigh appeared, red hair, Nani. Chapter 230. Red-haired curiosity. Hawkeye's fighting spirit. Open black lens bracket 4/6 request order close black lens bracket. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Captain Shanks, big incident happened. In Lakilu, Jesus BU and even the red-haired Shanks himself laughed at the failure of another invitation. The rookie of the red-haired pirates, Lockstar suddenly ran up with a full face of shock. Wow, a strange domineering burst from the red-haired Shanks, falling on the rookie, Lockstar. The violent ups and downs of his mood stabilized. Rockstar, I have taught you how many times, you are now a member of our red-haired pirate group, calm. Jesus speaks of a long-term education. Gudong offered a reward of 90 million newcomers, and Lockstar swallowed hard. Captain Shanks, Pluto Raleigh has appeared. What, Pluto, it's that. Pluto Lely, he killed a celestial man in Champagne. Nani. Listen to Rockstar's report. The four emperors' red-haired Shanks instantly craned his neck. Even if he is the emperor of the sea, he can't be calm at this moment anymore. His face was full of shock and disbelief. Hey, Lockstar, have you made a mistake? That Hades King Lei actually killed the Sky Dragon, it's incredible. The boss's former deputy Captain Raleigh, the last time we saw him, he said he was retired. It turned out that old man Lely couldn't help but re-enter the rivers and lakes. The heavenly dragons are really hateful. Beckman, Jesus BU, Lakilu, etc., the cadres who had seen Lei in the Champagne suddenly burst into an uproar. Captain, everyone, it's all true, it's all in the newspapers. Lockstar waved the newspaper in his hand. Let me see. The cadres of a group of red-haired pirates all swarmed and snatched the newspaper from Lockstar. FK. Master Lely is too fierce. Punch the Tianlongan with one punch. More than that, the whole Shampoo land was almost destroyed by the old man. Jesus BU and others screamed in shock. Boss, look at it. Little Fatty Lazyloo delivered the newspaper to the four emperors' redhead. Shanks the redhead took the newspaper, frowning gradually. Boss, what's wrong with you? Are you worried about old man Raleigh? Advertisement. It's true, killing the Tianlongan is a taboo event in the world. Next, the old man is afraid that he will be fully wanted by the Navy. Why don't we go to the Paradise and pick up Mr. Raleigh? The red-haired cadres suggested. Do not, the red-haired Shanks just shook his head calmly. Don't worry, Vice Lei is the legendary Hades. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Red-haired Shanks grinned. He has absolute confidence in his former deputy captain. The boss, you. I am more curious about him now. The red-haired Shanks pointed his finger on half of the back of the newspaper page. Who is this guy? Even if it's just a photo in the newspaper, the red-haired Shanks can see the resentment, grief, and excitement on Raleigh's face at the time. In this world, who can make the Pluto Raleigh show such a complicated and yet so complicated the contradictory expression red-haired Shanks is really curious. If it's a former partner, even Jabba, who often quarrels with Raleigh, shouldn't be so complicated, it's really suspicious. Red-haired Vice Captain Ben Beckman frowned in thought. Add bookmarks for easy reading. This person is. Seeing his friend's red-haired expression, even Hawkeye Mahawk couldn't help being aroused by curiosity and took the initiative to post to the red-haired. After seeing the half of the back in the newspaper, the sharp eagle eyes suddenly shrank. The whole body instinctively revealed a powerful and sharp sword intent. Nothing else, it's just the most instinctive reaction. Even if it's just such an unrealistic fuzzy back, Hawkeye is instinctively born with induction. He knows. This person is the one he has been pursuing for the past few months. Mysterious great swordsman. Since the windless journey, Hawkeye finally realized how difficult it is to chase people. After passing by him several times, Ling's Hawkeye was almost suspicious of life. He just wanted to learn from the mysterious great swordsman and prove his kendo. How could it be so difficult? But because of repeated misses, Hawkeye's enthusiasm and expectation for this kendo battle has become more and more intense. Soar up. Even now the magic light is looking at a fuzzy back, and can't help but burst out sword intent. Under the sudden burst of sword intent from Hawkeye, Lakilu, Jesusbu and other cadres all took a few steps back unconsciously. He looked at Hawkeye Mahawk with a shocked look. The members who have only joined the pirate group in recent years are subconsciously holding the weapon at hand and preparing for the battle. Don't be nervous, it's okay. The deputy captain Ben Beckman waved his hand and signaled everyone to relax. Mahawk, it looks like you know this person, red-haired Shanks asked in surprise. Okay, Hawkeye Mahawk nodded calmly. Advertisement. This person is the great swordsman I have been looking for several months. Red-haired cadres. Oh, Mahawk, why did you go to the wine and haven't drunk it yet? Go to the shampoo place. It's too late if you go now, I guess people have already left. Hawkeye Mahawk pause. Thinking about the probability that I would run for nothing, Hawkeye Mahawk silently turned around and sat down again. Ha 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 ha, little ones, we have a banquet for the sea that is about to become bustling. Shihai. Some peaceful village. From ancient times to the present, the daily life and rest of the sunrise and the day are still preserved. Simple folk. The only thing that can be regarded as extraordinary is probably the only family living in the periphery of the village. 2 old people live there, one is a normal human. The other is a murloc. 20 years ago, the simple villagers of the village rescued them who were seriously injured by the sea. They also settled in this village. It has been 20 years. In these 2 decades, their ordinary and weak village has never, once again, been plundered by a pirate. The village also developed. Even if the villagers are simple, it is naturally impossible for them to be ignorant for 20 years. They know that the reason this village has been able to maintain peace for 20 years is because the guardian god has been protecting them, at this moment. In this house belonging to the guardian god, there are some unusual, or conversations that shouldn't exist in this world. Dongfeng. Bump. Redness. Kong. Yaoji. Huh. Chapter 231. Whitebeard's Dislike Emoticon Pack, 5/6 Seek Subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, Dongfeng. Bump. Redness. Kong. Yaoji. Huh. Samble. RUF ***** G an old man. An old man who was nearly 60 years old and still full of energy yelled. A whole Mu Lien, do you have to blame others for the stink of your own betting? Would you like to bet and lose, give money? The murloc with a white beard at the corner of his mouth retorted triumphantly. Okay, you two, don't quarrel, let's continue this fun mahjong game. The ordinary old man in the room said, yeah, who is such a genius who invented this novel and interesting gameplay. For us elderly people, this is really the best tool to relieve boredom. The 4th old man sighed excitedly. Ha ha ha, the inventor of this mahjong is my mentor, he is the most powerful person in the world. The old people in the village who had heard him talk about it more than once nodded. Come on, let's continue, I have almost understood the basic rules, and even if it's you, I won't lose. It's okay to start again, Mu Lien, you can give me the money first, you can't shame. The old murloc persisted. The atmosphere was deadlocked for a while. Dang, knock on the door sounded. Grandpa Mu Lien, Grandpa Samble, I'm here to give you wine and today's newspaper. A girl about 16 up and down carried a basket and pushed the door straight in. Oh, here comes. The old man Mu Lien pushed the mahjong tiles in front of him, directly shameless. Grandpa Mu Lien, hearing everyone say that today's news seems to be a lot of noise, I think you should be very interested. The girl took out the newspaper and handed it to the old man who was looking at the wine bottle. Let me see where the big news is. Mu Lien Dazo's old eyes narrowed slightly. Bang, the next moment. The wine bottle in Mu Lien's hand exploded. The liquor splattered. Ah, the girl suddenly screamed. What are you doing, Mu Lien? It scares the little girl, isn't it just a loss of a game? The big deal is that I will let you lie down again? Murloc Sandbell said dissatisfied. However, after seeing the girl's report in the newspaper, the Murloc Sandbell couldn't help his face suddenly change. Lei Li. Hey, it's true, Deputy Lei. Deputy Lei actually killed the celestial dragon. The Murloc Sandbell looked at his old friend in shock. However, even if he is old, Mu Lien Dazo, who is still stubborn, is unconscious. Advertisement. Even the big incident of the former deputy captain killing the Tianlongren has not moved him in the slightest. At this moment, his eyes, his mind and body, all his mind are occupied by an inconspicuous corner of the newspaper. Even if decades have passed, even if this is just a vague back view, even if there are only a few words of description, he knows, still knows, Grandpa Mu Lien, what's wrong with you? Looking at the old man whose eyes were suddenly red, the girl suddenly became worried and puzzled. I know that you will return one day. I have waited with this remnant body until now. I finally waited for you, teacher. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Mu Lien, Colonel Ruffian, tears are always in tears at this moment, New World. IWC, Cake Island. The base camp of the Four Emperors. In the central castle of Cake Island, people shouted hysterically. The sound rumbling, like thunder. Reverberating over the entire Cake Island, the people on Ling's Island are silent. There was a look of extreme fear on his face, ruined. Mom's schizophrenia is about to commit again, how should this be good? To add bookmarks for easy reading. The cadres of the thieves, the ministers are all like ants on a hot pot, rushing around in a hurry. Mom, the cake will be ready soon, now sit down and watch the news for a while. Mom, look at it, it's the B******** D. Raleigh. The B******* D. Raleigh of Pluto killed the Draco in the shampoo. A man of book fruit ability, Charlotte Mondel waved the newspaper, trying to stop the rampage. Pluto Raleigh, listening to this familiar name, for a moment. Just when Monder and others were delighted, next moment. A more terrifying, strange sound, erupted. It's over, it can't be stopped. Mom is going to run away, damn it, isn't the cake ready yet? The special berry ingredients from the paradise haven't been delivered yet, damn omit, how long will it be delayed? It's not just the berries, but the other dark forces supported by our Charlotte family, Lufield and their tribute this month have all been delayed. Brother Perros, there seems to be, something went wrong over the paradise. Boom. The Four Emperors ran away, the New World and the country. The base camp of the Four Emperors and Beasts Kaido, the Island of Ghosts. At this moment, the Four Emperors and Beasts Kaido are still in a serious drunk state. Advertisement even the news that Pluto Raleigh reproduced the sea failed to make him sober. The person in charge of the affairs of the pirate group is naturally the first of the three plagues, the flames. Big Brother Jin, there seems to be a problem with our arms business over the paradise recently. The fat, balloon-like plague Quinn Ern sounded earnestly. I know. Yanban Jin nodded. Big brother, what happened? The Three Disasters brother Drought Jack is puzzled. The island. Disappeared. Yan Calamity Jin said solemnly. The face under the mask was extremely serious, and his eyes were extremely dangerous. Feeling the change in the breath of the eldest brother Yan Cinder, the drought-stricken younger brother Jack couldn't help but feel cold. The island. Disappears, Jack, this is not the disappearance of one or two last time, according to the news from the Dark World, this time, including the dark forces controlled by our Beast Pirates group, all the layouts in the park for many years have collapsed. That's it. Plague Quinn said faintly. In 3 days, the number of lost bases and islands has exceeded 100. The paradise may have a real monster this time. Nani. All the beasts are so busy because of the loss of paradise. The Whitebeard pirates, who are also the Emperor of the Sea, could not retreat in their entirety. The dark forces in this underground world also have their Whitebeard pirates behind them. It's just that compared to the huge losses of the beasts, the loss of the Whitebeard pirates is not too big. This is due to the iron rule of the Four Emperors Whitebeard's unhandling population and unique trading. Deck of the Mobitic pirate ship. Father, what's wrong with you? Looking at his father's white beard, after seeing the news, Marco was shocked by the extremely disgusting expression on his face. The disgusting emoji that Whitebeard showed at this moment has not been seen by Marco for at least 2 decades. The last time was when Roger B***** depoached his own second squad captain Mitsuzuki Mita. Father, it's just that Raleigh B***** D who showed up, it doesn't need to be this way. Joes, the captain of the 3rd Division, was also shocked and puzzled. Questions about sons. The Whitebeard was unheard of. At this moment, his sight was already attracted by the boring, back figure in the corner of the newspaper. A hole, I used to just guess casually, you really got out of hell. Chapter 232, Furious Doflamingo, The Legend Appears. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, a major event that occurred on the islands of Chambord. It shook the entire sea in just one day, countless people were in an uproar. Of course, the focus of most people's attention in the world is on the legend the comeback of Hades Raleigh. Compared to the reappearance of Pluto Raleigh on the right hand of One Piece and the death of the Draco. Another incident occurred at the population auction that day. The auction of the head of his Cadre Diamandi at the place of Doflamingo did not seem so shocking. It only occupies a small section of the newspaper. Even if someone can notice, it's just as a joke after dinner. After all, compared to that, the big event that almost caused the shampoo to collapse. In the eyes of most people in the world, this absurd oolong incident can only be said to be funny. Few people can smell the seriousness behind this incident. Except the Don Quixote family who was the victim. New World. The kingdom of love and passion and toys. Dressrosa. When the newspaper with Diamandi's death spread, the whole Dressrosa was shaken by it. The family is happy and the family is sad. A field of sunflowers growing in the sun in the hills of Dressrosa. Cyrus, the one-legged toy soldier, bounced through the flower fields. finally stopped in front of a simple tombstone. Scarlet, did you see the murderer who killed you? That Diamante is dead, although I don't know who it was, thank you. The one-legged toy soldier Cyrus' voice gradually became loud and excited. Kneeling down toward the sky, thanking the benefactor in the distance. Sitting by the tombstone for an afternoon, the one-legged toy soldier got up. Don't worry, Scarlet, Rebecca is protected by me. It's still this country. Even if you fight this body, you must overthrow Doflamingo's dark rule, absolutely. Cyrus, the one-legged toy soldier, spoke firmly. At the same time, the heights of the Palace of Dressrosa. The hall that belongs to the king is also in chaos at this time. The Don Quixote cadres who stayed behind in Dressrosa gathered together. The roars and roars of Don Quixote officials continued to be heard in the hall. What the hell is going on, Diamante? Why is Diamante dead? Advertisement. The top cadre Torpal, who was sticky and snot-filled, roared. Master Diamante. Who actually killed Master Diamante? The bells and whistles of the artistic old lady Yora screamed. It's not enough to kill Lord Diamante, it's actually, we are still auctioning Lord Diamante's head on our site. I can't forgive, I can't forgive. Beta Murloc hybrid Dellinger barked his fangs and roared. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The bloodthirsty pupils vibrated because of anger. Related to the battle in the South Daxia Sea a week ago, the person who started it is most likely the person on the crocodile side. Now the South Daxia Sea side is not the full force of the crocodile. He still has allies in the dark. This matter must be told to the young master. Because of some tough guys, Senelpic, who was wearing baby clothes and holding a pacifier, said solemnly. Sand crocodile, that damn crocodile, want to fight us to dozens. Torpal looked savagely, and smashed the floor under his feet with one foot. Violet, haven't Dover contacted yet? Yes, not yet. Violet shook his head, the original Princess Dressrosa, who was sad on the surface, but full of joy in his heart. At this moment, south to, add bookmarks for easy reading. See Patra. In the past month, successive battles have brought this uninhabited island to the brink of collapse. Today, the former Baroque senior agent led by Kibuhei Crocodile has once again meted with some members of the Don Quixote family headed by Kibuhei Doflamingo. After the last collision, even Crocodile had to admit it. His Baroque work agency is indeed more than a bit worse than Doflamingo's Don Quixote family. The two subordinates are not at the same level at all. The Don Quixote family, who has experienced the cruelty of the New World, the highest cadre Pika alone is enough to crush the original Baroque senior agents headed by Dasbonus. In terms of fruit ability, the cadres of the Don Quixote family are also senior agents who completely crush him. Mahabasi's ton press fruit is the upper species of Valentine's Day's light and heavy fruit. Garadius's explosive fruit power is far from the 5 that can only play booger bombs. The strongest one, Dasbo's slashing fruit, is also the lower seed of the opponent's maid's weapon fruit. What Doflamingo said that day that Crocodile's Baroque workshop was an inferior version of their Don Quixote family, this statement is not entirely unfounded. Even if Crocodile is unwilling, he can't change the fact that he is completely defeated. A week ago, Crocodile sneered out of the field with his subordinates amidst Doflamingo's ridicule. Now a week later, the situation is different. Advertisement. Completely reversed. Looking at the gloomy expression of Doflamingo on the opposite side. Crocodile's face finally cleared after being gloomy for many days. Goohahaha. Crocodile laughed. What's the matter, Doflamingo B**************, D. Why don't you talk anymore? It's impossible to be stupid or not. Speaking of which, I really admire you. Even if my subordinates died, they even got them to auction in their own auction house. I really don't miss the slightest value. Even I am ashamed of this. Crocodile sneered mercilessly. Shut up, you damn sand crocodile. Pika the stone fruit ability screamed in anger. The earth suddenly rushed out of a stone pillar and swept towards Crocodile. Erosion reincarnation. Crocodile landed on the imposing stone pillar with one hand. The erosive power of the sand fruit instantly turned the solid stone pillar into a piece of dust. Ah! Pika screamed, and quickly shrank her hands. This prevents the whole body from being sucked up. Gudong gudong, a few big mouthfuls. Pika's atrophied right arm finally swelled and returned to normal. Deception too much, it's really bullying. Dared to kill Lord Diamante. Even Master Diamante's remains are not let go, so insulting us. The Don Quixote cadres in the field were extremely angry, and their eyes fell on Doflamingo, who was motionless. They knew that Doflamingo's inner anger at this moment would never be less than theirs. The family's feud can only be washed away with the enemy's blood. Fufuru. Furfurfurfur. At last, Doflamingo, who had always been silent, let out a nervous laugh. The domineering look of the Boom King exploded with his anger, and the Dasbonus and others behind Crocodile could not help but feel awe-inspiring. Yohuhuhuhu, the overlord looks domineering. The young people are really getting more and more fierce these days. At this moment, there was a burst of unique laughter on the surface of the sea. Chapter 233, The Miserable Life of the Golden Lion, 2/5 for subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. The powerful and domineering Boom, mixed with anger, rushed out of Doflamingo's body. The terrifying spiritual coercion caused Galdino, Valentine's Day and others behind Crocodile to look shocked, and their steps unconsciously regressed. Able to stay awake under the impact of the overlord domineering. The performance of Candle 3 Galdino and others are already pretty good. If it is changed to a few months ago, among them, except for Darsbonus and the monster Von Cly, the others will inevitably fall under the impact of the Overlord for the first time. Compared to the past, they have improved a lot. It's really unpleasant to be overbearing and domineering. Crocodile's cold eyes narrowed slightly. 4. Crocodile, who has experienced Roland's extreme Overlord color. Doflamingo's Overlord color can't be compared with it, like a drizzle, weak. It was just the Overlord shock from Doflamingo, but it reminded him of that unbearable past, recalling the fear of being dominated by Luo Lin's domineering. Naturally, his face will not be too good looking. Yo-hoo-hoo-hoo. At this time, suddenly there was a unique laughter above the sea, attracting the attention of both sides on the coast. Someone is running at sea. Clay stared wide-eyed and his face was shocked. What the hell is that? Candle 3 was shocked. Is it their reinforcements again? Valentine's Day is upset. Wrong? Crocodile's eyes gradually narrowed, and the curvature of the corners of his mouth gradually expanded. That's our reinforcements. On the other side, Pika, Garadius, Rao and others of the Don Quixote family also looked at the figure running on the sea with shocked faces. Yo-hoo-hoo-hoo. It turned out to be a domineering overlord. Recently, the young people are really getting better and better. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the light figure on the sea leapt high. Strike an arc in midair. In the end, it fell lightly to the lieutenant generals of the two Kiwahai. When I saw that, the terrible posture of dead bones. Regardless of whether it was Crocodile or Doflamingo on the other side was shocked, or his eyes widened in horror. Skulls, alive skeletons, the ghost. Advertisement Fung Kele shouted together with Valentine's Day. What the hell is that? A moving skeleton, ghost. Ghost ah. Buffalo and Yi on the other side screamed in unison. It's rude, I'm dead, only a handful of bones are left, so is Brooke, who's going to return from Wangchen. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Brooke, who was dead with only bones, saluted all the gentlemen present. Brooke. Gee? Crocodile's eyes widened in shock, and he murmured subconsciously. That peculiar posture. Daysbonus was equally shocked. Legend. The legend has appeared, Candle 3 cried out. How could it be him? That peculiar posture, there is no doubt that it is that person. But why does this person appear here? One of the legends. Why are the crew of One Piece here? On the other side, the Pika people of the Don Quixote family also recognized the legend of Brooke. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The identity, they couldn't help but screamed out in shock. Boom boom boom. Just when the people of Don Quixote were still immersed in the shock of the appearance of the crew of One Piece. Suddenly a loud bang came from the other side of Patra Island. Giant appeared. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 giants appeared from the sea. What, there are also Sea Kings. Why are Sea Kings? Stationed there, preparing for the battle of the South Daxia Sea Dark Forces, and the large number of pirates they recruited with money, the bounty hunters shouted in horror. They wanted to finish their work. Today, all the remaining 3,000 people under Sob and Crocodile will be wiped out. However, the plan was unable to keep up with the changes. The Sea Kings that suddenly appeared under the sea were swallowed in an instant, destroying their fleet. And the 4 giants who broke through the sea with the Sea Kings have caused huge losses to them on the shore. The situation is beyond their control. Goo-ha-ha-ha. Crocodile's mouth smiled triumphantly. Now is our time. Advertisement Corrosion Reincarnation. Dust slash. S asterisk 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 ski fist. Rubber machine gun. 1000 3000 big world. Devilfoot. Must kill Usopp 10 tons of gold hammer. Nasal song 3-tailed arrow cut. Kang. At this moment. The great fairway sky. The Golden Mary sailed smoothly through the clouds. Follow the permanent pointer and sail straight to the destination. 3 days later, the Golden Mary passed a thick cloud. Suddenly, the front suddenly opened up, at the same time. A huge group of floating islands appeared in the sight of everyone on board. It's not an empty island that exists on a thick island cloud like Bakar. It is not the golden city of Guy Island that has been washed up to an altitude of 10,000 meters by the ocean current. This is a real floating island. The islands floating high in the sky are scattered high and low, forming this magnificent group of floating islands. There are mountains, water and rivers on it. There are beautiful red maple leaf forests. There are also remains of ancient houses. There are also a variety of special beast creatures with strange shapes. There were scenes of blood-spraying fighting scenes. The natural law of the weak eating the strong is fully explained here. The world of pirates is full of strange things. There's an empty island above 10,000 meters, and there is also a magnificent fisherman island under the sea. But similar to this floating island group, it can no longer be simply described by nature's extraordinary craftsmanship. It completely ignores gravity and is not affected by gravity. It makes no sense to let Newton know that he can overturn the coffin board angrily. However, in this pirate world, unreasonable is the biggest reason. Some phenomena cannot be theorized in general, just like the floating island group now appearing in front of Luo Lin and the young girls. It was not a natural creation, but because of a special devil fruit ability that created the wonders here. Superman is a person with the ability of fluttering fruit, the former captain of the flying pirate group, and the flying pirate golden lion Shiji. Only Golden Lion Shiji's demolition fruit ability can create such a magnificent floating island. Tisk tusk tusk, looking at the magnificent floating island group in front of him. Even Luo Lin couldn't help but be surprised. At the same time, in my mind, I can't help thinking of the owner here, Golden Lion Shiji. Throughout his life, it is simply a tragic history. Golden Lion Shiji, this is a man who has been tragic words throughout his life. To see the underlined version, please download chapter 234, Golden Lion's Ominous Premonition, 3/5 seeking subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi, and the sky is vaster than the sea. A group of islands that are as magnificent as a fairyland on Earth are floating in the sky. There are mountains, waters and rivers. The more imposing waterfall is floating in an extremely unnatural posture. This is the secret base camp of the legendary big pirate who has disappeared and has been lurking for 20 years, the Golden Lion Shiji. With the guidance of the permanent pointer obtained from Shachi, Luo Lin finally found the hiding place of this demolition expert. Wow, after seeing the floating islands floating in the sky ahead. All the little girls on the Golden Mary have beautiful eyes, and they can't help but marvel at it. Until now, the little girls followed Luo Lin and had seen many amazing things along the way. Even the Sky Island at an altitude of 10,000 meters has been visited. However, at this moment, they are still impressed by the beauty of this floating island group. Look at it at a glance. Spring, summer, autumn and winter, the 4 seasons stand side by side. The beautiful cherry blossom trees, the large red maple forest, the clear and visible pool water, and the ancient ruins. All of them are no longer arousing the nerves of the little girls. This is the legendary flying big pirate, the floating island of the Golden Lion Shiji. It really is better to see it. Robin murmured and sighed subconsciously. According to our Revolutionary Army's intelligence, Golden Lion Shiji is not completely gone. Secretly he is still involved in and interacting with many pirate groups on the Great Sea Route. There are many of his properties on the ground, and he has accumulated a lot of financial resources. According to our inference, he may be plotting some huge conspiracy, which may subvert the entire world. Kurla frowned, her pretty face worrisome. Kurla, don't worry, no matter what conspiracy the legendary flying pirate has, it is useless now, because we are here. Wei Wei smiled with a sunny face. Yeah, this time I will definitely empty that old lion's 20-year savings, right, Luo Lin? Nami looked at Luo Lin hopefully, as the chief butler of the Huxia organization's treasury. All Nami's thoughts are naturally how to fill her own vault. When she was in the East Daxia Sea before, she could only rely on scams and abductions when she was alone. Now it is very different. Under the influence of Luo Lin, Nami has successfully evolved from a small thief cat to a big thief. Even if the other party is a legendary big pirate decades ago, he can still snatch it, and he is not afraid. Seeing Nami girl in high spirits, Luo Lin just shook his head. Advertisement. The memory of Golden Lion Shiji came to mind. The life of this legendary flying big pirate is truly a bitter history. A capitalized word, miserable, has run through his life. Even Luo Lin couldn't help but want to sigh and mourn for him for 3 minutes. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. 40 or 50 years ago, as a super newcomer on the sea, Golden Lion Shiji has been invited from the sea overlord Locke's pirates. The Golden Lion Shiji, who has the ability to consider himself invincible, is naturally reluctant to join. Then the Golden Lion Shiji received his first severe beating in his life. Had to succumb to the power of the overlord Luo Fu. But after joining the Rock's pirates, the Golden Lion Shiji also ushered in a peak of his own. With powerful strength, he quickly established his own flying legion, and the mixed one is called the Wind and Water. That was one of the few highlights of the Golden Lion. Until he met to add bookmarks for easy reading. Luo Lin. Later, I met the Roger Pirates. The highlight of Golden Lion Shiji is not there. 8 years later, the Golden Lion Shiji was severely beaten alternately by Roland, Carp and Roger Pirates. This trough of life lasted until the Battle of the Island of Gods 36 years ago. After the Battle of the Island of Gods, the Sea Lord Locks died. The Rock's pirates fell apart. The commanders of the major legions flee and die. The most powerful Whitebeard left alone. Locke's most trusted First Legion commander, John, fled with the money, and the heart was lost. Luo Te Lingling's climate is unsuccessful. Because of this, Golden Lion Shiji became the biggest beneficiary after the war. After the death of the overlord Locks, the Golden Lion Shiji relied on his own heroic means to win over the hearts of the people and inherited most of Locke's legacy. His flying legion rises and transforms into his own flying pirate fleet. The life of Golden Lion Shiji thus ushered in the second highlight moment. Especially after the Mary Joa incident, after the Golden Lion gritted his teeth and woke up in the middle of sleep, Luo Lin disappeared. The spring breeze of Golden Lion Shiji's life is becoming more and more proud. Advertisement. It was in the limelight for a while. Even the Roger Pirate Group was completely suppressed by him for a while. This situation continued until 25 years ago. The Battle of Adworth changed everything. In that battle that attracted the attention of the world, the Golden Lion was taking all the advantages to surround Roger's pirates with an invincible fleet. In the end, it turned out to be a sudden storm that caused his pirates to become big. The fleet was almost wiped out. And he himself was inserted into the middle of his head by the flying rudder in the chaos, becoming a funny rooster. although luckily survived, but later learned that the pirate king Roger was arrested. The Golden Lion with a hot head unexpectedly attacked the Navy headquarters alone. In the end, he was defeated by the two legends of the Navy, Carp and the Warring States period, and was imprisoned in the deep-sea prison to advance the city. In the next 2 years, the Golden Lion became the first pirate to successfully escape from prison in the history of the city at the cost of a pair of feet. Since then, it has become a legend and disappeared. 20 years later, almost no one on the sea has spread the name of the flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki. A generation of heroic kings has thus fallen. Life has always been ups and downs. It's just that the Golden Lion's ups and downs are slightly larger than that of ordinary people. It was even more sad, but it does not matter, because Luo Lin is here. So this time his tragic fate is bound to usher in a change. On the deck of the Golden Mary, Luo Lin grinned with a bright smile. Control the ship to the floating island community below. At the same time, over a certain area of the Great Sea Route, a huge Golden Lion head pirate ship, ignoring gravity, soars in the sky. Golden Lion ship deck. With an old steering wheel stuck in his head, the old man with lush blonde hair like a lion's mane shivered unconsciously. There was an inexplicable premonition in my heart. Ling's brows frowned unconsciously. The old man Sha irritably crumpled the newspaper in his hand into a ball, and then chopped it into countless pieces. Damn Raleigh, I'm annoyed when I see your face. Golden Lion Shiji took a bite unhappy. Chapter 235. The Golden Lion fell. Shiji is back. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Wow. The surface of the lake in the bottom of the clear is rippling. A group of mutant piranhas with sharp teeth are like locusts. Even the large sea beasts that pass by can hardly escape and become the end of withered bones. The praying mantis catches the cicada, and the oriole is behind. After the mutant piranha ate and drank enough, a weird big fish that also went through the mutant sprang out like a dragon. One bite is a snack of half-killed piranha school. The unsatisfied weird big fish aimed at the lake hundreds of meters away, and a pair of scarlet eyes was full of cruelty. There, a group of cute little girls in various bold swimsuits are playing happily. There was endless laughter, for it is an irresistible temptation for the predator. However, hesitated again and again, the weird big fish was out of instinctive fear. In the end, he gave up the goal of reaching his mouth. Even if it mutated into a savage monster fish that only knows to kill under the botanical medicine, it dare not approach that area at this moment. Because the instinct of its body tells it that there exists a god. Brother Luo Lin, come down and play soon. Wearing a sky-blue swimsuit, Wei Wei happily waved to Luo Lin, who was basking on the shore. Tutor, Uncle, Kurla and Robin, who were also wearing only a bold swimsuit, held Roland's hands together. All right. Luo Lin smiled helplessly. I had to temporarily withdraw from the salted fish basking in the sun and walked into the clear lake. So, including the ferocious monsters and the school of piranhas, all the mutant creatures in the lake fled along the underground river as if going crazy. There was a moment of boiling on the surface of the river. Immediately afterwards, he fell into complete silence. Did something happen before? Wei Wei wrinkled her nose. No, nothing happened. Luo Lin rubbed Wei Wei's wet hair with his big hands. Look at it, brother Luo Lin, Wei Wei. Nami on the side suddenly picked up a handful of cold lake water and splashed it on Luo Lin and Wei Wei. Ah! Wei Weijiao screamed. Panicked, the whole body was attached to Luo Lin. Ling's buns are spread out into flatbreads. Wait until it reacts. Wei Wei's pretty face flew up to a few gorgeous red clouds. A small heart is plopping wildly. Not daring to look at Luo Lin again, stomped her feet shyly, and turned to counterattack Nami. Luo Lin, who had nothing to do, lay on his back on the lake and continued to steal his life for half a day. See it. Advertisement. Kurla and Robin looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Uncle Tutor is good at everything, it's just, sometimes it's too salty. Not taking the initiative at all. Obviously, just take the initiative to throw it away. You can tell a story. Robin looked at the leisurely floating on the lake with his hands on his hips and sighed softly. At this moment, the ground trembled violently. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In the three directions of southeast, northeast and true east, dense virgin forests fell in pieces, splashing dust in the sky. Not long. To the southeast, a huge mutant land octopus first appeared in the sight of Luo Lin and the little girls. Then there was a blue tiger. There was a rapid and sharp sound of breaking wind in the air. The wings behind the vibration of a huge mutant flying mantis over 3 meters in length. Sweeping from far away. Between the swings of the huge forelimbs as sharp as a sickle, the towering giant tree was easily cut off like paper. It can be seen its sharpness. To add bookmarks for easy reading. Roar. The earth-shaking bear roaring sound wave spread, blowing up the fallen leaves all over the sky. The behemoth in the east direction finally appeared and rushed to this ancient ruins battlefield. It was a black and white one-eyed long-handed violent bear. Terrestrial octopus, blue tiger, flying mantis, and one-eyed long-handed violent bear. 4 mutant beasts exuding violence met here. Unsurprisingly, there was a fierce battle, and he wanted to determine the king status of this forest. Wow, oh. The appearance of 4 fierce beasts exuding violent killing aura also broke the tranquil and beautiful atmosphere of the lake. Vivi, Nami and little Lolita who were playing in the Golden Week screamed and hugged each other subconsciously. The little Lolita who was squeezed in the middle was almost out of breath during Golden Week. Tutor Mentor. Kurla shouted. Those animals look strange. Robin also frowned. On the lake, Luo Lin opened his eyes. The rare leisurely life is disturbed, and Luo Lin's mood is suddenly a little unpleasant. Then, the world fell silent as he opened his eyes. Not far from the lakeshore clearing, the fierce beast overlords gathered from all over the forest suddenly stared with scarlet eyes. Advertisement. The pupils that were originally full of cruel aura, now there is only fear. Pouch. Chi-Chi. Next moment, blood splashed and sprayed. The terrestrial octopus, the blue tiger, the flying mantis, and the one-eyed long-handed violent bear, the four fierce beast overlords who dominate the island, their huge bodies disintegrated and shattered without warning. The blood stained the earth red. That guy's ski isn't very capable, and the crooked ways are a lot, but relying on these inferior creatures want to conquer the world, it's too naive. Luo Lin grinned lightly. You really are completely depraved, Shiji. At the same time, the largest winter island in the center of the floating island group. Deep in the luxurious palace complex, the scientific team headed by Indigo detected the vital signs of the simultaneous demise of the four beast overlords. In an instant, an uproar in the laboratory became a film. Indigo, the land octopus, the blue tiger, the flying mantis, and the one-eyed long-handed violent bear that the island was the key experiment subject are all dead. A scientific researcher anxiously reported to the clown in a white coat. Puff puff puff, sounded like giving up footsteps. Indigo, the only cadre who was loyal and escorted by the Golden Lion Shiji through the Great Pirate Era, turned around indifferently. Calical, it's just that a few experimental subjects are gone. There are so many experimental animals on the island, but there are a lot of them stronger than the ones on the island. Indigo waved his hand calmly, however, only half an hour later. Master Indigo, the beast overlord on the island is dead. Aha! Indigo, with clown makeup, was dumbfounded. 2 hours later. Master Indigo, Island. 3 more hours 3. Master Indigo, Mishima. After 1 day. Master Indigo, our laboratory animals, are almost lost, only some are left on the island. Another moment. Master Indigo, what happened again? Indigo yelled irritably with his red eyes. Hi, Master Shiji is back. Indigo. FK, Chapter 236. The Action Confession of the Little Girls, 5/5 for subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi. Jihahaha. A giant golden lion head, spaceship, sailed across the sky. Landed straight toward the large winter island in the center of the floating island group. On the head of the golden lion, a loud laugh sounded from the old lion. The loud voice shook the wind and snow all over the sky. The pirate cooperators on the deck of Ling couldn't help but look solemn. Really worthy of being the boss of Shiji. The legendary flying big pirate really deserves its reputation. Boss Shiji is still as domineering as always, the sword is not old. Sure enough, following Boss Shiji, it is impossible to dominate the world in the future. On the deck, weak and small pirates from all over the world in different shapes and dresses praised them. Listen to the flattering of the pirates. On the head of the golden lion, the smile of the flying pirate golden lion's mouth widened, and the mood was extremely happy. Jia ha ha ha, young ones, come with me, the banquet is already ready, let us discuss the plan to take the world. Golden Lion Shiji laughed. The Piao Piao fruit ability was activated, and he took his incomplete body into the sky, and took the lead to fly to the luxurious palaces not far away. Oh. The pirates on the giant lion boat responded in unison, and disembarked one after another to the banquet. At this moment, a volcanic hot spring island on the edge of the floating island group. After exploring the dense forest for most of the day, the sweaty little girls pulled Luo Lin and sat in the hot spring pool at the foot of the volcano. Soak in the hot springs comfortably. Robin, Vivi, Nami, Kurla, and even little Lolita for Golden Week. After overcoming the initial shyness, the 5 little girls quietly joined forces and came to Luo Lin, who was separated by a rock. Brother Luo Lin. Are you asleep? Wei Wei tilted her small head, and a trace of exhilarating joy appeared on her pretty face. Raised his delicate hand. Poke Luo Lin in the face. No response. Nami twitched Luo Lin's mouth, still not moving. Upon seeing this, Robin's beautiful eyes gradually brightened, and the delicate hands under the hot spring gradually fumbled forward. Seeing it is about to. Shua, is at this moment. Luo Lin kept shutting tightly, his eyes opened suddenly as if he had fallen asleep. Well, oh, wow, all the little girls suddenly exclaimed. Brother Luo Lin, you are awake. Wei Wei's pretty face flushed, and quickly hid her naked body underwater. Advertisement, ha ha ha. Nami slapped awkwardly. Robin also smiled and hurriedly backed his hands. As for Kurla, he dared not show his head in the blushing spring. Only the little Lori Huang, who is not well versed in world affairs, still has big innocent eyes, and doesn't care about it. Wow, lala. Luo Lin grew up in the hot spring. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The little girl's exclamation sounded again in the hot spring pool. Wei Wei, Nami, and even Robin subconsciously raised their hands to cover their eyes. The kind with open fingers and eyes fixed. 4. the sight of the little girls. Luo Lin didn't realize it. His gaze just looked straight in the direction of the central island. The corners of the mouth gradually evoked an arc. I want to do something with you, it's really hard work, Shiji. Luo Lin chuckled to himself. Little girls, the hot spring time has passed, ready to go. Set off, could it be that? The golden lion is back. Robin raised his eyebrows slightly and stood upright. Show indifferently to add bookmarks for easy reading. I'm good. Wei Wei followed. Nami again. In the end, even Kurla, who held his breath in the water, stood up. Robin takes the lead. The little girls all learn from each other. Even if their inner beauty has overflowed their cheeks, their bodies are trembling slightly unconsciously. But still stubborn and unwilling to fall behind, because they are both close sisters to each other. It's also a rival in competition. It is about who is big and who is small in the future. How can it be ambiguous? Seeing the little girls who suddenly collectively confessed them, Luo Lin couldn't help but raise his brows slightly. Rarely some have big heads. Sometimes, being too good is also a headache, if you let Raleigh know what Roland thinks at this time. It is bound to incarnate the people of Zuan again. I'm still stunned to do everything and put on clothes, don't freeze. Luo Lin said with a straight face. Oh. The little girls, who had exhausted all their courage, hid their faces and ran on the melee. Advertisement 10 minutes later. On the Golden Mary, 6 people including Luo Lin were all dressed and neatly dressed. It's different from usual casual wear, this time. Whether it's Vivi or Nami, Kurla, or even little Lolita, Golden Week. Under Luo Lin's instructions, the little girls all put on handsome windbreakers, dressed in black silk. Everyone all in black. Even Luo Lin, who usually wears a white shirt, puts on a black suit outside, as if he is about to go to a banquet. Little girls, let's go. Luo Lin grinned. The Golden Mary skyrocketed. Head straight towards the central island where Golden Lion Shiji is located. At the same time, warm central island, Banquet Palace. The Golden Lion Shiji with the rudder on his head sits at the top of the hall like an emperor. Accept the worship civilians from all over the world. In the spacious hall, people of different looks, costumes, and races are pushing cups and changing cups, which is so lively. These, all are the collaborators that Golden Lion Shiji recruited from all over the world over the years. All are cruel pirates, relying on the name of the flying pirate and a new plan. The Golden Lion Shiji once again assembled a large number of people, hoping to reproduce the power of the flying pirate fleet. These are all the pirates he recruited from various places. Although the individual strength is not high, the victory lies in the large number. All gathered together, it is also a lot of combat power. Ha 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 ha, congratulations to Captain Ski, back out of the sea. A bald pirate captain raised his glass and laughed. It's worthy of being the boss of Shiji, and the prestige is completely undiminished. In the past, my admiration for the boss of Shiji was like the surging river, continuous. Another pirate captain in a neat suit bluffs. Captain Shiji, compared to you, what Raleigh, the king of Pluto, is not worth mentioning. I am looking forward to the world knowing how violent your reaction is when you come back. Boss Shiji, you are truly a legendary big pirate. We can follow you, and the future is bound to be bright. That's right, Boss Shiji will inevitably lead us to the top of the world. Pirates from all over the world, who are more powerful than real swords and guns, rushed to slap the rainbow fart of the old lion on the throne. Jiha ha ha ha. Listen to the flattery of the big pirate captains. Golden Lion Shiji couldn't help laughing out loud. Shiji was ecstatic with those words and sentences, as if he had returned to the old days of the past. However, just as Golden Lion Shiji was enjoying the wonderful feeling of standing in the clouds, a calm voice suddenly came from outside the temple gate, instantly kicking the Golden Lion Shiji from the cloud. Chapter 237. The Shock of Golden Lion Shiji, 1/5 for subscription. This content was first published on hotmtlnovel.zi Dark Night. The central winter island is full of heavy snow. It is in sharp contrast with the warmth and bright lights in the luxurious palace complex. At this moment, in this legend of the last era, a grand banquet is being held in the luxurious palace of the flying big pirate Golden Lion Shiji. Headed by Golden Lion Shiji, the great sea root and the pirates from all over the world gather here. Talking like a frog at the bottom of a well, talking about the unrealistic world conquest plan without shame. During the banquet, everyone pushed their cups and changed their cups, so it was so lively. Jihahaha, the highest point of the banquet hall. The old Golden Lion Shiji sat on it alone. Listening to the rainbow farts from the pirates below, an extremely happy expression suddenly appeared on his old face. Memory flow. It seems to have returned to the prosperous years of decades ago. At that time, it was exactly the same as now. As the flying pirate admiral, he is in a high position. Below is the captain of his 54 fleet, it's exactly the same. Yes, it is. Golden Lion Shiji nodded unconsciously. Compared to before, the number of pirate captains present now has more than doubled than in the past. Gathered such a huge force, plus the powerful mutant creatures on the island. White Cho couldn't conquer the world 25 years ago, he failed because of Roger. This time, who can stop him when he reappears the sea, he will surely subvert the whole world, Golden Lion Shiji thought with a look of longing. However, he selectively ignored the fact that any fleet under his command decades ago could slaughter everyone present. The quantity is more, however, quality is not the same. Indigo, you say we will succeed this time. Golden Lion Shiji looked at the only remaining fruit, the ship doctor companion of the flying pirate group. Ah, Indigo, who had a secret in his heart, stepped back in panic. Seeing Indigo's panicked look, Golden Lion Shiji couldn't help frowning. Indigo, nothing happened on the island these days I left. Golden Lion Shiji dignifiedly asked. Puff puff puff, Indigo stepped on a fart-like step and waved his hands again and again. But the panic on his face couldn't be concealed. Advertisement. Joke. In just one day, the experimental mutant creatures on the island were the fact that most of the dead and injured. How dare he tell Shiji on now? At least after the banquet has passed. Golden Lion Shiji frowned and noticed something wrong. Boss Shiji, for generations to come, Captain Ski, I toast you, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Just as Golden Lion Shiji was preparing to inquire, the rainbow farts from his pirate captains interrupted his rational thinking. Make him return to the cloud, fluttering and celestial. Jihahaha, little ones, wait, it won't be too long, the fame of the flying pirate fleet will surely resound in this sea again. When I become the king of the world, all of you here will be veterans and important ministers. It is not a matter of fencing and breaking the earth. This world will belong to us, jihahaha. The Golden Lion Shiji talked about a glorious future impassionedly, just like the 36-year-old Sea Lord Locks. Just as before, hearing his ambitious greedy pirates burst into unprecedented cheers. Jihahaha, Golden Lion Shiji laughed presumptuously. It seemed that he was sitting on the throne of the world. Just in the Golden Lion Shiji and his subordinates. 2. Add bookmarks for easy reading. The pirates, immersed in their own world, are complacent and can't help themselves. Boom, without warning. The island was suddenly shaken. As a result, the pirates' laughter stopped abruptly. After the previous inexplicable shock, this time it was footsteps. The sound of someone's footsteps. Whose footsteps are in this noisy environment? A person's footsteps should be inaudible. But why is it so clear? It seems to be in their ears, and it is like a sound in their minds. At this moment, it's not just the ordinary little pirates who have a ghostly expression. Even as the legendary flying pirate, Shiji the Golden Lion was shocked. What is? Just as Golden Lion Shiji frowned and asked. The vermilion gate of the banquet hall opened in the strong wind. A ridiculous voice rushed into the hall accompanied by the sky of wind and snow. Pouring into the ears of everyone in the temple. Ski-B ***** D. I haven't seen you for so many years. You really opened my eyes. With this group and some inferior ingredients, I want to conquer the world. Your head is affected by the rudder on your head. It is completely useless, yet. Listening to the ridiculous voice. The pirates in the banquet hall were taken aback for a moment, and then their fierce eyes widened, and they were furious. Advertisement under everyone's attention. Luo Lin, dressed in a black suit and white shirt, stepped in first and appeared in the sight of the people in the hall. Snowflakes surround Luo Lin's body like an elf. He turned around with his steps until he was melted by the heating in the palace. Following Luo Lin, wearing all kinds of black trench coats, suits, and Robin with black silk high heels, Wei Wei and others followed up with a calm face. Even if you were facing tens of thousands of fierce pirates, the expressions of the little girls are still calm, as usual. It is like the flowers of the high mountains on the proud snow mountain. This is the confidence and temperament they have developed after following Luo Lin for so many days and seeing countless major events. When Robin, Vivi, Kurla, Nami and Lori appeared in the temple during the Golden Week, the eyes of the pirates moved accordingly. The ferocity in his eyes was gradually replaced by greed and fiery. The pirates who were not far from the main gate all smiled and got up. I ignored Luo Lin at the front. Like an irrational beast, it greedily walked towards Robin and others. 30-round flower-locked throat, Robin's slender hands were folded in front of him. The flower and fruit ability is activated. One flower arm after another appeared out of thin air from the pirates, and they broke their necks mercilessly. Murloc Karate, the other side. Kurla, who was wearing black silk over the knee, threw it out. The strong wind pressure smoothed everything out. From beginning to end, Luo Lin just calmly looked at the old lion teased by fate. Even if it was an enemy, Luo Lin couldn't help but feel sad. High platform 100 meters away. The Golden Lion Shiji looked at Luo Lin who was slowly approaching. His old eyes gradually widened, his mouth gradually widened. The emotion named shock quickly occupied his old face, occupied his mind, and occupied his whole body. His head pierced by the rudder suddenly hurt. The veins bulged from his forehead, his temples, and his arms. That face, the face that once made him gritted his teeth, dreamed back at midnight, and wondered how many times he was awakened. How could he forget it? Luo Lin, you be ***** deed and die. At last. The scream of the Golden Lion Skina, full of shock and incredible, echoed in the entire hall.